Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 327 White-Robed Celestial Disciple. As Noah observed the behemoth of a planet in front of him, he unexpectedly did not find his heartbeat increasing, nor did he feel any sense of nervousness. He looked at his fingers to see if he could find even a semblance of trembling, but he was extremely stable. This was confidence. Utter and complete confidence in the abilities he had prepared in advance, and utter confidence in himself to be able to make the best out of this huge opportunity. He rose as he came to full attention, nearing the 7th celestial star as the void crystal he held blinked even more rapidly, a reaction occurring from the shimmering star in front of him. A ray of golden light shot out and struck the vessel he was on. The numerous vessels surrounding the celestial star only stared at this newly appearing ship briefly before they returned to their own posts, only observing as the golden light that attached itself to this small ship pulled it towards the planet slowly until it smoothly passed the golden barrier that covered its entirety. Noah continued to expand his senses as he observed everything around him, not being able to explain this golden light that attached itself to his small ship and was pulling him towards an unknown location on this star. He pierced through the stratosphere and accelerated down even faster, soon piercing through the veil of clouds as a resplendent scene opened itself up in front of his eyes. Beyond the layer of clouds, he could see expansive and mystical landscapes that screamed power and serenity as he observed numerous mountains and valleys palpating with dense essence. The overabundance of essence was not the only thing that one could feel, as the more time he spent in this celestial star, the more he could feel a convergence of another force he had come in contact with a few times before, fate. It gave one an oppressive feeling that seemed to say whatever power you held, fate would always be above it. Noah continued to let his aura explore the new world around him as on the mystical landscapes that held their own unique environments, he could see numerous unique structures that could be considered shrines and monasteries, along with expansive dome-shaped buildings that were spread out all around. The golden light was pulling him ever so closer to an expansive rectangular building that held an expansive clearance where the ship he was on soon came to a stop, the golden light that was pulling him forward disappearing. The clearance he had landed in was filled with happily swaying grass as a scene of peace and serenity showed itself, Noah expanding what should be his saint realm aura to observe the massive energy signatures of multiple beings in the paradisiacal clearing, as well the huge rectangular monastery that was at the center of this expansive clearing between tall mountains. There was a wide rushing river not too far away from the position he was at, the waters extremely clear to observe as colorful fish could be seen floating within. The door of his ship opened as Noah stepped out, letting his eyes land on this paradisiacal scene of majesty as he waved his hands and stored the ship into a separate space. His wandering gaze met the auras he had sensed on this wide clearing, finding himself facing numerous figures dressed in white robes that were accompanied by a few powerful figures dressed in black robes. Many of the beings clad in white robes held auras that showed their strength at the transcendent realm, with a few standing stably at the saint realm. The few dressed in black robes were all at the void realm, and Noah observed the figures of 2 beings encased in red robes that held a vibrant aura at the soul-forging realm. Above all of these beings was a single old man that he had met once before, the same celestial grandmaster that had invited him to join the ranks of the celestials not too long ago. This celestial grandmaster was adorned in a golden robe as he was surrounded by the numerous white-robed disciples, a few black-robed disciples, and 2 that wore shining red robes, all paying close attention to him. His gaze turned to the appearing Noah as he gave a light smile and spoke. As foretold by fate, the last one to join us has arrived. Not too early, not too late. Just in time, and we can begin with the introductions. His voice was clear as it resounded across the wide clearing they were in, many new faces turning to look at Noah as he came closer and bowed. Grandmaster. He called out as he judged the situation around him, seeing the faces of the numerous white-robed disciples that were most likely in the same position as him look towards him with complacent gazes. Snap. He saw the fingers of the old man snap as a white robe appeared in front of his eyes, along with a shining storage ring that held numerous things as he used his essence to bind the ring and wrap the robe around his body. The celestial grandmaster nodded as this action was complete, continuing. The others have gotten here some time earlier and have thus become slightly more familiarized, but the core teachings will start now as you join us. Noah nodded as he came forward, glancing at the other white-robed disciples that ranged from various races, with many of them mostly humans. He ignored the looks he was receiving for now as he moved closer and joined their ranks, the celestial grandmaster speaking once more. For the basic introductions, all of the newly appearing celestial disciples will be distinguished by the white robes they wear, with those who distinguished themselves and rose in power being able to receive the black robes, and once you become full-fledged celestials, obtain the red robes. As you have all noticed, the robes do not hold any sort of special defenses or power, and are simply there for distinction as you pave your way towards higher levels of power. The Grand Master spoke to the faces around him, many of them already knowing this information, with Noah being the only one receiving it now. The Grand Master looked at the white-robed disciples as he continued. Many of you have been recruited across the vast stars because of the unique talents and skills you have shown, with some of you even personally chosen by me. A few happy faces could be seen as this was mentioned, the speaker paying no heed as more information was divulged. What I can tell you now is that we are honest and straightforward here, rewarding those that excel, while those that lag behind will gradually being forgotten in the dredges of time. We create champions that are able to stand for order and balance, but all of these champions begin at the same place you are all in, so have faith. Many of the white-robed disciples remained with their strong expressions as they heard these words, believing utmost in their genius that had managed to catch the eyes of the celestials and have them invited to be here in the first place. In this celestial star, you will learn a source of power that reigns the strongest, and you will learn how to properly utilize this power as even the genius feats you made before will all be left in the dust. Vibrant gold light shone from the Grand Master as he finished these words, waving his hands as the entire scenery around them changed, a brand new atmosphere appearing around them as they saw numerous golden rivers moving past them, with sparkling stars occupying their sights as it felt like they weren't just standing on a mountainous clearance just now. It was a magnificent scene of a fantastical environment where one could observe numerous rivers of gold passing around them with numerous stars hanging all around to complete the picture. The celestial Grand Master clenched his fist as they observed a small golden river pulled towards him, his eyes sparkling with a grand light as his voice resounded once more. We must start you off with a strong base and knowledge, so we shall start with something that is extremely simple, yet also the most complex. We will start by talking about fate. A shimmering scene of wonder began playing itself out in front of Noah as he intruded on the seventh celestial star, receiving lessons the moment he arrived as it seemed they were just waiting for him. Chapter 328 Fate 101. Many would find themselves pondering, what exactly was fate? Some call it destiny, a predetermined set of events that were bound to happen, but was that all it was? This golden river in my hands, or the free-flowing river you were all observing before I changed the surroundings, they all have a predetermined reality that they have to follow. The mythical river that the celestial Grand Master had plucked was struggling in his hands as it wanted to quickly find a way out. But, what if it was possible to manipulate that reality? What if it was possible to manipulate fate? Thin lines of light released from his body as they covered the struggling river, gradually causing it to come down as it became as docile as possible. No more struggles occurred as the river became a circular lake, standing still as the Grand Master raised his hands up. When one becomes proficient enough, manipulating and influencing these predetermined sets of realities becomes possible. As he was speaking, his hands plucked out multiple golden flowing rivers around him as he turned them into docile lakes that serenely floated around him. It was at this moment, though, that one could see the first river he had turned into a lake begin to tremble as it reformed back into a river. But this brings us to the next point that all of you have to ingrain into your origins. Things will always go back to the natural state they were in, a natural state that is filled with randomness and disorder. From a calm lake into a surging river, the thing to be understood is that at the core of all of it, randomness, or disorder, will always increase. The lake had reformed into a raging golden river that flowed around the celestial, disrupting the nearby lakes as they soon began to tremble. The point that the Grand Master seemed to be making was that once things returned to this state of disorder, they would go even further as they made the surrounding entities also fall into a similar state. That is where the Celestials come in. We are students of fate, and our goal is to make sure that the things which have been influenced and manipulated remain in that state of balance, that they remain ordered. This can be very hard to achieve for those who are not proficient in the law of fate. He waved his hands again as numerous golden lines fell onto the trembling lakes that were about to return into rivers, their forms being stabilized once more as they remained still. But the single raging river fought against the thin golden lines as it remained wild, the raging waves around it actually increasing. Though sometimes you will have a force that will simply not adhere to this influence of fate, and continues to fall into more and more randomness, bringing about even greater disorder. When you reach this stage, the golden lines releasing from him turned a shade of red as they wrapped around the golden surging river, tightly binding it as destructive lights were released, the celestial disciples watching on in shock as the river was slowly strangled until it exploded into a steam of nothingness. You will learn to simply snuff this force out, and observe as everything around it more easily and permanently maintains order. Noah watched on with wide eyes at this principle as the numerous rivers which had been turned into lakes floated serenely around the celestial Grandmaster, not a single one of them even showing a sign of changing back, as even the slightest trembling could not be seen. This world we are in, this galaxy, this universe, they are all in a constant state of randomness and disorder that only increases as time passes. Whatever is born will eventually die, no matter if it is a human, a fairy, demon, or even a star. The voice of the celestial Grandmaster was gradually becoming elevated as it seemed he was releasing a profound lecture that they would never come across again in their entire lifetimes. We, the Celestials, have chosen to be the pioneers of fate that work every second to bring order and balance in this environment of constant and ever so increasing disorder. His voice boomed out as it shook the origins of every listening disciple, even the ones that had already heard this speech before. With our continued understanding and proficiency in the supreme law of fate, we have been able to bring an order never before seen in this light expanse, a level of order that has prevented the deaths of trillions of beings and millions of stars. I know many of you come from different worlds where you may have heard different rumors and ideas about us on what we really stand for. Some of you may have a picture of us as simple tyrants who force our wills onto others. Some of you may look at our actions and call them vile or detestable, while some of you may think of us as merciful saints who have saved neighboring worlds and beings you know. The gaze of the celestial Grandmaster was moving across every single white-robed disciple as his voice reached a pitch that seemed to resonate with the mystical flowing atmosphere he had transferred all of them in. Some of you may have lived in worlds where our name brought fear and silence, while some of you may have lived in stars where you looked up and were proud just to hear the name of Celestials be mentioned. You may think a great deal of things about Celestials, but you will only truly understand who we are and what we do after you have truly stepped onto the path to becoming a Celestial yourself. His gaze landed on Noah as he felt a sense of gravity unlike anything he had come across before, the gaze of the celestial Grandmaster shifting to a being next to him as he became able to breathe easy once more. Once you become a true student of fate and you start asking yourself, what does fate have in store for me, and how can I influence it to bring about the most order in the lands around me, only then will you be able to understand just how paramount the task we Celestials have out in front of ourselves is. A shimmering look occupied the aged face of the Grandmaster as he continued. We are going against the natural flow of events, bringing and maintaining order in worlds that seek to constantly be more random. It is a task that you will only realize the immensity of in time. So, our new recruits, pay attention as you begin to explore the workings of fate, and pay even closer attention to your own actions and the result they bring. To start you off on your journey, we shall start with the simple techniques that will allow you to condense the abstruse law of fate into your own bodies. The Grandmaster waved his hands as numerous shining crystals appeared in front of every single white-robed disciple. This is the primary technique that will allow you condense lines of fate into your body, these lines being your most supreme foundation, as you will realize that ranks and levels become meaningless in your eyes, that if you have the talent in the law of fate and hold an insurmountable number of fate lines, not a single thing will be able to stand against you. A shocking impact was left on the hearts of many of the new disciples as they reached out towards the sparkling inheritance stones, Noah reaching out for the one in front of him as numerous information entered his mind and a new skill became available to him. Under the tab of unique skills, a golden shining skill by the name of Fate's Disciple was showing itself in a spectacular fashion as he received the first lesson from the Celestials. Chapter 329 Fate 101, 2. The first technique that we shall start with is the basis of all Celestials. It is the technique that allows us to condense lines of fate into our origins, and we can then use these fate lines to provide us abundant strength. The Grandmaster continued to speak as numerous bouts of information was received by the white-robed disciples from the floating inheritance stones. Noah already had this information simplified in front of him as he observed the details of the unique skill. Fate's Disciple, a technique geared towards cultivating the supreme law of fate, grants the user the ability to inscribe the unique energy of fate into their origin in the form of fate lines. The description was fairly simple, but Noah did not even think of activating it as he looked forward to the celestial Grandmaster. Many of you were chosen because of your own unique genius, and you will have a chance to prove yourselves in the next few days as you get to learn whether you are a true genius, or simply a star that shone slightly brighter than others. I will remind you now that we reward those who exceed, while those who do not show talent almost always get left behind. The gaze of the celestial Grand Master was impassive as he said this, waving his hands as multiple outlines of humanoid bodies appeared in front of them. What do I mean when I say talent? Talent for the law of fate varies across beings, but the first prerequisite for a high talent in being able to comprehend this law is the utter and absolute mindset of high aspirations for yourself and the things you are connected to. You will come to find that most geniuses of fate are the ones that have numerous connections, their livelihood influencing the fates of many beings that they are connected to. The three outlines of humanoid bodies in front of them glowed different shades of color. One was dark, another had a slight golden light, and the third was shining bright gold. Take this first being for an example. The Grand Master pointed to the dark humanoid outline as he continued. There is no talent in fate, while the next one has slight talent, and the third one has tremendous talent. But essence erupted as the outlines rapidly changed, showing a gradual passage of time as the outline that was dark became brighter and brighter. The second outline that held a slight gold light remained the same, while the third outline that shone brightly before became dimmer and dimmer. You will realize as time passes that those who are talented can become nothing, others simply remain the same, while those with no talent can rise to unimaginable heights. All of this will depend on a being's aspiration, and what they do to actually act on their aspirations and influence the fates of numerous beings around them. We, the Celestials, have grand aspirations. Aspirations that cover numerous planets, and we have actively acted on our aspirations over the years, granting us unbelievable power under the law of fate as we influence things at a scale never before imagined. The Grand Master waved his hands as the images of the humanoid outlines disappeared, his gaze landing on the many white-robed disciples enraptured with his presentation. Over the next few days, you will find out whether you already hold tremendous talent with numerous lines of fate converging towards you the moment you begin cultivating fate's disciple, or if you will be a late bloomer who will struggle before exploding, or if you will simply be left behind. They heard the sound of a bubble popping as the illusory world that the Grand Master had summoned them to disappeared, finding themselves back on the paradisiacal clearing with numerous vegetations all around, the large building in the distance standing strong. If you find yourself stumbling, ask the black-robed and red-robed celestials for help. I will be observing your progress closely. The celestial Grand Master finished his words as he began disappearing into particles of light, the two red-robed celestials that let out an oppressive aura at the peak of soul-forging realm nodding their heads to the disciples and standing up as a cacophony of discussion erupted from all around. Noah was rereading the description of the unique skill, Fate's Disciple, as the many white-robed disciples around him had split off into groups or had begun talking with the higher-ranked black-robed disciples. One of the red-robed celestials observed Noah standing blankly by himself as he waved his hands, a golden plaque appearing in front of his eyes that described everything there was to know about the being called Crixus, his eyebrows lifting as he read about the ability this genius had to use ether. He nodded in satisfaction as he approached Noah and asked, "Young disciple, what can I clarify for you?" Noah glanced at this being that was smiling in a helpful manner as he replied, "These fate lines you mentioned, how exactly does one use them after they are condensed into their bodies?" Noah asked a random question as he wondered how he should play his cards for this very important beginning of this new journey, a brilliant reply coming as the body of the red-robed celestial began to shine with numerous lines. "I've made my own fate lines visible as an example. Using Fate's Disciple uses up your own essence in exchange for assimilating a line or a few lines of fate depending on your talent and reserves of energy. You sometimes find people who have a grand fate laid out for them to be able to assimilate numerous fate lines very quickly, only to be hindered by the small amount of energy they have as they advance slowly thereafter. You also find those with high realms and abundant energy not being able to condense any fate lines as they have no talent for it. All you have to do is move your essence according to Fate's Disciple, and observe what talent you truly have. You do not need to actively use your fate lines for now, as they augment your strength passively." The red-robed disciple spoke with a fervent expression as his body gave off an oppressive feeling, the numerous golden lines on his body bringing a horrible feeling of oppression to anyone that was near. You will realize the uses of fate lines more as you receive more techniques in the future, but I can tell you a huge secret now about fate lines. Noah listened closely as the light gradually died down on the being in front of him. If you are proficient in condensing fate lines and accumulate a tremendous amount of them, you will find yourself easily matching those in higher realms simply because of the force that fate lines provide your strength. A saint realm being defeating a void or soul-forging realm expert is within the realm of possibility. Grand words came out of this red-robed celestial's mouth as it sparked the spirits of the numerous listening white-robed disciples as they began to cultivate, Fate Disciple. Noah nodded to the being in front of him as he took a meditative position himself, being very careful but very much looking forward to seeing how this would all turn out. Chapter 330 Talent. Noah's ears were picking up a few discussions from his expanded senses as he gradually came to realize the reason why he had received some looks when he first came here. Beside him, many of the selected celestial disciples that wore the white robes currently were tremendous geniuses from powerful prime worlds, or were beings that already lived in this celestial star and were just now beginning their journey on the law of fate as official celestial disciples. Some of them already had fate lines condensed in their bodies, as they now sat serenely while their bodies glowed a tinge of red, small golden colors appearing above them that went to enter their bodies. It was these beings who were surrounded by other disciples as they were asked more about their experiences, while Noah found himself alone as the single red-robed celestial came to check on him as the first day as a celestial disciple progressed. To put it simply, these powerful geniuses and natives of the celestial star that held huge beliefs in themselves didn't look at Noah as anything much, only the red-robed celestial that held their information placing some slight interest on him. Noah smiled at this atmosphere as he watched one of the white-robed disciples begin the process of condensing lines of fate, using the Fate's Disciple technique for the first time. A wave of golden light released from his body, calling the attention of numerous practicing disciples and the celestials as they closely watched this disciple who seemed to have some talent in the law of fate. 1, 2, 4, 8. Numerous golden lines rapidly formed above his head as they went to descend to his body, a vibrant feeling of strength releasing from him as words of acknowledgement rang out from the red-robed celestial. Being able to condense 10 fate lines the moment you step onto the law of fate is good, and it means you have good possibilities for the future. The young genius nodded with a passionate face as he closed his eyes and returned to meditation, much of his energy spent to condense these 10 fate lines as he slowly retrieved before he began the process of slowly collecting more fate lines. I can tell you all the number of fate lines now for you to have a goal in mind. 1100 fate lines make you eligible to be a full-fledged white-robed celestial disciple. Going past 100 and nearing 10,000 fate lines puts you at the peak of black-robed celestial disciples. Going past 10,000 and nearing the limit of 100,000 fate lines relinquishes your role as a disciple and makes you a celestial, putting you above even me, who only holds 37,145 fate lines currently. The red-robed celestial resonantly spoke as Noah learned more about the terms of the celestials, committing them to memory as he observed a few other scenes occurring throughout the next few minutes. A white-robed disciple activated, Fate's Disciple, next as he shockingly was able to condense 25 fate lines instantly. Another disciple began the process as they condensed 15. Another condensed 5 right away, with a fourth one causing a resonance of essence as they condensed more than 40 fate lines in but an instant. Good, it seems like we have many good seeds this time around. The red-robed celestial nodded with a proud expression as the training continued, only a few disciples like Noah remaining who had not begun the process of condensing their first fate lines. The gazes of the other geniuses who were recuperating their energies turned towards those who had not yet begun condensing their lines of fate as the remaining disciples were put on the spotlight. A disciple from the stone race rattled as he received the gazes of numerous disciples and the two celestials, closing his eyes as he initiated, Fate's Disciple, a golden light shining down that slowly began fizzling before it reached him. The proud light on the red-robed celestial's face was wiped away as he sighed and pityingly spoke. No talent as of now. Work hard in the future. The words were impassive as their gazes moved on to the next disciple, this time a being of the human race whose face was holding a determined expression after seeing the failure of the last disciple. They initiated, Fate's Disciple, as they watched to their dismay, only 2 fate lines descending down. Subpar talent. The impassive words of the red-robed celestial rang out as the gazes of disciples and celestials alike continued to move on to more beings, a competitive atmosphere occupying the surroundings as some shone in the spotlight while others sputtered out in shame. 15 fate lines. 5 fate lines. Subpar. 20 fate lines. A talent. Noah observed this process continuing with a smile, the numbers of disciples who had not yet condensed their fate lines reducing until only he was left among the joining white-robed disciples who had yet to use Fate's Disciple for the first time. The gazes of the proud disciples that were called talents or geniuses landed on him, the probing gazes of the 2 red-robed celestials arriving soon after as they watched to see what this being who had arrived last among the party of disciples had to offer. His heart was calm as he took in the gaze of the many beings without any sense of nervousness, his mind replaying the words of the Grandmaster who talked about fate. Fate favors those with high aspirations who also happen to act on their aspirations and influence the beings around them. The words of the Grandmaster rang in his ears as he thought about himself. He thought of his own aspirations, the things he had already done, the things he planned to do, and the influence he already had on the numerous planets and beings connected to him. If all of this was put into the picture. A confident smile appeared on his face as he thought about this, realizing where some of the strength of the Celestials came from as he thought of all the stars in the light expanse that they held sway over. No wonder that those in the dark expanse lost to them. No wonder their strength seemed to completely overpower everything else. Just from the first hour of his entrance into their celestial star, he had learned one of the core things behind their source of strength, which was the more entities one influenced the fates of, the stronger the power of the law of fate they could display. As for himself, when it came to aspirations, there were many, and they were huge. When it came to connections, he had literal connections of worlds attached to him. When it came to the most crucial aspect of embarking on the path of the supreme law of fate, actually taking the steps towards one's own grand aspirations, he had always continued to do this, and at an extremely rapid rate at that. So when it came to his talent to amass these so-called lines of fate, a dangerous smile appeared on Noah's face as he prepared to do something huge. He had arrived in the 7th celestial star and was already impressed just in the first hour. He had learned a small bit of their ideology as numerous thoughts passed through his mind, comparing them to his own experiences and the things he heard from Elena. He wanted to peer more into the secrets of the Celestials, and understand even more the core of their power. To do this, he would make a shocking first impression on his first day here as he gave them a show they would never be able to forget. Essence began to tremble around him as the gazes of the many unconvinced disciples and probing red-robed Celestials watched on, the color of the sky changing as Noah initiated, Fate's disciple, for the first time. Chapter 331 This is Talent. A tremor spread out as the celestial Grandmaster who had just left the training disciples and teleported into his small monastery surrounded by extravagant medicinal plants opened his eyes and looked towards the location he just left. The Grandmaster, Vredrel, found his aged eyes opening wide as his body flashed towards the training grounds once more, his eyes landing on a single being at the training grounds who was shining a brilliant golden light. Numerous fate lines were converging in the skies, turning the entire area golden as an unforeseen event occurred in the midst of the training grounds. The face of the Grandmaster underwent a change of expressions as he observed the stupendous sight playing out in front of him. From all directions in the skies, numerous lines of fate that turned the entire sky a shade of gold had appeared, and they were all heading towards a single being meditating stably on the clear paradisiacal grassland. His dark hair whipped wildly around him as one could distinctly observe a smile of utter confidence and control. Noah felt like he could hear the melodic sounds of something that felt foreign yet at the same time was always with him. The moment he initiated the Fate's Disciple skill, he became rooted in the spot he was in as he felt a tremendous force appear in the skies. He could feel just a portion of this massive force, and he observed the usage of Fate's Disciple, as it gave him the ability to directly pull a minuscule amount of this tremendous source of strength towards his body. A cacophony of sounds rang out as it felt like a wave of golden light washed over him, his body feeling the descent of numerous brilliant lines that went on to tightly wrap around his origin. He felt as if he was being elevated to a position he never before knew existed as a profound sense of strength overcame him. Line after line descended from the skies as they clutched onto his body as speedily as they could. It was a ridiculous sight for those observing as the red-robed celestial had bulging eyes, the cause being that he counted more than 100 fate lines descending down in the last few seconds, and it didn't seem like they were stopping. The unconvinced white-robed disciples held disheveled looks as they were blown black by the domineering air being let out by the constantly converging mass of golden lines as they looked forward in shock. Those who were proud of the words of praise for being able to condense 20 or 30 fate lines at once felt a sense of shame as the words of the celestial Grandmaster repeated in their minds. They thought they were geniuses, they thought they were talented. But when it came to this being in front of them, what was talent? This was talent. The celestial Grandmaster watching from the skies held an indiscernible expression as his vigorous essence in his body moved, summoning a few skills unknowingly as the colors of his eyes became liquid gold. Time seemed to have slowed down for him as he gazed in the skies where the numerous fate lines were slowly converging, following them as they descended onto the body of one disciple as he tried to discern a few things. He was trying to figure out where all these lines of fate were coming from, trying to peer through and understand just what type of fate this disciple in front of him had invited. To his surprise, he couldn't follow the origin of the lines as they seemed to condense and rush down to the ground indiscriminately, their source unknown. A pondering look came unto Grandmaster Vredrel as he continued to observe, sensing the auras of new arrivals as similarly dressed celestials like him appeared in the skies he floated upon. A celestial that held the unique feature of an exemplary goatee squinted his eyes from the brilliance as he voiced out. "What do we have here, Vredrel?" Their gazes were all locked onto the singular being that continued to absorb fate lines rapidly, the number having long surpassed 1,000 as it didn't seem like it would stop any time soon. Another disciple with a noble fate, and this one seeming much more monstrous than we have seen before. A profound reply was released from Vredrel as they continued to watch the unfolding events, the celestial with the goatee nodding as he spoke once more, a knowing smile appearing on his face. "This is a great boon, but could also be a source for danger. No worries, all that needs to be done is to make sure we properly mold him, and when have we ever failed at that?" Grandmaster Vredrel quickly replied as the intense golden light in the skies gradually calmed down, the brilliance of colors fading away as a few hundred more fate lines wrapped onto the body of a now floating figure. It was a majestic sight to see as numerous fate lines were swirling visibly around Noah's body, one of the red-robed celestials deploying a technique as a white last passed through his eyes, releasing a sound of shock thereafter as he was able to count exactly how many lines of fate had descended down and locked onto this disciple's body. 9,999 fate lines all at once. Alarm spread throughout the paradisiacal clearing as this number was mentioned, the pondering looks on the three floating celestial grandmasters in the air becoming even deeper. The Grandmaster with the goatee spoke to the aged Vredrel once more as they observed the stupendous process finishing. "That is two beings that hold a noble fate on your hands. You are sure you can handle this?" An imperceptible smile floated from Grandmaster Vredrel's face as he replied with confidence. "With extreme confidence. It is even better since both of them can receive tutelage in a similar environment. There is nothing to worry about, Grandmaster Ramiel." The celestial with a pronounced goatee, Grandmaster Ramiel, nodded as his body and the bodies of the other Grandmasters that had come to observe faded away, leaving behind only Grandmaster Vredrel as his body slowly floated towards the ground. Noah felt his own body that was elevated in the air palpate with a tremendous sense of strength, the numerous glowing lines slowly receding to the deepest portions of his origin. His eyes opened as a glimmer of shimmering light faded, feigning an expression of exhaustion with his gaze landing on his stat panel that showed a new addition. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, 5%. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening. Fate lines, 9,999. Beneath the portion that showed his bloodline, the number of fate lines was displayed as a curious light passed through his eyes, this curiosity being cut short as he felt the aura of a celestial grandmaster that had left not too long ago. Noah's body instinctively lit up with numerous fate lines as the probing gaze of the grandmaster landed on his body, a shocking thought actually passing through his mind as he realized something stupendous. The domineering strength that could make one feel overwhelmed that this celestial grandmaster always released, it felt more bearable at this moment as Noah felt like a few shackles became unbound. Genius! Resounding words shattered the atmosphere of stupor as the newly arriving talented disciples were able to see exactly what a true genius was. Chapter 332 Ones with a Noble Fate. Noah's gaze stayed on the celestial grandmaster as he reveled in the feeling of abundance of strength, his thoughts communicating with the planetary system as he tried to get a better understanding of just what these fate lines were. It is a source of power that is hard to quantify. Besides knowing how many fate lines you currently have and that they augment your strength, we cannot quantify exactly in what way. Numerous thoughts passed through Noah's mind as he heard this, being pulled out of his thoughts as the Grandmaster came near him with an acknowledging expression. "I chose you because of your talent in ether, but not once did I expect for you to have the talent to be a being blessed with a noble fate." A foreign set of words were released as Noah quickly caught on and asked quizzically. "Noble fate?" "Yes, noble fate. It is an indication that a being is meant to have a huge hand to play in the future, affecting the fates of many of those around them. Of course, this is only an indication and is not set in stone. There have been a few beings with noble fates in the past who never got to fulfill them, dying early or wasting their lives away. But, those that have managed to use their noble fate to the fullest have left behind unforgotten marks in history." Noah's eyes shone as these words reached his ears, realizing instinctively that the explosive entrance he wanted to create in the seventh celestial star was more than enough. The Grandmaster neared his position as his aged eyes stared at him up and down, shimmering lights passing through them as he nodded and turned to the other talented disciples. This is the type of talent you should all aspire to have. Do not let this young genius's talent shadow your own, and continue working hard. The Grand Master nodded at the red-robed celestials that were still looking at Noah as if he was a monster, realization hitting them that if Noah had condensed just a few more fate lines, he would have directly skipped the white and black robes distinctions and entered the same distinction as them. They watched on as the Grand Master placed his hands on Noah and disappeared, turning to the disciples who still held blank eyes as they spoke. Ahem. Let's continue. After the condensation of fate lines, a discussion continued for the white-robed disciples in the now peaceful grassland as Noah found himself disappearing and reappearing in a small monastery in an atmosphere that held an even denser concentration of medicinal plants than his own spiritual land. The monastery was located at the peak of a mountain, a few clouds being visible in the distance as a scene of peace and serenity showed itself. A talent like yours needs strict direction, so I will directly be acting as your teacher from now on. The Grand Master was walking ahead in front of him as he spoke out, an expression of remembrance on his face as he thought of another disciple that fate had pointed to as someone unique, but they had faced their death not too long ago in the first realm of hell. Fate was unpredictable in this manner. But, this new disciple he was directly taking in was one that held a noble fate, something that only one other being had shown an indication of in this seventh celestial star. His aged figure walked forward as Noah followed close behind, his eyes continuing to gaze over the medicinal plants that held an abundant amount of essence as the Grand Master continued, his perception noticing Noah's looks. Whatever resources you need will be provided to you as you embark on your path on the supreme law of fate. You have just now condensed fate lines for the first time, and have not been taught the most proficient way of using them. Noah followed the Grand Master into the monastery as he passed through the small doors, finding his vision expanding as he actually came to see the inside was somehow much more expansive than what the outside of the monastery showed. In this large room of the monastery, the celestial Grand Master turned towards Noah as he spoke with a serious voice. I am the 9th-ranked Grand Master of the 7th celestial star, Vridrel. Do you take me as your master? Noah looked at this aged figure whose power in no way went together with the old age he showed, his gaze becoming firm as he bowed and spoke out. I do. His affirmation received the smile of Vridrel as he spoke out once more, bringing his right hand to his chest as he did so. Rise. In the lands of the Celestials, the greeting and signs of affirmation are done by placing your right palm to your chest, just beside your beating heart as a sign of commitment and truthfulness. Noah's eyes shone as he saw this, nodding as he placed his palm on his left chest while looking forward. The Grand Master nodded as he waved his hands, about to bring to light numerous inheritance crystals that held a multitude of skills. You have just learned how to condense fate lines, and have actually condensed more than enough to proficiently use the techniques that we have honed over the years to begin your journey on the law of fate. These techni-o. The continuing Grand Master stopped abruptly as Noah was just about to receive numerous new skills freely, a presence nearing the monastery as a smile appeared on his face. It seems we must stop briefly as you get the chance to meet the only other being on this celestial star that holds a noble fate similar to you, and you've actually met them before on your journey that ultimately brought you here. It's mysterious how fate works, isn't it? The presence of a domineering figure could be felt as a valiant aura burst forth, a being with exemplary beauty and valor appearing in the monastery that Noah and Grandmaster Vridrel were in as she placed her right hand on her full chest and paid respects, her gaze landing on Noah thereafter as a surprised expression appeared on her face. The Grand Master looked up and pierced through the veils of the ceiling of the monastery as his gaze landed on the skies, noticing the convergence of numerous lines of fate as he smiled, many thoughts passing through his head as two beings that had met once before with completely different statuses met once again, this time holding a similar title. Chapter 333, Fate's Guardian, a Spar. Chapter 333, Fate's Guardian, a Spar. Noah's gaze landed on the figure of the valiant Athena as he processed the words of the Grand Master. She was also someone given the title of a being with a noble fate, a concept he was just introduced to and did not fully know exactly what it entailed. Grand Master, is this the same Crixus of the profound astral sect? He holds a noble fate. Athena walked in as her gaze landed on Noah, asking respectfully as a jolly laugh wiggled the facial muscles of Vridrel. Yes. This is why fate is always something we must continue deciphering and learning, as even I didn't think the being we met briefly could have a talent like yours. The Grand Master replied as Athena adopted a look of responsibility, going towards Noah as she spoke towards him in a friendly manner. Nice to see you again, and under much greater circumstances at that. Noah smiled as numerous thoughts crossed his mind, still evaluating everything about the Celestials and comparing it with the information he was given by the beings from the dark expanse as he spoke towards this valiant figure. Likewise. I look forward to learning alongside you. Athena nodded as she turned towards the Grandmaster. Has he had any combat training yet? I will gladly fulfill my role as the senior disciple to make sure he learns the techniques of fate well. Grandmaster Vredrel smiled as he continued his motion of waving his hands, bringing to light numerous inheritance crystals that floated towards Noah serenely. He just finished condensing his first few thousand fate lines, so it will be a perfect opportunity for him to learn our techniques and test them in combat right after. Athena nodded towards the Grandmaster as a valiant light bounced off her body, her gaze firm and full of righteousness as she replied. Leave it to me, Grandmaster. Noah's eyes were already locked onto the multiple inheritance crystals floating in front of his eyes as he grabbed them without reservations, a tremendous amount of information on how to fully utilize the mysterious lines of fate that were fully bound to his origin entering his mind. This mass of information was taken in strides by the system as it carefully took everything and categorized it, Noah observing in real time as he watched the formation of a brilliant skill tree which, unlike the previous ones, shone with a luster of gold. His eyes shone with light as he gazed upon yet another void-rank skill, and this one was called Fate's Guardian. Fate's Guardian, 0/30, as a beginner just learning the workings of fate, the role of a guardian that protects the weak and eviscerates evil is given to you. Abilities include Empyrean Guards, 0/5, Empyrean Armament, 0/5, Smite of Liberation, 0/5, and Judgment, 0/5. Empyrean Guards, 0 out of 5. A guardian is called forth to defend you and stand against your enemies. The Empyrean Guards are capable of healing and offensive magic, their strength only increasing depending on how many fate lines the user has. Current summon limit, 1, Empyrean Armament, 0/5, the user is covered with the brilliance of the summoned Empyrean Guards as every point in their body gains extreme boosts. Plus 5% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean Guard absorbed. Smite of Liberation, 0/5, cleanse the souls of those that stand against you as you smite them with a blade of liberation. The blade is corporeal and yet physical at the same time, granting plus 50% physical and plus 50% soul damage. Judgment, 0/5, a declaration of death for all those that stand against you is called forth. Those that cannot defend themselves will have their bodies destroyed and their souls shattered as they become lost in the river of fate. His eyes quickly ran through the numerous shining descriptions as the skills he received were extremely familiar to the abilities that he had seen Athena use in the battle against the aberration in the first realm of hell. Much of his thoughts were on just exactly how strong he could make them once he added the skill points he continued to passively collect from the legion of undead that was still raising infernals to the ground even as he stood on this celestial star. The abilities that are coursing through your mind right now are fairly high-leveled, where they are normally utilized best by those in the void realm. But this is where the first use of fate lines comes in. The body of Grandmaster Vredrel pulsed with power as an uncountable number of golden lines appeared on his body. They were all extremely thin and condensed, being so imperceptible that it looked like a sea of gold instead of extremely thin lines. Fate lines will directly reduce the energy required when casting abilities that influence fate, and this is just in addition to their offensive feature where they can boost your power to unimaginable levels. This is where you will have an incident like the one you observed in the first realm of hell, where Athena was able to take down a being stepping into the soul-forging realm with her realm still being of the void. The resonant voice of the Grandmaster rang out as the brilliance he portrayed died down, Athena moving further into the monastery as Noah continued to marvel at the expanding space inside this building that seemed extremely small from the outside. The best way to learn how to utilize fate lines well is to test them in direct combat. Junior brother, come. Let me show you how wondrous the abilities of Fate's Guardian really are. A wide smile appeared on Noah's face as he showed a grin of determination, his body lighting up as numerous lines of fate could be seen as he spoke out. Yes, senior sister. Essence converged from the surroundings as space was manipulated, the space in the monastery they were in gradually continuing to get larger and larger as it completely defied the reality of the size of the monastery when looking from the outside. Since you have condensed close to 10,000 fate lines currently, I will only be utilizing that amount when sparring with you. We will start gradually as we get you used to the techniques, and then ramp up the difficulty thereafter. A valiant look accentuated itself even more from Athena as her dark hair automatically tied itself into a ponytail, her voice tinged with surprise as she confirmed Noah had really condensed 9,999 lines of fate in this short time period. Her energy moved as essence erupted from her body, a single Empyrean guard appearing beside her with a resonation of power. Noah looked on with a gaze full of interest, numerous unknown thoughts coursing through his mind as he tuned everything out. At this instant, he just simply wanted to see just what benefits he could wring out from this coming spar, and exactly how many more skills he could continue to receive from the Celestials as he continued. He did not forget his mission. He did not come here to mingle nor make friends. He came for the singular purpose of power and position among the beings in this incredible organization, and he would not stop until he achieved it at the highest levels. Empyrean guards. A whisper left his mouth as the lines of fate in his body pulsed, a being clad in golden armor carrying a long hammer appearing in front of him, its eyes blazing forth with a golden light as it looked at the opposing summoned Empyrean guard that looked exactly like it in the distance. Good. Empyrean armament. Before the Empyrean guard standing next to Athena could even move, it became a streak of liquid light as it latched onto her body, her valiant figure gaining a golden chest armor along with a dangerously shining gold hammer that she swiftly waved it in her hands towards Noah. Empyrean armament. Noah whispered the name of the same skill as he observed the wondrous feeling of the powerful summon in front of him turning into a gold liquid light that went on to cover him, feeling his capabilities boosted as a chest armor and a golden hammer appeared on his hands as well. Two distinctly different pressures released from the golden lines on each of their bodies clashed in the air between them as the Grandmaster moved at a faraway distance and observed with a smile, Athena making the first move as she initiated the beginning of the spar. Yeah. Her body left behind a mirage of light as it quickly appeared above Noah's position, the heavy hammer in her hand swinging down dangerously as Noah smiled and clasped tightly onto his own hammer, swinging it up as a burst of gold light erupted out. Noah felt the ground beneath him breaking as a tremendous sense of pressure rushed down, his body feeling light soon after as brilliance erupted from the numerous lines of fate around his body as he laughed, his eyes landing on the War Princess as he charged forward. A simple spar had begun in a small monastery in the 7th celestial star, the winner of which was still unknown at this moment in time. Chapter 334 Athena teaches her junior. Athena's POV. I let out a deep breath after the brief first impact between me and this mysterious being that I had met once before in the first realm of hell. This being, Crixus, was an anomaly through and through, but the only thing that mattered to me was that we had gained yet another combatant to help bring about more order in this chaotic landscape. I took the words of the Grandmaster in stride as this Crixus apparently held the same noble fate like me, this development being one of the things that sparked my interest as for too long I had been asking myself what exactly did fate want from me. What noble fate was waiting for me at the end of all of this? This being in front of me having a similar fate, I wanted to know more about him, and exactly what the influence he would have for the future. My body moved across fluidly as I found myself closing my eyes, using my senses to more clearly observe the flow of mana, and the numerous lines of fate pulsating in my own body, and the body of this being in front of me. Brilliance exploded out as the two hammers clashed again, making me realize this Crixus could freely match the pace of the battle. As he seemed to be adapting to the first and second stages of the abilities of Fate's Guardian fairly easily. This means, we can increase the difficulty. Empyrean Guard. Empyrean Armament. I cast the skills multiple times as two more celestial guardians wielding hammers full of strength appeared, only to turn into streams of light soon after as they attached onto my body, completing the lower half of my armor as the usual cooling helmet covered my head. I made sure that the strength was still only being taken from 9,999 fate lines as I observed the reaction of this junior disciple. Would he be able to keep up? My expanded senses observed a smile of confidence as Crixus waved his hands, two Empyrean guards appearing as they quickly became streams of light that attached to his body, granting him a similar set of armor as mine. You can still keep up. Good. I felt a small smile appearing on my own lips as my love for battle was slowly bubbling forth, trying my best to contain it so that I wouldn't accidentally destroy this junior disciple in front of me. He moved first this time as he seemed to be enjoying the feeling of strength that Empyrean armament provided, my body evading to the side as the oppressive hammer smashed onto the area I was just standing on. Good. Good. My body moved automatically as clashes of light began to resound throughout the expanded room we were in, Crixus surprisingly keeping up with my movements as time passed. Clang. Clang. Boom. A few craters were left behind as I could only see dark eyes locking onto my figure from the slits of the golden helmet that covered his head, his body moving towards me yet again as his movements gained a similar fluidity I had worked so hard to achieve over the years with ease. His use of the innate strength of fate lines was seamless as with every clash, I could feel the strength he let off increase more and more. I could feel essence palpating on my body as his attacks increased in speed, my eyes watching in slow motion as I bent back and watched the merciless swing of golden hammer barely pass through the tip of my helmet. Ah, junior brother, you shouldn't have done that. My closed eyes opened as a burst of golden light released from me and pushed back the being that was sticking around me tightly while throwing out attacks, a slight trembling running through my body as I realized I could no longer withhold the need for battle that had been brought forth by his stupendous attacks. Forgive me, junior brother, but I'll have to enjoy myself for a bit. Essence converged as yet another Empyrean guard was summoned and quickly turned into a stream of liquid light that attached onto my body, the feeling of having gloriously fluttering wings appearing once more as my speed was increased yet again. My eyes that were filled with a thirst for battle locked onto the figure that still seemed to be in top shape, a small smile appearing on my lips as I observed with stupefaction as yet another Empyrean guard appeared next to him, turning into a stream of light as this Crixus gained a resonantly shining set of wings similar to mine. Junior brother, aren't you adapting to these techniques too fast? The thought did not match my actions as my body was already moving by itself, turning into a streak of light towards the being that seemed to have no problem pulling out the power of abilities he was just introduced to with precision and grandeur I had not come across before. The golden hammers clashed yet again as the impact smashed the figure of Crixus back, his armored body hitting the wall on the opposite side as I stopped briefly, wondering if I had gone overboard. My expectations were defied yet again as the only thing I observed was a streak of light shooting towards me, a peal of childish laughter ringing out. Haha, good. All reservations were let loose as it seemed this Crixus was capable enough to withstand my attacks, even if they were limited to only 9,999 fate lines. My body began to feel the joy of battle as my figure shot through the skies to meet this mysterious being that could match my pace of battle with ease. Was he truly like me? Is this really a being with a noble fate waiting for him in the future? The last clash actually pushed the both of us back as my questions weren't answered, but I knew I had found an interesting being to play with as essence coursed through my body and was released in a splendor of colors once more. Come, junior brother. A cry left my mouth as the thrilling battle continued, my focus tightly wrapped onto this rapidly adapting Crixus as I wanted to peer through his defenses and everything that surrounded him. Chapter 335 Never Before Seen. Noah's eyes moved rapidly as he easily kept up with the streak of light letting out valiant cries in front of him. The streak of light seemed to be fluid at times and extremely rapid a second later, causing the state of a battle that was filled with unpredictability. When the battle began, the thought it would be a simple spar that would allow a junior disciple to learn the ropes of the abilities, but he found the pace becoming faster and faster as this Athena seemed to be enjoying herself after a while. His own body was rapidly adapting to the feeling of strength that the close to 10,000 fate lines provided, going with the flow as he gradually added skill points into Empyrean Guard and Empyrean Armament to match the pace of the battle. After placing 3 skill points into Empyrean Guards, the summon limit was increased to 4 as he then cast Empyrean Armament to take on the form of resplendent being covered head to toe with a golden armor and wings of golden light that he had only seen on Athena. He could feel his body buzzing with power as he sensed a unique form of strength being released from the numerous fate lines now surrounding his body, confirming that the energy required to cast the skills under the Fate's Guardian skill tree were extremely minimal, with their power being higher than any skills at the same level. He finally understood why the celestial disciple Drax at the transcendent rank could match those in the Saint realm, and how Athena so effortlessly matched an infernal aberration that was stepping into the soul-forging realm. Their techniques that utilized fate were simply that powerful, with much less energy being required for use while their damage was great, only increasing the more fate lines one held. A clash occurred yet again as Noah found himself slowly on the losing ground, this woman in front of him long forgetting this was supposed to be a spar as he could see her figure expertly predicting his next moves with ease, dodging fluidly as she then counterattacked aggressively. All right then. An imperceptible smile appeared on Noah's lips as he looked at the many skill points he had with adding full points into Empyrean Guards and Empyrean Armament, as the 2 skills were maxed. Empyrean Guards, 5 out of 5, a guardian is called forth to defend you and stand against your enemies. The Empyrean Guards are capable of healing and offensive magic, their strength only increasing depending on how many fate lines the user has. Current summon limit, 6, Empyrean Armament, May 5th, the user is covered with the brilliance of the summoned Empyrean guards as every point in their body gains extreme boosts. Plus 30% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean guard absorbed. His body dodged the oppressive attacks of Athena as he looked at the expanded boosts of the two skills after their skill points were maxed, feeling his body trembling with power as he already had plus 120% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for the 4 Empyrean guards. He had already absorbed through Empyrean armament. Now, he could summon 2 more, something that he hadn't even seen Athena do while battling with the aberration. His smile only became wider as he knew he was about to do something that would most likely surprise the watching Grandmaster and the valiant Athena. But since he had planned to show off a talent unlike any other in the eyes of the Celestials, he would go all the way and show exactly what genius was. His essence moved as he summoned 2 more Empyrean guards in the skies, his senses observing the Grandmaster standing up with his calm gaze changing as Athena's eyes bulged out from the thin slits of her golden helmet. They observed the summoning of 2 more Empyrean guards, something that they knew to not be possible as even the most proficient users of Fate's Guardian could only summon 4 Empyrean guards, no matter their level. They watched as these extra 2 Empyrean guards turned into streaks of light and attach onto Crixus's body, a transform they had not come across before occurring as it went past the simple full-body armor and golden wings. From Crixus's back, the wings of golden light became more physical as they began to observe with stupor the appearance of brilliant white feathered wings that expanded magnificently. The metal-looking battle armor covering his body dissolved as what replaced it was a regal golden robe that Dr. A.P. ed over him comfortably, a shining golden sword with a sharpened edge and a brilliant golden shield filled with numerous runic inscriptions appearing on his 2 hands as he floated grandiosely in the skies. His image shone with luster as when one looked at him, they would find themselves saying, this was what a true Fate's Guardian looked like. Noah had pulled the abilities of Fate's Guardian to the extremities with the use of skill points, bringing about a transformation that those who handed him this technique did not even think to be possible. Grandmaster Vredrel's face gradually returned to calmness as a peering gaze stayed on Noah, his aged heart that was always calm feeling ripples as this new recruit he took in simply had too many surprises. Athena looked on with shining eyes towards Noah's transformation as her gaze was one of brilliance, wanting to try this new technique with her own body as she fearlessly rushed forward with her hammer in hand. Noah felt the abundant strength flowing through him as the shield to his left hand made him feel like he would never be harmed, the sword on his right hand making him feel like he could bring judgment and cut down all those he wished. His languid gaze landed on the rushing Athena as he swung the sharp sword from right where he was floating in the skies, not even moving an inch. But the result was stupendous as the rushing Athena foresaw an attack smashing into her a millisecond later, an attack that even though she knew was coming, she could not evade it. An explosion resounded first, with the sound of a body smashing to the ground hitting later as Noah stood stably in the skies, the figure of Athena smashing into the ground and causing a crater to form. Silence reigned briefly as the scene cleared, Noah's gaze piercing through the dust and seeing the figure of Athena standing stably at the center of the crater. Her helmet was split apart as it broke in 2 and began to dissolve into particles of light, her hair that was tied up in a ponytail swinging wildly as tens of thousands of fate lines became visible on her body. A domineering aura erupted forth as a smile that could shatter the hearts of men appeared on her now bronze figure, the color of the sky gaining a hue of gold. A resonant voice of a happy Grandmaster resonated out as a man with a grand celestial appearance of a guardian of fate looked down from the skies, the war princess looking from below as her gaze longed for another battle. Chapter 336 What do you want? Athena reigned in her wild aura as Noah's brilliantly shining white wings began to disappear into particles of light, his body gradually descending down. It's my loss, junior brother. You seem to be more capable than we have imagined. Athena's face regained calmness as the war princess with a thirst for battle disappeared, her eyes only shining with a strong competitive light as she looked towards Noah. How exactly were you able to summon more Empyrean guards and obtain that transformation though? A curious question was thrown out as it wasn't Noah, but the Grandmaster was the one that replied as he laughed joyfully. Those that are really loved by fate can sometimes find new ways to use techniques or go past what we normally believed was the limit. Crixus has just shown us that Fate's Guardian has many areas to improve on. It is the skill of someone who is naturally talented in the law of fate. The interest in Athena's eyes only increased as she heard this, watching as the Grandmaster came close to Noah and glanced at his body up and down. Marvelous. The fate lines you recently condensed have all but fully assimilated in your origin. Do you know why you were only able to condense 9,999 the first time you tried? Noah shook his head as a profound look appeared on the Grandmaster, replied as his eyes continued to gaze deeply towards him. Passing the 10,000 fate lines is a mark that makes you a red-robed celestial, but it is also a point of distinction for a being that is only stumbling in the light of fate, to a being that can actually influence it and use techniques to even probe it. No matter how high your talent is in the law of fate, your body still has to take some time assimilating this new source of power, and you will come to find that even condensing tens of fate lines in a day becomes harder as time passes. Noah listened carefully as the Grandmaster continued on. Over the next few weeks, as you assimilate more fate lines and get used to the abilities of Fate's Guardian, I will provide you with even more skills that will be hard to comprehend, where even with your monstrous talent it would take you quite some time. Noah nodded as the gaze of the Grandmaster finally moved off of him, going towards the valiant Athena on the side. Athena, show Crixus to his living quarters for now. Let him absorb the experiences of the spar today and all of the new abilities. I'll be inquiring your help to conduct more sparring sessions with your junior brother in the future. The War Princess's eyes shone as she heard this, nodding respectfully as she beckoned towards Noah, their figures leaving the expansive area of the monastery that was filled with broken walls and craters. Noah followed along as numerous thoughts passed through his mind, his body lifting to the skies as the figure of Athena flew off the mountain into a lower elevation where an expansive clearing with 3 dome-shaped buildings stood. He was about to speak when Athena broke the silence first, and it was with a question he didn't expect as their figures landed on the clearing next to the large dome-shaped buildings. What do you want? Noah turned his head to the side as he replied in a confused manner. Pardon me. Athena turned towards him with her eyes clear, her gaze impassive as the figure of a being relishing battle was all but gone, only piercing eyes gazing towards Noah. What is it that you seek? What is your goal? The question was very straightforward, taking the calculating Noah by surprise as he adopted a pondering face on what exactly to reply. Athena continued on as she looked around at the expansive clearing. My goal is to pierce through the mysteries of fate and understand exactly why a celestial saved me from a dying world and brought me to where I am today. It is to understand this apparent noble fate that I hold, and what exactly it wants from me in the future. Noah's outward gaze continued to be one of pondering as his mind was impassive. There were many thoughts running through at this moment, but in his mind, this War Princess in front of him was marked for death long ago. He was just beginning to delve into the ideologies and secrets of the Celestials, understanding very briefly about their motivations and how they tied into the law of fate, but that still did not change the actions that this woman in front of him had carried out. One could say it was a mission given by the Celestials. One could say she was indoctrinated to believe that what she did was correct, that she wholly believed in what fate foretold, that taking the lives of billions of beings of the lost world in the name of reducing a tremendous amount of chaos in the future because of what they foresaw from the use of the Celestials' mysterious skills. It was these same skills that Noah was patiently waiting to get his hands on, skills pertaining to fate that would allow him to see exactly why the Celestials would give missions to destroy entire stars. I want to understand why a clueless girl was saved and elevated to the position she is in today, all the while doing my best to reduce the chaos constantly spreading across many worlds. So, what exactly do you want? Her gaze landed on him again as her calm eyes locked with his, each one thinking their own thoughts as Noah replied with a smile. I want certainty, plain and simple. Over the years, I have seen that strength and power are the only things that guarantee a level of certainty in life. They are the only things that grant me the ability to keep my life, and the lives of those around me, without something unexpected coming and taking everything away. Noah's eyes became firm and more determined as he gazed upon this being he still held the same mindset about. I want strength that allows me to live free of worries, for me to enjoy my life and do whatever I want without worrying about an exceedingly powerful force that could disrupt everything I have out of nowhere. Fate is just something that I will grasp along the way towards that level of strength. Athena's eyes shook as she heard this, her ability confirming that not a single lie could be found in those words. This being that held a tremendous talent in the law of fate, wanted to simply use it to amass even more strength to himself. A light smile appeared on Athena's lips as she heard this, nodding her head as she felt like she understood the being in front of her some more. She had always been asking herself what fate wanted from her. As she looked at this being who apparently held a noble fate similar to her, she now wondered what exactly did fate have in store for him. Chapter 337 Chaos Across Worlds. Athena's intense gaze stayed on Noah for a few seconds before she turned around and waved to one of the spectacularly designed dome-shaped buildings in the area they landed. This will be your dwelling for the near future. It is located on this inquiring mountain that is under the watch of Grandmaster Vredrel. It will contain a dwelling as well as an expansive training field, medicinal garden, and a dining area where servants will bring food whenever you wish. Noah followed her gaze as he looked at the unique architecture that reminded him of ancient cathedrals with a hint of something new. He nodded towards Athena as she began to move towards the adjacent building next to it, saying a few last words before she disappeared from Noah's senses. The Grandmaster will continue to train you based on your talent, so expect an even harder training regimen and much longer sparring battles as you increase your understanding of fate and the spectacular abilities you can use with it. The War Princess disappeared with these words, leaving a calm Noah looking at the expansive building in front of him that would be his new abode for who knew how long. He went inside to familiarize himself and think over the many things that had happened today, his heart still hungry for even more information, and the abilities of Celestials that continued to show wondrous uses. Over the next few days, Noah's life would take on an interesting schedule as he spent a majority of the time in his dome-shaped dwelling as he amassed more fate lines, the rest of his time being divided into lessons from Grandmaster Vredrel who would go on to talk about fate, or the occasional sparring session with a woman that seemed to live for battle. He kept contact with his forces that were moving between the first realm of hell to farm skill points and the underworld to hone their skills as he made sure things were going in the right direction, but much of his attention was now focused on fate lines and the law of fate. His findings with Fate's Disciple were especially noteworthy, as he was able to break through from 9,999 fate lines on the second day as he went on to understand the rate at which he could normally condense this mysterious force of fate. Passing the 10,000 point was the distinction of one becoming a red-robed celestial, something that was completely out of reach for the other white-robed disciples that were still hanging at the level of less than 100 fate lines after one day. Noah's monstrous rate of collection of 9,999 in a single day completely went against the norms and caused a huge blow to some of the geniuses watching on that day. But he found that the rate of progression after that was extremely slow. This was because the words of the Grandmaster actually came to be true, where in a day, he could at most condense 100 fate lines. This was still completely out of the Grandmaster's expectations as he looked at Noah with even more attention, as he had predicted even condensing a few tens of fate lines a day would be the limit. To others, this would be an unbelievable rate of growth, but it was extremely slow for him who had pulled in a few thousand in a single day. This fast rate of condensing fate lines that he did not make a secret caused numerous ripples on the seventh celestial star that he still was not aware of. But this level of genius caused the favors of the Celestials to descend down like pouring rain on a stormy night. This caused Noah to begin receiving the high-level techniques of Celestials every week, the techniques that could be considered mysterious as they worked to directly influence fate, or pierce the veils of secrecy surrounding it. By the end of a single month of his stay in the seventh celestial star, he had amassed enough skills for the system to classify them in form of an absolute skill, and this one was from the hands of the Celestials themselves. As Noah spent his days in the seventh celestial star continuing to learn about the supreme law of fate and the abundant secrets of the Celestials, time continued to pass as numerous figures in a wide array of worlds moved with their own goals. A month was neither a long nor a short time, but it was enough for huge movements to occur behind the scenes. In the prime world that was the underworld, sparks had begun to fly between the border of the pure-blood vampires and the lineage of the royal silverborn werewolves, the surrounding forces preparing for war as they noticed this change early. Many people had begun discussing in knowledgeable tones as they held a similar view across the board. The pure-blood vampires had finished consolidating their power as made a power grab for the entirety of the underworld. Small-scale battles had already begun here and there as rumors of monstrous combatants that looked even more fearsome than those in the lineage of the silverborn werewolves appeared on the side of the pure-blood vampires. Rumors of a new ruler had also spread out as those watching in the dark began to frequently see the curvaceous figure of a gorgeous silver-haired beauty that could topple kingdoms, give commands to the forces of vampires. On the hands of this gorgeous figure, one could always see the outline of a miniaturized penguin being carried around like a fluffy plushy toy, many people not trusting their senses as they were feeling an extreme aura of arrogance coming off of this small penguin. War was on the horizon, but not just for the underworld as across the vastness of space, a shocking truth had come to light that directly put two prime worlds against each other. The forces of the time immemorial sect, a sect in the lands controlled by the profound astral sect of the world of cultivation, had uncovered a heinous scheme by the forces from the Magus world after their encounter some time ago. Grand Elder Amos has begun investigating the reports that Elder Dan returned from the devilish abode with, following the trail of exactly why the Magi from the Magus world were targeting the people of his sect. After Elder Dan was saved by the mysterious entity that held numerous draconic heads and tentacles, he moved rapidly to report this and chase down any leads as to why the Magi were targeting them in the devilish abode. Grand Elder Amos had thought it was a grudge that he didn't know about or an old offense that was just uncovered, but as he followed the trail, he came to realize that many forces all over the world of cultivation were being targeted by Magi from the Magus world. He quickly brought this information to the attention of the profound astral sect as a thorough investigation was carried out. This investigation revealed a shocking horror as the powerhouses of the profound astral sect were able to catch and imprison a Magi in the act, and the things this Magi revealed made a chill run down the spines of all those listening. A shocking truth was revealed on that day, with the grand designs of the major organization of the Magus world specifically targeting the beings in the world of cultivation to obtain their bodies for experimentation and the creation of abominations that moved without souls. This shocking truth enraged the entirety of the world of cultivation as all travel was closed off, the portals connecting it to the Magus world being the first to be destroyed as everything single remaining Magi on the world of cultivation was purged that day. Blood and mayhem ran through the mountains and clouds, this single action heavily offending the forces of the Magus world as they denied any wrongdoings and called the actions of the world of cultivation baseless murder, sparking a chain of conflicts as the two prime worlds now stood at the cusp of a war. It was not just these two powerful prime worlds that were on the precipice of war and conflict as ever so slowly, chaos spread across the worlds as many other powers faced their own rising issues and conflicts, many thinking they were isolated incidents, but only those commanding higher levels of power being able to look at and realize that restlessness and chaos was spreading across the stars. Chapter 338 Discerning Fate. In the inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, Noah was sitting on the lush greenery outside of his expansive dome-shaped dwelling that felt too much like a cathedral. His eyes were closed as he had, Fate's disciple, activated, his body gaining a luster of gold as wisps of light converged above him and ever so slowly descended onto his body in an orderly fashion. He felt like he was some wizened being pondering on life as numerous fate lines descended within the next few hours, his face that of calmness and peace as the environment around him was really too conducive for this sort of mental state. He was actively condensing fate lines while expanding his senses to cover the well-ordered plants that held an array of colors surrounding the location where he and Athena stayed on this inquiring mountain, many of these plants creating snaking paths that went up or down the mountain as simple roads were visible. The mountain was thick with essence everywhere you turned, causing one's body to bubble in excitement just by being there. He remained in this state as he thought back to the events of the past few days, being interrupted when he heard the familiar voice of a particular war princess. Noah's sharp eyes opened as he received a message from his senior sister, Athena, who was staying alongside him in a similar expansive dwelling on the same mountain. "Master is calling for us." The message was curt and simple, Noah cutting off the mana he was supplying to Fate's disciple, as he got up with a calm expression and began heading out. It had been over a month since his intrusion into the seventh celestial star, the gains being nothing short of stupendous as he was able to get his hands on a myriad of skills and abilities. This was especially so in the last month as after he passed the point of 10,000 fate lines, he began receiving techniques of even higher tier every few days as he advanced forward and collected more fate lines. The one thing he didn't like was the fact that no matter how many times he tried, condensing a maximum of around 100 fate lines was always the limit every day, no matter how much longer he chose to active Fate's disciple with his expansive energy. This had only allowed him to amass a bit over 3,000 fate lines this past month. While this seemed like a small number to him, it was actually a monstrous rate to anyone who heard it as it had exceeded any metric set before. In the seventh celestial star, a rumor had begun to spread about a genius under the tutelage of Grandmaster Vredrel that shone even brighter than the war princess. Noah thought about this war princess that he had regularly sparred with this past month, one of the few things he came to learn about her being her love for battle. She never went past the relationship of a senior disciple teaching her junior, and always kept their talks short as all that seemed to be on her mind was learning about fate and battle. Even this was something unique as while Grandmaster Vredrel watched their interactions, he mentioned to Noah how Athena had never given this level of treatment to any past disciples before. There was a level of interest and importance she placed on Noah as the both of them carried the title of those with a noble fate. None of this mattered to Noah though, keeping his mind on the prize as he kept being spoiled with techniques and spirit stones freely. Under the guise of his monstrous talent and the numerous treasures they handed him, he had publicly shown Grandmaster Vredrel that he had a breakthrough into the Void Realm a few days ago. The Grandmaster nodded deprecatingly at this level of genius as he advised Noah to take a slower pace and consolidate his foundation, having no need to rush through the ranks in this manner. At this point in time though, Noah could be considered a full-fledged red-robed celestial, his fate lines being a bit over 13,000 at this moment. His thoughts gradually came to a close as he neared the monastery at the peak of this inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, coming face to face with the aged figure and a red-robed Athena standing respectfully by the side. The Grandmaster donned his usual golden robe that Dr. A.P.ed over his body, hiding an aged figure that palpated with power. One could see the numerous wrinkles that covered his face, along with the abundant white hair and a long beard that shone with luster and vitality, making one think of both age and power. You have surpassed all my expectations so far, and now have the chance to join in on an extraordinary mission that would have fallen solely onto the shoulders of Athena. Yet, this is also a mission that involves something special to you, thus granting you possible participation. Grandmaster Vredrel's aged face shone with splendor as he spoke, Noah putting his right hand on his chest to respectfully greet him as he continued to listen. The Grandmaster waved his hands as a projection of two worlds appeared in front of them, Noah observing closely as he recognized a few features from one of the worlds. We will test your proficiency in the absolute techniques of fate that you have been studying to see whether you will qualify for this mission. In front of us lies your home, the world of cultivation, and the Magus world. We have noticed a particularly significant level of disorder between these two worlds that could propel into something even more chaotic. Use fate discernment, and tell us of your findings. Noah's eyes latched onto the projection of two prime worlds as they slowly rotated in front of him, his mind thinking to the skill that the Grandmaster mentioned, as well as the absolute technique it was connected to. Fate discernment was a singular ability from the biggest boon he had received from the Celestials so far, an absolute skill that actually allowed him to get even closer to the truth of this abstruse supreme law of fate, containing abilities that finally opened his eyes to understand why Celestials held their monstrous level of power. Herald of Fate, a technique of unknown origins that holds tremendous power. The mysteries of the law of fate can slowly be understood while this technique is in use, allowing for the user to gain knowledge of possibilities and the constant movements of the river of fate. Abilities include Fate Discernment, Fate Traverser, Fate Concealment, and Fate Harvester. Fate Discernment, the clouded and abstruse fates of different entities or beings became easier to see. Strict conditions must be met for any usable information to be discerned. Fate Traverser, as one that is proficient in the workings of fate, you have more of a leeway over your own fate. This ability allows you to traverse to the most favorable outcome of your fate. Fate Concealment, the user's own fate or the fates of their targets can be made hard to decipher, where others will not be able to find exactly where fate will take them. Fate Harvester, an ill-advised ability given to the Herald of Fate that allows them to pluck away the good fate of others while steering away from a bad fate. It is an ability that requires enormous forethought, as it can lead the Herald of Fate into areas they should not peer into. Over the past 30 days, he received 4 abilities in total that made the absolute skill, Herald of Fate. This was the first absolute ability that Noah obtained, which held the low amount of 4 abilities, but each one was shocking in itself as he received a first-hand look at how the Celestials operated and used their power. The Grandmaster in front of him had asked him to use Fate Discernment on 2 planets, a tremendous task that would require an enormous source of essence and extreme use of fate lines to be able to perform well. Yet, this was his first barrier for this mission that was already on Athena's shoulders. He thought of the possibilities of what could have occurred between the world of cultivation and the Magus world as a few ideas came to mind, but he focused on the task at hand as he prepared to use Fate Discernment on these 2 worlds. Athena and Grandmaster Vredrel were watching closely as they personally knew how hard it was to manipulate the law of fate and be able to discern the fates of entire planets. Yet to Noah, this was the simplest thing, as he did not even know how to manipulate mana, much less being able to manipulate the law of fate. He did what was always made available to him, the act of simply casting the skills he held in his stat panel as the system he held did the rest, his thoughts simply watching as Fate Discernment moved the lines of fate in his body in unique ways as it began searching for something. The ability mentioned that strict requirements had to be met for fate to be discerned, and the biggest requirement was that the caster had to know exactly what being or entity they were casting the skill for, as well as what they wanted to know from it. Noah's thoughts focused on the illusory images of the world of cultivation and the Magus world as his eyes closed, a layer of golden light wrapping around him as he soon began to receive images and wisps of information that he never knew existed. Grandmaster Vredril watched from the side while shaking his head in amazement, Athena looking forward as a sharp light passed through her eyes. Even to these monstrous beings, they had to admit that this disciple in front of them was too monstrous. Being able to so seamlessly cast, fate discernment, and even be able to get it right on his first try, just exactly how much of a monster was he? Chapter 339, A Mission of Destruction. Bountiful information entered Noah's mind as he focused on the images of the world of cultivation and the Magus world. Golden light continued to converge and disperse from his body as fate discernment worked to show Noah something he never knew before. This process continued for a whole 30 minutes before Noah finally came to the end of it, the end which caused him to feel a chill run down his back as eyes snapped open. The fate lines within his body trembled from the unexpected impact as the Grandmaster reached out and clasped onto Noah's body to stabilize his energies. His gaze was one of wonder as he looked at Noah like he was some prized possession. "What did you see?" Noah breathed heavily as he was not even acting, the things he had seen while using fate discernment being that shocking. His eyes calmed down as he replied. "I saw the utter and complete annihilation of the world of cultivation and the Magus world." Yes. Noah's first use of this stupendous ability allowed him to see that in the near future, both of these two worlds would actually face destruction. This thought drove him to cold sweats as these were two prime worlds. What exactly could bring worlds at this level to be destroyed? What exactly was coming in the future? Fate discernment had only shown him that at this moment in time, the flow of fate was going towards both of these worlds being destroyed. It did not tell him when, nor did he know how. He just held the simple knowledge that both of them would be destroyed. He looked over to the Grandmaster, who had begun speaking in a serious tone. In the past months, the major force of the Magus world has been harvesting the bodies of the cultivators from the world of cultivation for their own uses. The Grandmaster began, but Noah's mind received a bolt as he recalled the magi he had come across the moment he finished taking down the devilish time unveiler in the world of cultivation. He had chanced upon the one called Black Serpent, who was hunting the cultivators from the time immemorial sect, choosing to save them as he devoured the magi and actually obtained memories of their plans in the world of cultivation. Their memories told him that the magi were holding grand designs to build up a force similar to the Punishers that the Celestials held. From the Celestials' side, the Punishers were beings from the elven race that had lost their will, giving rise to a force that dutifully followed the orders of the Celestials with strong bodies to aid them. The main powers of the Magus world sought to create a similar fighting force, and they found their experiments to be working the best while using the bodies of the cultivators from the world of cultivation. Thus they had begun targeting them as they conducted a project to build creations that fully followed their orders while holding tremendous power. Noah found out and knew about this plot more than 2 months ago, but he had simply put it out of his mind as he simply did not want to add another thing on his plate, focusing on infiltrating the profound astral sect as he put this information about the Magus world in the back of his mind. Yet now, he was receiving this same information again, and this time it was linked to the cause of the possible destruction of two prime worlds. They hunted down and massacred countless cultivators before their doings were found out, creating a situation where both stars are now on the brink of war. We saw this increasing chaos and discerned fate just like you did just now, but at an even higher level, coming to know that the result of this conflict between these two worlds would result in the destruction of both of them. Noah was listening with rapt attention as numerous thoughts swirled in his head, still shocked at the fact that he knew fate discernment did not lie to him, and that these two worlds really were facing destruction. But the chaos does not just end there. Both of these worlds have their own allies and enemies, where their conflict will embroil numerous large world and prime worlds, contributing to a rapid increase in disorder that will only exacerbate across the surrounding stars. The Grandmaster waved his hand as a golden plaque appeared on it, his aged eyes reading it as he revealed the contents of the mission that would shock many. Thus, we have to act in accordance with our beliefs and bring about order and balance, preventing this chain of chaos that will begin with these two worlds at the center. This brought about the mission that would have fallen on Athena's shoulders, and now it had fallen upon yours as well, so that you can gain more experience on the workings of fate as you observe the changes to occur with the completion of this mission. To prevent the chain of chaos and disorder, we have discerned fate and looked at numerous possibilities, the verdict coming down to a singular path that would allow for the most order and balance. The mission you two will carry out is to oversee the destruction of the Magus world before this conflict can continue any further. Noah couldn't help but look towards this Grandmaster in shock as he continued with an impassive face. The Magi have played with forces beyond their control while in a quest for power, their actions culminating to the eve of a war between two prime worlds that would go on to cause tens of billions of deaths over the next few weeks as many surrounding powers get pulled in. To prevent this fate and bring about order and balance, you two will use a prime warship to act out the verdict of Celestials and bring an end to the instigators of this war. Noah could feel his heartbeat increasing as he continued to listen to the words of the Grandmaster, a shocking mission landing on his lap, and this mission required for the destruction of an entire planet. Chapter 340 Chaos Reduction, Fear. Silence reigned in the area of the monastery that Noah, Athena, and the Grandmaster were in as the two were looking closely at Noah. The words of the Grandmaster repeated in his mind as even more came. I realize the concept of a destruction of a world is very foreign to you, even more so when you have to act to personally cause it, but the fact that doing this would save the world that you came from should act as a buffer and cause you to come out of this with even more experience. The Grandmaster held a passive look as he casually mentioned the destruction of an entire star along the lines of training. Noah's mind went back to the lost world that had received a similar verdict of destruction months ago, where Athena had been the one to initiate the destruction under the watch of a Celestial. He was trying to think what exactly the Celestials had observed while using fate discernment that made them pass a verdict of a destruction of a world similar to what they were doing to the Magus world now. Noah took a deep breath as he looked at the Grandmaster while wrapping up his thoughts, speaking in a thankful but difficult tone thereafter. I'll have to thank you first, Grandmaster, for keeping in mind the world of cultivation amidst this chaos. I will gladly do anything to prevent the destruction of the world I was born in, but... He looked at the impassive Athena by the side who was watching him with a piercing expression and the impassive Grandmaster as he continued. The destruction of the entirety of the Magus world, is it really the only way to stop this possible chaos that would come from this conflict? Silence reigned in the room as for the first time since his entrance into the seventh celestial star, a look of disappointment appeared on the face of the Grandmaster as he observed Noah. This look only came briefly before it changed to one of pondering, looking towards Noah in an understanding tone as if the powerful figure had realized something. Your talent has been so bright that I had forgotten you have only been here for a month, and haven't been given the supplementary teachings on the best ways to reduce chaos. The Grandmaster pointed to the illusory figures of the rotating world of cultivation and the Magus world as he continued. Over the thousands of years that we have been influencing fate and honing our techniques, we have come to create the best course of actions that we follow strictly. Such actions range from the destruction of worlds to the saving of numerous more. It is these actions have guaranteed a high level of success in reducing chaos and instituting order. When it comes to a case like these two planets whose conflict will only expand to the surrounding stars, the routine course of action is the destruction of the star and the beings responsible for instigating such chaos. Noah's eyes gazed upon this Grandmaster as he controlled his thoughts and put on a quizzical expression while asking. Grandmaster, what about those that had nothing to do with the course of events that the major force of the Magus world undertook against the world of cultivation? What about the families of poor unknown beings that had no hand to play in this war? Why should they also face death along with those responsible? The Grandmaster looked at him with an impassive face as he replied. You are not the first disciple to have questioned the destruction of an entire star as the most suitable method to rein in the caused chaos and reinstitute order. I will tell you now that besides the complete destruction of all those responsible, there is another factor that weighs in heavily to correct the chaos and establish order. That factor is the fear that creeps into the hearts of all the neighboring stars and any that would hold similar designs like those who were just utterly destroyed. That's right. This was the way the Celestials had found to be the most useful in reducing the chaos instigated by a particular planet while also bringing about an era of peace and order that was achieved through the fear of those that would know of the results of actions that caused death and chaos. The destruction of those involved in their entirety would stop any future possibilities of them rising up again and continuing a cycle of chaos, while their actions acted as a message to all those withholding similar grand designs for power and made them never even put such ideas to light. We work to bring order, and look at our actions to make sure that we save the most lives in any given situation. This current situation where the erupting war between these two planets will cause deaths in the tens of billions across multiple stars, the verdict took the course of action that would save tens of billions of lives by taking away a few billion from the origin of this instigated chaos. If we do not act, tens of billions will die. With our action to destroy the Magus world that is responsible, only a few billion beings die while an era of peace and order can be established on the surrounding stars, as those who consider themselves powerful are reminded yet again of the result of causing chaos. With all of this in the picture, why would we not act? Why would we not move to save tens of billions of beings? The impassive gaze of the celestial Grandmaster and the piercing Athena closed in on Noah as they observed him closely. His hand was placed on his chin as he seemed to be pondering, no words coming out from him as a reply. He was thinking about the reasoning of the Celestials and the results achieved from their actions, even if they seemed vile and horrendous. Just what exactly was the right course of action? Chapter 341 Other Means to Achieve the Same Goal. With the intervening of the Celestials, tens of billions of lives would be saved. All that it cost was the death of those involved, along with the destruction of their star, as they also served to send a message that would discontinue any more thoughts of chaos and disorder. So why should they not move to save so many beings? Should they let tens of billions die? Noah actually did not find an answer to the Grandmaster's question, his mind going towards the lost world yet again as he wondered what exactly did the Celestials foresee with this world and its world engines that they passed the verdict for its destruction. It was only a large world that was not that well known, so it didn't serve to send a message to anyone important. He was also moving in this world, which made him wonder if the fate they discerned had something to do with him as well. Because of the actions of the mysterious karmic sect Master Inuit, Noah had survived from the planet that was spatially locked as Athena pushed the switch to blast it to pieces, which meant that their purpose of destroying everything had failed, and whatever they were trying to prevent from what they had foreseen would still come to pass. The thought of this mystery made Noah question many things, as his ideals were still the same. As of this moment, he had not turned into some madman who would agree with the destruction of an entire star and all those in it, even if they had nothing to do with the chaos being caused. This was the same reason he stood against the Celestials, because of their rampant destruction of the lost world without a care for who was in it and whether they deserved that verdict. He had obtained fate discernment himself now and understood more of the reasoning of the Celestials for their actions, where he would pierce through the veils of mystery to find out exactly what they feared from the lost world that made them call for its destruction. But at this moment, for the Magus world that was at hand, numerous ideas floated in Noah's mind as he finally lifted his head and met the impassive gaze of the Grandmaster. This disciple is slightly eccentric, and I have only gotten where I am today by looking at things from multiple different angles. I have absolutely no issue carrying out the mission of the destruction of the world responsible for the future chaos that would allow for the destruction of the world I was born in and tens of billions of beings. But what if there was another way to achieve this same level of reduction of chaos, the saving of lives, and the instillment of fear to prevent future disorder? The Grandmaster and Athena looked closely at him as they remained the same, indicating for Noah to continue as his gaze moved between them. You mentioned the destruction of the star achieves all the goals, wiping out those responsible while also sending a message. What if we can send that message at the same level, if not more, and cause an even bigger reduction of chaos? Athena's eyes opened widely at these bold claims as the Grandmaster looked on while a sharp light passed through his eyes. He looked at Noah as he spoke. Let me guess, you want us to simply send our interstellar warships and celestial grandmasters to reap the lives of the powerful leading organization of the Magus world and let that stand as a message? It will not be effective, nor as efficient as simply using a prime warship to simply destroy the star. The words were laced with a reprimanding tone of an elder teaching a junior, Noah shaking his head as he replied with a determined expression. No. Do not send in any battleships or grandmasters. To achieve the goal of punishing those responsible for this chaos while sending a message that will bring about order across the stars, send me a single celestial disciple at the Void Realm to take the heads of those responsible. The Grandmaster's eyes narrowed as he looked closely at Noah, a wide smile appearing on his face as he spoke out. You realize that the most powerful beings in the Magus world are at the peak of soul-forging realm. I would not even be surprised if they had a being half a step into the domain expansion realm for them to be so bold as to think they could get away with such actions under our eyes. The power of the celestial Grandmaster came out in waves as he said this, his words revealing the next rank above soul forging, which was domain expansion. This was the same realm that this single Grandmaster Vredril, who was just a single Grandmaster among the many on the seventh celestial star, held. From Noah's and Athena's void rank, this being surpassed soul and stood at the peak of the domain rank. With his abilities as a celestial, one would dread when they realized the power that allowed them to even fight those above their levels, as his presence became all the more terrifying. Noah stopped thinking about the realm of this being for a moment before he continued. That is precisely why, Grandmaster. Send in a single void F-realm celestial disciple to utterly destroy the forces of those responsible. We will achieve the goal of destroying this force and stopping the war, while sending an even stronger message about the power of celestials who could raise a single disciple to have the power to wipe out the major force of a prime world. Noah looked at the gaze of the Grandmaster that was still unconvinced as he squeezed his mind for more ideas and continued. Let them know that celestials do not just rely on their powerful warships to destroy those causing chaos. Let them know that even a single disciple at a lowly void realm will be enough to rectify chaos caused at the planetary level. This message can be instilled even more clearly by broadcasting this entire event to the surrounding powers that are involved in this issue. The eyes of the Grandmaster shone at Noah's last set of words, his gaze being more profound as he seemed to be pondering. He looked at Noah briefly later as he said a set of words that held the tone of not being able to be denied. You are a tremendously unique genius, so I will give you this chance as a lesson to show you that the things we have established and done for centuries are the most efficient. I will use fate discernment when your actions are done to see whether they were effective in reducing chaos as it would have been if we simply destroyed the Magus world, and you can even check this yourself as soon as you finish. Noah's figure stood up as he placed his right hand on his chest as a sign of respect for being allowed this chance, the Grandmaster continuing with a smile as he watched this. Since we can't have a genius like you accidentally dying, Athena will still accompany you on this mission. There would be many beings above your levels in this world after all, and this could serve as a great method of training. Noah's eyes shone as he heard this and looked at this still impassive Athena who simply just nodded while looking at his with an unreadable expression. Broadcast your actions to the surrounding powers, huh? The Grandmaster muttered under his breath as he found himself thinking this idea of his disciple was at least interesting, even if it might not work. But for the sake of a lesson for this incredible genius, they would put it to the test. Would his proposed idea be enough to achieve the same level of reduction of chaos and the instillment of fear into the surrounding powers while saving the same amount of lives, or would something entirely different occur? A wide smile appeared on the face of the being at the peak of domain expansion realm as he looked at the bowing disciple and the valiant Athena by the side, his mind already working and sending multiple messages for a change of plans and new preparation to be put underway for a particular mission. Chapter 342 An Inevitable Conflict. Across the dark and shining vastness of space, the Magus world floated serenely, its position surrounded by numerous stars, with some being tens of thousands of miles away and others being more than a couple 100,000 miles away. It was a prime world that was known for its power and unique use of rune magic and bloodlines by the many magi populating it. At this moment in time though, a heavy atmosphere surrounded the Magus world as in the central location of the Order of the Black Serpent, the organization that stood at the peak of power in the Magus world. A meeting was taking place as a few beings were running back and forth busily. In an enormous castle several levels high, a dark-haired Magus with shining red eyes sat at the centermost seat as surrounding her were an assortment of different colored magi, each palpating with their own levels of strength. She was listening to the hectic discussion of her people as her gaze was cold, a trace of anger being visible on her face. Quiet. Her single word sent the busy and bustling room into silence as they all looked towards her. She glanced at each of their faces that she could observe a trace of fear from, and this fear was not caused by her. This is an issue between us and another world, the Celestials would not intervene for something like this. As for the world of cultivation, just my power alone can stand against all the 3 sect masters that are still fighting for control of that world, so this war will undoubtedly end in our favor. Her words were crisp and clear, clearing up some of the gazes of the magi in the room while some remained unconvinced. There have been some rumors that a disciple of the profound astral sect joined the ranks of the Celestials. What if this causes their intrusion? The dark-haired woman with sharp red eyes who was the leader of the Order of the Black Serpent that ruled the Magus world, the Snake Queen Kara looked at the powerful Magus at the soul-forging realm who had spoken up. This was one of the few beings standing at a similar level as her and would still have the guts to speak up their minds. She replied, as her body wiggled amorously in the central seat. You all fear the Celestials too much. They care for their reputation too much to make a move on a prime world right now, and the dark expanse is keeping them plenty busy as I can already smell the signs of a coming war. We have no need for worrying. What we are doing is not too far off from what the Celestials did with the Elven race to create Punishers. The surrounding powers will only realize their hypocrisy if they move against us with that reasoning. We will continue building up our forces with the bodies of cultivators we have obtained so far, and we will obtain even more bodies in the war that should fully begin in the next few days. An invisible red aura permeated from her as it went on to ease the fear of the beings in the surrounding, her gaze that of extreme hunger for power as she repeated to the room full of magi. Our world and power has been stuck at the level of a prime world for too long. This war is exactly what we needed to advance to the next stage, so we will use this chance to the fullest. A resonation of essence erupted as the amorous Magus leader shook the fear from those in her organization, her curvaceous body standing up as her red eyes adopted dangerous vertical slits that one would only find in the most vile of snakes. Prepare our own punishers. When the war begins, we shall have the cultivators taste death from people of their own world as we amass even more bodies. We shall let the name of the Order of the Black Serpent resound across the prime world, we shall let them know of our ancestors' bloodline and our fearsome magic. A rallying speech continued for another few minutes in the major force controlling the Magus world as they prepared for war, their leaders not fully knowing exactly what fate their actions lead down to. In the opposing world that they were facing off against, the leaders of the three most powerful sects in the world of cultivation were meeting as they discussed with heavy tones on what to do for the coming future. Two of them were half a step into the soul-forging realm, with only a single one actively stepping into the soul realm as their power paled in comparison to the enemies that stood against them. Sect Master Rudolph, why do you seem even calmer than all of us even though your power is only second amongst us? The Sect Master of the Sword Sky Sect held sharp eyes that were filled with worry for the future as he questioned the Sect Master of the Profound Astral Sect who smiled mysteriously. I know you have all heard some rumors since our elders have been somewhat irresponsible, but the word of one of our core disciples joining the Celestials are not false. Truly. The figures of the two sect masters stood up and let out exhaustive exclamations as their faces changed to that of happiness as if it was their own sect disciples that had joined the Celestials. But they knew what this signified. If they had this sort of connection to the powerful force that was overseeing the light expanse, maybe this unwinnable war against a world that held multiple powerhouses stronger than them would actually not be so hopeless. Have you sent word to your disciple? The sect master of the Sword Sky Sect asked hurriedly, Sect Master Rudolph returning a smile as he spoke mysteriously. I have, and gentlemen, the path in front of us is bright and filled with the light of the Celestials. The forces of one world felt relief and ecstatic as they looked upon the force overseeing the light expanse as a force filled with righteousness and mercy as they hoped for those murdering their people to be brought to justice, while one world held slight worry for this same force as they called them hypocrites who would not dare move with everyone watching. What they didn't know was that for the coming conflict, every single being would be made to watch something that would be etched onto the recesses of their memories for as long as they lived. Chapter 343 Setting Off. In the expansive inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, a golden ship that was much different than normally seen warships was lifting off into the skies. One could observe an array of dangerous cannons made out of unknown materials, the runic markings inlaid all around them contributing to an ancient feel that only showed a glimpse of their power. The entire vessel was larger than 2 kilometers, its contrasting colors of red and gold plastered on its smooth rectangular appearance making it eye-catching as it passed through the protective layer of the 7th celestial star and shot off into the vastness of space. On this specialized interstellar ship that was called a prime warship, Noah was standing beside a girl with a brilliant aura that was only enhanced by her bronze skin that did not seem to hold a single blemish. She held smooth dark hair that was tied up in a simple ponytail, adding to this simple look even more as she only adorned a red robe. Behind them in the room that held the central command of the prime warship, Grandmaster Vredrel could be seen using wisps of his expansive energy to propel the ship forward as it became a streak of light in the vastness of space. His pondering gaze was on the back of the stupendous genius that had turned the heads of many on the 7th celestial star, his potential quickly making those in the upper ranks compare him to Athena and the plans they had for her. Similar to the war princes, they had discerned that Crixus was a being that held a noble fate, a position that very few would hold in the centuries that pass. Those with a noble fate held very distinct positions as it was extremely hard to discern their future, making it critical to raise them well in the eyes of the celestial. Vredrel had only given this young celestial the chance to try his new method of reducing chaos in the upcoming conflict for this reason, as he knew of the unpredictability that those with a noble fate could bring. It would serve as a lesson should he fail, and on the off chance that his method reduced the level of chaos and deaths as much as what they originally planned with the complete destruction of the Magus world. A smile appeared on the Grandmaster's face at this thought as he observed Crixus turning and talking towards Athena. Noah's now calm aura of a celestial bounced off his body as the abundant fate lines brought forth a unique air, his face turning towards Athena as he fished for more information. Have you done a mission similar to what this one was originally supposed to be? Have you overseen the destruction of an entire world? An indiscernible light crossed Athena's eyes as she heard this, staring towards the constantly changing vastness of space as she replied calmly. Once before. On a large world that went under the name of the Lost World. Oh. What did their forces do? An interested look appeared on Noah's face as he listened closely to finally get the history for the reason of the destruction of the Lost World. The world was first brought to our attention because of the beings of a few other worlds that they held skirmishes with, coming to our knowledge that they were creating cursed items which directly went against the universal laws. Usually, this alone isn't enough to warrant the verdict of destruction, but when a grandmaster used fate discernment on this world, they came to find a terrible fate that would arise from this world. They foresaw that a being would rise to usher in a new rule above this lost world, going on to use the cursed items created from this world to usher in an era of chaos across the light expanse. Noah's mind shook briefly as he heard these words, many thoughts coursing through his mind as he continued to listen. The verdict for the world's destruction was made soon after, the mission of overseeing it falling on my shoulders. We were successful in reducing chaos with its destruction, with no more information being able to be ascertained after its destruction. Noah outwardly nodded outside while an array of thoughts rapidly came and went in his mind. Athena's words possibly held a shocking meaning as they repeated in his mind, a big question appearing as even though he didn't want to think too highly of himself, he was most likely the being that the Celestials foresaw to take the reins of the lost world after he defeated Baal, using their world engines as he was already planning to write at this moment. This thought felt ludicrous, but it was also the most straightforward one. Through fate discernment, the Celestials had foreseen him coming to power, and they had almost succeeded in killing him in the lost world, were it not for one particular sect master Inuit. Noah adopted a thoughtful look as he stared out into the changing vastness of space as the prime warship they were on got ever closer to the Magus world, a variety of feelings coursing through his mind as he realized even though it was not his fault, the reason that the Celestials destroyed an entire world with billions of beings was because of him. This thought lingered in his mind as he tried to get past it and look forward to the future. He could not change what occurred then, but he was trying to look at the possibilities of changing things now. There was another world in the near future that was marked for death, and this one also had a singular force that was the target for the Celestials. For the sake of tying off all loose ends, permanently cutting off the cycle of chaos, and sending a message of fear to the surrounding powers to reduce any further disorder, the Celestials would accept the loss of a few billion lives. They justified this because were they not to act at all, the chaos that would unravel would cause tens of billions of lives. Noah knew they weren't wrong, as he himself had confirmed this with fate discernment. But he just didn't want those that were completely innocent finding their world placed under a spatial lock as they watched destruction close in. He did not want a repeat of the lost world where he saved the ocean master and tens of thousands of others in Atlantis, but left behind billions more. In this brief moment in time, his humanity pushed back the ever-so-expanding bloodline of the vampire progenitor that gradually made him colder and more calculating as he was now focused on achieving the same goal as the Celestials, but through different means that did not require the destruction of an entire star and all those in it. But this possible path would be much bloodier, and much more cruel for the instigators who would have just faced quick deaths. A gaze of determination overcame his face as he looked forward, the reality of the past and future much clearer in his mind. Chapter 344, a show for all to see. The prime warship was much faster than the vessels Noah had been in before, where in just a few hours they were nearing the location of the Magus world. The outline of this prime world was slightly bigger than the world of cultivation, a thin barrier enveloping it that looked ready to break at any time. It was less for protection and more of a message that they held the power and strength to erect any kind of barrier over their world. The prime warship that was capable of laying waste to entire stars appeared near the Magus world silently, its enormous size of more than 2 kilometers paling in comparison to the grandness of an entire planet, but the weapons it held still as terrifying. The instant it appeared, Grandmaster Vredril calmly tapped a few things on a red crystal connected to the prime warship, its many weapons locked and loaded as a few specialized ones released a film of golden light to rapidly begin wrapping around the entirety of the Magus world. The Snake Queen Kara, who was overseeing the continuing operations in the Magus world, was the first to feel the changes as her awareness was much more sensitive than others, realizing a second late that a spatial lock was rapidly spreading throughout the Magus world. Her face turned ashen as her gaze shot to the skies, piercing through the layers as the Snake Eyes located an enormous ship with runic markings and weapons that would cause fear to creep into any knowledgeable being's soul. The vessel that towered over the Magus world paled in comparison to the world's size, but its significance caused the Snake Queen to see an image as if this single ship was bigger than the entire planet. This was because this prime warship was known and feared among the knowledgeable powers of the light expanse. It was the only piece of technology that was unique to the Celestials, its power being unmatched as when piloted by the powerful Grandmasters that made up the ranks of Celestials, this vessel could lay waste to entire worlds. This prime warship could only be piloted by a being in the domain expansion realm, the level of energy required being immense for anyone lower. Along with this requirement of energy, the unique essence of Celestials was required before one could ever get close to this spectacular weapon of mass destruction. Its appearance above the Magus world only meant one thing, and the Snake Queen who stood at the top of the Order of the Black Serpent understood this as her ashen face became enraged. Hypocrites! She screamed out towards nothingness as the other powerhouses on the Magus world quickly noticed the situation, their gazes turning to those of despair as they understood what was about to happen. They can't. Fearful feelings of terror began to creep into the hearts of many powerful beings all over the Magus world as they expected a horrendous scene to occur in the next moment, but minutes passed as nothing else but the solid spatial lock that covered the entire planet appeared thereafter. Some breathed easier as they tried to send communications out to their allies to see if any would be capable of stopping the hands of the Celestials that had appeared above the Magus world, but no communications were coming in or out of this locked world as they watched on helplessly. The horrendous activation of weapons they had come to fear over the years did not activate as the beating heart of the Snake Queen still held a furious expression as she looked towards the skies. Her expression remained one of rage as it didn't seem like she feared death one bit if it came for her. Many of the powerhouses of the Magus world looked on to see what their fate would be among the despairing atmosphere as they observed an enormous illusory screen begin to materialize right above the Magus world. This screen was humongous in size, even passing the size of the prime warship as any beings at the void rank or above would be able to observe things with clarity as long as they focused on the skies. The image in the huge illusory screen became clearer within a few seconds as they observed it to be the point of view of two red-robed figures. One was a dark-haired man who held a calm expression, the other was a dark-skinned woman that had a tight ponytail waving valiantly behind her as her eyes shimmer with light as they looked forward to what the screen was showing, which was simply the view of these two beings as they stared at the Magus world from the ship they were on. This mystical illusory screen did not just appear in front of the eyes of the powerful forces of the Magus world, another one just like it appeared above the world of cultivation. Another one appeared on the underworld, another one appeared on the automaton world. The illusory screen showing the point of view of two red-robed Celestials was being portrayed across many of the surrounding prime worlds that held connections in any way to the Magus world and the world of cultivation, even adding along other prime worlds that simply held many powerhouses. The Lone Moon, the Infantile Globe, the Storm Territories, the Burning Archipelago, the Flammy-born world, numerous prime worlds were introduced to this humongous illusory screen that showed two beings looking at the expansive Magus world. The knowledgeable powerhouses of these worlds felt an eerie atmosphere as they recognized what the red robes signified. Their assumption confirmed the moment this ridiculous capability of allowing an illusory screen like this that portray an entirely different environment hundreds of miles away above their worlds, confirming all of their thoughts as they wondered just who had earned the wrath of the Celestials. What they didn't know was that to make this a possibility, Grandmaster Vredrel had instructed numerous Celestials to direct interstellar warships besides the prime warship he was in with Crixus and Athena to move out to the numerous prime worlds in the surrounding quadrant that the Magus world was in. This amounted to tens of interstellar warships being spread out to cover the distances of over 100 prime worlds that either had connections to or knew of the Magus world and the world of cultivation, as well as the war that was brewing with these two powers at the center. These numerous ships held the technology similar to what Noah had observed them do outside the doors of the first realm of hell, the technology to portray an illusory screen for many to see. This same technology was being used now as numerous ships traversed near numerous prime world to portray an illusory screen that showed a video with extreme clarity. The Grandmaster held slight interest when Noah further explained how he wanted to enact his different path that wasn't the destruction of the entire planet, and that was to put on a show. To prevent the destruction of an entire world while only taking down those responsible, and at the same time achieving the Celestials' goal of using fear to reduce the compounding chaos, Noah would put on a show for all to see. Chapter 345 Merciful Saints, Cruel Tyrants. Many of the beings seeing the screen above the skies of their worlds recognized the image of the War Princess that was already widely known, the one that became even more renowned recently as she took the #1 spot in the recent Infernal Hunt. A few recognized the image of Crixus, being mostly those in the world of cultivation as they looked on with shining eyes as this disciple appeared grandly on the screen. In the underworld, the curvaceous Elena was surrounded by forces of pureblood vampires as they looked on with faces of solemnity, her infatuated gaze landing on the dark-haired male as intense lights shone from her eyes. There was a small miniaturized penguin sitting on her shoulders as its beak rose high, its beady eyes trying to focus on the screen above as its Saint Realm essence could not see the image as clearly. The monstrous figures of the other harbingers that held different transformations after absorbing the bloodlines of vampires were also observing the screen above them, with a few missing it as they were in the infernal realm along with the abhorred Lich Emperor continuing to farm skill points. Their eyes gazed at this stupendous illusory screen as something finally changed. The Magus world has sown an enormous amount of chaos and had received the verdict of destruction long ago. But a resounding voice began to echo from the illusory screen, spreading through the targeted worlds that Grandmaster Vredrel wanted to spread the message across as he continued to speak. My new disciple wanted to try things a different way, and bring justice using a brand new path. That is what you are about to watch: justice for those responsible for sowing chaos, and the return of order and balance from it. His words finished as the faces of many powerful beings turned somber, their gazes fully locking onto the events that had begun on the screen as a sense of unease spread throughout. The disciples to enact this verdict will be Athena and Crixus, disciples at the Void Realm who will descend into the Magus world to bring to justice the forces responsible for this chaos. The influential and powerful figures turned quizzical for the first time as they thought they had misheard something. They knew that the force that controlled the Magus world was the Order of the Black Serpent, a powerful organization that held numerous Void Realm powerhouses, and even a few beings at the soul-forging realm standing at the top. To carry out this verdict of the Celestials, only 2 Void Realm disciples were being sent out to combat all of these forces. Skeptical looks began to appear among the faces of many beings across the stars as they wondered exactly what type of message the Celestials were trying to send with this action. In the humongous prime warship that Noah and Athena stood on, a small door opened in front of them as their bodies became enveloped in the aura of the Void Realm, their figures floating out serenely as they began flying towards the Magus world. This image caused the eyes of many to skip a beat as they realized the Celestials were truly serious about sending in 2 talented disciples at the Void Realm to stand against powerhouses that reached the soul-forging realm. They watched on with rapt attention as the illusory screen closely followed the viewpoint of Noah and Athena, the features of the Magus world becoming more and more clear as their figures descended down and passed through the golden film of light that was now covering the entirety of the world. This barrier of golden light did not just prevent spatial movements; any being that tried to break past it without the permission of the domain expansion expert that was piloting the prime warship would find their actions being all for naught as the barrier locked everything in completely. The instant the figures of Noah pierced through the stratosphere of the Magus world, they began descending down in a particular direction as both Noah and Athena were using fate discernment to see where the aura of chaos originated from the most. Their findings were leading them directly to the central lands of the Magus world where the Order of the Black Serpent was located. Their bodies trembled with essence as they shot forth speedily, soon arriving at the skies above grand buildings of a now tense capital. At the forefront of these forces, the Snake Queen looked towards Noah and Athena with a look of furious unwillingness as her overflowing aura began to rise from her body in a maddening fashion. "This is how you hypocrites wish to humiliate us. Sending weak disciples to send the message of your strength." Her voice was laced with poison as she was not even speaking directly towards Noah and Athena, simply speaking in their direction as her words were aimed at the Celestials and all those that she knew would most likely be watching a similar illusory screen like the one they were seeing. "Don't you all see? These hypocritical Celestials have no moral compass. They will kill whoever they wish under the name of justice and order. In this light expanse, they are simply tyrants. It may be my world targeted today, but what's to stop them from doing the same thing to your worlds next? What's to stop them from proclaiming a verdict of destruction on the Flammy-born world or the underworld in a few days?" Her unwillingness was portrayed in her voice as her figure became flanked by 2 beings of similar rank to her. One was a middle-aged man with furrowed brows that held a tall stature, the other was a scantily dressed woman in her prime that held a similar venomous look on her face. The many worlds being shown the events occurring in the Magus world reflected as they heard the words of the leader of the Order of the Black Serpent, the one to reply being Athena as around her, numerous Empyrean guards had begun to appear en masse. "We, the Celestials, care not whether you see us as saints or abominable tyrants." A golden hue covered the skies above them as tens of thousands of fate lines could barely be discernible by those proficient in fate, others simply seeing the aura that Athena carried increase boundlessly as the numerous golden figures she summoned turned into streaks of light that fused into her body. "What we care about is the order and balance of this light expanse, the balance of this increasingly chaotic universe. A brilliant golden light shone out as the golden lights finished fusing into her, the appearance of a resplendent figure covered head to toe with a golden armor, expansive shining light wings, and a pulsating golden hammer making its appearance as it aimed itself towards the three figures that fate pointed the most chaos towards. These same figures that were quickly being surrounded by numerous beings at the Void and Saint realm to protect them on all sides from the attackers in the skies. You all have sown discord and chaos in the surrounding stars, and your verdict is death. A brilliant light shone out as she finished these words, Noah glancing at the thousands of beings he could sense above this single central building where the Snake Queen stood at the forefront of, tens of thousands more moving around this central base of the Magi who all held an aura of chaos on their bodies. Accompanying their ranks were the lifeless bodies of numerous cultivators that wore robes hiding their features, many of them mixing into the ranks of the Magi as they followed their given commands lifelessly. Noah observed all of this as he sighed and began summoning numerous Empyrean guards himself, committing to fully saving this Magus world from complete destruction. But for him to be able to do that, he had to dye its central lands red from the blood of all those responsible for initiating this chaos to begin with. Chapter 346 Devouring Winged Serpent. The Snake Queen Kara that stood at the top of the Magus world stared at the golden figure shimmering with light as the ideology of the Celestials reached her heart with extreme precision. They cared not how they were perceived, as long as beings feared and obeyed them, as long as they knew of their terrible power, this was all that mattered. Her furious expression softened as it soon became devoid of emotions, her senses catching the many Magi that were grouped all over the central base CLU.S.Tur around her as they prepared to fight against the two invading Celestials. Looking at this scene, something seemed to have clicked in the mind of the Snake Queen as words devoid of emotions left her red lips as her body began to bubble forth with power. So be it. Devouring Winged Serpent. A red light shot to the skies as a skill was cast, an immense aura overflowing with power at the soul-forging realm was released maddeningly. This aura held a significance that could be felt by every being around, as those standing at the soul-forging realm had stably begun strengthening their souls, the aura of power they released causing a coagulating pressure to descend down upon those that stood against them. This was the power of the soul, an abstruse force that very few could grasp. But the beings that the Snake Queen was up against held even more fearsome techniques that allowed them to use the supreme law of fate, the numerous fate lines that they condensed on their bodies, giving them the capability to inflict soul damage, as well as granting them a level of protection that nobody else had. The aura of the Snake Queen continued to overflow as Noah observed her body begin to expand rapidly, numerous dark red scales that were meters thick enlarging at an alarming speed as this being began the transformation into a monstrous creature. On either side of her expanding figure, two Magi floated in the skies as they looked at the Snake Queen's transformation, their expressions those of unwillingness as they turned towards the shimmering figures of Noah and Athena, and even further above to the horrible warship that could disintegrate them and their entire planet. They did not fear the two void realm beings in the skies as they were confident in their own power at the soul-forging realm, but what they feared was the actions these Celestials would ultimately take once they killed the two disciples in the air. They felt like an aura of death was approaching them as their gazes focused on the humongous ship that was barely discernible in space, but their gazes were in the wrong direction as this would most definitely not be the cause of their deaths. The two Magi activated their own bloodline abilities as their bodies also expanded and began to change, numerous scales spreading as one held a fully black aura, with another shining with a red light as their sizes quickly exploded to tens of meters. The numerous powerful beings watching across worlds wore grim faces at this show of power, the illusory screens above their stars showing the majestic form that the leader of the Magus world had transformed into, and it was the terrible form of an expansive nine-headed winged serpent. The air trembled at the resounding roars of its numerous heads as the devouring winged serpent floated magnificently in the air, its 9 heads waving menacingly as each one shone with its own color that symbolized expert control of multiple elements. Many watched this overwhelming power at the soul-forging realm as they affirmed that the opponents the Celestials sent were extremely mismatched. They knew the power of the being called the Snake Queen from rumors and the spies, but they never witnessed it close hand as her grandeur was clearly portrayed in the illusory screens above the numerous stars. This was affirmed even more as her resounding voice that was laced with fearsome power rang out as if she was standing right in front of them. If that hypocritical Grandmaster above doesn't come down to face me himself, then he can simply come to collect the bodies of his disciples along with mine. Yes. The devouring winged serpent floating in the skies knew that with the intrusion of the Celestials, she, along with all of her forces, would be facing their death today. But still, amidst this terrifying feeling of unfairness and despair at a greater power coming out of nowhere spouting what seemed like bullshit in their ears, they could not do anything to stop it and had to simply accept it. So they would accept it, but they would also take down others as well, especially the disciples of the ones responsible. The numerous eyes of the devouring winged serpent focused on the shimmering golden figures of two beings standing less than a mile away from her, her tremendous body nearing 40 meters in size trembling with power as it was joined side by two slightly less fearsome winged serpents. The two soul-forging realm magi that were standing beside her had transformed into a dark winged serpent and a flame-winged serpent as they each adopted their own spectacular forms that were just a few meters smaller in size than her own. The dark-winged serpent had tendrils of darkness rolling through its scales as its body pulsed with menacing power, while the flame-winged serpent had molten flames spurting out all around its body, rapidly increasing the temperature of the surroundings. An overwhelming feeling of strength released from them as slowly, the gaps in the skies began to be filled with numerous different forms and colors of snakes and basilisks that held fearsome expressions. The forces of the Order of the Black Serpent had fully withdrawn their fear as they used the power of their bloodlines to transform into a frightening army of an assortment of fearsome serpents. The skies soon became blotted with dots of beings from the central base of power of the Magus world, their numbers nearing tens of thousands as they ranged from legendary and all the way to void realm. Among their ranks, the dead cultivators devoid of souls that were turned into beings similar to the Celestials' punishers were filling the gaps of these ferocious magi. These were only the members of the Order of the Black Serpent that held power above legendary rank, with millions more that held lower power levels spread out across the central lands of the Magus world as they watched the unfolding events with uncertainty and fear. Leading the gathered forces in the sky, at the forefront was a devouring winged serpent at the peak of the soul-forging realm, her power seemingly being able to overflow into the next realm at any moment. Flanking her two sides was a dark winged serpent and a flame-winged serpent that trembled with elemental energies of their respective bloodlines. The most powerful beings of the prime world that was known as the Magus world, the bloodline magi of the Order of the Black Serpent that all knew in their hearts death was coming for them in the hands of the Celestials, they had all fully prepared and transformed as their angered and despairing gazes turned towards the two beings calmly floating opposite to them. In front of this ever-so-expanding army, the brilliantly shining golden figures of Athena and Noah raised their weapons forward, their eyes shining with confidence as they didn't seem to think this tremendous force was anything much. Chapter 347 Shining Blades Pierce the Skies. The numerous forces of multiple prime worlds watching this scene portrayed in the point of view of Noah and Athena found it breathtaking to watch as they could so clearly observe the converging of essence from the army of the many serpents standing opposite to these two beings. In their hearts, they knew they never wanted to be in this situation in their lifetimes. Yet the two beings facing this terrible army held calm eyes as one was shining a resplendent gold, her body covered in full golden armor and shining golden wings where only her unshaking eyes could be seen. The other held an even more unique look as a golden-robed Dr. A.P. Ed over him regally, from his back the appearance of grandiose witty gold-feathered wings erupting out in a glorious array of colors as his face was that of calmness. The two Celestials were completely unfazed by this tremendous scene of an entire army in front of them. In the prime warship floating above the space of the Magus world, the Grand Master was looking at this scene closely, his power ready to jump in at any instant if something went wrong. Even though it seemed like his actions of allowing Athena and Crixus to go into the Magus world were easy to arrange, he had to send messages to various Grand Masters before he got his way. He affirmed that this experiment would only be for the training purposes of these two exemplary disciples, and that no harm would come to them under his watch. Thus he was watching with even more interested eyes than the numerous forces that were watching the illusory screens above their planets. Death it is. The furious devouring winged serpent voiced out loud as her words acted as the trigger for the start of the battle. Immense waves of energy erupted out as Noah observed with calm eyes the rushing of numerous serpents towards them. It was a scene of terror as those watching from a distance of multiple planets far away felt their hairs rise at the scene of this humongous force rushing towards the two beings floating in the skies. As a response to this rushing force, Noah turned towards Athena and asked this valiant-looking figure, "Shall I make the first move or will you?" His mind continued to be that of slight interest towards this impassive and non-communicating senior disciple that he had sparred with multiple times over the span of the last month. Every time they fought he always held an edge over the battle as she limited herself to the same number of fate lines that he held. But his skills that were fully enhanced with skill points and the numerous passive boosts that he received from multiple other abilities made it so that she could never get a winning edge over him. Yet after the end of each battle, he only felt that the fight was becoming harder and harder for him. This monstrous Athena was adapting extremely fast at his power, even while limiting herself to a specific number of fate lines. At the last few sparring matches, even with his enhanced abilities, the matches were actually coming out as a draw. This was the shocking talent of this being that was apparently also holding a noble fate. He could already see the shining light within her eyes, the fact that she loved battle being the only thing that he understood about her. Athena's eyes were locked onto the singularly most powerful devouring winged serpent that was rushing towards them at a fast speed as she replied. Junior brother, since this is a mission that you proposed, why don't you start us off and show me the skills that you could not show me before? Feeling the enormous source of strength from the golden robe that Dr. A.P.ed over his body as well as the glorious wings from his back that came from Empyrean armament, Noah couldn't help but shake his head at the insane boosts of the skills he obtained from the Celestials. After putting the maximum skill points in the two abilities, Empyrean guards allowed him to summon 6 beings made of immense light as Empyrean armament, granted him a boost of 30% to soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean guard that he absorbed. This granted him a shocking boost of 180% to all the aforementioned features in the form of the golden robe that Dr. A.P.ed over him, granting him tremendous defense and making his body feel even lighter than he thought possible as he put into account the Lesser Cthulhu's Child of Space ability. The golden sword and shield he held on either of his hands also made him feel like he could defend and attack against anything that came towards him, this confidence only being shot higher as he felt his fate lines resonating within his body. He still did not fully understand and could not quantify the boosts of these spectacular fate lines that allowed Celestials to fight beings of higher levels than them, but he would gradually come to know, with this battle today granting him a chance to learn many things. As for the words of Athena, during their sparring matches he had only ever used Empyrean guards and Empyrean armament, as both Athena and he knew very well the next 2 skills were ones that could deal soul damage when cast, that they were not skills to be used in a spar and thus Noah or Athena had never cast these skills before. Noah's thoughts moved fast as he looked at the first one he wanted to try, confirming the changes of the skill when he placed the maximum number of allowed skill points onto it. Smite of Liberation, 5/5, cleanse the souls of those that stand against you as you smite them with a blade of liberation. The blade is incorporeal and yet physical at the same time, granting plus 300% physical and plus 300% soul damage. Limit of 5 blades of liberation per cast. Noah gazed at the spectacular numbers of the skill and the added description of the number of blades as the numerous figures of deadly serpents that were rushing towards him, the 3 at the forefront being the most dangerous. An impassive look appeared on his face as he breathed out and steeled himself, ready to test whether he could defeat those of the next level with ease while using the abilities of the Celestials, his mind fully prepared and ready to carry out a bloodbath. It would be the bloodbath that would go on to save this planet, only taking down those responsible for sowing the abundant chaos that was going to spread across the stars. He knew he was walking on an extremely tight rope here as he had joined the ranks of Celestials and was even carrying out missions similar to them, yet he did not want himself to completely be against them as he did not agree with the way they did things. It was a very thin line to walk on, and this test, this bloodbath on the Magus world, would be the first step to seeing whether he could do things differently than them. His gaze met the ferocious charging army of serpents as light words escaped his lips. Smite of Liberation. A golden hue spread across the skies as a droning sound could be heard by all those in the surroundings. The color of gold was slowly replaced as sharp points of blades began to appear from the skies, the blades being enormous in size as one could very clearly make out their physical features being tens of meters wide. They observed the sharp ends of multiple blades as they pierced through the layer of clouds and began descending down at a ferocious speed. The blades pierced through the layer of clouds as they became more and more pronounced, those watching being able to see sharp white blades that were attached to golden hilts. These 5 blades carried with them a golden aura of righteousness that seemed to be smashing straight into the army of the Order of the Black Serpent. Noah's own body was trembling as his fate lines had become barely discernible, their presence going on to augment the strength of Smite of Liberation, even more as besides the increased physical and soul damage, the blades rushed down to their targets even faster. The devouring winged serpent turned her eyes upwards in shock as she felt this stupendous attack that in no way should have come from someone in the void realm. This took her by complete surprise as her numerous heads faced the skies and opened their wide terrifying mouths, letting out enormous colorful blasts of elemental energies that rushed to oppose the descending blades. Just the simple size of the blades of liberation made it so that the terrifying attacks from a being that was at the soul-forging realm to only strike the tip of the blade points as they seemed to be cut apart, the blades themselves continuing to descend down as a sheen of gold light covered them, the supreme law of fate backing them not being able to be withstood by the attacks of the devouring winged serpent as they went on to smash into the ranks of the numerous serpents coiling in the skies. Boom. 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 The color of gold erupted out, and it was soon followed by a bloody red hue as many watched with rapt and unbelievable faces at the bloodbath that had begun in the Magus world. Chapter 348 Unmatched Judgment. Everywhere that these tremendously large blades of liberation passed, numerous beings, no matter their power levels, were sliced through, the blades sliding down as if they were cutting through butter. Only the tremendously powerful bodies of the soul-forging realm's experts felt their scales being ripped apart as they suffered heavy injuries, just the sizes of these blades going on to inflict a horrendous amount of damage that they never thought would have been possible at the beginning of this battle. As the numerous forces that were watching from the multiple prime worlds watched on, their jaws were slacked wide open, nearly reaching the floor as they observed the being with golden white wings and the shimmering golden sword and shield cast a single skill that went on to disrupt an entire army. In the underworld, the arrogant Emperor Penguin stood on the shoulders of Elena as its flippers rose victoriously in the air, its eyes full of pride as it nodded vigorously. Elena's eyes showed even more infatuation as she watched her vampire progenitor go on to cast skills she never thought to be possible for someone like him to cast so seamlessly. This simple casting of Smite of Liberation was just the beginning of a very, very bloody battle, as Athena's eyes shone at the destructive extent of the damage caused by this simple casting of the skill, which allowed 5 blades of liberation to descend down compared to the 1 blade she could summon with a single cast. Even more questions erupted in her head as she wanted to drill into the secrets of the exemplary being next to her, but her thirst for battle won her over as she looked at that disordered army of terrible serpents and instead rushed forth towards them. Yeah. Her resounding scream acted as a reminder as the shock-devouring winged serpent lit up with numerous abilities, its expert use of the many elements granted to it by its numerous heads coming forth as enormous balls of fire appeared in the skies. They were followed up by a sharp formation of ice spears that threatened to pierce any that stood to oppose them. The leader of the Order of the Black Serpent continued to cast numerous innate skills as she felt an unbelievable feeling while looking towards the shimmering figure with white wings. She affirmed his power was at the Void Realm, but the ability he cast was enough to even injure someone in the soul-forging realm. This unbelievable reality caused a sliver of fear to appear in her cold heart, as this simply did not make sense. She continued casting abilities as enormous boulders of earth also began rushing down, while destructive bombs of darkness and blades of wind and numerous more elemental attacks appeared in the skies with ease. The devouring winged serpent was enraged and no longer underestimated the 2 beings in front of her, seeing the horrible color of red spreading out all around her as hundreds of beings faced death from just that one attack. A battle roar rang out as the numerous elemental attacks cast by her flew towards the figures of Noah and Athena. The 2 of them were fearlessly rushing in as the shield in Noah's left hand shone as a shimmering golden barrier appeared to wrap around his body. Athena's own body was fully protected by a golden metal armor as she weaved in and out of the dangerous molten balls of fire, boulders of earth, and ice spears, the hammer she wielded in her hand smashing into any attacks that neared her as spectacularly. Her body pulsed with tens of thousands of fate lines. It was an image that struck itself into the minds of all those watching as they observed 2 winged figures weaving into a destructive storm of elemental attacks cast by a soul-forging realm bloodline Magus, their bodies effortlessly weaving in and out in a beautiful fashion. The Grand Master watching from above had his expression shining with pride as he observed the thrumming of tens of thousands of fate lines on Athena's body, his aged heart looking forward into the future as he waited for a similar number of fate lines to appear on the monstrous genius fighting alongside Athena, who had shown them yet again how different their own techniques could be used. When it came to Athena, she only held the power of the Void Realm, and at the peak of it at that, but her power was augmented into insane levels because of the tens of thousands of fate lines that she held in her body. Even Noah himself currently only held a bit over 13,000 fate lines, but even he felt an enormous sense of power from them, not to mention the strength Athena could draw out given how many lines she had already condensed in her origin. The Grand Master continued to ponder how this genius was bringing out even more exemplary effects from the techniques of Fate's Guardian, as he watched the resplendent blades of liberation disappear in the bloodied army of serpents, wondering exactly how monstrous the perception of Crixus was. The War Princess weaved in and out of the numerous attacks thrown by the devouring winged serpent as she placed more energy onto the golden hammer that she carried in her hands to strike down towards one of the heads of the huge serpent as she targeted the strongest beings in the opposing army. The descent of her fierce hammer was actually also a prelude, as from the skies, a bright blade of liberation with features different from the ones Noah had cast descending downwards rapidly, its target the many necks of the weaving devouring winged serpent. The battle continued explosively as the 2 soul-forging dark-winged serpent and the flame-winged serpents turned their red eyes towards Noah, their bodies already moving as numerous destructive skills were cast towards him. This was accompanied by the attacks of tens of thousands of other bloodline magi as runic inscriptions beautifully colored the skies, the product of these runes being deadly elemental spells that rushed towards his position. Noah's gaze was impassive as he pointed his blade forward and cast the second skill that he had yet to cast after placing the maximum number of allowed skill points into it. Judgment, 5/5, a declaration of death for all those that stand against you is called forth. Those that cannot defend themselves will have their bodies destroyed and their souls shattered as they become lost in the river of fate. The ability has been enhanced further, becoming an area of attack ability that affects targeted beings in an area of 100 meters. The description of the skill was nothing to scoff at, with the possibilities of who could be affected when the skill was cast nearly endless, as the last added description was ridiculous to even think about. The skill stated that it was a declaration of death for all those that stood against him, so Noah wielded the golden blade of light in his right hand as he pointed forward at the numerous magi snaking towards him and simply cast the skill, his gaze landing on the centermost location where the two soul-forging magi were moving along with all the beings surrounding them. Judgment. He felt an enormous amount of mana leak from his body, an amount that was greater than any of the other celestial abilities he had ever used before, as he instinctively realized he would be going overboard and moved to stop supplying mana to the skill a second later. But his enormous reserves had already given a significant amount of mana as a ridiculous area of attack ability that used to be for a single target, an extremely high damage-dealing skill that even brought death to an aberration in. The infernal realm came to life in the most stupendous way possible. Ah, whoops. A single thought coursed through his mind as the very skies screeched and trembled at the appearance of this attack. The numerous powerful forces watching from the illusory screens above the prime worlds, the ones who believed they couldn't be shocked anymore, found themselves questioning their eyesight as an ability of ridiculous proportions presented itself in front of their eyes, numerous golden spears appearing en masse in the skies as they descended down to skewer everything in sight with a righteous light of judgment. Chapter 349, Golden Robes Stained with Blood. From the illusory screens that stood above the many prime worlds that were connected to the Magus world, an unbelievable sight was playing itself out in front of the eyes of many observing forces. They watched in a trance as the winged celestial pointed his sword forward, bringing about unbelievable judgment onto those that stood against him, as in the next instant, numerous golden spears began to appear as if they were needles in the vast skies of the Magus world. Their numbers were too many to count as they appeared in an area of 100 meters, their extremely sharp tips pointing themselves forward as they went on to skewer everything in the area of 100 meters. A bloody mist spread out a moment later as silence reigned over the battlefield. A moment of silence came as not a single being could speak while observing the incredible level of power. Many were asking themselves in their minds, were their eyes playing tricks on them, or was this really the power of a void realm being? The powers spread out over the many prime worlds weren't the only ones shocked at the development. The Grandmaster that was watching the fight with the rapt attention in the prime warship that was floating above the Magus world was watching with wide eyes as he observed yet another skill that he had been using for hundreds of years be used in the hands of this new genius disciple. This same skill was portrayed vastly differently, to the extent that he had to ask himself, was this the same skill? Was this the same technique that he knew all this time? The air of the battlefield had changed with this single attack, as even while Athena weaved in and out of the destructive elemental skills that were raging all around, her attention went to the skewered beings in an area of 100 meters that had turned bloody. The only remaining beings were the dark-winged serpent and the flame-winged serpent, who had sustained heavy injuries on their bodies, most of them from the soul damage aspect coming from Noah's attack that they did not have too many defenses of. Athena's eyes shone with a grand light as she wanted to take a close look at her junior brother, who had managed to surprise her even more than she thought was possible. But her attention focused on the immensely powerful peak soul-forging realm expert that was the devouring winged serpent. Her unique ability foretold of every single possible attack that her enemy might make before they made it. This allowed her to escape and move through the battle with ease as she began conducting a symphony of blood. Her attacks rained down on the devouring winged serpent as she evaded everything thrown towards her. The air of the battlefield had changed to that of oppression and powerlessness as the forces of the Magus world actually found themselves on the losing end when fighting two Void Realm disciples, each of them coming out with spectacular attacks and reaping many of their comrades' lives while not a single speck of damage could be seen on their golden figures. The beings watching across the stars were struck frozen as a somber atmosphere overcame them, not completely understanding how these two Void disciples were decimating forces with such a vast difference in power. In the area of 100 meters where the color of the sky was changed to a bloody red, the area of death was eerily silent except for the two soul-forging realm beings that had happened to survive. Their gazes were that of fear as they gazed towards Noah. This fear came from the fact that besides the physical damage they felt when numerous sharp spears produced by judgment pierced their bodies, the even worse damage came directly to their souls as a type of damage that they had no way to prevent struck their origins. They glanced towards the devouring winged serpent who seemed to be falling into the pace of a beautifully moving Athena as they looked for possibilities and exactly what to do. They would not be given the time though as Noah's eyes scanned the entire battlefield, steeling his heart as he wanted to wrap up and end this bloodbath. He had to control his emotions even more as he saw the overflowing blood rushing out from the bodies of his enemies, his blood gourmet ability telling him the quality of blood for these soul-forging realm experts would be of great quality. He breathed out. As he calmed his mind and instead continued casting fate discernment to see all the beings that needed to have their lives taken today before the chaos that threatened to take over multiple planets was completely reduced. To reduce the same amount of chaos that destroying the entire world would have caused, they had to erase this order of the black serpent out of existence. The shimmering golden sword in his hand vibrated as his body turned into a streak of light, choosing to put the close combat skills he had learned over the past month while sparring with the war princess to the test and going down towards the two soul-forging beings who could not decide what they wanted to do. This would also be training to make sure he would control himself in the battlefield filled with blood, as he was only playing the role of a celestial disciple right now. Unwilling roars released from them as they went on to clash with Noah's winged figure, not being able to do anything as they saw from his speed that they could not even run. A shower of blood erupted out as Noah swung the golden sword down, the immense physical and soul damage boosts that he carried with him being deadly with every strike. A single sword slash landed on the chest of the dark-winged serpent as it felt horrendous damage course through its origin. Its body lit up with essence as spears of darkness exploded out at Noah's position, the explosions only making apparent the shimmering golden barrier covering his body from the shield he carried in his left hand. His fate lines looked to be pulsing in his body as he effortlessly withstood the attacks of the dark-winged serpent, using the shining sword in his right hand to land even more deadly attacks. At the same time, the flame-winged serpent had blazing fires raging around its body, using this chance where Noah was preoccupied to try and bite down on his golden shimmering figure. Its many heads let out molten breaths of fire as the extreme heat pushed away any nearing beings. Noah did not even turn his gaze as he continued to focus the attacks of his deadly sword onto the dark-winged serpent, his left hand that held the shield turning towards the attacking flame-winged serpent as he called out slowly. Sever. The baleful and destructive energies of ether could be felt for a single second as a ray of destructive light erupted from Noah's hands and diagonally cut through the space where the flame-winged serpent was attacking him. A shocking sight where numerous heads of the flame-winged serpent were cut off with a ray of ether going on to bisect the entire left side of the unsuspecting enemy displayed itself, with Noah revealing his true target and letting out this extremely quick surprise attack that actually brought death to a soul-forging being, its body bisected in two as spurts of blood erupted out. Incredulity. Silence reigned as the dark-winged serpent fending off Noah's attacks trembled with fear, its body turning the other direction as it quickly wanted to run from this terrible enemy. Seeing how its long-time friend at the same realm as it had not even managed to hold off the destructive ray that this celestial shot out, she did not want to stay behind any longer as she could feel the cloud of death pull towards her ever so closely. Noah was relentless, not letting up as he turned into a streak of light and followed behind closely as a destructive ether ray was called out once again. Numerous heads flew out once more as the running soul rank expert felt his body split apart, terrifying darkness clouding his vision as the hands of death wrapped around him. The abundant essence in its body, as well as the strong soul that had received horrendous damage from the blades of liberation and countless spears that came from judgment, could not hold on any longer as its origin became even more destabilized with the destructive ray of ether. In the span of a few seconds, Noah's introduction of the ability of the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree that the Celestials had seen him use before in the first realm of hell was pulled out as he used it in conjunction with the enhanced abilities of Fate's Guardian to quickly reap the lives of two early soul rank experts. His gaze remained impassive as he continued to use Fate Discernment, locating tens of thousands of magi running away or the millions hiding tens of miles in numerous locations of the central lands of the Magus world as the golden blade in his hands vibrated. He would save this world from destruction, but many of those responsible would have to die in order for this to occur. This included all of the beings in this order of the Black Serpent. He remained impassive after defeating two soul rank beings, his figure turning his attention on the running magi as he turned into a streak of light and flew towards them. The number of beings he would have to personally kill would be many today, but even more would have been killed were this entire planet to be destroyed completely by the hands of the Celestials. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he continued to remind himself to be very clear on the thin line he was walking on, as it seemed he was thinking more and more along similar thought processes as those he did not agree with. He put these thoughts in the back of his mind as pandemonium ensued everywhere his figure went. The numerous powers watching from the prime worlds felt a feeling of oppression while observing the easy deaths of two soul-forging beings. Their hearts felt tight as on the illusory screens they were watching, they could see the shimmering golden robe of the celestial gain a red hue as he chased down and reaped the lives of many magi, the blood of those he struck down coiling around him tightly. It was a dark contrast as even the white feathered wings erupting behind him were now stained with blood, the air of holy brilliance increasing the feeling of somberness and oppression from all those watching. As they watched the ensuing bloodbath in the Magus world, they were shown the faces of tens of thousands of beings that would be considered powerhouses. They would be considered respected and holding high achievements because of the realm they achieved, but under the hands of this single void realm celestials, they were cut down as if they were nothing. It was a horrible scene of carnage that many would not come across in their lifetimes, but the beings in the numerous prime worlds were made to watch with rapt attention as they were reminded once again of the organization that stood at the top of the light expanse. In the prime warship above the Magus world, the Grand Master was discerning fate while he watched this exemplary disciple emotionlessly chase down all those responsible, his aged heart actually trembling as his discernment told him, the aspect of fear that the Celestials wanted to show to the surrounding powers was being etched into the minds of all those watching, and in a much more memorable way at that. It seemed like this pathway that this genius disciple was trying might actually be able to achieve the goals of the Celestials without taking billions of lives from an entire planet. Chapter 350 Fear. Yet another eerie silence took over the battlefield as many beings could be seen deserting it, while a single shimmering figure smoothly crossed the lands and skies while swinging down a golden blade of light. Flames of furious anger erupted from the devouring winged serpent who was being cornered by Athena, its aura bubbling forth as it found its forces were decimated and those that were remaining were running away in fear. Its gaze looked at the figure of Noah whose golden robe now held a bloody sheen, the rivers of blood erupting from the bodies of the numerous serpents that he had just cut up wrapping around him and diminishing the shine of his regal robe. It was a terrible contrast to see gold tinged with red while the gaze of this terrible being continued to chase down the disordered and broken forces of the Order of the Black Serpent while also striking down the bodies of cultivators devoid of souls that they had obtained over their months-long project in the world of cultivation. The reality that he had just simply killed two soul-rank beings not even seemed to register in the mind of the winged Crixus as he wielded his blade and continued the bloodbath. One could occasionally see the appearance of resplendent blades of liberation pierce through the skies as they went on to smash onto the ranks of the Order of the Black Serpent and cause even more destruction. The devouring Black Serpent looked at all of this with unbelievable hopelessness as her numerous heads roared forth in anger while her voice resounded out yet again. Hypocrisy. Unfairness. Its roars were only met with one of its heads falling, being severed from one of Athena's attacks as a blade of liberation had descended down and cleanly cut through one of the heads. An exciting look was on Athena's face as she continued to attack this being an entire realm above her. The trembling tens of thousands of fate lines in her body continuing to thrum strongly as they reduced the energy she required to cast all her skills while at the same time providing horrendous boosts to her speed and damage. In the corner for eyes. She simply observed the figure of Crixus continuing to move across a battlefield as a river of blood began forming in the ground from the numerous serpents that continued to have their lives diminished. It had now turned into a simple scene of a massacre as even those watching from the numerous prime worlds looked on with fearful and somber eyes. The image of this winged being Dr. A.P. Ed in a golden robe that shone with the brilliant terrifying color of blood was etching itself into the recesses of their memories. Hypocrisy. The shouts of the devouring winged serpent rang out again, but nobody paid any attention to them. The only things running through their minds as they watched this unbelievable scene of beings at a much lower realm decimate tens of thousands of beings and even those that stood above them playing out clearly were so what? What if it was hypocrisy? What if it was unfair? In the face of beings like this, in the face of a single void realm celestial being able to decimate two soul-forging experts while continuing to rain down destruction endlessly, what could they do? The many beings watching from the numerous prime worlds were reminded once again about those they knew to be looking over the light expanse. They were reminded once again of the terrible power of beings that studied the supreme law of fate. As they watched Noah's figure weave in and out of tens of thousands of magi in the Magus world, they were reminded once again of the power of celestials. Those hiding in the dark and those who considered themselves powerful or had simply forgotten the sway of the Celestials etched this lesson into their hearts as it looked like the massacre in the Magus world was ending, the peak soul-forging devouring winged serpent bellowing forth as her aura began shooting up unstably. Noah was chasing down running magi a few miles away when he felt this change, his impassive gaze looking towards Athena's direction as he disappeared and quickly reappeared near their location. The valiant war princess did not even spare a glance to him as her figure continued to land horrendous attacks to the rapidly changing and convulsing body of the devouring winged serpent, its bellowing screams not landing in her ears one bit as she dodged attacks with a hair's breadth and continued to damage the origin of this being an entire realm above her with attacks that dealt heavy soul damage. Since my death is coming anyways, I'll be sure to bring you all down with me. Oh, great world-devouring serpent ancestor. Descend. Wreak havoc. Eradicate these hypocrites in front of them. Noah watched as this devouring winged serpent was trying to undergo yet another transformation and call down a very powerful force by the meaning of the words she spoke, so he didn't bother letting her finish her words nor her transformation as he cast the singular skill capable of immense damage while also disrupting the essence of a being to the point of destruction. Gah! A ray of destructive ether pierced through the chest of the devouring winged serpent as its aura was about to bubble forth half a step into the domain expansion realm, whatever technique it was calling forth failing from Noah's intrusion as Athena moved forward valiantly. Smite of liberation. Judgment. A combination of skills was called forth by her as the unstable converging essence around the body of the devouring winged serpent was bathed with gold, numerous spears coming into existence as they dug into her body, a blade of liberation descending down as it even further dealt horrid injuries. Noah's mind rapidly moved as he joined in the last moment when he saw the devouring winged serpent was still hanging on with signs of life, joining Athena in her last attacks as he wanted to steal this powerful being and gain a few more soul rank. Skill book, S. Resplendent skills smashed onto the convulsing body of this powerful being as she was ganged up on, not given any respite as her calls for unfairness and hypocrisy were only met with a single verdict: death. Her body exploded in a shower of blood as Athena's figure breathed heavily, having withstood the power of the peak soul-forging devouring winged serpent the longest as she didn't hold even a single scratch of damage, her golden armor and wings bathed with blood. It was a terrifying and yet an enticing scene to watch this resplendent figure, Noah turning his gaze as he used fate discernment, yet again after the death of the head of the Order of the Black Serpent. He found that his goal was actually nearing completion, with the war against the world of cultivation completely evaded and an enormous amount of chaos reduced, but it still was not enough. It did not achieve the same level of effect as the destruction of the entire Magus world would have yet, so his body turned into a streak of light once more as he moved to track and kill all those remaining in the central lands of the Magus world that held the auras of chaos. The heads of the leaders were cut off, and now he had to take down all those that followed in their actions as he continued to achieve the factor of fear to all those watching. They all had ingrained in their minds that what they were observing now could happen to any of them, and that the only way to prevent this was to not do actions similar to this Magus world. What Noah didn't know was that fear had already completely crept into the hearts of those watching the ridiculous strength of two Void Realm disciples decimate an entire army of a prime world. Fate discernment didn't show this yet as time simply had to be given in order for this fear to spread and reduce chaos even more as many forces would turn careful with their future actions. Chapter 351 Crixus the Destroyer. The numerous somber beings across the prime worlds who were already reminded and had etched the experience into their hearts were made to continue watching the conclusion of this bloodbath as Noah's figure continued to track down all those involved as he swung the shimmering bloody golden blade down. The gazes of those watching hardened as they saw the illusory screens above their planets portraying a scene of destruction and chaos, a title of this bloody celestial forming in their minds that would later go on to spread across the light expanse. Among the many things coming out from this event, the name of a particular celestial would spread like wildfire to the many quadrants of the light expanse as the rampage was concluding in the Magus world. The gaze of Grandmaster Vredrel was bright as he looked at the scene of carnage continuing from the viewpoint of Crixus and Athena. After the defeat of the powerful soul-forging experts of the Order of the Black Serpent, many had deserted the battlefield and spread across the lands of the Magus world in fear, with the two celestials going on to track them down through fate discernment. Any that held an air of chaos from the results of the actions of killing and abducting the cultivators from the world of cultivation were all cut down where they stood as the process continued for another hour. In the illusory screens, the forces of the many prime worlds watching could see the impassive and emotionless expressions of Crixus and Athena as one used his shining sword to split apart the bodies of their enemies, while another used a hammer shining with a glorious light to shatter their bodies apart. They felt their bodies turn cold at the continuing carnage as they watched on, the illusory screens continuing to broadcast everything in spectacular detail. Every now and then, tremendously large blades of liberation could be seen descending down and destroying entire bases where the forces of the Order of the Black Serpent were hiding in, the barriers erected not being able to stop the advancements of the blades even briefly. All of this carnage and destruction was attributed to the two Celestials still moving in the Magus world, but many already knew of the War Princess Athena who had recently won the first rank of the Infernal Hunt. Many more were unfamiliar with the name Crixus, so while watching the carnage and destruction occurring in the Magus world, the name that would gradually spread among the mouths of many was Crixus. This was the title that carried with it fear and brilliance. It was a title that many would say when they discussed the power of the Celestials and their forces. Many would remember the War Princess Athena, as well as the newly introduced Crixus, the Destroyer. Crixus the Destroyer. A bold title given to the Celestial that rained down righteous blades of liberations and called for judgment that skewered and destroyed all those that stood against him. In the central lands of the Magus world, an eerie silence reigned as shockingly, not a single being remained alive across the vast expanse of a normally bustling center of a prime world. Noah's shimmering figure floated in the air as a golden aura roasted around him, confirming with fate discernment, for the last time that his goal had indeed been achieved. The aura of another being neared his side as he turned to his right to look at a valiant Athena who had her golden armor fading away one particle of light at a time. The War Princess had a brilliant smile as her eyes locked onto Noah's figure, her expression that of interest as it did not match the atmosphere of someone that had just participated in the bloodbath of millions of beings. "You are an anomaly, junior brother." The tight ponytail waved behind her as she turned her head to the side and looked over Noah, seemingly trying to figure out what secrets he held in his body. Noah glanced back to the bloodied central lands of the Magus world as he voiced out. "You've observed the changes with fate discernment." Yes. This time through reaping the lives of millions while broadcasting it, we have saved tens of billions. Don't you feel a sense of satisfaction after reducing this much chaos and steering fate to a direction you want? Athena seemed much more talkative and jovial after the blood-pumping battle, her expression not the usual impassive one as Noah could observe an eerie level of happiness as she did not think much of their actions just now. He pondered her question as he nodded and replied while their figures began to shoot towards the prime warship in the distance, leaving behind an empty and bloodied capital that used to house the strongest powers of the Magus world. It feels good knowing there are other ways to reduce chaos that don't directly jump to the destruction of planets. He said these words nonchalantly as Athena's eyes squinted towards him, a brilliant smile erupting from her as Noah heard her laugh for the first time. "Ha ha. You might have been right this time, junior brother, but don't get too cocky. Now that I know your talent is even more spectacular than we imagined, I won't be matching the same number of fate lines while sparring anymore. We won't even need to worry about the abilities with soul damage when sparring if your skills are this advanced." Dangerous words were released from her as the thrill of the battle had fully gotten into her system, recalling Crixus's exemplary smite of liberation that allowed for multiple blades of liberation to descend down. She was interested in this dangerous attack that could damage one's soul, wondering exactly how this junior brother of hers had managed to enhance it so much. Noah only nodded at the changed pace of Athena as they neared the humongous prime warship and went inside, going through multiple doors before they returned to one of the huge central command rooms where Grandmaster Vredrel stood. The gaze of the Grandmaster was that of joyful vigor as his eyes locked on Noah's and Athena's figures, waving his hands in front of them as he did not even wait for them to report. With the wave of his hands, numerous illusory screens appeared in front of them. These illusory screens reflected the many prime worlds that had been watching the bloodbath they carried out in the Magus world as their somber reactions were portrayed. Many shocked and fearful reactions could be seen, with many more that of pondering as numerous powerful forces were put in deep thought as they were visually reminded of the power of Celestials. Noah gazed upon many of these screens as numerous voices compounded upon one another, but he could clearly make out the most repeated words out of the numerous illusory screens in front of him. The War Princess. Athena. Celestials. The Destroyer. Supreme Law. Crixus, the Destroyer. Numerous things seemed to be mentioned throughout the numerous prime worlds he was watching, but the one he came across most was the name of the being he was taking the shape of, his body actually feeling a change as he received another lesson on the law of fate while watching the effects of his actions. The room of the ship they were in turned a shade of gold as numerous fate lines rushed down into Noah's body, although he wasn't alone as Athena's face shone with brilliance as hundreds more fate lines were added to the already terrifying amount that she held. Because of his influence of fate that had averted tens of billions of lives, Noah had realized that the condensing of fate lines had become even easier and faster, counting a few hundred descending in a matter of seconds as he gained more knowledge on fate, and just exactly what he needed to do in order to move even further along this supreme law of fate. Chapter 352. A Grandmaster has an epiphany. The bodies of the two celestials thrummed with power as the golden light gradually died down, Noah adding another 5,000 fate lines onto his body and bringing up his total to slightly above 18,000, while Athena added around 2,000 fate lines to her already abundant amount that Noah could not completely discern. The air gradually settled as the commotion brought because of the descent of thousands of fate died down, the wizened expression of a grandmaster stroking his beard making itself apparent in the eyes of the two disciples. The more you influence fate, the more you will naturally increase in the power and understanding of the law of fate. The Grandmaster beamed out loud as he looked at them like some prized possessions. Athena stared at the added lines of fate in her body as she nodded naturally, this instance not being something completely foreign to her. Her eyes languidly gazed upon her junior brother though, who had somehow managed to have more than twice the fate lines descend onto his body even though they participated in the same event. Noah looked at the abundant fate lines running through his body as he gained knowledge of the way to rapidly increase them, which was to simply continue influencing the fates of many beings. This would cause for the abrupt increase in the number of fate lines he held, and most likely the increase on how many he could then condense each day as time passed. The Grandmaster's gaze focused on Noah as he nodded towards him happily and spoke once more. Your plan succeeded very well, with the amount of chaos reduced even slightly exceeding the result of simply destroying the entirety of the Magus world. You are a genius unlike anything I have ever seen. Noah only smiled as he placed his hand on his chest and asked respectfully. Thank you for giving me the chance, Grandmaster. I am curious though, since we have completely destroyed the power structure of this world and taken its most powerful leaders out, how will it move from here when looking at the effects of our actions? The Grandmaster waved his hands dismissively at this question, replying while rubbing his exemplary white beard. You don't need to worry yourself about that. The world of cultivation that was hurt the most by the Magus world will soon be informed to descend down and take the reins, as well as numerous missions being created that will be given to our disciples to descend to the Magus world and influence the fates of the beings there for training. Not everyone jumps through ranks like you, going on to directly influence the fates of numerous worlds. Other disciples have to start on a much smaller scale, and influencing the fates of beings in a special position like those in this Magus world fits our criteria. But, that is not what I want to discuss the most right now. Grandmaster Vredrel's face became bright as he began walking towards them, his presence began to erupt with golden vigor. You have reminded me of something that I should have never forgotten during this venture. It is the reminder that even worse than me, the beings in this light expanse are naturally forgetful. He walked towards them as with every increasing step, his face seemed to glow more and more as if he had an epiphany. After the end of the war 1,000 years ago, many have forgotten our power, only hearing about it occasionally when we move to punish those that need to be punished and during the infernal hunts. This momentous event you just called forth, young Crixus, is a reminder that the beings in this light expanse need to be shown exactly why Celestials have the power that they have. Just like they observed your genius battle prowess, they need to be shown the brilliance of the Celestials yet again in order to reduce this ever-increasing chaos. Not just this small quadrant that we showed off your battle to, but all the quadrants of the light expanse. The voice of the Grandmaster was trembling with aged excitement near the end as Noah's heart tightened, not knowing exactly what would come forth from this unexpected development. In the Magus world that Noah and Athena had just left, the illusory screen faded as the fearfully hiding inhabitants of the world came out en masse, the powerful magi that were not in the Order of the Black Serpent feeling the spatial restrictions lifting off as a large prime warship began moving away from their worlds. Their hearts were full of grief and pain as they replayed the events which had just occurred, especially the demonic figure of a brilliantly shining winged celestial that rained down horrendous blades from the skies and struck down many of the powerful beings they knew. When they looked at the figures of Noah and Athena, they only held memories of fear and hate as they recalled their fearsome power that had caused the downfall of the ruling force of their world, but they also felt a sliver of thankfulness. This was a very interesting sight to come across, as the inhabitants of the Magus world heard the words of the Celestial Grandmaster before the bloodbath began. His voice had resounded across the world as it told them that the verdict for their world had been destruction. The only reason this verdict had changed was because of the thoughts of a single disciple, the same being that had come down to carry out the massacre. So they were thankful to this disciple, and at the same time they were increasingly fearful of him and the force he represented. In this Magus world that was soon about to be divided up by the forces that the Celestials would send down to stabilize and rule the world, a new era of fearful submission would begin for its inhabitants, as only a single motivation would come to rule this world, and it was fear. Chapter 353 Celestial Realm. A grand prime warship was coursing through the vastness of space as numerous communications were being sent all around because of the recent actions. The scenes of the illusory screens that appeared on many prime worlds had long since been recorded by others through their own means, with their events being disseminated to many as the days passed. This would go on to achieve the goal of fear that the Celestials had, as many watched the battle prowess of two Void Realm disciples go on to decimate powerful beings at the soul-forging realm. If this was the power of the Celestials at the Void Realm, just how terrifying were they when they were at a higher level? This was the question that would spread among the hearts of many that would come across the bloodbath of the Magus world, a question that would go on to influence the actions of numerous forces, as they would always think back to this event when they planned their actions for the future. In the Prime Warship, numerous thoughts passed through Noah's mind as he thought back to the words of the Grandmaster. The old man's white beard was brilliantly shining as his face became brighter while he talked about the reminder that Noah had given him about the forgetful nature of beings, and how they could move from now on while putting into account this nature. When Noah had asked exactly what the Grandmaster was intending to do, he had only received a single answer. The Celestial Realm. Athena's eyes had shone intense lights at these words, with the Grandmaster's face turning to that of pondering excitement as he rambled out a few more words. Well, this would require the permission and compliance of numerous Grandmasters and Celestial Stars, but I am sure an agreement can be reached after they see and evaluate the influencing of fate today. Grandmaster Vredrel's domineering aura erupted out as he finished his words, his white beard waving majestically as his eyes shone with light. I see a way to rapidly expand our influence as we prepare for the coming war, yes. It seemed like the ramblings of an old man, but there was an enormous power behind it as his figure disappeared from Noah's and Athena's eyes, their auras sensing him reappearing in the central command area of the ship as he sat down in a meditative pose and closed his eyes, most likely working to send numerous telepathic messages out. Noah replayed this scene in his mind as he thought about his own actions and the effects they had, as well as achieving his goal of successfully stopping the destruction of an entire world. With the Magus world, he realized that the destructive ways of the Celestials could definitely be avoided if only they did things differently than looking at the numbers of lives in such a nonchalant manner. To them, if they could save the lives of tens of billions and the cost was a few billion, it was worth it and they would have no qualms about it. But if there was a possibility to reduce the number of deaths even more, why not do it? He actually found himself agreeing with the Celestials' use of the law of fate to discern coming chaos, but completely disagreed with them when it came to how they carried it out. These recent experiences did not change his viewpoint of them too much, only making him more vigilant about their true aims as this powerful organization gave such little regard to the lives of those they reigned over. He now wanted to move forward while continuing to learn more about the workings of the Celestials, especially this celestial realm that Grandmaster Vredrel had mentioned. His mind moved fast as he used Fate Traverser, the absolute ability that came with the Herald of Fate. In the expansive room of the prime warship that he was in alone, a golden sheen appeared to cover his body as he peered into the most favorable possibilities for his own future. The skill was extremely mysterious to grasp, not exactly showing him the course of events to follow, but simply bringing to his mind a few images and thoughts that if he were to follow, he would be able to achieve the most favorable outcome for his future. His eyes shone with luster as in his mind, the words, Celestial Realm, coursed through multiple times, while a drop of blood shone brighter as a unique energy went into it. The last thing he saw while under the influence of Fate Traverser was the brief image of a shimmering floating landmass. His eyes snapped wide open as he breathed out, collecting his thoughts as he garnered more information on how he should move in the near future. They would deal with the Celestial Realm, his spiritual land, and something to do with the vampire progenitor. He deciphered the things he saw while under the influence of Fate Traverser, as he focused on the one thing he could effectively change right now, and this was the scene where a unique energy was going into a drop of blood. He applied this to himself and the abilities he had as this made him believe that for his next course of actions, they would play out most favorably for him if he focused on using the unique energy that was the skill points to further along the skill tree he gained in the ancient blood world. Not the stupendous celestial skill tree that was the Fate's Guardian, not the terrifying skill tree of the Lesser Cthulhu, nor the abhorred Lich Emperor that continued to amass skill points in the infernal world for him even now. Fate Traverser was showing him to first put his focus on Blood Lord, the skill tree under the vampire progenitor, as the thing that would help him the most in the near future. His eyes shone as he looked at the number of skill points he had amassed now, and began pondering exactly how he should go about upgrading the skill tree from the void and into the soul rank. The major thought in his mind as he did this was what exactly came in the next rank of this skill tree that would cause his journey to go in an even smoother direction. Chapter 354, Steering Towards the Optimal Fate. The Prime Warship continued to smoothly traverse through the vastness of space as it was returning to the seventh celestial star at a much more relaxed pace than when it departed. Noah was meditating in a wide room on top of a uniquely designed bed as he pondered on his next moves. There were numerous things occurring at this moment as a result of his actions in the Magus world, but he had already wiped his hands as he looked forward into the future, watching the results of his actions continue to come as time passed. The thing he was placing his focus on currently was the upgrade of a particular skill tree that, Fate Traverser, hinted to be one of the things that would lead him towards his optimum fate. His gaze turned towards the skill points that the abhorred Lich Emperor had continued to farm on his behalf, the unique energy smoothly being passed from his summon and unto him as the number rose drastically over the last month. The current number of skill points caused Noah's eyes to shine a brilliant light. Infernal skill points, 601. Currently, he held more than 601 skill points as the Lich Emperor worked hard to take down Infernals as well as keep watch over the training Harbingers. This large number allowed for many possibilities, but also directly affected another thing he was very much looking forward to. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, 20%. Fate lines, 18,100. With the increase of skill points, it also meant he was collecting the unique energy of the Infernals at a rapid rate, increasing the unique energy he required before he could fully gain and embody the title of an Infernal Lord. This was also a momentous event by itself that he had to be very careful about as an Infernal Lord directly stood against the Celestials, and even though he had learned a few of their abilities and had become able to actively conceal his fate, there were still many things he had to be careful of. He placed the title of an Infernal Lord aside for now as he looked at the Void Realm, Blood Lord. He had not been able to raise the proficiency of the skill at a rapid rate as usual because he was contained in the seventh celestial star, much of his time spent condensing fate lines, learning from the Grandmaster, and sparring with Athena. Under the watch of the powerful beings that were the Celestials, he did not even bring the spiritual land with him as he left it in the first realm of hell for the Harbingers to use as a base as they moved. Thus, he also could not lock himself in the time-space to quickly raise the proficiency of skills. This meant that in order for him to successfully upgrade the skill tree currently, he had to reduce his progress in collecting skill points and actually use a few of them to raise the proficiency level of Blood Lord. For a void rank skill, 5 skill points had to be permanently used up in order to max the proficiency of the skill, and this would then allow him to produce a plus level skill through combinations, allowing him to then open up the next stage of this skill tree. Usage of the skill points in this manner was not something that he wanted to do, but he currently had no way of leaving the celestial star, and the use of Fate Traverser, and his own intuition told him that he would most likely find an answer to this problem in the abilities of the Blood Progenitor. He sighed as he steeled his heart and commanded 5 skill points to go into maxing the proficiency of Blood Lord, his eyes then turning to the numerous skills he had gained from the many magi that he had just defeated. Every time he struck down the bloodline magi in the Magus world, their origin energy would smoothly be absorbed by the system as it was turned into the usual skill books and cores that would have normally gone directly into his storage pouch or rings, but since he did not have need of them since the advent of the ability contained in the Absolute Skill Astral Connector, all the core S and skill book S went directly into the expansive space of this absolute skill. In this wide space that acted like an inventory that only he had access to, numerous core S and skill book S that came from beings ranging from legendary all the way to soul forging were laid out majestically. This was one of the few good things to come out of the bloody venture, actually allowing Noah to be able to farm new skills and cores from these powerful beings, the most important thing being the fact that he got his hands on soul rank cores and skills that would boost his power even more. Of those worthy to note, from the deaths of the Dark-Winged Serpent and the Flame-Winged Serpent, a total of 4 soul rank skills landed on his lap. From the kill steal of the most powerful Magus of the Order of the Black Serpent, the Devouring Winged Serpent, Noah actually gained a soul plus rank skill that would allow him to take on the form of the Devouring Winged Serpent itself. But his focus currently wasn't on these soul rank skills that he could not freely use in his current environment, but on the Void and Void plus rank skills he had gained from the Void realm beings that he had taken down along with the leaders of the Order of the Black Serpent. It was these skills that he needed to use in order to upgrade his skill trees to the next level. There were a large amount of Void Realm Magi in the bloody battle that just occurred, giving him tens of Void rank, skill book, S and a total of 9 Void plus skills that came from the most powerful combatants on the battlefield. The collection of all of these skills made it possible for him to use another 5 skill points on one of the newly obtained Void rank skills, maxing its proficiency as he went on to sacrifice this skill in order to take Blood Lord into the Void plus level. He watched the stat panel with rapt attention as the classification of Blood Lord went from Void to Void plus without even a name change, the only thing changing being the number of skill points required for him to open up the next pathway of the skill tree after he met the requirements. Void plus, Blood Lord, 30/45, a technique that only those with the purest forms of blood can use. 2 skill trees for evolution are possible once sufficient points and a base requirement of 2 equivalent level sacrificial skills are reached. Elder Vampire leads the Blood Lord towards the path of a ruler, gaining abilities geared towards leading the race of vampires. Kin of the Ancients leads the Blood Lord towards the path of ancients, awakening the qualities only found in the strongest of the ancient races. Noah's eyes shone in the quietly moving prime warship as he observed the details of the next pathways of the Blood Lord skill tree. Elder Vampire or Kin of the Ancients, what would it be? He smiled as he already knew his choice right away while he read the description, his thoughts already moving as he sent the command to add in the needed skill points and ready 2 of the newly obtained Void plus skills to be sacrificed, his eyes looking forward to what the grand future would bring. Chapter 355 As if one wasn't enough. Chapter 355 As if one wasn't enough. Of course, the choice was simple when considering Noah had the bloodline of the vampire progenitor himself, the need for abilities that would help with leading the race of vampires not being useful to him at all as he had ultimate power over them just with his bloodline. What he went for was the pathway that talked about the ancient races. His eyes shone as he made sure to activate Fate Concealment and continue using Unique Origin to ensure that nothing suspicious was found out by the Celestials in the Prime Warship. He watched with anticipation as 2 of the newly obtained Void plus skills from the numerous Void rank Magi he had taken down disappeared, while a brand new extension appeared on the spectacularly designed skill tree that was the Blood Lord. Soul, Blood Lord, 45/45. A technique that only those with the purest forms of blood can use. It is ancient blood magic that includes the abilities Dawn of the Blood Lord, 5 out of 5, Blood World, 5/5, Drain Life, 5 out of 5, and Nightmarish Descent, 5 out of 5. Kin of the Ancients, 0/60, Ancient Blood Scion, 0/5, Ancient Blood Clone, 0/5, Summon the Ancients, 0/5, Blood Rage, 0/5. Ancient Blood Scion, take on the form of the Scion of Blood and rain down destruction on those that oppose you. This form allows you to heal 5% of all damage dealt and received, increase physical and elemental damage by 30%, as well as enhance all the abilities of Blood Lord by 5%. Ancient Blood Clone, the user can create a clone through using Origin Blood. This clone will be connected to the user as if it is an extension of their own limbs. The clone can only exhibit 10% of the original's abilities. Summon the Ancients, your call travels through space and time as you call forth the Ancients that are bound by blood. Limit, 1 Ancient. Blood Rage, a destructive storm of blood begins to rotate with you at the center, raging with the capabilities of disintegrating all enemies caught within. Affected area 50 meters. Noah glanced at the stupendous additions to the Blood Lord skill tree which further enhanced the previous abilities and also added new skills that he was looking at with joy. Putting the transformation ability that was the Ancient Blood Scion aside, he had gained yet another summoning ability and this one allowed him to summon the beings called Ancients. The current limit of this was 1, but this number would undoubtedly rise when he began to pump skill points into it. The other skill worthy of note was Blood Rage, as it seemed to be an extremely powerful area of attack skill, and he couldn't wait to watch the skill at work with his own eyes whenever he got the chance to try it. But the ability that made him the happiest was the Ancient Blood Clone ability. The use of a skill like a clone might seem mediocre to others, especially when this clone would only be able to exhibit a percentage of the original's abilities. But for Noah, this was the most important ability to come out of this upgrade, one that he could already see huge implications of. His gaze became one of pondering as his thoughts rapidly moved, many possibilities on how to utilize these newly gained skills and how they went in line with the hints he received from Fate Traverser. In a few seconds, numerous plans laid out in his mind as he then went on to focus on the shining words of Ancient Blood Clone on the stat panel. He moved his thoughts as 5 skill points were quickly added into the ability, the number on the description changing drastically as a result. Ancient Blood Clone. The user can create a clone through using origin blood. This clone will be connected to the user as if it is an extension of their own limbs. The clone can only portray 60% of the original's abilities. He glanced at the ability as currently, it could create an ancient blood close that would be able to exhibit over half of his power. When he thought about this limitation while putting his so-called skills into account though, Noah could not help but smile as he knew for him, it wouldn't be anything to worry about. His gaze hardened in the next moment as he prepared to do something bold, his attention placed on the fake concealment ability as well as the unique origin of the vampire progenitor, making sure both of their auras of concealment covered his surroundings as he cast Ancient Blood Clone. The movement of mana that only he could feel erupted out as he felt a minuscule piece of himself detaching from him, shooting out of his body speedily as it came out as an extremely dark red drop of blood. The dense drop of blood shone with a unique luster as it came from his own origin, his gaze only being able to observe it briefly before it began expanding and ballooning up rapidly. He watched with care and fascination as this single drop of blood gradually transformed into a naked red figure that gradually seemed to gain bones, muscles, and skin as soon enough, an extremely dashing image of himself was seated in front of him. It was a weird and eerie feeling as he felt his consciousness within both bodies, feeling both of his eyes stare back at himself as he performed some simple movements. The mind-enhancing skills like parallel thought soon came into play to smoothly allow him to think with clarity while he controlled his now 2 bodies. The clone had the image of his original body as Noah, not the image of Crixus as he was currently portrayed. He looked over it briefly as he nodded his head at this devilishly handsome being in front of his eyes as he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Accomplishment was apparent on his 2 faces as the clones waved his hands, a red robe draping its body as in the next second, it disappeared into particles of light. He reduced the mana he was continuously placing into fake concealment and unique origin, as in the room he was in, the same calmness continued. While in a faraway region across the vastness of space, the figure of Noah had appeared above a grand spiritual land that was stably floating in the skies of a fiery hell. One being was on a prime warship heading back into the lands of the Celestials, another being had just teleported into the first realm of hell. As if one of him wasn't already ridiculously overpowered enough, Noah would now have 2 of him moving across the novice galaxy as he planned to move with monstrous efficiency. If his enemies had found out about this advancement, they would weep as they cried unfairness, as the future was bound to be even more tumultuous. Chapter 356 Progress, Shocking Plans. As his consciousness continued to familiarize itself with the feeling of controlling 2 bodies, his original one continued its way on the prime warship towards the 7th celestial star, while the ancient blood clone teleported into the first realm of hell. His original body would still have to be the main one he was moving with when associating with the Celestials because as the ancient blood clone ability described, the clone was an extension of himself akin to a limb. He could observe his stat panel and all of his skills through the clone's eyes, as well as do anything else that his original body could do. It only held a portion of his origin that was able to use his strength, though he would have to test exactly to what extent he could utilize this clone as there were a few things to make sure of. He had to first confirm the abilities of the clone when it came to its strength and capabilities, as well as usefulness in helping him increase the proficiency of his skills. He was thinking all of these things as his clone began by spreading his awareness towards the spiritual land and the eerily calm blazing earth that was normally surrounded by infernals but was currently filled with numerous undead that orderly kept watch. His intrusion above the skies of the spiritual land was first noticed by Barbados, only to be later followed by the abhorred Lich Emperor that was tens of miles away, its senses only picking up the distinct aura of its master as it left behind a high-tiered bone dragon and undead phoenix to patrol the skies that the spiritual land was floating on. Barbados held the highest strength amongst those that followed him, her senses picking him up around the same time as Noah found her to be relaxing on a snowy planting field that was packed with numerous medicinal fruits and herbs along with the imperial phoenix. The 2 of them were both in their humanoid forms, simple thin dresses draping over them as they walked around the plot of resplendently glowing plants that held bright fruits, reaching out and plucking them to enjoy as they wished. When paired with the abundant essence in the spiritual land, it was a paradisiacal scene of enjoyment that very few would have the chance to come across. Barbados senses his aura first as she looked up and shot into the air, the imperial phoenix following close behind as these were some of the few harbingers to remain in the first realm of hell while others were in the underworld. Barbados looked up at him with a mischievous smile as she called out, Little fish, I thought you'd be stuck with the Celestials for months. They already gave you a break. Noah smiled as he saw the Imperial Phoenix also near and nod towards him, descending down into the spiritual land with them as he told them the shocking truth that the body they were currently seeing was just a clone. Barbados only shook her head while saying deprecatingly, "HAAA, of course it is, as if you weren't already crazy enough." While the Imperial Phoenix only looked towards Noah with shining eyes. He enjoyed the company of the people that weren't Celestials as he descended into the spiritual land and got up to speed with everyone's progress, which was shocking to say the least. For those that stayed on the spiritual land and used the ridiculously amazing time-space, they were able to practice their skills and raise their proficiencies rapidly in this span of 30 days that was actually more than a few months depending on how much time they were in the time-space. They didn't have Noah's nearly unlimited mana, so of course they weren't training day and night. But they worked arduously as they spent months in the time-space raising their skills proficiencies, fully utilizing the ratio of 120 as they made huge gains even when considering their abilities. Noah was the only outlier that could abuse the time-space to the fullest, but his harbingers were able to utilize it along with the use of skill points to smoothly have many of their ranks and skill trees at the peak of Saint. To normal beings, this was a rapid rate of progress, although it might seem like a turtle's pace when putting Noah's speed into account, and how rapidly he would have grown if he had been spending an entire month in the time-space that now had the ratio of 120. For now, the harbingers only required a few more combinations before they could stably push their skills from Saint and into the void rank. But, this was where Noah would come in to cause an explosive boost in their strength as after a recent bout with hundreds of thousands of magi, he had obtained for himself numerous cores that would be able to bring many of them from their transcendent or Saint ranks and allow them to stably step into the void realm. This held an even bigger significance to Noah when it came to the beasts of the spiritual land, as their jump from Saint and into the void would have a stupendous meaning by itself. When he left to head into the 7th celestial star a month ago, the Emperor Penguin was the only beast to have stepped into the Saint rank, where many other beasts needed to reach the same rank before the qualifications of upgrading the spiritual land to the next tier was met. In the span of the last month, many more of these beasts had stepped into the Saint realm, fulfilling the requirement to upgrade to the next tier. But Noah would not just stop there, as the many cores and gifts he had obtained from the Magus world would be focused towards these beasts as he planned to directly pump the tier of the spiritual land by 2 all at once. He would push these beasts into the void rank forcefully as he wanted to see why Fate Traverser held the spiritual land as one of the 3 things he could currently use to push him towards his most optimum. Fate. The Blood Lord skill tree had made it possible for him to create a clone, which would have its own stupendous uses as time passed. Now, he wanted to pierce through the veil of the continued usefulness of the spiritual land as he planned to domineeringly push its rank by 2 tiers all at once. It was defying common sense, and it wasn't something that anyone else could do. But he wanted to and he had the capability to do it, so he would. Chapter 357 Power Leveling. Noah sent a telepathic message towards the Emperor Penguin and the other harbingers that were still in the underworld. They were confused at this message but followed it nonetheless as they left behind the things they were doing and soon began appearing in the underground layer of the spiritual land where a red portal stably stood. The figure of the Emperor Penguin became ecstatic as it sensed the familiar energy signature of the master of the spiritual land, his figure teleporting to the location where Noah stood with Barbados and the Imperial Phoenix as his beak snapped open in stupefaction. The arrogant penguin was shocked because he had just been observing his master rain down destruction in a prime world not long ago, and knew he should be surrounded by the powerful forces of Celestials at all times. Noah nodded towards the penguin with a smile as the others gradually came in, those that were training in the time-space of the spiritual land and those that were taking down infernals in the far distance, all returning as he repeated his circuit stances yet again. Successfully infiltrated a crazy powerful force while picking up skills that even allow you to make a clone. We have to celebrate. The boisterous Kazuhiko returned as he gave Noah a bear hug and called for a celebration before anything else, Noah pondering for a bit before agreeing as he would relax his mind a bit before carrying out the stupendous upgrades. Little fish, can you prepare something for us? It's been a while since I tasted something remotely as good as the food you whip up. Barbados looked at him with shining eyes as she called out, causing a smile to form on Noah's face as he looked back to the rank A cook he had not put to use in a while. He acquiesced to their requests as his figure teleported into the seas of his homeworld to quickly grab some delicacies in the form of deep-sea fish. He quickly popped into the beast world as well, grabbing the frozen queen and the shadow guard that was always with her thereafter. The process didn't take him longer than 5 minutes as he returned to the spiritual land, numerous deep-sea fish in his expansive space, and the FLUS.tiered face of Queen Adelaide accompanying him. A fire was soon set ablaze as Noah looked at the cook skill, putting 5 skill points into the rank A ability just for fun before he began, a blazing fire erupting thereafter as the aroma of food that would make rulers jealous spread throughout the spiritual land. In under half an hour, numerous well-roasted meats were ready for devouring, even the calamities of the sea feeling no guilt as they smelled the fragrant aroma seeping out of the glistening deep-sea fish rotating above the simmering fire. Dig in. Noah called out as he used architecture to create a simple styled outdoor dining area where he laid out the numerous delectable dishes, the many beings around him digging in thereafter as the next few hours were spent in bliss enjoying dishes cooked by a rank A skill that was enhanced with skill points. It was a surreal experience for Noah as his original body was nearing the 7th celestial star, returning to the abode of the celestials as another piece of him was somewhere else doing something he did not expect to be doing a few hours ago. He smiled at the crazy possibilities that the skill trees could bring to life as he enjoyed himself for the next few hours, the taste buds of the clone being no less than the original as he relished on his own creations. He wrapped up this brief relaxation period in a few hours as his gaze shone while looking at the numerous beasts lined up in front of him. The Emperor Penguin was at the peak of the saint rank, his brothers and sisters already entering the same rank in the past month as more than enough beasts had already met the requirement of upgrading to the 7th tier spiritual land. But he wouldn't stop there. He waved his hands towards the beasts as numerous saint and void rank, core, appeared before their eyes, one of the few positive things coming out of the Magus world showing itself into the eyes of everyone around him as they looked on in shock. Others were simply shaking their heads deprecatingly as what they knew to be the norm continued to be destroyed by this single being in front of them. The beasts wasted no time as they followed the commands of the spiritual land master, beginning to consume the cores right away as the dense essence of the spiritual land continued to converge around them. Noah watched on from the sides with careful eyes as he observed every minuscule change. In under an hour, the Emperor Penguin was the first to finish consuming numerous void cores as his rank was finally pushed from saint and into the void. The process continued on for another half a day as one by one, the beasts gradually rose to the peak of the saint realm and then consumed more and more of the provided cores until they broke through into the void rank. This number continued until it passed 10, where Noah was confident it would be more than enough for the requirements of the upgrade as he nodded his head with an accomplished gaze. The requirements to upgrade the spiritual land into the 7th tier was to have more than 5 beasts step into the saint realm, and he was sure the upgrade into the 8th tier would be similar, if not the number being slightly higher. Looking at the unstable realms of the beasts that just broke through, and the many more still continuing the process of absorbing cores and pushing their ranks up unceasingly, Noah's face hardened as he breathed out, feeling the connection with the main body and the immense mana it was connected to, his clothes simply acting as another limb as it called forth this bubbling mana while he initiated the upgrade of the spiritual land into the next tier. This time, he would not just stop at one upgrade, but would also continue with the next one soon after. His gaze looked ahead into the far future as he pondered the results of these upgrades. He knew the 7th tier would unlock the law space, something he had yet to wrap his mind around on exactly how crazy it would be. But, what would be the prize for upgrading all the way to the 8th tier? Chapter 358 Upgrade of Multiple Tiers. On the 7th celestial star, the party that had set off towards the Magus world had returned with refreshed faces as they successfully achieved the mission. Athena held a light smile as they returned to the inquiring mountain that Grandmaster Vredrel had the control of, the Grandmaster himself letting them know that he would be meeting with the other Grandmasters that were overseeing their own disciples and jobs on the 7th celestial star. His face was that of profound enthusiasm as it seemed the task he was going to be talking about with the other Grandmasters was one of great importance. This sense of atmosphere only made Noah more inquisitive about the celestial realm that the Grandmaster mentioned, waiting patiently to find out from this Grandmaster what this location would entail. When it came to others like Vredrel, each of the Grandmasters on the 7th celestial star had their own divisions that they handled, paving way for a very well-oiled organization that Noah was only beginning to get a grasp of. He had only been staying in the inquiring mountain for the past month, and his thoughts were leading him towards exploring this star some more in the coming days as he got more of a grasp on the domain of the Celestials. Noah was taken out of his thoughts as the still vibrant Athena spoke towards him melodiously, her gaze that of shining brilliance. "Junior brother, why don't we reflect on our recent battle with a spar while we wait for the Grandmaster? I would love to experience the power of those wondrous blades of liberation myself if you don't mind." The war princess that lived for battle called out with shining eyes as Noah turned towards her, hiding his thoughts as he replied with a smile. Of course, let's go. He followed her lead towards a peaceful area on the wide inquiring mountain as he humored her thirst for battle, knowing his own skills would be increased as he continued to fight with someone holding such a grand title as the war princess. While his main body had begun a spar on the 7th celestial star, his clone was using even more mana across the stars on the first realm of hell as he oversaw a stupendous upgrade. In the fiery skies of the first hell, an aurora of colors was spreading out as the expansive spiritual land was exploding with numerous mystical lights. The essence converging within this floating island was becoming so thick that one almost felt like they could grasp it. On the side, the abhorred Lich Emperor had pulled back many of the forces of the undead legion as they patrolled the blazing lands and the fiery skies of the first hell, stopping any rushing infernals on the outer perimeters as they didn't want any disturbances to come to their master. Numerous bone dragons, undead phoenixes, and specters were floating across the skies around the spiritual land as an aurora of colors continued, until they reached a crescendo that exploded outwards. The skies trembled as Noah confirmed the spiritual land had successfully been upgraded to the 7th tier, checking the requirements of the upgrade for the next tier as he saw it was having 10 beasts born in the spiritual land to have reached the rank of void. He smiled as his preparations were correct, the essence he could access with the clone body rumbling once more as he used spiritual land management to initiate another upgrade of tiers seconds after one just finished. The essence of the first realm of hell that was gradually calming became wild once more as ridiculously, even more converged towards the spiritual land, a denser convergence occurring this time around something stupendous repeated once more. The harbingers watching this process on the side actually did not find themselves overly shocked anymore, the things they watched Noah do so frequently becoming less and less of the crazy actions they seemed as they now became the norm. The process of convergence of essence into the spiritual land repeated once more as both the mana in the surroundings and Noah's own mana continued to be sucked into the floating landmass, the result this time even more significant as when it finished, a blue circular ring of light shot forth from the spiritual land as it announced the arrival of something grand. The owner of this magnificent spiritual land was the one looking forward to seeing the results of this upgrade the most as he quickly pulled up the stat panel and looked under Spiritual Land Management. Frozen Plateau 8. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, SXXX, Epic 15, 285, Legendary 3, 286, Mythical 1432, Phantasmal 345, Transcendent 99, Saint 14, Void 13. Plants Whitefall trees, Snow vine, Sacred rye, Pygmy melon, Icefire persimmon, Ice phoenix fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen angelica, Regal flora, Cheelant's cold stone, Resonant ochre. Available for planting, Arctic flora, King's collard, Athermire, Phantom mulberry. Features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, unlocked, law. Space, unlocked, blacksmith's forge, unlocked, division, locked, email protected, $%, locked. Upgrade conditions, 10+ spiritual land beasts at the soul rank, a small world core. The new additions gained from the upgrade of the spiritual land to the 8th tier were clearly laid out in front of his eyes, with the features labeled as Law Space and the new feature called the Blacksmith's Forge that was obtained from the 8th tier upgrade making his eyes burst with excitement. Something even more ridiculous that he saw at the end of Spiritual Land Management was the upgrade condition for the 9th tier of the spiritual land. It stated that aside from the usual condition of beasts achieving the next rank, a core of a small world was required. The implications of this requirement were so grand that even Noah's wildest imagination could not fantasize about what exactly would come out of an upgrade that required a core of a world. The significance of the actions he would have to do if he wanted to carry out this future upgrade only dawned on him a second later. But, he put these thoughts aside for now as he looked back at the new features that were respectively labeled Law Space, and the even more domineering one called the Blacksmith's Forge. Chapter 359 Law Space, Blacksmith's Forge. Chapter 359 Law Space, Blacksmith's Forge. The first thing Noah observed was the details of the Law Space under the tab of Spiritual Land Management. Law Space, fields containing a higher concentration of particular laws can be created, granting increased comprehension speed to all that cultivate within. Currently unlocked spaces, water, fire, earth, air. Locked spaces, time, space, light, dark, fate, chaos. His eyes shone as he read the simplistic details of the features called law space, seeing its stupendous uses in the future, but his heart aching for the fact that it did not yet have the space that dealt with supreme laws like the law of fate unlocked. He looked forward into the future as he would do whatever it took to raise the tiers of the spiritual land until the most unbelievable boosts were unlocked. He placed his attention next to the feature called Blacksmith's Forge, as he became even more surprised. Blacksmith's Forge, a unique forge created for the purpose of smelting the most refined items. The level of the item created will be reflected on what materials were provided. A singular item or an item set can be created. An immense output of energy is required to use the forge. Currently craftable item ranks: Saint, Void, Supreme Treasure. Locked, #email protected, $treasure. A tremor passed through Noah's heart as he read over the descriptions of the newly added features of the spiritual land, the blacksmith's forge being the most unique one that he could not wait to try out. He currently wasn't cultivating any of the laws that would be boosted by the available law spaces, and he would utilize this feature to the fullest extent when the higher-ranked law spaces were finally unlocked. He had some percentages in the law of water and the law of space, but many of his skills weren't geared towards them currently, and he didn't have something as profound as Fate's Disciple that allowed him to draw in the unique fate lines. When it came to items, besides the supreme treasures like the Trident of the Sea that he rarely used on big fights, their use had gradually diminished for him as his body would almost always have more than enough defenses that an armor would be rendered null. In some cases, even his own skills like the abilities in Fate's Guardian provide their own weapons and armor that are capable of dealing tremendous damage while protecting him from harm. Thus, he knew that items of the Saint or Void rank would be fairly useless for him, but this didn't mean they wouldn't be extremely useful to his forces. Not everyone had the capabilities to passively keep defensive skills active at all times with their unlimited mana, so items would still show extreme usefulness to them. As for Noah himself, only something like a supreme treasure could boost his abilities further, as they almost always held sub-abilities that heavily enhanced his battle power. He breathed out as he realized he had many things to do, his senses sweeping over the wide spiritual land to observe the numerous changes as the essence coming off of the floating landmass was palpable. It seemed like a haven for increasing one's power, as he was sure any normal being would awaken instantly the moment they stepped on this spiritual land. He put his thoughts aside as he outlined what he had to do as his main body continued moving in the seventh celestial star. He had to check out the newly available plants and begin spreading them out over numerous fields. He had to observe the workings of the law space, the blacksmith's forge, and then finally begin the task of training the proficiencies of his skill trees in the time-space of the spiritual land. There were numerous things to take care of, but he felt full of energy as he descended down towards the spiritual land, the harbingers following his lead as they explored this paradisiacal floating landmass anew once more. In the seventh celestial star, a heavily breathing Noah and Athena were taking a break beside the bank of a destroyed stream. Numerous pits and fissures spread out around them for miles in the small section of the inquiring mountain they were on. The pits and fissures spread out all around were caused from the horrendous attacks coming from Blades of Liberation, the rest of the destruction simply caused by the impact of their spar over the last few hours. The valiant Athena let out small breaths as she shook her head in a ludicrous manner while looking at Noah, not believing the talent of this being as he had managed to withstand her power even after she used 30,000 fate lines. The junior disciple in front of her currently had a bit over 18,000 lines of fate, and yet all she managed to do was finally make him sweat as he called for a break while citing the lack of energy as the excuse. Even though they had been exchanging attacks evenly this whole time, Athena took it as her win as she had managed to drain this junior brother of all his energy until he couldn't continue any longer. Noah took in Athena's gaze as he utilized his acting skills to slowly reduce the rapid breaths he was taking, pausing the ongoing spar where he learned many things as he played the role of a younger disciple that couldn't go on any longer. "Thank you for the spar, senior sister." Athena nodded towards him as a smile appeared on her face, expressing much more emotion as her guard dropped more and more around this junior brother. She looked thoughtfully at him as she said slowly thereafter, "Call me Athena. We'll drop the ranks of junior and senior for now as you seem to be keeping up even if I go above the power you can effectively utilize. The moment you stop keeping up you'll have to call me senior sister again." The expression of a younger disciple nodding proudly appeared on Noah's face as he was about to reply, his words cut short as both he and Athena heard the words of a certain grandmaster ring out in their minds. "Come to the monastery, I have good news." Without a second delay, the two of them rose from the destroyed area of the mountain they were in as they began to fly towards the peak of the inquiring mountain. The immense damage they had caused had already begun the process of healing, as the immense essence covering the mountain had already spurred the growth of plants and vegetation in the destroyed areas that would soon return to the original beauty. Their figures went into the monastery where Grandmaster Vredrel sat serenely while stroking his white beard, his gaze looking towards them with a nod as they respectfully sat in front of him. Athena, how much do you know about the celestial realm? Grandmaster, all I have overheard over the years is how it is a land of immense opportunity, and the reason why we hold the sway that we have over the light expanse today is because of this celestial realm. Athena replied quickly as her eyes shone, the Grandmaster laughing in affirmation as he began weaving a grand story about something at the center of the celestial strength. He began talking about the celestial realm. Chapter 360, a vast realm unlike any other. This is something that only the Grandmasters have knowledge of so far, but you too will be playing at the centermost position in the coming months. That it is knowledge which you are cleared to have. The voice of the Grandmaster had a hint of solemnity as he began, both Noah and Athena sitting down respectfully in front of him as their eyes looked forward, hungry for information. Much of what I am about to tell you pertains to the celestial realm, a realm that is unique in our novice galaxy, and the place that allowed for our domination these past thousands of years. It is not our destructive warships that can destroy entire stars, nor is it our proficiency in understanding the supreme law of fate. It is this place called the celestial realm that is the reason why we stand where we are today. Noah's heart shook as he heard these words, numerous thoughts crossing his mind as the solemn Grandmaster Vredrel continued to speak in front of him. This is because everything we have, our weapons, our techniques that allow us to influence fate, all of this came from the celestial realm. A tremor ran through Noah's body as he listened with rapt attention while a Grandmaster that stood at the core of one of the celestial stars began revealing secrets out of his wildest dreams. The celestial realm was something that a few powerful beings had found thousands of years ago, and it was these powerful figures that began to explore this realm and everything it held within it. Their intrusion into this realm allowed for them to experience never-before-seen wonders, granting them unbelievable techniques and power out of their wildest imagination. At the same time, they came to understand that it was extremely dangerous. Among the few powerful figures that went into the celestial realm, only 3 managed to keep their lives after they delved too far within, their progress blocked by the very things that granted them techniques and immense ways to utilize mana that they never thought to be possible. The things that made it possible for them to gain phenomenal strength while also causing the downfall of a few of them was what later came to be termed celestial beasts. At this juncture, the Grandmaster became silent as he looked at the two of them closely, seemingly arranging his thoughts before he continued. It is these celestial beasts that are among the many things you will be looking for when the time comes for the gates of the celestial realm to be opened. When the founders encountered this first bottleneck that stopped their advances, they pulled back to the perimeters of the celestial realm to recuperate and absorb the treasures they had obtained, growing their power exponentially before they returned to carefully exploring the celestial realm for the next 100 years. The beings that Grandmaster Vredrel called founders were the powerhouses that stood at the top of the power known as the Celestials. They spent more than 100 years after breaking into the celestial realm as they explored the wonders within it, as well as the numerous dangers it held. In the 99th year of their exploration, they came across a particular area where they almost lost their lives, but with the danger past, they were rewarded with a set of techniques that made them who they are today. It was in this 99th year since they began exploring the celestial realm that the founders came across the techniques dealing with the law of fate that would go on to allow them to rapidly increase in power, going on to dominate an entire region of the vast novice galaxy they were from as their exploration of the celestial realm only continued at a rapid speed. With their obtainment of these powerful techniques, they understood that to utilize them to their fullest, the users had to have a tremendous amount of influence on many beings. The more numerous and the more powerful the better. Our founders looked upon the boon they received as they put it to use for the betterment of the novice galaxy they were in, going on to study the law of fate and use it to establish a reign-seeking order and balance. Grandmaster Vredrel finished these words with a profoundly respectful tone as his eyes were lost in thought. Noah was absorbing all of this new information as he filtered out the enormous levels of bias and possible lies from the Grandmaster, realizing that the thing that prompted the Celestials' quest for power and domination was simply these techniques and treasures that they obtained from this celestial realm. It wasn't some inborn need to reduce the natural order of chaos that everything was going towards, it was because the techniques they trained in required for them to have an overwhelming amount of influence on numerous beings that they chose to expand their power under the name of order and balance. The power they continued to gain over the years, all of it actually went back to this celestial realm as they continued to explore it all this time. The Grand Master returned to the present as his eyes focused on Noah and Athena, continuing to release huge secrets that very few were privy to. In the thousands of years that followed, the founders created the power that came to be known as Celestials, expanding their influence and recruiting more qualified forces as the years passed. In the 1523rd year of exploration of the celestial realm, a few newly recruited Celestials came across treasures that you all are familiar with currently, the technology known as the prime warships and even more phenomenal weapons that you all have yet to see. But what I want you two to realize is that all of this was made possible solely because of the celestial realm. What is the most shocking thing though, is that in the years that followed until this very day, the percentage of this realm that we have been able to explore and map out, has not passed 10%. Chapter 361 Fantastical. The last words of the Grand Master smashed into Noah powerfully as his thoughts rapidly moved, the meaning and possibilities behind these words being so immense that he could not even imagine. In the last thousands of years as the Celestials expanded their power while exploring this celestial realm, they had only explored a measly 10% of the entire realm. In this area they had explored though, they were able to come across ridiculously powerful treasures that could destroy stars, as well as obtain techniques that gave them the prodigious positions that they held in the light expanse today. Noah's heart was shaking as his eyes looked forward into the unlimited possibilities of the future. If he was given access to this realm that even the Celestials had not fully explored, just what would he be able to pull out when the Celestials already received so much from just covering 10% of it? There are still numerous secrets to uncover when it comes to the celestial realm, but the one thing we have confirmed is that the rewards are abundant. This was also the reason why knowledge of it has been kept very scarce, the privilege of exploring it given only to powerful Celestials or disciples that show overwhelming potential over the years. The solemn gaze of the Grand Master fell on the figures of Noah and Athena at this moment. This is where you two come in. In the near future, you will be exploring this vast realm as you learn to grow your power even faster. With your status as those who hold a noble fate, who knows what you might discover, and if it would come close to the level of things that we have discovered over the years, or something out of our wildest dreams. The eyes of the Grand Master were shining as he looked at them, Noah reading between the lines as he realized that the Celestials did not just permit them entrance into the celestial realm for the purpose of rapidly increasing their strength, but also to use their titles as those with noble fate to see if they can chance upon anything at the level of the treasures they have come across over the last thousands of years. The deep thoughts behind the actions of the Celestials made Noah more careful as the Grand Master continued to speak. Although this time it is going to be different. As I oversaw the mission in the Magus world and observed the changes in the workings of fate in real time, an idea struck me that I have passed on. We are now just awaiting confirmation, but for the near future, for the first time in history we should be opening the doors of the celestial realm to select individuals that do not hold the identities of Celestials. His words carried an unknown meaning as he did not fully delve into what idea he had proposed and passed on, but Noah knew something huge would be occurring in the light expanse in the very near future. At the center of all of it were the Celestials, and now, he had stably instituted himself in their ranks as he would be given access to a fantastical realm he never knew existed, to the realm where the immense power of the Celestials came from. He hid his deep smile as he continued to listen closely to the solemn Grand Master, his eyes set on the future that seemed to be calling out to him brightly. As Noah received profoundly secretive information of the seventh celestial star, his clone was sitting in the underground layer of the spiritual land that was not too far away from the expansive time-space. This area in front of him held a uniquely shaped black building that looked to be sculpted from metal, the sleek black color giving it an ancient aesthetic as a single metal door opened itself as Noah neared. He entered inside to find a simmering hearth that seemed to be calling out for it to be used as blue flames sn.a.k.e.d within, drawing a mystical contrast as he observed everything else in the blacksmith's forge. The outlines of numerous weapons, armors, and all sorts of other items he wasn't familiar with were all laid out over the walls of the smithy, a simple styled workman's bench placed at the very center. Noah had a light smile as he brought himself to sit on this workman's bench, a blue panel appearing before his eyes in a simple manner as it laid out beautiful words. Blacksmith's forge, unlocked features, forge, refine, repair. Locked features, evolve, recipe design. The words shone in a blue luster as he focused on them, gaining even more understanding as he read their descriptions. Forge, depending on the materials placed into the forge, an exemplary item that stands at the peak of its stage will be created. If a material has a potential of synergy, The forge will create an item set once sufficient materials are placed. Refine, an already completed item can be enhanced to bring out more of its potential. Requires, core, S of sufficient level for refinement. Supreme treasures require unique materials for refinement. Repair, a broken item can be repaired to its prime. Requires, core, S of sufficient level for repair. Supreme treasures require unique materials for repair. Noah's eyes shone as he read over all the descriptions of the things he could currently do with the blacksmith's forge, many more questions appearing on his mind as he wondered first and foremost what materials would be considered unique. From the information he read, if he used a material that was classified as a void rank material, the item produced would simply be a void rank item. If he got his hands on the materials that were termed unique, creating supreme treasures was not an impossibility. His mind was already going towards the trident of the sea when he looked over the feature of refine, as well as the dagger of time that was listed as incomplete at this moment. In the future, it seemed like it was possible to enhance these supreme treasures even more, while there were numerous features to be unlocked in the future that made Noah itch with anticipation. At this moment in time though, he would try an initial use of the blacksmith's forge as he gained a better understanding of it. His clone was expressing the marvelous emotions that his real body was feeling but could not express in the seventh celestial star as he continued to listen to the secrets of the celestials. Numerous plans about this celestial realm he would delve into sometime in the future circling his mind as the clone worked steadily in the spiritual land. Chapter 362 What do you know about fate? In the innermost region of the seventh celestial star below the fantastical mountains filled with dense essence and medicinal herbs, there lay a horrendous golden cage that had numerous spears piercing through a single being. This cage was located in the area in the deeper layers of the celestial star in a position that very few disciples had access to. It was placed at the center of this wide underground cavern that had foliage shimmering with blue and purple lights, the foliage being the type of plants that never saw the light of day. It was normally a silent area as years would pass before any being would intrude upon it, but there was a shimmering golden-robed figure walking towards the cage that held a disfigured being pierced on all sides. This individual held an exemplary goatee on his face. Being the celestial grandmaster that oversaw many of the operations on this celestial star, it was Grandmaster Ramiel. His expression seemed to be one that was lost in thought as he strolled towards the restrictive cage holding a single being, only looking up as he was inches away from it, the figure of the prisoner within being extremely clear. The one chained to the floor of the cage with numerous golden rods piercing through his body turned his head unnaturally as one of his eyes landed on Grandmaster Ramiel. The Grandmaster that was lost in thought actually pulled back from the cage as he bowed respectfully, reigning in his bubbling aura that stood at a rank above the domain expansion realm and bringing forth a shocking scene that could not be understood by any of those watching. This unworthy disciple greets Master. I haven't been down here for quite some time, and I'll have to bother you with some of my ramblings again. Grandmaster Ramiel began a monologue as he let out shocking words, slightly revealing the identity of the being that was mutilated by numerous spears within the cage. The tides of fate continue to ebb and flow forth, where we are now reaching an impasse with the infernal lords joining hands with those in the dark expanse. The period of war is fast approaching once more, with all forces raising their own champions to steer this coming battle into their favor. Grandmaster Ramiel began walking around the cage as he talked, seemingly lost in his own musings as the being he had called Master continued to silently listen. The position of the infernal lord we had killed long ago is about to be filled again as a new infernal lord rises. The warlocks and witches controlling the dark expanse continue to refine their spells as they congregate with the infernal lords, while our forces have located a few beings with noble fates that we continue to raise. Grandmaster Ramiel walked around the cage thoughtfully as he continued to ramble on, his expression that of extreme focus as he laid out numerous secrets calmly. We have continued to monitor those insane entities in the dark expanse, but it seems they won't be moving for this coming war, all indicators pointing to some sort of restriction binding them from acting once more. He came to a stop once more as his eyes focused on the imprisoned being. Our newest action would actually deal with the wondrous place you helped locate long ago, where we are thinking of influencing the fates of those in the light expanse even more by letting them explore that realm, and then using this force in the coming war as well. The air around them trembled as a plot that would shake the minds of many who heard was laid out simply. Their lives would at least serve some meaning as they stand in the front lines, contributing to the establishment of order and not the chaos that they continue to cause. Blood continued to leak out of the imprisoned being as his barely freed facial muscles rose up in a smile, numerous thoughts coursing through his mind as the one that called him Master continued to ponder next to his cage. Our rule has tightened over the years in the light expanse, but this will be the first time that we include its inhabitants on something this grand as we continue to steer fate in the direction that we want. What do you think about this move, Master? Grandmaster Ramiel shook his head as no reply came from the being in front of it, his gaze turning towards the golden rods that locked him in place as he shook his head in wonder. The treasures of the celestial realm amaze me to this very day. I never would have once believed that a being like you could be locked down for this long, your strength continuously drained, your millions of fate lines shattered as your power continues to drain every second. Yet, your power still seems as boundless as ever, Master. His words were those of reverence and respect as he looked upon the being skewered in the cage, shaking his head wistfully as he turned around and began walking away. Grandmaster Ramiel had the habit of coming down here frequently every tens of years as he reminisced about the past and thought of the grand history of this being caged beneath this star. To him, this was just a repeat of what he usually did as he came down and began leaving soon after, his thoughts already going towards the many things he had to take care of as a few last words left his mouth. Why, Master? Why did you do that? His melancholic words faded as his figure went higher and higher, gradually disappearing as he left behind the skewered body that continued to leak blood. The imprisoned being in question looked at the leaving being as a disfigured smile appeared in its skewered face, a small whisper that no one would be able to hear leaving his lips. Steering fate, huh? What would you children know about fate, or how fickle it can be? The numerous golden rods holding him in place trembled at the immense aura of this being, things gradually calming down as the imprisoned figure raised his head above the cage, his eyes piercing through the layers of earth as they came to rest upon a particular mountain on the seventh celestial star. At the place his eyes were gazing at, the figures of Noah and Athena were respectfully listening to a particular grandmaster. The imprisoned being looked at this scene as a wide smile covered his disfigured face, a look of anticipation covering his face. Soon. Chapter 363 Infernal Set. In the underground layer of frozen plateau spiritual land, immense heat was coming off a particular blacksmith's forge as Noah looked at the results of trying out this new feature for the first time. He had first checked the possibilities of the feature called Refine, pulling out the supreme treasure that was the trident of sea as it was quickly swallowed up by the hearth at the center of blacksmith's forge. The numerous blue flames wrapped all around the shining trident before a prompt appeared on Noah's eyes. Supreme treasure trident of the sea requires unique materials that would enhance the efficacy of the item by an unknown amount. The first test was a dud as he still did not come across something that could be considered a unique material, his mind leaning towards the celestial realm he was learning more and more about as the place he might be able to get his hands on something like this. This idea also brought into account another feature of the spiritual land that Noah had not had a chance to use too often, and that was, Treasure Hunter. The abilities of the spiritual land continued to affect his rise in strength more and more, going on to unimaginable degrees at this moment as it seemed to always hold newer and more fantastical surprises. He put the thoughts about how he could possibly move in the celestial realm as he gathered more information on it first, checking to see if it would be even possible for him to take the spiritual land along on that journey. When it came to the locked abilities of the blacksmith's forge, there was recipe design and evolve. The latter was vague and he didn't know how different it would be from the refine feature, but the recipe design was something that made his heart shake in excitement as he wondered exactly what were the limits to what the spiritual land would allow him to personally design in the future. When his thoughts came to this stage, he almost wanted to look into the problem of obtaining a small world core right away while trying to upgrade the strengths of the beasts of the spiritual land into a rank that even he had not stepped into yet. He shook his head at the numerous thoughts as his attention reverted back to the forge feature of the blacksmith's forge as he took back the trident of the sea from the dancing blue flames in the hearth. When he first initiated the use of forge, he didn't have anything that could be considered a material on him, so he tried the only thing holding a possibility of being counted as a material while also being abundant near his location. Being in the first realm of hell, he quickly procured the bodies of a few void-ranked infernals as he teleported back to the blacksmith's forge and threw a few of them into the hearth. The function of forge was selected as an exuberant amount of mana began leaving his body, the numerous dredges of void-rank infernals beginning to melt in front of his eyes as blue flaming snakes went on to cover all over them, wrapping them up entirely as more than half an hour passed while Noah watched the burning flames. An explosion of light that seemed to portray the arrival of something grand spread out from the hearth that Noah was closely watching, the shining light disappearing as an exquisitely designed BREAS plate and a glimmering red serrated sword floated in front of him, their identities being revealed as their descriptions floated in front of his eyes beautifully. Void, infernal serrated sword, a sword forged from the very origins of infernals themselves, carrying their vengeful emotions with every strike. Plus 50% physical damage. Plus 20% increased attack speed. Part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Void, infernal spiked breas plate, an armor meant to withstand all the wrathful attacks thrown towards it. Plus 50% defense. Plus 20% increased elemental resistance. Plus 50% increased fire element resistance. Part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Blood-stained infernal oath set, the complete set that only those capable of taking down numerous infernals are rewarded. Set bonus, 2 pieces apply the fear effect to all those at lower ranks. 4 pieces gain a unique enhancing energy in the form of a frenzy charge after every kill. The frenzy charges gradually disappears after 30 seconds. Each frenzy charge grants plus 5% increased damage. 6 pieces enter the state of infernal rage whenever you are low on life, granting you 100% more damage and regeneration, as well as the gained frenzy charges not expiring. Well damn. Noah's mouth was wide open as he looked at the details of the 2 items laid out in front of him, not imagining in his wildest dreams that the first items created in this blacksmith's forge were this marvelous in their capabilities. He had made the assumption that only supreme treasures would be able to enhance his abilities, but it seemed the items created from the blacksmith's forge were something entirely different. This was especially so because of the bonuses one could obtain if they wore the entire item set created from the bodies of the dead void-ranked infernals. The items provided increased speed, damage, and armor, which Noah could disregard if he wanted, but his curiosity was raised when he looked at the unique features that could be obtained if the remaining 4 items were created and worn all at once, gaining the boost given for the complete item set. This also made him very much look forward to the possibilities of the types of supreme treasures that could be created from the blacksmith's forge if something at the void rank came out as spectacularly as this. Even though the items in this blood-stained infernal oath set would not grant him crazy boosts to his already insane abilities, he knew it would be an immense help to those around him, allowing them to raise their power much quicker as well as gaining another layer of protection. He waved his hands in anticipation as he took out more than 10 other void-rank bodies of the infernals, throwing them all into the hearth that pulsed with a blue flame as he created items unique only to him, something that his people would wear and become known for in the future that he had yet to perceive. In the coming war that would affect the dynamic of trillions of lives, a monstrous force that wore designs of similar items that Noah had begun creating would become known across the reaches of the novice galaxy. Chapter 364: A Move of Consolidation. Word was soon passed from the 7th celestial star and into the numerous other celestial stars spread out over the light expanse, going on to reach the ears of the upper echelons that made the true decisions. The Grandmasters in the 7th celestial star were confident after they had used their own techniques to discern the possible effects and results of letting inhabitants of the light expanse explore the celestial realm for the first time under strict conditions, and they saw the effects to be marvelous and heavily favoring their aims. So word was passed forward to the higher-ups, but they knew the ultimate decision would be the confirmation of this never-before-done event as they were approaching the precipice of another war, and the use of the beings in the light expanse in the front lines of this war would only leave them in a better position. Grandmaster Ramiel had left the underground area where a being lay imprisoned, these numerous thoughts coursing through his mind as he shone a resplendent gold light, numerous skills activated as he overlooked the activities of the 7th celestial star. When it came to raising forces, one could forcefully throw them into their deaths, but what if you could raise beings to fight on their behalf willingly with their own wills? The Celestials had been doing this for ages with the act of recruiting disciples, going on to create the force of hundreds of thousands of those qualified in learning about fate over the years as these beings were spread out all over the stars of the light expanse. But the epiphany that Grandmaster Vredrel had as he watched the constantly changing influence of fate of numerous prime worlds that had their emotions and beliefs pressed down and changed in a matter of hours as they watched the power of Celestials had brought forth this new possibility. The Celestials had been steadily influencing the fates of the numerous stars in the light expanse, but not to the extent that they were about to do in the near future. They were involved in the affairs of the numerous stars, even going as far as providing them with minor treasures after their participation in the infernal hunts. But this coming future would have the inhabitants of light expanse work closely and tirelessly with the Celestials as they would go on to fight for them in the front lines after their strengths were boosted in the celestial realm. They would not be forced or conscripted to fight and throw away their lives, but they would be influenced ever so slowly with the power of Celestials they continued to observe as they tasted the treasures that they had already been eating for years. Then, they would willingly lay down their lives to the enemies that the Celestials pointed their fingers towards. Grandmaster Ramiel smiled as he thought this, numerous message transmissions leaving his mind towards numerous beings as he moved forward with the plans to influence the beings of the light expanse even more the moment he received the permission he expected to receive as the information returned from the many celestial stars. This time, it wasn't just through fear as the beings of the light expanse observed the majestic power of celestials similar to the bloodbath in the Magus world, but also through awe as they would come to observe and appreciate the celestial realm they would soon be given a chance to dive into under strict conditions. It was a plan of using fear and propaganda to further enhance their already stable influence of fate, and now it would also produce more powerhouses to fight in the coming war as more and more beings explored and chanced upon the wondrous treasures of the celestial realm. Only a few days passed before thousands of prime worlds began receiving astounding pieces of information directly from the celestials. Only worlds at the level of prime received this piece of information. Very few of the tens of thousands of large worlds or the hundreds of thousands of small and middle worlds filled with weak life forms were receiving this message as it was focused on those that were powerful and capable in the prime worlds. The message's contents told them all that a chance had arrived. A never-before-given chance that would allow the powers of the light expanse to progress in strength as they worked together with the celestials to explore something phenomenal. Many of the worlds already knew of the celestials' power, and worlds like the world of cultivation had already been receiving resources from the celestials over the years. So when they saw the contents of this message, they knew it would be something unbelievable. The numerous powerful worlds in the light expanse began to bustle with activities at the advent of this message, many of them looking forward into the future as they prepared. Only a few knowledgeable figures and the beings watching from the dark expanse looked at these large movements as they realized something momentous was occurring with the celestials. Those watching closely from the dark expanse came to realize that the celestials were consolidating their power as they prepared for their future war once more, and this consolidation of power was so expansive that they were now involving the entire light expanse. In the underworld, the royal vampire Elena received a similar message as she closed her eyes and mumbled with an amorous smile. The celestial realm, huh? Her red eyes were languidly looking forward to the bustling pureblood vampires that continued to expand their forces in the underworld. She looked towards her brother who was overseeing the campaign with a frowning face as she spoke of with a smile. Little brother, we'll have to call back little Cassius from the dark expanse so he can enjoy a piece of the pie opening itself up soon. A thoughtful expression was on the Vampire King's face as he replied. This celestial realm that these mongrels are choosing to open up to the public now, there should be numerous hidden meanings behind it. Not to mention the dangers. The Vampire King was careful as he thought of the possibilities and meanings behind the actions of the Celestials, but Elena only smiled as her bountiful body bounced up. Oh little brother, danger brings with it an opportunity, and this opportunity to get our hands into the treasure bowl of the Celestials, I'm sure the Alliance is going to do everything in their power to take full hold of it. Across the worlds, bustling movements had begun as many beings plotted and schemed with their own plans. At the same time, a being was designing terrifying weapons and armors in a fiery hell, and was at the same time training at the core of the Celestials themselves as he garnered more status and power. Among the schemes and plans, who knew which power would come out on top? Chapter 365. A penguin clad in armor, towards the celestial realm. As many beings prepared for the profound opportunity opening itself up, Noah's clone was in the underground layer of the spiritual land where an amazing sight was taking place as a penguin of immense arrogance raised its beak even higher into the skies because of the majestic item set it was currently adorned in. Noah was standing in front of the Emperor Penguin as he observed the tight fitting of the blood-stained infernal oath set, with shining eyes. The strongest beast of the spiritual land was the first to be tested as the moment it equipped the items they went on to tightly wrap around his body and fit as if they were meant for him. The blood-stained infernal oath set contained the sword and the breas plate that he created first, and then later on he was able to craft the leggings, shoes, arm guards, and a helmet. The entire set shone with a red luster as it fully covered the penguin, the multiple pieces going on to smoothly attach to his body. Going back a few minutes prior, the hearth of the blacksmith's forge had produced the last four pieces of the set as they floated grandly in front of Noah's eyes, the descriptions of their boosts being around the same as the last two items. Void, infernal spiked leggings, leggings that are meant to provide smooth movements while granting increased protection. Plus 50% defense. Plus 20% increased elemental resistance. Plus 50% increased fire element resistance. Part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Void, infernal spiked helmet, a crown created to exemplify the qualities of one that is stained with the blood of infernals. Plus 10% attack and cast speed, plus 25% to all element resistance, part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Void, infernal spiked arm guards that are meant to provide versatility while also reinforcing the strength of the user. Plus 10% attack and cast speed. Part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Void, infernal spiked boots, swift and strong, this infernal footwear provides the speed and agility required to move across tough terrains. Plus 20% movement speed, unaffected by the extreme burning grounds you stand on. Part of the blood-stained infernal oath set. Once the set fully came together, it created a menacing armored figure that was adorned with a fierce helmet that had two horns protruding on either side. It made for a demonic picture, and this contrast was especially interesting on the Emperor Penguin. Its flippers were fully covered as numerous spikes protruded from the armed guards, its beak holding a red sheen as a thin red film of light came to protect it. Its beady eyes were able to be seen from the thin slit that was visible from the small opening of the helmet of the infernal set. This was the completed and finished creation of the first set that Noah had crafted from the use of the blacksmith's forge. It was a fully void rank, blood-stained infernal oath set. One of the things that Noah found to be marvelous about this item set was the unique abilities they provided after one wore all 6 items. The concept of frenzy charges that increased your damage output every time you took down an enemy reminded Noah of berserkers that would continue fighting in a bloody battlefield as they only became stronger with time. This was complemented even more when looked over the last boost given for equipping all 6 pieces that allowed one to enter an actual berserker state. He knew that this type of item set would definitely go on to be extremely useful for his forces in the future. He had used up almost all the bodies of the void rank infernal that he held to create enough set items to completion, but the product was worth it. How do you feel? He asked the flexing Emperor Penguin as he wanted to get feedback on the boosted strength from someone that didn't have the crazy boosts that he personally held. Powerful master, it feels as if I have an inexhaustible amount of energy. Noah nodded as he replied while moving out. Good. Let's test it out in combat and check out the boosts provided by the set bonuses themselves. The plan that Noah's clone was currently carrying out was collecting as many bodies of dead infernal as possible and using them as materials to mass-produce these spectacular item sets that enhance the strengths of his people by a large margin. There were still many tests to conduct as time passed. His attention also divided into the increased ratio of the time-space where in the last 2 tier upgrades, it did not double as it had been doing in the past. From the 6th to the 7th tier, the upgrade went from 120 to a ratio of 125, and the 8th tier granted a ratio of 130. It felt like a nerf had been placed as the ratio would have become simply monstrous if it continued to double, but it didn't mean much to Noah as the ratio of 130 was already insane by itself. This was because a single passing day outside would mean 30 days in the time-space of the spiritual land. It was already a crazy concept that would allow him to swiftly raise the proficiency of his skills that continued to become harder to raise the more they advanced in rank. This was just another thing that he had on his to-do list, with his tasks expanding to create numerous item sets using the blacksmith's forge, spending some time in the time-space to increase the proficiencies of his Lesser Cthulhu, Fate's Guardian, and the abhorred Lich Emperor, that was actually leading in proficiency as it had been active this entire time, as well as explore the features of Law Space. As the clone steadily moved to accomplish these goals, in the 7th Celestial Star, a few days passed since the Grandmaster broke the news of the Celestial Realm to Noah and Athena. Today, Noah had once again received a telepathic message as he was condensing fate lines in his abode. Come. We have gained the go-ahead for you and Athena to delve into the Celestial Realm first. Noah's eyes shone as he received this message, a light smile appearing on face as his figure disappeared from his abode and reappeared near the monastery. Athena wasn't too far behind as the girl had her hair already tied in a ponytail, the red robe she wore hiding her bountiful figure beneath as the both of them came to see the Grandmaster. Haha, this is a great opportunity. You two will get first-hand knowledge on how to move in the Celestial Realm, and you. The wizened Grandmaster Vredrel turned towards Noah as he finished his words. Will get to meet even more astounding geniuses besides Athena. Some may not be on your level, but they should still be able to give you a fight. The Grandmaster neared their positions as a brilliant light erupted to cover the 3 of them, their figures fading away as the light died down, their bodies reappearing inside a familiar prime warship they had used just a few days ago. We are setting off towards the land of opportunity and magnificence, the realm filled with peril and danger, but also filled with treasures out of your wildest imagination. The voice of Grandmaster Vredrel rang out as Athena and Noah looked towards each other, a thrilling light passing through their eyes as each of them held their own thoughts. Athena longed to find her purpose and what fate laid in store for her, while Noah was hungry for this phenomenal realm that was largely unexplored even after thousands of years, and for what possible treasures were waiting within. Chapter 366: A Breathtaking Golden Door. A grand prime warship streaked across the vastness of space, having been a few days since it first left the seventh celestial star. Noah and Athena were on a uniquely designed rectangular dining table that had a white cloth draping over it, numerous dishes that glistened in the light filling this table as the two ate while talking. It's disheartening to find out that even your cooking skills are out of this world. The senior sister that was gradually opening up to Noah said these words as her clear eyes looked at Noah inquisitively as she threw out a question. Noah replied as he grabbed the fat golden thigh of a large bird as he took large bites. My time in the profound astral sect wasn't just spent cultivating, I made sure to at least get the skill of cooking down when everyone was still looking down on me. Athena nodded as she carried on with light conversation. They had been on the ship passing through numerous stars over the past few days that after training in their separate rooms, they routinely got together to eat. Noah used the time to show off his cooking skills as he slowly gained more and more trust from the valiant war princess, as well as the old grandmaster that simply shook his head after realizing the disciple he considered a genius had another thing he excelled in. Oh! It seems like we are finally nearing the location. The war princess that was licking the oil on her ring finger called out, her senses reaching a region tens of miles from where they were. Noah spread his own senses out as he came to observe the appearance of numerous prime warships much larger than the one they were on. These prime warships only increased in number as they neared, Noah noticing the protective formation that the numerous ships took as if they were protecting the most treasured thing possible. Each of these ships was at the same level or higher from the prime warship they were on, meaning there were numerous ships capable of destroying entire stars spread out all over the location that held the entrance to the celestial realm. The prime warship they were on continued to get closer as it smoothly passed the circles of protection, its identity being known long in advance as the profound weapons of numerous other ships did not even turn towards it. The further in they went past the initial perimeter, the more powerful ships that contained horrendous auras they could feel as they realized how heavily protected this location was by the Celestials. Noah could already feel numerous auras at the soul and domain expansion realm overlooking these many ships, but his gaze stayed up front as he began to sense the appearance of a shining light. This shining light only became brighter and brighter as their ship went closer, continuing to grow in size as it soon came to overshadow the large vessel they were on. His figure flashed away from the dining area and into the front of the ship that held a clear glass screen, his eyes landing on this brightening light as it gradually became more and more clear, his eyes finally registering the appearance of a humongous golden door. It was a breathtaking scene to observe as this door stood serenely in space, gold particles of light ever so slowly coiling around it as it portrayed a sense of majesty Noah had not come across before. The only thing that slightly took away from this majesty was the numerous interstellar ships surrounding it on all sides, the eyes of the Celestials protecting this door as if it was their lifeline. The celestial door, a breathtaking sight to come across for the first time as it is nothing compared to the gates leading to the infernal realms you have come across before. Grandmaster Vredril appeared next to Noah as Athena joined their position, his wizened gaze deepening as he stroked his beard and continued. One can look at the names of the two and say they are similar, but the celestial realm and the known infernal realms are not even capable of being at the same stage of comparison. The entire size of the first infernal realm cannot even compare to 1/100th of the minuscule amount of lands that we have managed to explore in the celestial realm. The words of the Grandmaster revealed the immensity of the celestial realm more and more as their ship came to a stop not too far away from the golden door. The more than 2,000 meters in size warship seemed tiny compared to this grand door floating in front of them. Now, let's go in and have you two take a first look. The Grandmaster voiced out with a happy expression as a wide door opened up on the side of their prime warship, their figures stepping into the void of space as they began to head towards the golden door. None of the numerous interstellar ships even batted an eye towards them as they all knew their identities to be important figures from the seventh celestial star. Many of the beings that were stationed in the numerous vessels to protect the perimeters of the entrance to the celestial realm were beings that were average in talent, using many of the years on missions of securing the perimeter as they cultivated for tens of years in these vessels before they were assigned to other missions. Some of them had not even been given the chance to enter the celestial realm yet until they completed their missions. Noah's party smoothly bypassed all of this as they neared the door with the Grandmaster at the lead, and under the eyes of everyone, they came to float just a few meters from the golden door. The simple luster and brightness of the gate caused them to squint their eyes as the Grandmaster spoke once more. The moment anyone touches this golden door, they will be transferred to a specific region that we have long ago colonized and made our own, and it will be this region that you all will spend quite some time to get acquainted in before you begin to fully explore the dangers and opportunities of the celestial realm. Noah and Athena nodded as their figures came ever so closer to the golden door. It will be my honor to welcome the newest geniuses of the Celestials into the first region of the celestial realm, the Sanctum. The voice of the Grandmaster reached a crescendo as they fully came in contact with the golden door, their figures disappearing in a flash of light as Noah Osmont, a nobody from a small world, had finally stepped into a realm that would allow for unpredictable changes for the entire light expanse. Chapter 367 The Sanctum. How would one describe something they found so beautiful and grand that no words came to their minds? How would you describe something that looked exactly like what you imagined a paradise would be like? How would one bring themselves to describe the first place that everybody was teleported to when they entered the celestial realm, the place known as the Sanctum? Noah and Athena's figures appeared on a magnificently white marble clearing as their eyes landed on the wondrous buildings all around them that rose to the skies. They seemed to be a blend of ancient architecture that Noah would have seen in olden times, but also the futuristic designs that made one feel they were in an entirely new land. Many of the structures around them had pointed peaks that rose to the skies, the crystalline structures tinged with the colors of white and gold as they glistened in the light. Those that didn't have pointed peaks had artistic dome-shaped outlines that released an air of regality. All around these enormous buildings, the ethereal outlines of huge ancient trees that rose to heights no less than the buildings themselves were present. The trees seemed to shimmer with abundant life essence as they provided an aesthetic of nature that could not be violated. It felt like they were in a land filled with nature, and at the same time, this land had undergone the process of change that kept the natural aesthetic while simply adding the unique architecture all around it. They could feel the oppressive feeling of immense essence all around them, the quality so powerful that every time they breathed, they felt as if their noses were getting unclogged after days of having a cold, finally being able to smell the vibrant smell of spring. Noah felt his own body almost feeling gleeful as it settled in this environment that held a profound quality of essence. They could sense numerous powerhouses spread out all around, the least of which held power at the Void Realm, with the auras of multiple domain expansion experts being present. Their surroundings were bustling with activity as numerous different robe-colored celestials could be seen walking around, only the white marble circular area they stood on being secluded and empty. The Grandmaster looked at the paradisiacal scene around him as he voiced out with a tinge of wonder. Welcome to the first area that all who step in through the golden door of the celestial realm are introduced to. Welcome to the Sanctum that is our home base in this expansive celestial realm. Noah continued to glance at the phenomenal array of golden and white colors around him as he sensed a brand new atmosphere in this celestial realm he had stepped into. He realized the first subtle differences by the many bustling figures that were moving around the Sanctum, but he couldn't find anyone in the skies. He noticed this difference as he felt a type of restriction landing on his body, and he wanted to test it as his body slowly jumped to the skies, but he was thrown back down by his weight the moment he reached just a few meters high, finding that he could not use his energy to hold himself up. Haha, you have caught on to the differences of the celestial realm fast. Yes, one of the things you will come to realize here is that numerous restrictions exist, and one of them is that you cannot fly. Unless you are on a ship or flying on a winged beast, you will find your energy is useless in keeping you afloat, that is until you reach a certain realm. The body of the Grandmaster began to float stably as he said this, his figure remaining in the skies jovial before he came down in a few seconds. Of course, the other differences are more astute, but you can easily discover them in time. Come, the newcomers need to gain their preliminary knowledge of the nearby geography and exactly where to go or not go if you want to keep your life. The Grandmaster pulled them away from the white marble area they entered in as they went towards one of the ancient buildings that had its golden peak pointing to the skies, the shape of two huge white wings spreading out from the sides of this unique structure as it let out an air of magnificence. Their party passed through the glass doors as two guards clad in a unique white armor bowed with their hands clasping their chest. Grandmaster. Grandmaster Vredrel gave a simple nod as he took Noah and Athena forward, the two disciples curiously watching everything around them as they observed numerous celestials moving in and out of the building they were in. They climbed a set of circular stairs as they came to reach a higher floor that held huge wide open doors leading to a hall where a few figures were tiered around an oval table. There was a powerful aura at the forefront that turned towards Grandmaster Vredrel and called out raucously. Vredrel. You finally returned, and with new disciples I see. The smooth reacquaintance of two old friends occurred as the wizened Grandmaster gave a huge bear hug to this being. Commanding Officer Rizel, now is it? Haha, we'll catch up later. I bring with me seeds of the future that need to be looked after extremely well. They need to be brought to speed on the safe and dangerous regions around the sanctum, as well as the areas they can begin to explore in this wide celestial realm of ours. A nod of understanding came on the face of the one called Rizel as he smiled and looked towards Noah and Athena, his powerful aura at the domain expansion realm focusing on them as he nodded. You have been gone too long, my friend. The regions you knew to be dangerous have turned safe after years of exploration, and some of the safe regions have turned dangerous after the celestial beasts reclaimed them. Haha, no worries though, let's enjoy ourselves a bit with delicacies only found here before we delve into the crux of everything. The being called Commanding Officer Rizel waved his hands toward the table as numerous documents and papers were moved away, a collection of rainbow-colored fruits that pulsed with immense essence appearing on the table as the eyes of a few guards standing by the side shone with light. Do you remember these? The aurora fruits from a dangerous region we had not yet captured towards the west. We have been able to get our hands on them now, and they are delicacies you definitely have to enjoy. Rizel invited them to partake as Noah's hands grabbed an aurora fruit himself, feeling enormous amounts of energy the moment the rainbow-colored fruit landed on his hands as surprisingly, his planetary system showed a few blue-colored words interpreting the features of the fruit's unique energy signature right away. Aurora fruit, a unique medicinal fruit only capable of growing in unique environments. Has the effects of fully recovering one's energy and vitality to the maximum, and granting them plus 100% energy regeneration for the next hour. His jaws nearly dropped at the description of a simple fruit that he had come across as he first stepped into the celestial realm, his gaze turning towards the jovial celestials in front of him as the hunger he felt for the unknown things in this celestial realm only grew. He had just arrived at the base of the celestials in this realm that was called the sanctum. He wanted to learn more about exactly what awaited outside this sanctum, and what dangers he had to brave if he wanted to get his hands on ridiculously amazing items such as the ones he had just come across a few minutes of entering into this celestial realm. He was also extremely impatient as his thoughts went to a feature of his spiritual land that would be something phenomenal to have in this land filled with opportunities. He was thinking of the feature of treasure hunter that he wanted to use in this celestial realm right away, his gaze looking far into the future on the unlimited possibilities. He had just stepped into the celestial realm, and already his heart felt a strong pull as he was swept off his feet instantly. Chapter 368 Celestial Beasts. As Noah and Athena sat down with the one called Commanding Officer Raziel and Grandmaster Vredrel, the picture of the celestial realm gradually became clearer in their eyes. The location known as the Sanctum was the first area that the Celestial colonized, going on to build a central base here as they gradually expanded over the years. This expansion was a tug-of-war between them and the inhabitants that could be found. In this celestial realm, the celestial beasts. They were termed this simply as they were the regal and monstrous beasts that could be found all over this celestial realm, but others also knew them by another name because of their prime feature. They were also known as behemoths. Noah could feel his heart pounding as he listened to the carefully given lecture by the commanding officer Rizel, the picture of this celestial realm only getting bigger and bigger as the image of these beasts called behemoths filled his mind. They were called behemoths simply because of their monstrous size, where just a single one was like an entire moving building. In the explored areas that Celestials had observed so far, the smallest of these celestial beasts had turned out to be 50 meters. This was a shocking size for a normal beast, actually being 25 times Noah's human stature, where even in his lesser Cthulhu form he would still be considered smaller. These were the beasts populating the celestial realm, these were the celestial beasts known as behemoths. You will be lucky to come across one that would usually be protecting a certain area which is usually filled with treasures. If you come across 2 or 3 behemoths congregating, then it means the treasure is especially more potent and rare. The commanding officer Rizel said with a solemn tone as his eyes locked in towards Athena and Noah. The defenses of these behemoths are extremely terrifying, where we have come to learn that they have insane resistance to many laws, and only supreme laws like the law of fate are extremely effective in passing through their defenses. It takes other attacks twice as much time just to get through their thick skin. The story continued as the descriptions of the celestial beasts became more clearer in Noah's eyes. The behemoths had horrendous levels of defenses, and this also stood the same with their attacks. You could actually come across a behemoth that held huge attainments in the law of water and find yourself outmatched as they used spectacular skills you could not easily defend against. The even more ferocious behemoths are those that are proficient in supreme laws. It is these beasts that act independently and are the main cause of us losing an area we already explored and claimed, where we face monstrous casualties every time a behemoth at such a level comes to these areas. The face of the commanding officer Rizel only became more and more solemn as he talked about the ferociousness of the celestial beasts. Because of the terrible power of these beasts, when the Celestials moved to explore the celestial realm, they always moved in teams in order to match these behemoths that they came across. This created an atmosphere where numerous teams were created in the sanctum for the purposes of hunting down behemoths. These celestial beasts are extremely dangerous, but their rewards are also just as stupendous. This is what propels the many teams formed in the sanctum forward, as aside from the areas filled with treasures that these beasts protected, their own bodies contain unheard of materials that are drenched with the universal laws. Yes. Aside from the abundant rewards you could claim from the area that the celestial beast was protecting, their bodies themselves were profound materials that carried with them the laws that the behemoths were proficient in. When Noah heard the mention of materials, his heart beat slightly faster as he knew he was already sold on everything about these behemoths, but they just continued to tell him more and more things that made him want to go out and start exploring right away. Those capable of carrying bodies of behemoths back, or those with achievements in the law of space that can easily transport them are favored, as a single behemoth's body is a valuable treasure trove that could be enjoyed for days. Its meat alone holds special properties and rejuvenates you with energy, and their origin cores are something we have never come across before anywhere else. Thus, it was extremely crucial to form a good hunting team to go and explore the celestial realm, as if you attached yourself to a single good team that had a powerful figure, you would be feasting on treasures and delectable meats for years to come. Teams are crucial in the sanctum, as the power of the behemoths is simply that great, forcing us to group up if we want to ensure our lives. Too many geniuses have overestimated their abilities as they left to hunt alone, being successful at first as they were able to keep all the treasures they found to themselves. But the eyes of commanding officer Rizel became cold as he said the next words. Eventually they chance upon a behemoth that they cannot handle alone, and escaping a behemoth is a rare thing to occur in the celestial realm. The message was clear: no matter what type of genius you thought yourself to be, it did not apply in the celestial realm. The behemoths dwelling within are that terrifying, that even the strongest of the celestials made sure to always move in groups. You two are those with noble fates, so I'm sure multiple teams will be scouting for you to join them as soon as word about your arrival spreads. If you didn't know, those with noble fates actually hold another title in the sanctum, and that title is Golden Goose. Boisterous laughter erupted from Commanding Officer Rizel and Grandmaster Vredril as they looked at each other and laughed at this mention, Noah and Athena turning towards each other as sharp lights passed through their eyes. Their supposed noble fates meant that their exploration in this celestial realm was bound to be filled with dangers and great opportunities. The new information about the celestial beasts that were known as behemoths rolled around in Noah's mind as he wanted to soon try them himself. Chapter 369 Hunting Team. In the expansive sanctum they just arrived in, the Celestials almost always formed teams in order to hunt these terrible behemoths and continue their exploration of the celestial realm. It is routine for Grandmasters at the Domain Expansion realm to move out together as an elite team, these teams being the ones that make the most breakthroughs into new areas or come across wondrous treasures. You too. Commanding Officer Rizel locked his gaze towards Noah and Athena as he continued. We'll either have the option of joining a normal team, or the two of you creating a team yourselves. A pondering look appeared on Noah as he turned to see the shining expression of Athena. He knew the war princess already had her battle sense excited as it could be, her body seeking these dangerous behemoths they were hearing about even more than him. He personally enjoyed moving solo, and it went even more spectacularly because of his abilities, but he had to admit that there was still a lot of unknown factors about this celestial realm. This was the realm, after all, that even the Celestials themselves had only explored less than 10% of. He would take this dangerous land of opportunity very seriously, and move carefully at first as he gained more and more knowledge of it before he began risking his life by moving solo. If he had to move with a team though, who better than the war princess blessed with a noble fate, the destructive Celestial that he knew to have a few screws loose, but also had tens of thousands of fate lines. Athena had apparently already made up her mind as she spoke towards the closely watching Grandmaster Vredril. I'll move with junior brother Crixus. All we would need is the information on the layout and the zones we need to be careful of. Grandmaster Vredril nodded carefully as the commanding officer Rizel chipped in. That may be a good idea, but you still need to have someone show you around and familiarize yourself with the norms and the dangers of the celestial realm. So for your first hunt, I will have you two move with the best team that is currently not made up of grandmasters, the exploration team called Righteous Fire that is under the lead of your senior brother Boru. The name of the senior brother Boru seemed to carry some weight as the commanding officer Rizel had a proud expression, the words he said seeming more like a command and being non-negotiable as he would have the two newcomers become familiar with the exploration teams and how they moved first. Athena and Noah nodded towards this commanding officer as the boisterous atmosphere returned. Good. This compound we are in is one of the many spread out over the regions we have gained control of, and you will find that many of the bases you go to will have lodgings no less luxurious than the ones you all had in your celestial star. For now, go out and explore the close areas of the sanctum. I'll catch up with this old fool and call you all when I get the status of the Righteous Fire exploration team. Noah and Athena stood up while placing their hands to their chest respectfully as they saw Grandmaster Vredril give them the go-ahead, the two of them leaving the expansive room and going down the spiral staircase as they came out to see the wondrous sight of the sanctum once more. The ancient trees shimmering with essence that were even taller than the building they just came out of, as well as the numerous prime warships they could see coming in and out occasionally made for a unique aesthetic in this paradisiacal celestial realm. Noah walked along the marble roads as he breathed in deeply, immensely enjoying the atmosphere filled with essence as he began to observe the celestials he could see moving all around. Many were occupied with their own tasks as they moved quickly, where he could not catch many that were alone, with almost everyone in groups. What he found interesting was the type of armor and weapons these celestials carried. Each one could be seen fitted with bulky armor that one could clearly see to be made out of the scales or skin of a beast, with the armors holding a rough exterior that looked impenetrable. He could also see their weapons were most likely poorly refined bones or teeth of behemoths as he came to realize ever so slowly just how important these celestial beasts were. Athena was looking at this same scene with shining eyes as she spoke out. It seems to be the norm to use the materials from the bodies of these humongous behemoths to create armor and weapons that are more effective in hunting down even more of them. The War Princess had already analyzed what they were seeing as she came up with the exact reason why many of the celestials they saw were carrying ridiculously large weapons and bulky armor. Noah nodded as they continued to observe more of the area around them, their eyes landing on a particular group of celestials that let out a wild aura, causing many of the teams that came across them to move out of the way as they seemed to be heading straight towards their position. He looked towards Athena, who had her eyes squinted as she also focused on this group of beings with powerful auras heading their way as a single one came to the forefront and neared them rapidly. His body seemed to be of humanoid shape, but he was extremely bulky and large, his stature made even more extreme by the heavy behemoth armor he wore. His height reached 3 meters as he spectacularly had a large jagged broadsword that was double his size strapped horizontally to his back. A wide smile covered this being's face as he came close to Noah and Athena, their bodies feeling an oppressive air of a predator as this being's body surprisingly pulsed with a unique and explosive fiery aura. Noah could see visible sparks of flames appearing and disappearing around this large figure's body, and this was compounded with the numerous fate lines he could distinctly sense hidden within. This was the first celestial that Noah had come across who seemed to actively be proficient in 2 laws, both fate and fire, and the power each of these laws released from his body did not seem to be too far apart from one another. Haha, you must be the fresh meat that Commanding Officer Rizel is sending me message transmissions about. Nice to meet you. The name is Boru, Boru of the Righteous Flame. The air seemed to shake with his introduction as the explosive fire elements around him singed the air, the two newly arriving Noah and Athena coming face to face with the leader of one of the most powerful normal teams of the Sanctum. Chapter 370, A Lesson in Elements. The air in front of Noah and Athena palpated with power as the figure of Boru was soon accompanied by numerous other beings that pulsed with power no less than his, their gaze that of curiosity as they landed on the two of them. A fully armored girl who only had her small head protruding from her oversized armor glanced at them doubtfully as she spoke up. Still at the Void Realm, are you sure these two will be okay to join our team? Her words received nods from her team members as they inquisitively looked at Noah and Athena, Boru laughing boisterously thereafter as he spoke out with a loud voice that caught the attention of many of the Celestials moving in the surroundings. It matters not what their levels are right now, because these two are new disciples ordained with noble fates. Noble fates. Many of the teams moving in the background heard these words as they looked over, their gazes shaking deprecatingly after seeing that the Righteous Fire exploration team was already surrounding the two beings. Ah, they got their hands on 2 golden geese. Haha, Having a golden goose isn't everything. We've been perfectly fine without one all these years. What are you talking about? We've only been meeting elite behemoths that we couldn't even defeat all this time, leaving us with nothing these past few months. Noah tuned out the numerous discussions erupting around him as he shook the hands of the large celestial called Boru, getting the pleasantries out of the way as his focus remained on the enormous weapon strapped on his back that was most likely crafted from the remains of a powerful behemoth. My team and I plan to set out tomorrow after relaxing for a bit today, but as the commander wants us to show you to the ropes, we will just move out today. After the pleasantries, the voice of Boru continued its boisterousness as Noah and Athena nodded, following along this righteous fire exploration team as they began to point out the various structures and what they signified. Living quarters will be over there, dining area will be. A tour of the sanctum was given as Noah and Athena followed this team as they went towards the north of the sanctum, the layout of this grand place itself being explained by Boru as they passed the phenomenal-looking structures surrounded by shimmering trees with sizes no less than the buildings themselves. Once you guys accomplish hunting your first behemoth, you can bring the material over there. Boru pointed to a grand building designed with a sleek black outlook that had the outline of an anvil and a hammer displayed outside of it. At Grandmaster Simeon's shop as he will craft you the strongest weapons that are most proficient in taking down behemoths. This broadsword of mine was a commission I was able to make after my 14th year here, and it's been with me ever since. Boru caressed the enormous blade twice his size as he lifted it off his back effortlessly, going on to teach Noah and Athena more about the behemoths as they began leaving the sanctum. You will come to find that the behemoths are very proficient in particular laws. We're finding one with deep achievements in the law of fire where we are going in the north is almost certain. But, in other locations, you can find those proficient in the law of water, earth, and even supreme laws if you explore further out. Noah listened closely as the environment around them gradually changed, their figures leaving behind the expansive sanctum gradually as less and less structures became apparent around out. They continued walking out as useful knowledge about the behemoths was released. Their proficiency in laws is terrifying, but it is also their weakness that can be exploited to take them down more smoothly. Boru waved his hands as the exploration team continued to move out, the enormous blade that released spurts of fire disappearing as another one slightly smaller than it appeared in his hands. This one released vibrant water elements on its blade edge that caused it to take a shining blue color that calmed the atmosphere as Boru continued. When we hunt in the north where we know we will come across behemoths proficient in the law of fire, we bring weapons of the water element that we were able to procure from the bodies of behemoths from the south. It becomes much easier to take down the behemoths proficient in the law of fire when you have weapons made from the bodies of behemoths drenched in the law of water. We exploit this weakness to manage to take down these crazy powerful beasts. Weapons drenched in the law of water could be used to effectively bypass the horrendous armor of fiery behemoths. This was a lesson that the newcomers came to learn about the behemoths in the celestial realm, that using their strongest feature of proficiency in laws as their weakness. This also applied to the armor that Boru wore. It released bursts of fiery light as it came from the body of a behemoth found in the northern area that was proficient in the law of fire, this type of armor granting increased resistance to its horrendous fire element attacks. To put it simply, carry a weapon of the opposing element to deal more damage, and wearing the armor of the same element to resist its attacks. Of course, using these types of weapons and drenching them with our abilities of the law of fate that deals soul damage just goes on to further enhance our strength, allowing us to gain the foothold we have gained so far in this celestial realm. Boru had a wide smile as he carried the long jagged blade filled with water elements, Noah paying close attention to his words as the exploration team went out of the expansive sanctum and into the mystical path laid out in front of them. His mind was on the blood-stained infernal oath set that he had produced a numerous amount of in the spiritual land, recalling how this item set gained from the bodies of infernals had many resistances to the fire element. He hid a wide smile from appearing on his face as he thought of the possibilities of items and possible item sets appearing from the bodies of behemoths. The further they went away from the sanctum, the less buildings they came across as the archaic and humongous trees became more common. The flowing wisps of colorful blue and green essence shimmering from the fantastical trees brought about an atmosphere filled with fantasy and adventure, making Noah's heart thirst for adventure as he explored this mystical environment. Chapter 371, worthy of the title Behemoth. It felt like a scene out of a fantasy book as Noah passed his hands over the colorful essence that was so thick that it had actually materialized into the atmosphere. The area that the righteous fire exploration team was walking across was filled with silence as the humongous trees all around them carried the air of mystique and danger. Haha, yes, The environment of the celestial realm is so special that it will take you a few days to get used to it. After a while, all of these pretty colors will seem like the norm as you get to experience even more fantastical things. Boru's voice pushed out the eerie silence of the now quiet environment of a forest as they walked further and further from the sanctum. We're gradually leaving the perimeters of the sanctum, and the areas further from here you will only find watchtowers that monitor the surrounding regions for any activity. Another one of Boru's teammates chimed in as they continued to move forward, their steps gradually becoming faster as they picked up the pace while moving through the thick foliage that increased around them. The atmosphere of a fantastical jungle only became more and more prominent as they went further in, Noah and Athena continuing to listen to the information of the layout they should be paying attention to and what areas they were passing through. After a few minutes, Noah felt a significant change in the level of essence in the air, noticing it becoming immensely thicker as the Boru advancing in the front brought his hands up and brought the party to a halt. He explained slowly as he closed his eyes, a wide smile appearing on his face as his body pulsed with power. Whenever you feel that change in the atmospheric essence, know that a behemoth is near. In this region in the north that we are in, you can occasionally come across a wandering behemoth that nears the sanctum to this extent. These behemoths are usually the easiest ones to take care of as they have no sense of danger. Boru's boisterous voice rang out as he grasped the oversized jagged broadsword that palpated with the water element, giving a signal to his teammates as they advanced steadily. You too, observe our movements and coordination first before choosing to join in. Watch how we handle the attacks of these behemoths and the weakest points in their tough bodies that we attack. Noah nodded as he turned towards Athena, who had been relatively silent, her gaze continuously kept on the phenomenal sight around her as the moment they heard that a behemoth was nearby, Noah saw the restlessness that always overcame her body as she thirsted for battle. As they came here, Boru had mentioned that aside from the weakness of opposing elements that the celestial beasts held, the other weaknesses had to be learned for each specific type of beast depending on their size and build. One had to learn where their wrappings are, and this only occurred with time. The two of them proceeded with caution as they followed behind the righteous fire exploration team, watching as the 5 members of this party had their weapons ready and drawn out. Aside from the oversized jagged sword that Boru carried, 2 were hoisting large bows, another carried a menacing flail, and the last one had a shimmering staff. The one unique thing about all of their weapons was that they all had the water element strongly exuding from them. This was because the behemoth they would come across in the northern region from the sanctum were those that were proficient in the law of fire. Noah began to feel this firsthand as he felt the temperature around him gradually begin to increase, to the point that he knew any normal being would have begun to have their skin singed at the heat. As they continued forward, the heat only became stronger as he felt that even lower-ranked awakened could be burnt into crisp, but the wondrous thing was that the foliage and enormous trees around them peacefully continued their fantastical swaying as this temperature did not seem to bother them one bit. Noah kept his senses spread out as they finally neared the point that released this much terrifying heat, his eyes noticing it first as they landed on a large mountain. Or it seemed like a mountain, but it was actually moving. Noah's mouth flew wide open as his senses went on to wrap around this humongous mountainous figure, each of its features becoming extremely clear in his eyes as he observed a thing that was more than double the size of his lesser Cthulhu form nonchalantly move in front of them. The closer they neared, the more they could feel the shaking of the earth caused by its simple movements. He could only describe the thing in front of his eyes to resemble an oversized dinosaur that was pumped with too much meat and bones. It was walking on 4 legs, a ferocious-looking head languidly moving around as a spiked tail that was covered with pulsating red crystal stalagmites that shone dangerously weaved behind it. The lustru's red crystals went on to travel from its tail and all the way across its back as it gained a spiked appearance, its entire body releasing horrid waves of heat that seemed capable of melting anything they came in contact with. Looking at the enormous size of this behemoth as well as its fiery appearance, Noah had to agree that its title was well deserved. This was a celestial beast that a single person would in no way be able to take down. This was a behemoth. As Noah observed the immense heat being released from this powerful being, he saw with a shaking head how even the simple foliage and trees around this mountainous beast were still swaying peacefully, the environment of this celestial realm being something too unique. He could see some trees pushed aside or fallen to the side, making a clear pathway of where this mountainous behemoth had come from, but that was the only damage he could find. The moment the righteous fire exploration team neared the position of this fire behemoth, its large eyes shifted as its head turned towards them at an unnaturally high speed, bursts of flames beginning to erupt from its body as a world-shaking roar rang out. Roar. The roar was that of arrogant reality, of a being so powerful that the aura of a few ants getting near it shifted its mood as it warned them not to even come close. It felt as if the air itself was shaking as waves of flames erupted from this fearsome creature, the wild laughter of Boru being heard at the same time as his body lit up with tens of thousands of fate lines, his power at the soul realm exploding out fully as the jagged sword he wielded let out a dazzling blue light. He swung this blue glowing blade forward as the roiling flames coming towards them were cut in half, preventing them from reaching the team members in the back as the first battle with the behemoth unfolded for Noah and Athena. Chapter 372: A Battle with a Fire Behemoth. Waves of power erupted out as Boru's soul-forging realm was revealed gloriously, the heavy armor made from materials of a fire element behemoth shining an arrogant red color as they went on to push back the raging flames being propelled forward by the mountainous beast in front of them. The long broadsword letting out palpating waves of the water element went on to further disperse the powerful attack coming towards them as the members of the righteous fire exploration team spread around the fire behemoth, each one knowing their positions as their grasped weapons let out colorful attacks. The moment the wide area attack of the behemoth ended, attacks layered with the strength of thrumming fate lines from 5 soul-forging realm celestials began to land on the large beast. Heave-ho! Boru took the center point as he kept the attention of the maddened beast, swinging his large blade downwards as it released a spectacular blade light of gold and blue, the unique energy provided by his fate lines passing through the weapon he held as this blade light went on to leave a scratch on the thick skin of the behemoth. That was right, a scratch. That was all that the numerous attacks did to this terrible creature. Noah and Athena were observing the ensuing battle from the back. To get a grasp of how the team normally handled these types of creatures, their own bodies aching to join the battle themselves as the splendors of colorful skills bloomed in the area. Zeke, left flank. Reiner, get behind it. Sylphie. Boru was giving numerous commands as multiple Empyrean guards began to appear around the raging behemoth, these Empyrean guards soon turning into streaks of light that went on to wrap around the bodies of the members of the exploration team. The immense aura of fate spread out as the 5 figures of the exploration team became golden armored and winged beings, tens of thousands of fate lines on each of their bodies pulsating as they rained down even more attacks with vigor. Ruhar. The behemoth roared out as it felt dents beginning to appear on its armor, the numerous spiked crystals attached all over its huge back and tail shining a murderous red light as they erupted from its body and flew to the skies, very quickly raining down in the form of dangerous spiked flaming lances that attacked the entire perimeter around it. Boru and his teammates weaved in and out of the area as they evaded the flaming lances that exploded on impact, their armored bodies taking the brunt of the explosive forces as one of the teammates had to even pull back after cracks began to appear on her armor. Sylphie, pull back. Everyone else, get judgment ready. Boru shouted out as he oversaw the entire area closely, his soul rank strength bubbling with power as he dual-wielded a golden hammer in one hand and the long jagged water element broadsword in the other. A hot breath released from him as Noah shockingly counted more than 80,000 fate lines from within his body coiling like a spring as it propelled itself towards the head of the behemoth in a straight line. Boru's body began spinning in the air as wave after wave of golden blue blade lights began to erupt from him and smash onto the large head of the behemoth, the monstrous beast itself going on to reply by releasing a horrid breath of fire that disintegrated the very air itself towards him. The numerous golden blue blades of light met this attack as Boru continued spinning, his teammates moving to the sides as they prepared a skill Noah was very much familiar with, judgment. Ready. Ready. The 4 of them called out as Boru used the force of his weapons to push himself out of the way of the destructive fire breath, the behemoth choosing to pursue him with more attacks angrily before it came to a stop, its senses telling it that danger was coming. Essence converged around the behemoth as an enormous barrier of colorful flames appeared around it, but would the attacks of 5 soul-forging realm celestials be that easy to block? Judgment. 4 calls resounded first as Boru's teammates released their abundant mana to release this powerful skill, numerous golden spears appearing in the skies as they aimed straight down towards the enormous behemoth. The wide and colorful shield of flames it had erected was pierced through after the first and second round of spears rained down, the third and fourth casts going on to pierce through its thick hide as a squeal of pain was finally released from this monstrous beast. A roar of pain erupted out as the beast felt enormous damage in its soul from the numerous attacks layered with abundant law of fate, but its pain was not done as the one who had been peskily running around it had the time to collect himself and prepare an even more powerful attack with his abundant lines of fate and something else that Noah could not yet figure out. Judgment, smite of liberation. The air trembled as Noah used his senses to observe the being called Boru call upon every drop of energy in his body, his senses observing this energy pass through his tens of thousands of fate lines as it was released in a unique manner to initiate the cast of 2 abilities from Fate's Guardian. The numerous sharp golden spears arrived first, piercing the wide body of the mountainous behemoth that had actually begun to bleed bubbling red blood and going on to skewer its body even deeper. The golden spears were followed by the sky clearing up as a large incorporeal golden blade of liberation that was more than 3 times the size of the blades Noah normally cast descended down. This single blade was half the size of the more than 50-meter fire behemoth as it shot down at high speeds. The behemoth, sensing this danger as a destructive firestorm raged around it, but the damage it had received to its soul affected it too much. The abilities of Fate's Guardian could be vastly different depending on who was using them, the enormous blade of liberation being cast by the soul-forging Bora being phenomenally powerful as it went on to pierce the hard hide of the mountainous behemoth and sink deep into its body. A defiant roar rang out from a deadly beast inflicted with immense soul damage, while a spent celestial hoisting a large broadsword laughed as he knew the battle was as good as over. Chapter 373. A shocking feat done effortlessly. Gushes of blood erupted from the mountainous behemoth, but it was not the physical damage that made it roar out a dying bellow, it was the horrendous damage to its soul that it received after these attacks pierced its hide. The attacks were even further exacerbated as they carried with them a hint of powerful water elements that were destructive to its heavily flame-based essence. The behemoth tried to move its beaten-down body as it felt weary, but the Celestials ganging up on it would not give it such a chance as Bora, that was breathing heavily, called out to his 4 team members along with Noah and Athena. "Finish it. And you too, let's see some of your strength that makes you those with noble fates." His 4 team members were already moving the moment Bora's attack finished, Noah and Athena dashing into the scene of the battle quickly thereafter as Athena was quickly wrapped up in a golden armor as she valiantly went into close combat with the dying behemoth, Noah himself looking to the skies as he cast Smite of Liberation, the rumbling of descending blades being felt thereafter as 5 blades of liberation that were nowhere near as large as the single one that Bora had sent down came to smash into the behemoth. Their attacks landed on the wounded and dying beast, continuing on relentlessly as they knew they could not give it a second to recover its strength or gather its energy for attacks. The life force of behemoths was enormous, where they would start healing in a matter of seconds if given the time, as you found yourself in a long drawn-out battle that you would eventually pay with your life. Roar. Dying roars rang out from the enormous beast as the Celestials ganged up on it relentlessly, the battle only ending after another few minutes as the members of the righteous fire exploration team all slumped towards the ground breathing heavily. Their bodies were drained of energies as their faces were those of extreme achievement as they looked at the mountainous body of the behemoth that had finally stopped moving, only its muscles spasming as fountains of blood continued to leak out from it, waves of burning elemental energy slowly beginning to build up around it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Noah looked towards Bora's position to observe this sizable celestial actually near a position close to the behemoth where spurts of blood were leaking out, his mouth wide open as he swallowed what rained down with huge gulps, his face that of extreme satisfaction. His teammates looked at this sight while they breathed raggedly, shaking their heads with a smiling expression of slight disgust as they were used to this behavior. Ah. That's the spot. Another lesson for you rookies, the bodies of behemoths being valuable treasures was not a joke, where even its blood is filled with immense life force that will quickly rejuvenate your lost energies. You want to give it a go? The dangerously smiling Boru invited them as Athena quietly shook her head, Noah himself training his level of control as he knew better than anyone else the quality of blood leaking into the earth. His blood gourmet was telling him that the liters of blood gushing down would have a heavenly taste that even a voluptuous soul-rank vampire could not even come close to comparison, but he would control himself at this moment as he did not want any unnecessary slips. Boru wiped his mouth as he came towards him and Athena, his teammates recouping their strength as they began to surround the behemoth. So, first hunt. You observed and then joined in later. You got the feeling of it. The Celestial thrummed with power that was gradually retuning to his body, and Noah and Athena nodded, their gazes on the party members of the righteous fire exploration team that had begun to cut apart the body of the behemoth. We work as a team, and so we have to divide the treasures the same way too. It is merit-based of course, with the one contributing the most to bringing down these huge beasties taking the larger portion of it. His words were masked as a blade of liberation descended down to precisely cut apart the behemoth at a certain section, his party members using their Smite of Liberation at this time to divide up the mountainous body of the beast as they each began to divide numerous parts and place them into their storage rings or bags. Boru watched calmly as the largest portion of the beast was left to him, along with a huge glistening core that released enormous waves of fire elemental essence in the surroundings. The eyes of the boisterous celestial shone as they came onto this huge origin core, waving his hands as it disappeared, along with the chest and head of the behemoth as only a few pieces were left behind for him and Athena. Here you go, rookies, for those last attacks after you observed comfortably at a far distance, haha. Boru used his expansive strength to throw the wide tail of the behemoth that was still larger than Noah's entire body towards him, two of the limbs of the beast containing horrendously sharp claws going towards Athena. He waved his hands as the enormous tail filled with numerous shimmering crystal spikes entered his expansive space, his heartbeat increasing every so slightly as he got his hands on the body of a behemoth from the celestial realm, even if it was a small part of it. Let's move out from here. We've caused a big commotion, and don't want to be in the same location in case we attract anything. Boru voiced out as the party began to move from the bloodied site of destruction, the serene environment of the celestial realm gradually going back to normal as the shimmering trees and foliage continued to stand strong. Noah followed the righteous fire exploration party half-heartedly as he was doing something incredibly unique that he knew no one else could currently do. He was excited to get his hands on the enormous spiked tail of the behemoth, putting it in his expansive space, as the ancient blood clone that was millions and millions of miles away in another realm entirely teleported into the blacksmith's forge from the time-space of the spiritual land. This ancient blood clone was an extension of himself, so he could just as easily access the expansive space that he placed the enormous tail of the behemoth in. A wide smile appeared on the devilishly handsome clone's face as he waved his hands, the same body part of a flame behemoth appearing in the blacksmith's forge, as it almost took up the entire space. Noah laughed. As he performed this feat so effortlessly, his thoughts quickly throwing a command to the hearth of the blacksmith's forge as he wondered, what would come out from the body of a behemoth drenched in the law of fire? Chapter 374 Materials, a soul rank item. As Noah was moving in the celestial realm, his ancient blood clone had begun the tedious work of raising the proficiency of skills in the time-space while also taking the time to craft new sets of blood-stained infernal oath. The item set had a wide array of uses as it effectively created berserkers that only became stronger as their vitality fell, finding great uses in the hands of the beasts of the spiritual land and the harbingers. So far, he had created more than 10 complete blood-stained infernal oath sets that he went to distribute to his people, but none of these crafting sessions had made him as excited as he was now. Because currently, the burning blue flames in the hearth of the blacksmith's forge flew out to wrap around the enormous tail of the fire behemoth that held numerous spiked crystals on it. The blue flames acted like a snake as they wrapped around this tail in its entirety, Noah watching with rapt attention as he began to oversee the process where the massive tail filled with life force was cut apart as small pieces flew towards the hearth and disappeared in the flames. The process was quick and smooth, but something different occurred as the ancient blood clone went on to observe the blue flames taking the thick hide, meat, and bones of the fire behemoth, but the numerous crystal stalagmites that were all over the tail were left floating in the air as a new panel filled with shining blue text appeared on Noah's eyes. You have obtained X34 soul rank fire crystals, a normal material capable of enhancing flame-based items with greater efficiency than cores. Noah's eyes widened as he observed the finished process of the entire tail being cut apart and the muscles and bones disappearing in the hearth, the only thing left behind being the shining crystal spikes that were all over the tail of the behemoth, their identity actually being materials that could be used with the refine feature of the blacksmith's forge. He thought back to the huge chunks of the behemoth that Boru and his teammates had gotten and the numerous stalagmite crystals that were still spread out all over the back of the humongous beast as his main body in the celestial realm hungered for the body of a behemoth all to himself. He would take it one step at a time though, and observe exactly what results it would bring out first. The clone continued to observe the burning flames in the hearth as the essence of the spiritual land was quickly and without reservation sucked towards the blacksmith's forge, the item coming out from the forge this time ultimately being something of great value. The ingredients were the enormous tail of a behemoth that was standing stably at the soul rank, so Noah looked forward to the sort of weapon that would be one level higher than the blood-stained Infernal's Oath set items that he had been creating recently. The process continued on for another few minutes and before long, an eruption of essence and light occurred yet again in the blacksmith's forge as a regal aura spread out, the temperature in the surroundings beginning to rise rapidly. A red shining weapon rotated in front of the ancient blood clone's eyes. It was a weapon that passed Noah in size, being slightly larger than himself as it slowly came to life before his eyes. This was a type of weapon that Noah had seen before, but had never actually used in his lifetime. It was a weapon with a single handle in the middle, but it had sharp blades sticking out from each of its ends as it looked like a double-edged sword spear. If he knew his weapons correctly, this should be something that goes under the name of a glaive. His thoughts were affirmed as the rotating item slowly released waves of heat in the air, calming down as its description appeared in front of his eyes beautifully. Soul, glaive of simmering ember, from the rage-filled embers of a behemoth, a glaive simmering with deadly flames comes to life. Plus 100 fire elemental power, plus 100% physical damage, plus 100% elemental penetration, plus 50% attack speed. Additional ability, Descending Conflagration. Part of the Incandescent Flamme Born set. Incandescent Flamme Born set, an item set that only an experienced hunter of behemoths can adorn. 2 set item bonus. An Ember Phoenix accompanies your side as they attack your enemies with fiery attacks. Ember Phoenixes are spiritual beings that can be summoned again as soon as they perish. For set item bonus, when dealing damage with the fire element, enemies will take 500% extra damage over 5 seconds as the burning effect is applied on their bodies. The damage dealt by the user will also be increased by 50% and the damage taken is reduced by 3% for every Flamme-born item they have equipped. 6 set item bonus. A blazing ring of fire passively and constantly erupts with you at the center, applying the soul immolation effect to your enemies. Enemies under the soul immolation effect take 1000% more damage from abilities of the fire element. A beautiful set of words that were extremely pleasing to the eyes appeared in front of the ancient blood clone as he sucked in a breath. The weapon itself was crazy enough, but he had just finished reading the possible item set that could be created from the materials of a fire behemoth as his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The set bonus for 2 items seemed interesting, the bonus for 4 items looked crazy, but the bonus for having 6 items from the Incandescent Flamme Born set was simply insane. Noah looked over the description of the achieved ability that dealt something called Soul Immolation, as well as the huge 1000% boost that was attached to this ability. The numbers were too crazy for one to wrap their minds on the first time, and could only be viewed and tested fully on the battlefield. He went over the description of this fantastical weapon another 3 times before he reached out and grabbed onto it. He felt the ever-so-increasing temperature of his surroundings gradually calm down as he grasped the weapon in his hands, its size a few inches bigger than his, as he swiftly began to move it around. He felt an unnatural heaviness coming from the weapon as every time he moved it, thin streaks of flames began to bubble forth dangerously. This was the first weapon that he had crafted that had an ability also attached to it, his eyes going over the Descending Conflagration, as he wondered exactly what it would be. The attack speed boosts, physical damage boosts, and the elemental penetration were also amazing qualities by themselves, but he also came to the new introduction of something called elemental power. He observed the glaive of simmering ember, as the flames that were asking to erupt within it continued to dance wildly, his thoughts moving rapidly as he went on to test the normal materials that had appeared from the tail of the behemoth. The glaive flew out of his hands as it went back into the hearth, his mind sending a command to use the refine feature for the first time. 15 of the crystal stalagmites that were considered soul rank fire crystals flew into the hearth along with the glaive of simmering ember, essence converging yet again as this session was much shorter than the last one, being less than a minute before the item was thrown out of the hearth once more. Noah glanced at the description yet again as he noticed some changes. Soul, glaive of simmering ember, +1 from the rage-filled embers of a behemoth, a glaive simmering with deadly flames came to life. Plus 110 fire elemental power, plus 110% physical damage, plus 110% elemental penetration, plus 55% attack speed. Additional ability, Descending Conflagration. Part of the Incandescent Flamme Born set. A +1 had appeared on the powerful weapon, as well as its boosts being increased by a small amount. But, this was only a single successful refinement that had pushed the power of this weapon by more than 10%. Noah's thoughts were running wild as he thought of all the possibilities of refining this type of weapon numerous times, as well as the other items that were part of this Incandescent Flame Born set that this glaive of simmering ember was a part of. Although his thoughts were brought to a stop as he remembered he currently did not have any more pieces of a powerful soul rank behemoth, and he only had 19 more soul rank fire crystals remaining on him. This reminder brought his hungry thoughts back to the celestial realm, where the righteous fire exploration team was moving back towards the sanctum to recuperate their spent essence. Noah walked along with them in the fantastical forest atmosphere of the celestial realm nonchalantly, fitting in perfectly as his clone had finished creating an item from the materials of a behemoth that was more refined than any weapons that the members of the righteous fire exploration team were wielding. Chapter 375 Bustling Atmosphere. As Noah continued moving in the celestial realm, motions continued to flow in the light expanse of the novice galaxy as the major powers in the prime worlds were finishing their preparations to set off towards a certain location after agreeing to the conditions of the celestials. First, only beings of the void realm and above were allowed entrance to this paradisiacal realm that the celestials released information of, as anyone of lower strength would simply not be able to survive even a day in this realm. The second condition was the most important one, and it stated that for every being entering the celestial realm, whatever treasures they found in this dangerous realm would have to be shared with the celestials, and this applied to half of everything they found. Last and not least, everyone that entered would be kept track of, the celestials needing to know exactly who was coming in and out of the celestial realm. The powers from the numerous prime worlds agreed to these conditions without a second thought, their sights already set on the fantastical treasures of this celestial realm, no matter what they had to do to get their hands on it. In the tumultuous underworld, the forces of the pureblood vampires were prepared as a devilishly handsome Prince Cassius had reappeared, his gaze as aloof as ever as his power thrummed at the peak of Void Realm. Ho's gaze was currently locked on with the beady eyes of a particularly arrogant penguin that was being carried by his aunt, the royal vampire Elena. The Emperor Penguin seemed to be looking at the face of the prince up and down with its beady eyes that were filled with a prideful light, ultimately raising its beak up as it disregarded the devilishly handsome prince and sunk back into the chest of a happy Elena. This royal vampire had just received a command from her progenitor that she would be coming into the celestial realm with the forces that he sent, this Emperor Penguin being just one of the few beings that she would be traveling with. Among them were fearsome vampiric calamities of the sea, with the even more powerful beasts that were even more familiar with the particularly cute penguin she was holding tightly onto her. She ran her fingers down the sleek feathers on the raised head as she spoke to her nephew. "Get everyone else ready and we shall board the ship. The journey should take quite some time." Prince Cassius affirmed with a determined expression as he thought about Noah, learning of the results of his recent actions as his face hardened. He had reviewed the recorded events of the massacre in the Magus world, seeing this being he knew to be okay his level not too long ago actually stand against two soul-forging realm opponents and actually take them down with ease. This wasn't to even mention the devouring winged serpent that was at the peak of soul-forging realm that he helped to finish the life of. Prince Cassius felt a sense of shock as a flame began to burn in his heart, committing to strengthening himself to the fullest so he could at least match that being again. His gaze was that of determination as he went towards the interstellar warship, looking forward to what the future would bring. The Vampire King watched his son head out as he looked back towards Elena, his gaze that of care as he spoke out slowly. "Take care of him while you all are there, Elena. He is my only son. Boss, stop with that brooding mood. I'll keep everyone safe and bring you back some treasures. That is if I have the time while overseeing all the missions of the old fogey in the dark expanse." Elena replied as she revealed some unknown secrets behind the scenes, secrets of how the dark expanse was using this opportunity to put some of their own forces into this celestial realm and observe its inner workings carefully. At this stage, the conflicts continued to occur behind the scenes as everyone seemed to be preparing for a coming war that would surely come to pass. As the Celestials busied themselves with the celestial realm and rising the strength of their own weapons, the Infernal Lords were waiting patiently for the inevitable rise of the ninth Infernal Lord. They were a special existence, coming to understand that things would always move how fate intended, no matter what the being flowing in the river of fate tried to do. So they did nothing but simply wait as in the first realm of hell, an abhorred Lich Emperor continued to direct a legion of undead to continue depleting the rapidly populating infernals of the expansive infernal realm of hell. Its body was bubbling with strength as golden flames eerily waved in its bony sockets, a green-gold light going on to shimmer over its body as it realized a change had occurred within itself. The terrifying Lich did not have to wait long while wondering as soon after, its owner appeared in the skies where it stood atop a bone dragon, a smiling expression stretching out from his devilish face as he saw from the stat panel that the abhorred Lich Emperor had finally reached maximum proficiency, and could be upgraded towards the next rank. Noah's ancient blood clone let out a laugh as his thoughts moved towards the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree, getting ready to use the many Void and Void Plus skills he had gained from the events in the Magus world to bring up this skill tree into the soul rank as well. The required skills were sacrificed as a change began to occur to the abhorred Lich Emperor in front of him, even bigger changes in store as he looked at the possibilities of advancement of its skill tree. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, ability Summon Poison Totem, 5/5, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, May 5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, May 5, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 45/45, additional abilities Undead Legion, 5/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, 5/5, and Delay Death, May 5. 2 skill trees for evolution are possible once sufficient points and a base requirement of 2 equivalent level sacrificial skills are reached. Archlich Arazon, a dreadful calamity steeped in death. Enhances all death aspect abilities, as well as gaining the capability of summoning supreme tier undead. Pernicious Death Lord, a being with utmost proficiency in the art of poison and death, gaining wide area of attack abilities that decimate its foes. The ancient blood clone gazed at the blue set of words in front of his eyes as he smiled, his mind going on to select the pathway he wanted right away as a dense black light engulfed the summoned Lich Emperor, the air trembling as it announced the coming of an even more dreadful being. Chapter 376, Archlich Razon. Chapter 376, Archlich Arazon. The selection of the next advancement made was, Archlich Arazon, the pathway that led to even more deathly and terrifying additions being made to the Undead Legion. Essence converged to the already summoned Archlich as he underwent a transformation, the ancient blood clone going on to view the new abilities given by the advancement of the skill tree into the soul rank. Soul, Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, abilities Summon Poison Totem, 5/5, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, 5/5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, 5 out of 5, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 45/45, additional abilities Undead Legion, 5/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, May 5, and Delay Death, 5/5, Archlich Arazon, 0/60, additional abilities No Man's Land, 0/5, Reward for Servitude, 0/5, Field of Torment, 0/5, and Abyssal Summoner, 0/5. The clear and crisp addition of 4 abilities came with the advent of Archlich Arazon, with their names already sounding overly powerful as Noah's ancient blood clone focused on the individual skills to see exactly what their effects were. No Man's Land, 0/5, the area of 1 mile around the Archlich Arazon becomes a domain of death for 10 seconds. The Archlich and its minions are healed 3% of their maximum health every time an enemy dies in No Man's Land. Enemies found in No Man's Land will suffer 25% all-element resistance and 50% death and poison element resistance. Death-related skills mana consumption is reduced to 0 while No Man's Land is active. Cooldown, 360 minutes. Reward for Servitude, 0/5, the Legion of the Archlich gains the capability of spreading the damage each of them receive throughout the whole Legion, bolstering their resilience as the vitality of many is greater than the vitality of a few. The damage that the Undead Legion receives can also be redirected towards the Archlich momentarily. Field of Torment, 0/5, enemies are brought into an isolated space where they shall be tormented until their souls break down. The origins and memories of tormented enemies will be given to the Undead Legion as they are strengthened even further. Abyssal Summoner, 0/5, the terrible undead from the abyss can be called upon, their sheer size dominating the battlefield as only the strongest of Archliches can control them. Currently available Abyssal Undead, Abyssal Death Knight, Abyssal Ghoul. Abyssal Summon Limit 1. The set of skills shown with a blue luster as the clone's own eyes shone, his gaze landing on the newly improved Archlich Arazon who was rising up from the cacophony of essence. His features had fully erased the green color as it became a dominating black figure with golden flames blazing in its eye sockets, its size now nearing 3 meters as the skull staff it held became even more menacing. Numerous black runic lines ran across its skeletal body that was half covered with a cloak drenched in darkness, the bone dragon it stood on beginning to perceptibly change below it as an aura of darkness spread out to cover it, along with the tens of thousands of the undead that filled the surroundings. Resounding cries of death erupted out as the Undead Legion underwent a transformation and further increased in strength, Noah wanting to observe the exact changes of the new skills as he began to pump skill points into them freely. Archlich Arazon, 60/60, additional abilities No Man's Land, 5/5, Reward for Servitude, 5/5, Field of Torment, 5/5, and Abyssal Summoner, 5/5. The effectiveness of Field of Torment and Reward for Servitude were increased, but the ones that showed their increased effectiveness most clearly were No Man's Land and Abyssal Summoner, after they were filled with maximum skill points. No Man's Land, 5/5, the area of 6 miles around the Archlich Arazon becomes a domain of death for 60 seconds. The Archlich and its minions are healed 21% of their maximum health every time an enemy dies in No Man's Land. Enemies found in No Man's Land will suffer 50% all-element resistance and 100% death and poison element resistance. Death-related skills mana consumption is reduced to 0 while no man's land is active. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Abyssal Summoner, 5 out of 5, the terrible undead from the abyss can be called upon, their sheer size dominating the battlefield as only the strongest of archliches can control them. Currently available Abyssal Undead, Abyssal Death Knight, Abyssal Ghoul, Abyssal Revenant, Abyssal Jiangshi. Abyssal Summon Limit 6. For the No Man's Land ability, the affected area had increased from 1 mile to 6, as well as increased debuffs for all the enemies that were contained in this range of 6 miles, with the limit of how many the Archlich could summon becoming 6, while the cooldown came down from 360 minutes to only 60 minutes. For the Abyssal Summoner, additional possible summons called the Abyssal Revenant and Abyssal Jiangshi were added. Noah very much looked forward to seeing what exactly these abyssal creatures were as he gave a command to the Archlich, the deathly being nodding as it waved its skull staff forward and cast, Abyssal Summoner. A storm of essence erupted out with the Archlich at the center as a huge runic circle filled with darkness appeared in the skies of the first realm of hell. The runic circle was more than 50 meters wide as it pulsed with power, a dark light shining from it as the forms of expertly designed abyssal undead erupted out and crashed towards the blazing earth. Their arrival caused a huge impact that even crushed a few weaker undead that were in the surroundings, their sizes being so massive as the 2 abyssal undead towered over 40 meters. One was an abyssal revenant, a being that had a humanoid mummified form, and on its back was a huge coffin that spanned the length of its entire body. The other was the abyssal Jiangshi, an enormous being that held 2 dark columns bubbling with darkness in its arms, its entire body looking very similar to a 4-legged beast as it crouched down like an ape, the 2 dark columns of darkness it carried within its arms causing the earth they touched to decay. They screamed out as they announced their arrival, their screams traveling back to the faraway spiritual land and spreading out tens of miles in the first infernal realm as even the wrathful infernals received a tremor throughout their bodies. Noah's ancient blood clone only smiled as he looked at these powerful beings called abyssal undead, knowing his collection of skill points was about to get much faster, his heart already set on getting the percentage of the Infernal Lord title towards 100% soon. Chapter 377 The time nears. In the celestial realm, the righteous fire exploration team had returned to the sanctum as they went towards Grandmaster Simeon's blacksmith shop. Old man Simeon, are you in here? We got some new material you can work on. Boru's boisterous voice erupted towards the large smithy in front of them as an even thicker voice returned out. If it's the materials of some normal behemoth, don't even bother. Boru shook his head willfully as he heard these words thrown out a moment after he called out, motioning for the team to continue towards the dining quarters. Sometimes Grandmaster Simeon can be busy and turn you down unless you bring him an elite behemoth's materials that are drenched in supreme laws. For now, let's celebrate by gorging ourselves with food. The members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team cheered as they followed along, Noah and Athena close behind them as the valiant Athena looked at Noah who seemed to be in thought. You have that same light as when you proposed the alternate path for the mission in the Magus world. What could my little junior brother Crixus be thinking? The senior sister that had spent a significant amount of time with Noah over the past month noticed the sharp light that was passing through his eyes, sending him a telepathic message as they went towards a spectacular-looking building that had a heavenly smell of food and was bustling with the movements of numerous celestials. Noah glanced at the war princess as he replied. This expansive celestial realm that is largely unexplored, I want to see exactly what its secrets are. His thoughts were simple, so he said them in a straightforward manner as Athena's. Eyes shone at his answer, feeling a similar feeling deep in her heart. She looked towards the boisterous exploration team they just had their first hunt with as she sent back another telepathic message with a smile. Haha, don't worry. After learning all we can from this top-ranked exploration team and grow our knowledge and power, it won't be too late to explore the unknown regions. The words of Athena only affirmed Noah's thoughts about how he should move forward from here on out, knowing it would be very hard if he wanted to move out alone, as the Grandmaster heavily favored his life. He thought of all the possible ways he could achieve his goal of exploring this celestial realm freely as many possibilities floated in his mind, one of them even being simply waiting a few days until the powerful figures of the many prime worlds began entering for him to enter as well, or to simply teleport his clone to also move right away in the celestial realm. These ideas floated in his mind as he decided against teleporting the clone for now, not fully understanding the extent to which the Celestials were watching the explored regions surrounding the sanctum, and for the simple fact that nobody other than Celestials were currently in the celestial realm. If anybody came across a single being exploring the dangerous celestial realm, he would raise a lot of dangerous flags with the Celestials at this point in time. The idea of waiting for more foreign powers to enter the celestial realm was most ideal, as things would become even more chaotic then, and if he chose to bring his clone into the celestial realm as well, he could do it without any reservations. This would mean momentarily losing the bonus of constantly using the time-space of the spiritual land to raise the proficiencies of the skill trees, but he could still divide his time to do this if the clone moved alone in this mystical realm. The other cause was the treasure hunter feature that was attached to the spiritual land, which he knew would be immensely helpful in this realm filled with treasures. So bringing his clone into this realm with the spiritual land was an inevitable action, all that mattered was when exactly he would do it. So for now, he would learn all about the explored and unexplored regions, and prepare for when he could actually start to move in earnest in a few days. He wanted to explore this expansive realm for himself to see exactly what awaited him, and to understand just why it was that Celestials had only ever explored 10% of this entire realm. He now knew that to the north of the sanctum lied the fire behemoths, and to the south were the behemoths knowledgeable in the laws of water and ice. He still did not gather the knowledge of all the surrounding regions, and where exactly he would have to go to come across behemoths that were proficient in supreme laws, or what treasures they could be guarding. But after seeing the types of items he could create from the bodies of behemoths, his heart shook as he recalled the boosts of the incandescent Flamme-born set that he only held a single item of currently. The item set was so powerful that he knew if he hunted behemoths of the opposing element, his task would be that much more smoother from the huge boosts given by equipping all 6 items in the set. So he would continue amassing his knowledge of this establishment of the Celestials in the celestial realm, the sanctum, and then get a good grasp on all the surrounding explored regions as he waited for the masses of beings from the numerous prime world to gather. He had been extremely productive the past few days, this being attributed mostly to his clone as he had quickly managed to upgrade another skill tree to the soul rank, and, Lesser Cthulhu, was not too far away from getting its own upgrade as the ancient blood clone continued to work hard in the time-space of the spiritual land. A world-shaking aura could be felt in the wide space most of the time as the clone adopted the fearsome form of the Lesser Cthulhu and used its numerous abilities, its skill proficiency continuing to be raised more and more as numerous days passed in the time-space of the spiritual realm. Noah looked forward to the next form of this skill tree greatly, as there were too many mysteries associated with this particular ability. He continued moving with the righteous fire exploration team as his thoughts were occupied with many ideas, occasionally asking more questions to learn about the celestial realm as time progressed. Like this, the days continued to pass as the River of Fate moved forward, and in a few days, tens of thousands of interstellar ships were nearing the same position near a wide golden door that Noah had passed through not too long ago, their eyes shining with hunger as they also sought for their own opportunities. Chapter 378 The Denizens of the Light Expanse enter. Throughout the sanctum, a bustle of activities were taking place as the Celestials moved to ensure everything went their way with the entrance of the numerous beings from powerful prime worlds into the celestial realm. The expansive colonized area of the celestial realm that was hundreds of miles long had communications running throughout the different parts as they prepared for the massive increase in the number of beings. The central area of the sanctum that was CLU.S. tiered with most buildings was the busiest, while the empty areas of mystical forests that only had watchtowers every few tens of miles monitoring the explored regions had the least amount of activity. It was decided that the coming beings would be residing in these empty but explored regions similar to the ones that Noah and Athena had entered into with the righteous fire exploration team where they had encountered a fire behemoth. These regions weren't entirely safe, but those entering would be given this information and told to prepare as they forged their own path in the celestial realm. Talismans that could be given to all those who entered so they could be kept track of were produced en masse as hundreds of thousands were ready, the Celestials looking forward to the future where their resource collection would multiply by an unknown factor as they received even more treasures through the intrusion of these beings, while also influencing them greatly for the coming future. In a particular nondescript vessel, the forces of the pureblood vampires of the underworld were CLU.S. tiered together neatly as they continued towards the golden door. There were hundreds of prime warships in the surroundings, causing every single being to be very well behaved as they knew very well the power of these fearsome weapons. The pureblood vampires watched the procession of beings getting out of their vessels as they were read the rules and accepted the tracking talisman, their turns soon nearing as the royal vampire Elena led her forces forward. Among them were the forces of beasts from Noah's spiritual land and the calamities of the sea that had used the numerous cores that Noah brought back to upgrade their rank to the void realm, their gazes shining a dangerous light as they looked at the beings that so easily destroyed their world. Their hearts were stifled, but they knew they could not do anything at this moment as they continued to improve their strength until they achieved a level of power that would allow them to move however they wished. The arrogant Emperor Penguin floated in the void of space as his body pulsed with a unique force, his spatial attribute going very well with the unique qualities of space as he stood at the forefront of the forces right next to Elena. Their turn came as they floated towards the front of the procession where multiple red-robed celestials were located, golden lights shining upon them as they were read the agreement for entering the celestial realm, and each one was given a tracking talisman. This would effectively act as their identity for when they wanted to enter or leave the celestial realm in the future. Something of important note was the reminder from the Celestials that even though whatever they obtained in the celestial realm would be reduced by half as they gave the other half to the Celestials, whatever treasures they fought for and obtained would ultimately be theirs. They would not be bullied, and it was first come first serve when it came to battling the creatures in the celestial realm, or its vast mystical treasures. Like all the previous denizens of the light expanse, the pureblood vampires agreed as they were granted access to move forward, their origins coming in contact with the golden door as their figures disappeared, instantly reappearing in a bustling area at the center of the sanctum that now held even more people. Different to when Noah first entered, a huge change had occurred in the past few days as the Celestials anticipated the many uses of the increase in beings, going to institute a few things, with one of them being shops. There were numerous stalls spread out all over the sanctum that offered a variety of products unique to the celestial realm, some being oversized weapons and armor made from the bodies of behemoths, others being medicinal herbs or unique treasures that Celestials ran into themselves as they explored. Currently, many of these shops were spread out as each one held a singular similarity, and that was the incredulous prices that were attached to the things offered for sale. As they were unique products never to be found anywhere else, they were traded only with the highest quality cores or other treasures as a form of payment, with the least acceptable cores or refined cores, spirit stones, being those at the soul realm, and the prices ranged in the tens of cores. This was just a preliminary test that the Celestials were conducting, their future goal being to create an economy as this new force entered the celestial realm, using the many things they obtain within to circulate as they grew more and more attached to the realm and everything in it. This also went in their favor as to them. They were simply lending out weapons that would help these beings to take down behemoths that they would eventually be taking 50% of whenever the denizens of the light expanse defeated them, and this also applied to any treasures they were lucky enough to find. It was a win-win situation that promoted the strength of the newly arriving beings while only furthering the goals of the Celestials more. The forces of the pureblood vampires looked around their surroundings in wonder as they sensed the engulfing and overflowing essence in the surroundings, the Emperor Penguin being particularly happy as he could sense the spiritual land master not too far away from where they were. "Master, we can finally fight in the same location as you." The arrogant penguin felt a tight knot in its chest loosen as it achieved the goal of helping its master, finally gaining enough strength to be able to stand in the same region as him. Its beak raised to the skies as it vowed to enact the legend of the most fearsome spiritual beast that ever lived and leave a mark in this celestial realm for its master. Many hopes and dreams were flowing through the minds of the newly arriving beings from powerful prime worlds in the light expanse as the largely unexplored fantastical celestial realm received a large influx of forces, on the first day gaining tens of thousands of beings at the void realm, and hundreds at the soul-forging rank as the tides of change swiftly moved forward. The influx of these new forces only meant one thing, that this largely unexplored realm was about to become even more lively, numerous beings with their own fates entering as mysteries would more quickly be unveiled. Although, the result of this project on a large scale could only be seen by those actually moving the pieces in the dark. Chapter 379 The Order of Blood is formed, Arrival. A few days passed as the liveliness of the sanctum only increased, the influx of people increasing by the day as many familiarized themselves with the knowledge of the celestial realm. To gain this knowledge, they had to pay the price of multiple soul rank cores or simply begin venturing into the mystical forest of the celestial realm themselves as they braved the dangers and tested their luck on fantastical treasures. Some groups heavily believed in themselves as they moved out, many beings coming to face the power of the behemoths for the first time in the past few days as many casualties occurred for the newly formed exploration teams, this event acting as a reminder to those coming in as they watched dejected faces walking through the expansive sanctum carrying dead bodies of their comrades. Some were from powerful prime worlds and made exploration teams filled with soul rank individuals and hundreds of void rank beings, using this overpowering force to take down behemoths as they began to enjoy the treasures of the celestial realm. The moment these victories began to appear, The newly arrived beings from numerous prime worlds saw the importance of creating powerful exploration teams to hunt down these powerful but wondrous behemoths whose bodies were filled with treasures, sparking the competitive beginning of the creation of numerous teams, as some forces were powerful enough to form their own complete teams capable of hunting down normal behemoths, while other forces from different prime worlds joined together in order to achieve the same goal. On the third day, as even more and more beings continued to pour into the celestial realm and begin exploring it, the careful observing force of pureblood vampires finally decided they gathered enough information, which was simply what Noah passed towards the Emperor Penguin and Royal Vampire Elena as they became one of the most prepared groups of the incoming forces. They finally felt their confidence rise on the third day as they finally stopped watching how the events would continue to move forward, choosing to set out to explore themselves as Elena received very specific directions from Noah in order for this team to keep their lives and not face a complete massacre. One of those things was the simple rule that their force would not move past the unexplored regions that might hold powerful elite behemoths, or even worse for now, spending this time to get accustomed to the fighting power of normal behemoths as they strengthened themselves and obtained phenomenal treasures. The royal vampire listened to the words of the vampire progenitor to the T, as on this day in the sanctum of the celestial realm, the exploration team under the name of the Order of Blood was formed. This exploration team consisted of powerful vampiric beasts like the Emperor Penguin and numerous pureblood vampires that were led by the curvaceous royal blood vampire Elena, a force that would actually fall on the weaker side as it did not have that many soul-forging beings. But they would make up for what they lacked in strength with their numbers, and also with something that was unique only to them, the blazing red item sets they wore that were the blood-stained infernal oath set items. Noah had used the absolute skills Herald of Fate to observe the items created from Infernals numerous times as he confirmed that their origins were not able to be ascertained as the enemies of Celestials at all. But these items would play a special role in the Celestial realm, as they were items strong in the law of fire, being especially effective in hunting down icy behemoths in the south region or withstanding the fire behemoths in the north with the armors that provided defense against such a beast. The concept that having the armor of the same element helped in withstanding the damage of the behemoth while holding a weapon of the opposing element helped you deal more damage to the behemoth would soon become understood very clearly by the arriving beings as they flocked to create weapons from the bodies of the behemoths they hunted, wanting to equip themselves with the right set of armors and weapons that would dictate what they hunted in the future. The combination of armor drenched in the law of fire along with a weapon drenched in the law of water was needed to hunt fire behemoths with most efficiency. While the combination of armor drenched in the law of water and a weapon filled with the law of fire were utmost if one wanted to pierce through the defenses of an ice behemoth. This concept applied to all the other elements, as they had not yet stepped into the realm of worrying about elite behemoths that could be proficient in supreme laws. The law of light and the law of darkness opposed each other, as well as the law of fate and the law of chaos standing on opposite sides of the spectrum, but not a single one of the new beings were worried about these types of laws at this moment. The newly formed Order of Blood with Elena leading was equipped with the infernal sets as they set off carefully towards the explored perimeters near the sanctum, wishing to find a weak wandering behemoth to have their first battle as they moved to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Noah and Athena were in the company of the Righteous Fire Exploration Team as they continued to go out and hunt the northern region with fire behemoths every day as they learned more and more about the celestial realm, Noah's mood being particularly good today as while he walked with Boru and his group back to the sanctum, in another location of the celestial realm, someone had intruded. The intrusion was not through the golden door that led one into the celestial realm, but through the use of a particular teleportation skill that allowed one to appear at any place in their memories. This time, a devilishly handsome ancient blood clone had appeared in an empty region of the celestial realm, a confident expression on his face as he had a miraculous spiritual land anchored to his body. A single blood clone carrying a spiritual land that had a unique feature entered the celestial realm, the effect of this event being something only Noah could imagine as he got ready to move into this expansive realm in earnest as he used the cover of the newly arriving beings to move freely. This wide realm and the numerous mysterious treasures within it, he wanted them all to himself as the ancient blood clone raised his hand up, holding the miniaturized spiritual land as he began by activating a single feature, Treasure Hunter. Chapter 380 Covert Exploration. In the expansive celestial realm, a single ancient blood clone was moving further and further away from the sanctum as he passed through numerous areas that were already explored by the Celestials, the path he was taking actually taking him towards the unexplored regions as time passed. The usage of the Treasure Hunter feature of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land was a unique one, with the clone observing a golden light shoot forth from the center of the miniaturized spiritual land as it trembled with vigorous essence, this golden light forming into the shape of a literal golden arrow that pointed even further north from the position that he was standing on. Noah shook his head with a smile as he looked at the small golden arrow that was barely a meter long, wondering exactly what thing could be considered a treasure that this arrow had locked onto, and what he would have to do to obtain it. Before he began moving towards the direction it pointed towards, he used the unique origin ability gifted from the vampire progenitor as he chose to look for this first treasure covertly, not knowing what powerful creatures he could possibly run into as he went further and further away from the sanctum. He used unique origin as his body rapidly changed, becoming a pool of blood that slowly dwindled in size until it became less than a few inches, his humanoid shape becoming clearer as the size continued to reduce until he became a single inch. As he used the ability, he made it so that not a single aura of power leaked from him, the presence he gave off being even less stimulating than the plants that gave off abundant essence around him. In the surroundings of the fantastical environment of the celestial realm where everything was filled with overflowing essence, a being that could barely be seen by the naked eye that did not have even an aura of essence would be nearly impossible to find unless someone powerful was specifically looking for them appeared. The miniaturized ancient blood clone looked up towards the now even grander forest around him, even the small swaying grasses seeming multiple times larger than his own figure as the earth below him that was abundant in essence expanded even further. The ancient trees that were tens of meters tall looked even more massive, the cover of all of these magical surroundings making him feel extremely safe. The size of the miniaturized spiritual land became even smaller than him, less than 1/10 of an inch as it was anchored to his left hand, the golden arrow coming from it reflecting in size as the clone smiled, its body still bubbling with enormous power as it shot forth in the cover of numerous grasses where the arrow indicated. He was moving in an extremely covert manner as while he moved beneath the numerous plants and foliage, not a single disturbance occurred in the fantastical surroundings of his location. His goal was to find out exactly where Treasure Hunter would lead him, and that was it. What would happen after that would be determined by what exactly he came to find. His main body had been moving with the Righteous Fire exploration team the past few days, their hunts gradually giving him more and more information as he knew what terrible behemoths could be found in the nearby areas that he was advised to keep away from. The explored areas near the sanctum were filled with normal behemoths, their strength varying in ranks but almost all of them being stably at the soul-forging realm. Because of their unique enormous bodies and proficiencies in laws, tens of normal soul-rank individuals were required to take them down, were the most powerful exploration teams from the Celestials like the Righteous Fire hunting team. Going even further out would put you at risk of coming around the domain of an elite behemoth, which would almost certainly guarantee death for any normal team. The Celestials warned normal teams to be extremely careful of entering a domain of such celestial beasts because as the name implies, these elite beasts would commonly have power at the domain expansion realm. That was a shocking realm that the celestial grandmasters held, their power being immensely powerful as they formed what was called elite exploration teams to hunt down such behemoths. Some of these behemoths could have a rank at the soul-forging realm, but if they were proficient in a supreme law, it automatically placed them at the elite behemoth level. Some could be half a step into the domain expansion realm, this small advancement added to their already terrifying bodies allowing them to also be ranked as elite behemoths. Of course, the behemoths that had already stepped into the domain expansion realm were the most powerful at the elite rank, needing a team of grandmasters to fully take them down. What Noah currently dreaded the most was coming face to face with an elite behemoth, as he knew it would mean a very arduous and nearly impossible mission for his clone, but the further out he continued to follow the golden arrow, the more somber he became as he also grew more excited. His miniaturized figure continued running speedily beneath the cover of its surroundings, coming to a stop after an hour as he felt the overflowing aura of a behemoth filled with the fire element. He stopped his quick movements as he climbed the grasses that were huge proportionate to his size, peeking from beneath the earth as he did not use any of his skills that allowed him to spread out his aura to check his surroundings. As long as he didn't use any mana in this place where even plants overflowed with immense mana, even the extremely perceptive behemoths would not be able to locate him. The fire behemoth he came across adopted similar features to the ones he had been coming across as he moved with the Righteous Fire exploration team, this one looking similar to an oversized iguana that was slowly strolling through the mystical swaying trees. Noah observed this powerful beast as he finally came across a behemoth while moving alone, the presence of it being at the normal level being apparent as Noah was confident in being able to take it down with time. He glanced at the calm surroundings and the fire behemoth that continued to stroll undisturbed as he smiled as returned back under the shade of the grasses, continuing towards where the golden arrow pointed as he marked the location of this behemoth. He had used the abilities of Herald of Fate to determine the best pathway for him to take that would cause the least chaos for his mission, and it told him to continue on his path towards where the golden arrow pointed to. So for now, he only marked the location of this behemoth as he continued forward, fully trusting the abilities of Herald of Fate, as they lead him to upgrade, Blood Lord, skill tree that made possible for the ancient blood clone to come to life, as well as the reminder for the profound uses of the spiritual land that he was currently using right now. A single fire behemoth was not hard to find in the close proximity of the sanctum, and he could come to find one whenever he wished to start a long and arduous battle with it alone. But his goal currently was the location where the golden arrow that the unique feature of the spiritual land, Treasure Hunter, was pointing to. After he ascertained exactly what was considered a treasure in the eyes of this ability and got his hands on it, he would hunt all the behemoths he could. Chapter 381 Hidden Beneath a Mountain. The miniaturized ancient blood clone continued to go further and further away from the sanctum as he came across a few monstrous auras of fire behemoths, marking all of their locations as he continued forward and mapped out the fantastical areas of the celestial realm himself. He had come across and taken down a few fire behemoths with the Righteous Fire Exploration team over the past few days, each time getting his hands on a piece of the large beasts' bodies as he went on to create another 4 pieces of the incandescent Flameborn set, the other 4 pieces being the BREAS plate, leggings, boots, and arm guards. All he had left to craft was the crown, and he would have all 6 pieces of the powerful set. The boosts of these items were not a joke either, Noah looking at their description as the clone continued speedily moving towards an unknown location. BREAS plate of simmering ember, an item created from the wrathful body of a behemoth. Plus 150% enhanced defense, plus 50% fire element resistance, plus 50% increased all element resistance, and grants the ability of extreme heat resistance. Leggings of simmering ember, an item created from the wrathful body of a behemoth. Plus 100% enhanced defense, plus 50% fire element resistance, plus 50% increased all element resistance. Boots of simmering ember, an item created from the wrathful body of a behemoth. Plus 50% movement speed, plus 50% enhanced defense, plus 25% fire element resistance, plus 25% increased all element resistance. Unaffected by the burning grounds they stand on. Arm guards of the simmering ember, an item created from the wrathful body of a behemoth. Plus 25% enhanced attack and cast speed, plus 25% enhanced defense, plus 25% fire element resistance, plus 25% increased all element resistance. The items had huge boosts when it came to withstanding the attacks of flame behemoths, making them top-tier pieces of armor to wear for anyone traversing the northern region that was filled with flame behemoths. The glaive that was of the fire element would actually deal less damage to these same behemoths as they were extremely proficient in the law of fire, with Noah needed to find a weapon or the water element similar to the ones that Boru and his team carried to gain extra battle power against flame behemoths. He put this in the back of his mind as he focused on carefully following the golden arrow forward, noticing that the arrow was now blinking. This made him excited as it indicated he was actually nearing the supposed location. He continued traveling below the waving grasses as he observed the ground he was running on gradually becoming elevated as he continued forward, this actually causing a change to the arrow as instead of pointing straight, it began to edge further downwards as he continued following the ascending ground. He brought himself to a stop as he climbed the grasses around him, picking his tiny head to observe the surroundings more as he confirmed he was now beginning to go up an enormous volcanic mountain that had bubbling molten earth at the top. This mountain covered his entire sight as he could barely discern its peak or where it ended as it encompassed everything around him. The surroundings were much hotter than the explored regions near the sanctum as a dangerous feeling was permeating all throughout this mountain. The ancient blood clone's face hardened as he realized that the golden arrow had begun pointing downwards the moment he began ascending the mountain, which meant that whatever treasure it pointed to was located at the bottom of this enormous volcanic mountain. He took a deep breath as he changed his tactics, his body glancing at the earth below him as his figure disappeared beneath it. His speed became unbearably slower as he used the tiniest amount of power to allow his small body to drill through the extremely hard earth, following the blinking golden arrow as it continued leading him to an unknown location, and this particular location was in the middle of an enormous volcanic mountain in the celestial realm. More than half an hour passed as he continued to drill further and further down, the only thing around him being gradually reddening earth. The figure of the clone came to a stop after some time as it broke through the layers of earth that were getting hotter and hotter, actually finding himself breaking through an enormous underground cavern that had a powerful red tint from the overflowing lava and molten earth that could be seen from all around. He had pierced through the layers of this enormous mountain and arrived at this expansive underground cavern that was actually tens of miles wide, seeming like an entirely new world to the miniaturized Noah. What was shocking about this lava-filled cavern he had found himself in, though, was the single mountainous behemoth that was lazily floating atop the sea of lava. The eyes of the ancient blood clone widened as they landed on this regal but monstrous beast as he shook his head exasperatingly. That's a Fucking elite behemoth, isn't it? Noah stared into the expansive cavern where molten lava flowed from all around while a single monstrous beast floated atop this flowing molten earth peacefully. The aura coming off its body was that of an oppressive beast that could devour everything, but Noah's mood slightly became better after he noticed that the overpowering feeling wasn't exactly the same as Grandmaster Vredril who at the domain expansion realm. Yet, this being had a hint of that aura, making Noah believe that this was a behemoth that was half a step into the domain expansion realm, and this still classified it as an elite behemoth. The clone released a tense breath as it observed not too far from the immense behemoth, there was an exquisitely raised pedestal that was filled with ancient runic lines, and at the top of this pedestal there lay a brilliantly shining red crystal that caused his heart to tighten just from looking. The golden arrow from the treasure hunter of the spiritual Lana was blinking rapidly at this moment, seemingly trembling with excitement as it had reached the goal it was pointing to as it began to slowly fade away. The eyes of the ancient blood clone glowed a sharp light as he finally came upon a treasure in the celestial realm. This apparent treasure was actually protected by a beast that would normally be taken down by an elite team of celestial grandmasters, even if it fell on the weakest side that could possibly be hunted by the strongest normal exploration teams like Boras that now had the addition of Noah's main body and Athena. The main issue remained the same though. Whatever this fantastical treasure that the spiritual lands, treasure hunter, had led him to get his hands on it, he had to get past this powerful fire behemoth that was half a step into the domain expansion realm. Chapter 382: A Dragon Guarding a Treasure. Noah found himself in an extremely tense environment as he stared at the lazily floating elite behemoth that had half of its body sunken in the blazing lava. The mountainous figure had its eyes closed as Noah could only see half of its body, which actually spanned over 30 meters as it magnificently rolled around the cavern. His attention was pulled towards the large red crystal of the ancient runic pedestal that seemed to be calling out to him, his eyes becoming hot the more they remained on this shimmering treasure. He breathed out slowly as he brought himself to calm down and think of the numerous ways to proceed, pulling out the dagger of time stored in the expansive space, as well as equipping his miniaturized body with the items from the incandescent Flammeborn set, to provide even more protection in this fiery hell. Numerous calculations passed through his mind as he didn't activate any skills yet, knowing the moment he used his mana this extremely dangerous behemoth lazily floating in lava would notice him. A few minutes passed as he observed its movements in this tense atmosphere, coming to map out its large body gradually as it continued to swim in the lava. The elite behemoth actually adopted the features of something that Noah had come across a few times in his life, and that was a dragon. The enormous head that continued to dip in and out of the lava peacefully had a rough draconic outline as enormous wings were tucked into its sides, with Noah not even being able to see their end as they sunk in the molten earth. A dangerously glistening tail that held numerous crystal stalagmites that shone with a deep red hue could also be seen occasionally rise and fall from the flowing lava. Numerous ideas came and went in Noah's mind as he tried to map out multiple possibilities, planning for every possible path as he only came out with two. One was miraculously taking this unknown treasure right under the nose of its powerful protector, getting away safely just as the powerful beast was reacting to his movements. This was the best possible course of action, as Noah was not fully confident in being able to take down an elite-tier behemoth at this stage, even with his fantastical cheats. This also brought the consideration that he didn't consider too much of a limitation because of his nearly infinite mana, and that was the 60% limitation of power given to this clone. This also brought numerous new questions about this limitation that he had to slowly understand. The other possible pathway for him to take this treasure was if the first plan of snatch and run inevitably failed, where he would then have to leave it to fate and go all out, testing exactly how powerful this elite behemoth that was half a step into the domain expansion realm would be. This was the second pathway, and he already sent telepathic commands to a special someone if this path was to be followed, knowing he would need all the help he can get. His face became stern as he pulled back from the wide cavern and followed the path that he came in, going more than a few miles as he took out the miniaturized spiritual land and used anchor to expertly hide it among the grains of earth in the mountain. This was the last preparation, where just in case something horrendous happened, only the clone would be affected as his main body would suffer a significant blow from the loss of a portion of his origin. He made his way back towards the wide cavern thereafter as the same scene greeted him, getting himself ready as he was going to go for the first possible pathway, first taking the treasure right under the nose of this monstrous draconic fire behemoth. To do this, he looked at the description of a particular ability from the 7 deadly sins that he had not used too often, one that came from the sin of greed. The skill stated that he could steal the ownership of any item he could see or sense, being extremely useful, but also raising many questions on what it applied to. This treasure in front of him, could it be considered an owned item that he could use this skill to take? Could this ability be stopped in any way if the perception of this draconic fire behemoth was as monstrous as his intel from the Celestials told him? There were many unknowns in this first plan, which was why Noah was still fairly unconfident with it, and was simply giving it a shot. He breathed out as his eyes honed in on the faraway glowing crystal, getting ready another phase of this first plan that involved physically teleporting his body as he risked the life of the clone to the close proximity of this enormous behemoth just in case, Emperor of Greed, did not work. But before this, there was the ability from the sin of greed, and there was also the dagger of time. The abilities that the dagger of time had were few, but they were extremely powerful as he always kept the sheath filled with time essence from the time-space, always ready for use if drastic situations like these demanded it. When he saw the draconic fire behemoth was at the position furthest away from the ancient runic pedestal holding the treasure, Noah's face hardened as his eyes locked in on the profoundly glimmering crystal and cast multiple abilities, starting off with the ability from the dagger of time that actually stopped time. Stop. Stillness spread through a wide region of the cavern, Noah spreading out his aura and senses finally as his eyes locked onto the glimmering crystal above the ancient runic pedestal and also cast, Emperor of Greed. Chapter 383 Authority. An unbelievably powerful entity was swimming peacefully in its natural habitat filled with blazing, flowing, lava, enjoying the nice swim as it continued to build up the law of fire throughout every molecule of its body. The environment of extreme heat in its surroundings only made it more powerful and efficient in its comprehension of the law of fire, its body attuned to the lava flowing around it and the immense heat all over the cavern as it continued its cultivation. At this moment though, around a certain region of the wide cavernous space that covered the entirety of its body and the region where a special item stood peacefully, time had actually come to a stop. The shaking of essence could barely be discernible as in this frozen area of time, the enormous eyes of the draconic fire behemoth actually snapped wide open, its overpowering senses observing the changes around it as it felt chains of time restricting its oversized body. Humph. The eyes of the draconic fire behemoth actually opened wide in this stopped area of time, its body that was frozen in place staying still as its humongous eyes locked towards a particular location where it could feel the movements of an enormous amount of mana. Its powerful origin that was drenched in the law of fire and enhanced even further in this environment, and its inborn ability actually allowed it to observe the movement of essence that was spreading out from a certain being in a faraway location. This unique essence had already covered the expansive space it was in as it actually made possible for time to come to a halt, but the draconic fire behemoth sensed the movement of even more vigorous essence shooting towards a particular ancient pedestal that held a special treasure which made its high achievements in the law of fire possible. One must know that within the time period that time had been stopped, not even an instant had passed as in this stopped time, the elite behemoth came to attention and observed all of these things instantaneously, its terrifying power going forth another level as it even sensed the spectacular movement of mana of a cast skill that was heading towards the treasure atop the archaic pedestal. The opened eyes of the draconic fire behemoth locked on the small being that was releasing this mana, realizing its purpose instantly as its red eyes sparked with flames in this stopped time, the vigorous and fantastical essence within its body bubbling forth as it uttered 3 words within its heart. Flame Lord's Authority. Rumbly. From the very origin of the draconic fire behemoth, a unique power roared forth and erupted from it, going on to cover the entire area where the essence of a certain intruding being was stopping time, as well as the essence that was snaking towards the special item atop the ancient pedestal. A ludicrous scene played itself thereafter as in the grey world of stopped time, sparks of fire erupted as they went on to actually shatter this frozen space, the energy from this stupendous ability that the draconic fire behemoth had cast going on to wrap around the energy going towards the ancient pedestal even faster as this energy was dispersed, whatever ability being directed towards the special treasure being cancelled right away. Shocking. Majestic. Time flowed freely again as the air vibrated with power, the enormous body of the behemoth beginning to rise as its gaze filled with an aura of regality and strength locked towards a particular intruder. The ability that the draconic fire behemoth had cast was still in the surroundings, wrapping up everything this fearsome dragon could see, and that included the intruder. As a being extremely proficient in one of the universal laws, as a powerful dragon born in the celestial realm, this was its authority. Its gaze continued to lock towards the individual that had tried to get his filthy hands on something that had been with it since it was born, watching this being arrogantly as its power only continued to climb higher. Its mystical senses that could discern even the movement of essence and cancel already cast skills wrapped around this being as a surprised look appeared on its fearsome face, a voice of immense power ringing out in the wide lava-filled cavern. "You were actually able to withstand my authority, little worm." Its voice reverberated across the space as vibration spread across the lava below him, his enormous body moving directly in front of the ancient pedestal as it obscured its gaze completely and stared towards the trembling being. The creature that had intruded became more clear in his eyes, the outline of a small being barely an inch long zooming and expanding in his eyesight. The intruder wore a unique set of armor that let out a fiery aura that seemed to be protecting him, his body and limbs being completely wrapped around this set of armor as they were protected fully from his expanded authority that had even burnt away mana. The only thing that was showing injuries on the intruder's body was the devilishly handsome face that did not have this armor wrapping around it, burn marks that were rapidly appearing and disappearing apparent on the face as the energy surrounding him burnt his face, but he was healing the injuries just as fast. Curiouser and curiouser. The rumbling voice of the draconic fire behemoth rang out again as it saw the being in front of its sight, the body of this being rapidly enlarging as he became around 2 meters in size. In his right hand, a fearsome glaive appeared as it rotated around his body and dispersed the fearsome strength, Flame Lord's authority, slightly, reducing the constant damage it dealt to the one part of his body that wasn't covered by the unique armor as his face began healing completely. The boots this being wore shone a brilliant red luster as they stood on the flowing lava with ease, the extreme heat seemingly giving this intruder only a little trouble as his gaze also locked on the enormous draconic fire behemoth that overshadowed his sight. Both had red eyes shining resplendently, one more bestial than the other as a man and dragon locked gazes. Chapter 384 Spamming Skills. Noah's gaze looked with the monstrous behemoth in front of him as he thought about this celestial beast's ludicrous level of power. The overpowering essence it let out still confirmed with him that it was a beast half a step into the domain expansion realm, but its power, even while putting its the crazy strength behemoths usually showed, was still crazy. The reason for this was because of this concept that the draconic fire behemoth had mentioned, the concept called authority. Noah's heart trembled as he thought back to the frozen time that he never thought could possibly be broken. This went out of the bounds of his knowledge as he had cast the ability of the Dagger of Time and moved speedily, casting Emperor of Greed thereafter. But this was when the ridiculous power of this draconic behemoth put itself on display. The ancient blood clone in this frozen time was actually able to hear the calm release of 3 words that reverberated throughout the wide underground cavern. The words were calm and light, but the effect they caused was horrendous as they directly went on to shatter the essence that created stop time, and it even went further to destabilize and cancel Emperor of Greed that was heading towards the ancient pedestal. This was an entirely new concept to Noah, but he had just seen the type of strength that a truly high-level being could portray, the strength that somehow allowed them to shatter formed skills and disrupt the casting of abilities. After the monstrous draconic fire behemoth uttered these 3 words, it stood in front of the treasure as its gaze locked onto him, its message being loud and clear: "You will not be able to run." The utterance of Flame Lord's authority had spread out some kind of a blazing flame domain that caused huge damage for anyone in it, the clone being able to survive it fairly well because of the numerous compounded enhanced flame element resistance that came with the items of the incandescent Flameborn set. Only his head that did not have a helmet was undergoing the process of burning and healing constantly until he took out the glaive of simmering ember and reduced the damage caused even further, bringing him to this point in time where the brilliantly shining red eyes of the draconic fire behemoth. A smile of immense arrogance seemed to spread on the lips of the fearsome beast as it spoke out again. "I can see that you have not yet gained an authority, so you being able to withstand mine is quite a feat." The behemoth glanced at Noah closely as it continued. "Is it the items you are wearing? Or some innate ability?" The draconic fire behemoth did not seem to have an ounce of worry about Noah, continuing on nonchalantly as it wanted to sate its curiosity, and that was it. "Well, no matter. For the crime of intruding into my lair, for the crime of setting your eyes on something that is not yours, how would you like to die, little worm?" Strong words resounded throughout the underground cavern as Noah felt the fantastical Flame Lord's authority recede, the draconic fire behemoth letting out words that already condemned him to death as the only option. He sighed again as his heart shook with slight excitement, knowing he would have to go with the second plan where he would actually have to match this monstrous being, and actually come out on top. As his armored body covered in the incandescent Flameborn set floated atop the boiling lava smoothly, his strong heart actually began feeling a sense of thrill as he stared at this enormous celestial beast. It was a dangerous situation where nobody knew what the results would be, but Noah was actually finding himself getting strong feelings of excitement whenever he was in situations like these. It was something terrifying and out of his wildest dreams that someone like him could be standing face to face with a celestial beast, an elite behemoth half a step into the domain expansion realm, and he could actually stand against it with some level of confidence. This was the adventure he longed to have. This was the strength he wanted to achieve. To be able to look at something this powerful and still believe there was a way for him to trump over it. A bright smile covered the devilishly handsome face of the ancient blood clone as he replied to the fiery behemoth while casting numerous skills. "I will not be dying here today, little dragon." His words held a tinge of excitement over this unavoidable battle as above the molten and simmering earth around him, the aura of death appeared in the skies, the figure of Archlich Arazon beginning to shoot down towards the lava as its body shone, an enormous bone dragon appearing below it as it flapped its wings and allowed the powerful lich to remain in the air. In the celestial realm, flying was restricted until one broke through to the domain expansion realm, but winged beings could still fly nonetheless. Archlich Arazon looked at the monstrous opponent its master had as golden flames blazed from its sockets and the skull staff it held, the essence of death spreading out in the surroundings as huge runic circles appeared in the skies. These runic circles signified the casting of Abyssal Summoner, the ability that called forth enormous abyssal undead to fight for the Archlich. This wasn't all though, as Noah uttered multiple skills without reservation while his gaze continued to lock with the draconic fire behemoth. Empyrean Guards. Empyrean Armament. Blood World. Dawn of the Blood Lord. Ancient Blood Scion. Summon the Ancients, Lesser Cthulhu. The atmosphere quaked as an enormous amount of mana was used wantonly, the numerous number of wide area buff, strengthening, and transformation abilities forming with a gorgeous array of colors in the expansive cavern below a volcanic mountain in the celestial realm. Yet at this moment in time, a single dragon remained calm as its voice reverberated out. "What did you just call me?" The nonchalant tone of the large draconic fire behemoth had changed as it ignored the fantastical essence and splendor of skills and transformations that Noah was undergoing as it asked a simple question. Noah's resplendent but still transforming figure that still seemed smaller than the 70-meter dragon held a devilish smile as he taunted out a reply, the numerous skills he cast coming to life around him gloriously. "A little dragon. You know, those small little lizards you can find scurrying in Krevik." Boom. The very air itself shattered as a wrathful dragon's roar resounded, the start of a monstrous battle going underway. Chapter 385 A Lich. Ancients. Cthulhu. In the expansive underground space bubbling with extreme heat, a storm of essence was ravaging all around as numerous skills were manifesting in a grand fashion. The most ill.u.s.trius one was a dark bubble of blood that continued to expand around the wide underground cavern for miles, covering almost every inch of it as the function of hiding whatever was happening in this cave hidden from prying eyes. Dawn of the Blood Lord was the next most eye-catching one, a foreboding miniature moon appearing at the highest point of the cavern as it began releasing a dominating red light that gave numerous buffs to the caster while giving debuffs to the opponent. But the two skills that caused the most pressure were the transformation abilities that allowed the clone to take on the form of something monstrous. The first transformation was something obtained from the upgrade of Blood Lord, and opening the path to the Kin of the Ancients skill tree. It was Ancient Blood Scion. Ancient Blood Scion, 5 out of 5, take on the form of the Scion of Blood and rain down destruction on those that oppose you. This form allows you to heal 30% of all damage dealt and received, increase physical and elemental damage by 100%, as well as enhance all the abilities of Blood Lord by 30%. A transformation that allowed for the passive healing from 30% of the damage he received, as well as the damage he dealt. This wasn't to even mention the boosts to all the other abilities of the Blood Lord. The form caused the clone to rise to the level of a giant, regal red vampiric wings erupting from his back as a gorgeous set of silver hair overflowed, his face taking the features of a humanoid bat as he rose above 10 meters. Yet, above that and going overboard, Lesser Cthulhu was cast as another transformation ensued, the baleful destructive power of ether covering the clone's body as the size continued to increase, another set of wings erupting out as tentacles and feelers accompanied numerous grotesque eyes, the look of a terrifying creature with 4 wings, multiple pairs of eyes with differing colors, as well as overflowing shimmering silver hair came to life. Yet again, this wasn't enough. On top of this, numerous Empyrean guards, became streaks of light as they went on to change into a regal golden robe that attached itself to the grotesque figure, an enormous sword and shield appearing on its huge hands as palpated with the power of the law of fate. In front of the eyes of the draconic fire behemoth, a grotesque creature made from multiple transformations layered with a ridiculous number of skills made its appearance. But once more, this didn't seem like enough, so another skill was cast, this time a summoning ability that called forth beings that Noah did not fully understand yet. Summon the ancients. Your call travels through space and time as you call forth the ancients that are bound by blood. Limit, 3 ancients. A unique runic sigil spread out in the surroundings as the maddened dragon felt an air of ancientness permeate the surrounding space, a gray light shining through as it covered the appearance of unique beings that very few had the chance to see in the light expanse. 3 beings appeared around the still transforming clone, the only thing that one could use to describe them being one word: enormous. Their sizes overshadowed the transformed Noah, and actually neared the huge size of the draconic fire behemoth. Their bodies looked gray and stoic, adopting a humanoid form as they were garbed in old gray robes. From their back, a shining pair of dark wings folded beautifully as they granted these beings a unique outline Noah had not come across before. The ancients were actually humanoid in shape, and they held powering wings behind them. Their eyes were fully white as they eerily turned towards Noah the moment they were summoned, these white eyes scanning the figure of the clone up and down as they actually paid it no heed, their gazes actually turning in a completely unexpected direction of the cavernous underground space, peering through the cast, blood world, and the layers of earth as they were directed towards the direction of the sanctum. Noah's real body that was moving with the righteous fire exploration team became shocked. As his gaze turned, and he felt the eyes of the 3 ancients standing beside his clone below the volcanic mountain were staring straight at him. They scanned Noah's real body up and down with gazes that traveled far, Noah hearing some form of static voices in his mind as he could make nothing of it. After a few seconds, their gazes left his real body and began turning their blank faces away from the direction of the sanctum as Athena looked at the surprised Noah. "Everything okay, junior brother?" "Ah, yes. I spaced out there for a second. Let's catch up with the others." Noah's real body continued his movements with the righteous fire exploration team as his heart shook, the beings called ancients still being something he did not fully understand. In the underground space, the enraged dragon finally adopted a careful expression at the appearance of these 3 unique beings that were letting out an air of desolation, their eerie blank faces and white eyes now turning to look towards it. As the draconic fire behemoth finally took the enemy in front of it like a possible threat, the Archlich Arazon finished casting his necromantic spells as he summoned 2 abyssal death knights, 2 abyssal jiangshi, and 2 abyssal revenants. An energy of death spread in the surroundings as shockingly, an entire army had appeared around the ancient blood clone in less than a minute, the levels of power of each of the beings summoned standing powerfully at the soul-forging realm, with some of them even letting out unique desolate auras that made one do a double take. The enraged draconic fire behemoth looked at all of this as its gaze ignored every single one of the newly summoned beings and locked on Noah again. "Ugly little worm. You come to my abode, try to steal from me, then you insult me, and now after summoning these creatures, you still think you are leaving from here alive." The voice of the enraged dragon rang out as Noah looked towards it apathetically, only his rapidly beating heart showing the excitement he felt as he pointed the golden sword he held forward, initiating the start of a wild battle as the forces he summoned began to move forward. Roher. The roar of the dragon was the only response as storms of flames began to permeate through the air, the monstrous behemoth finally moving to attack. Chapter 386 Grandiosity. A world-shaking battle was taking place below a nondescript volcanic mountain that nobody was privy to. A world of blood had expanded all around to hide anything that was happening within, while in the underground space of this mountain where the fight was taking place, a red moon hung at the highest point. At this moment, the draconic fire behemoth roared out as the very air trembled, its eyes shining as flames coagulated in front of it. "Immolation pillars." A barely discernible whisper was heard. But this whisper was the command of something terrible as tens of blazing fiery pillars of flames appeared without reservation around the dragon, each one heading towards the clone and the summoned forces. SHAA. SHAA. They streaked towards them menacingly as Noah put the golden shield on his left hand out, withstanding the fiery attacks as they exploded in a shower of sparks and flames. The summoned abyssal undead that felt no pain were struck head-on, numerous parts of their bodies being set aflame as they still continued forward valiantly, the abyssal revenant shining the dark coffin it was carrying towards the dragon as it opened to release a viscous cloud of poison and death. The abyssal juncture carried the deathly pillars in their hands as they weaved their large bodies forward and through the pillars like spears, chains being seen attached to these pillars that they could pull back whenever they wished. The eerie ancients that were summoned were the most spectacular, their white eyes shining as the pillars of flames snaking towards them simply dissipated as they neared. Thereafter, their gazes locked on the enormous beast as their dark wings flapped, their figures disappearing into particles of light as they appeared near the behemoth, clenching their fists as gray air wrapped around them and let out a strike towards the dragon. Ding! The sound of metal deformity rang out as shockingly, only a few dents appeared on the body of the draconic fire behemoth. The even more shocking thing, though, was that the indented portions of the dragon's skin actually began to decay as an eerie energy began to spread from their point of contact. A wave of power released from the draconic fire behemoth as it actually felt pain, using its high achievements in the law of fire to wrap around the weird energy trying to enter his body as his wrathful head glanced at the many beings ganging up on him. Do you think you are the only one that can summon things to aid you, ugly worm? A voice filled with wrath resounded as the body of the draconic fire behemoth pulsed with power, another set of words being heard all around as the fire energy around them went berserk. Dragon summoning. Rejuvenating flames. Elemental soul reinforcement, domain of fire. Wah. 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 The very space trembled as it squeezed in upon itself, the draconic fire behemoth using its expansive mana to cast many skills. All around it, the incorporeal forms of deadly dragons around half his size began to appear en masse, their reddened eyes locking on the many summoned beings around Noah as they began moving right away. On the body of the draconic fire behemoth, golden flames appeared as they healed the decaying strikes caused by the three ancients, an even more mystical set of flames appearing deep inside its origin as they protected its soul. This was because the behemoth had seen a tinge of the law of fate around the enemy in front of it, and prepared to counteract it as well as protect itself. The last thing cast by the draconic fire behemoth was a domain, and this was a domain that only those in the domain expansion realm, or those half a step into it like this behemoth, could actually utilize. Boom. An air of majesty spread out as the domain of the draconic fire behemoth went on to expand just as wide as the blood world, covering everything within it as it heavily bolstered the strength of the behemoth and the numerous dragons it summoned, while Noah and his forces felt a heavy weight placed on their shoulders as if the very air around them had become viscous and hard to move in. A resounding roar was released yet again as fiery attacks flew, the many summoned dragons finding their targets as the abyssal undead began fights of their own, the arch-lich Arazon waving its golden staff as more and more bone dragons, undead phoenixes, and specters came to life. The mystical ancients floated in the air as they sensed the heavy pressure of the domain, their blank white eyes shining as they pointed towards Noah and his forces. A blank set of sounds appeared in Noah's mind once more as he noticed a change on his body, the three ancients initiating a skill that caused for a shimmering gray shield to appear on his body and the bodies of the numerous summons, the oppression they felt from the domain of fire, gradually lessening as they actually began to feel their strength be bolstered. The moment this finished, the three ancients went back to duking out terrible attacks towards the draconic fire behemoth and its summoned dragons, these mystical and yet eerie beings actually being the ones that were dealing the most damage in this battle so far. Noah looked at these hard-to-understand beings called ancients as he thirsted for more knowledge about them, the shimmering gray shield wrapping around his body causing him to feel weightless as he smiled and flapped his pairs of wings forward. He felt the domain of fire that the draconic fire behemoth had cast just now, finding the extreme difference between it and the first ability that the dragon had used to actually break apart his time stop and even stop the activation of Emperor of Greed. The ability the dragon had used, which he called a type of authority, was much stronger and was one of the bigger causes for worry as this battle continued. Yet from all his observations as he spammed numerous skills and began cornering this powerful beast, this authority was not used again, making him believe there were certain restrictions to such a fearsome power that could even go as far as canceling enemy skills. He would confirm his thoughts later after this battle finished though, for now, he had to focus. He placed the glaive of simmering ember behind him as he carried the golden blade and shield from the abilities of Fate's Guardian, his sword tip pointing towards the many incorporeal dragons summoned in the surrounding as he called out vibrantly. Portals of Terror. Sever. Numerous dangerously colored portals began to appear on the sides of the draconic fire behemoth as they trembled to release destructive energies, the cast, Sever, going on to bisect the incorporeal dragons as a few were cut in half. Noah couldn't help but call out as the thrilling battle continued. Chapter 387A Budding Economy. As a spectacular battle took place in the underground cavern of a volcanic mountain, elsewhere in the celestial realm, wild adventures of numerous exploration teams continued. Tens of thousands of void-ranked beings continued to pour into the celestial realm, with a few hundred at the soul realm making their entrance, as well as more and more hunting teams to take down behemoths and explore the wonders of the celestial realm were formed. The Celestials were the biggest winners as always and as planned, watching as many beings perished while others learned from their mistakes, and ultimately create a smooth process where they received the resources of numerous materials from the bodies of behemoths, and even further increased their exploration of the celestial realm. The benefits were slowly opening up as a bright future showed itself in front of their eyes. The more powerful forces of some prime worlds guessed the intentions of the Celestials, but the rewards were simply too enticing, so they went along with it. This was because they found out the immense uses of the bodies of behemoths that were drenched in universal laws, finding that the consumption of these beasts would rapidly propel their own comprehension and increase their power, not to mention that swallowing their origin cores where most of the universal laws were condensed gave 1 year's worth of comprehension in that law. This made for a very competitive atmosphere as many beings formed powerful teams to gain access to even more resources. On this particular day, the newly formed Order of Blood was conducting its first hunt, the royal vampire Elena at the lead as they faced a powerful ice behemoth. This particular behemoth had huge tusks that made it seem like an oversized mammoth, its large amount of fur acting like a thick coat in the freezing and snowy region of the celestial realm. Numerous spears of ice continued to form and shoot out from its body every second as it faced its enemies. The curvaceous body of the royal vampire twisted as her hands flew forward, initiating a sea of blood that formed into powerful lances that smashed towards the behemoth and kept its attention. This powerful royal vampire was actually acting as the tank while the Emperor Penguin and others adorned with weapons pulsating with the fire element released their attacks towards the behemoth. The behemoth roared out as Elena sent a telepathic message to the others. Ready. Focused looks appeared on the other vampires in the surroundings, the Emperor Penguin stretching its flippers as it replied and nodded, the calamities of the sea and other harbingers that were not staying and training in the time-space of the spiritual land ascertaining as they carried out a plan they discussed beforehand. The body of the Emperor Penguin teleported as it disappeared and reappeared far into the skies, feeling the strong gravitational pressure begin to pull its body downwards already as it did not have the capabilities to fly in this celestial realm like many others. Its goal was something else though, as its beady eyes locked in on the ice behemoth still letting out wild attacks towards its teammates, a shimmering silver light appearing over its body as it cast a particular skill it unlocked from its skill tree. Spatial displacement. A shining silver light flashed in the skies as the body of the Emperor Penguin disappeared, the even more shocking thing being the mountainous body of the ice behemoth disappearing as well, their positions actually switching as the huge celestial beast found its body high in the skies and dropping towards the ground at an extremely fast rate. Attack. Elena's valiant scream rang out as the group below released colorful bouts of mana with their own skills towards the mountainous beast falling from the skies, the job of the Emperor Penguin not done as it waved its flipped once more, the silver light it released going on to cover the bodies of the calamities of the sea and the Imperial Phoenix as their bodies appeared even higher in the skies above the ice behemoth, their attacks also ready as they released them in a splendor of colors. Attacks from above, attacks from below, and all while disorientingly falling from the skies. The ice behemoth let out another roar as the many attacks pierced its thick hide, its mountainous body acting against it as it smashed towards the ground at a horrible speed. Boom. Crunch. The breaking of bones could be heard as the many skills lowered its defenses and pierced its skin, the fall damage going on to disorient it even more as the beings from the Order of Blood released even more attacks, not giving the beast even a chance to retaliate as they successfully went on to hunt their first behemoth. Scenes like these continued to spread out over the celestial realm, whereas in another location, the righteous fire exploration team was finishing hunting yet another fire behemoth, Athena's potent blades of liberation striking down from the skies and ending the life of the mountainous beast. Haha, I never knew your abilities were this unique, being able to read the flow of battle like it is nothing. Boru's boisterous voice rang out as he looked towards Athena in admiration. The past few fights, Athena's unique ability shone as she actually began to conduct the pace of the battles, directing the teammates on how to move and expecting where the enemy would strike even before it did. This led to a shift in the paradigm where Boru was not the only major contributor in the team, Athena coming in close as their fights became easier and easier. With you too, maybe hunting an elite behemoth would be a possibility. Boru's eyes shone as he said this, looking forward into the future as he gained the spectacular ability from Athena that allowed for his team to move even faster, and the addition of Crixus that released a unique attack from Fate's Guardian that even they weren't aware could be utilized to that extent, causing enormous soul damage to the behemoths and taking them down even faster. Bah, an elite behemoth. Don't even joke. Maybe once one of us breaks into the domain expansion realm. One of Boru's teammates replied while divvying up the body of the dead behemoth, Noah smiling as he waved his hands and accepted a material that would create the last piece of the incandescent Flammeborn set while enjoying the words of the Celestial around him. Little did they know, his clone was trying to take down an elite behemoth right now. Chapter 388 Ancients Lead the Way, an Elite Behemoth's Fall. Chapter 388 Ancients Lead the Way, an Elite Behemoth's Fall. 5 hours. This was the amount of time that had passed in the underground space of the blazing volcanic mountain as a ferocious battle was underway. The draconic fire behemoth still had an air of regality, but its body held numerous deep gashes and decaying muscles that were caused from the eerie energy being released from the 3 summoned ancients. Numerous incorporeal summoned dragons roamed the surroundings as they supported the behemoth, but the Archlich Arazon summoned even more undead to combat them. Every time that an abyssal Jiangshi or revenant fell, another one taking its place soon after. Truth be told, the power of this draconic fire behemoth was simply too powerful at this stage, its body not being able to be pierced easily by many attacks. Even with Noah overlaying the abilities that relied on the law of fate, he could only deal a small amount of damage that was healed by the monstrous life force of the dragon soon after. So the pathway that led to victory for him was to simply protect himself while wearing down the energy of this monstrous beast. The body of the ancient blood clone continued to stay far in the distance, the transformed combination of Lesser Cthulhu and Ancient Blood Scion, releasing powerful attacks as portals of terror and horrible strikes of ether erupted here and there. Even while staying at a far distance, the clone received enormous amounts of damage from the draconic fire behemoth, to the extent that his wings were burnt off numerous times and lances of fire dismembered his limbs, but they all healed rapidly under the abilities of Ancient Blood Scion that allowed for him to heal from 30% of the damage he dealt and received, as well as the passive life steal he had from the abilities of the vampire progenitor bloodline. He simply became an undying cockroach as he ridiculously withstood all of the powerful attacks and continued forward. On the front lines was the Archlich that directed the undead, acting as cannon fodders as they continued to wear down the strength of the draconic fire behemoth. But the ones leading the charge and actually piercing through the thick scales of the dragon and dealing the most damage so far were the ancients. These mystical beings flapped their dark wings and they teleported across the field of battle, their bodies acting like their own weapons as they released sharp lights whenever they struck the dragon, leaving behind a powerful energy that caused the inflicted portions to actually decay. If it wasn't for the fantastical life force of the draconic fire behemoth, as well as the rejuvenating flames that wrapped around his body and continued to heal him passively, the mountainous body would have long sucked you in bed to the injuries. So the battle of attrition continued, but this was the biggest mistake that the behemoth could have made, because the enemy it faced was the worst to fight a battle of attrition with. As the fight continued, Noah's main body got a hold of yet another large portion of the body of a behemoth, these materials directly being placed in the expansive space, as a thoughtful expression covered his eyes. He glanced at the pace of the battle as he gave a few commands to the summoned creatures, his body shrinking in size rapidly as he teleported away from the cavernous area and caused the draconic fire behemoth to become even more vigilant as it guarded its surroundings while parrying off the many attacks still coming towards it. But Noah's teleportation target was the spiritual land as he appeared in the blacksmith's forge, showing the most possible disrespect in a battle as he left midway to forge the last piece of the incandescent Flammeborn set. The enormous body part of the behemoth defeated by the righteous fire exploration team was cut into pieces and swiftly absorbed by the hearth, a few minutes passing before a resplendent fiery helm shot out of the shimmering hearth. Crown of the Simmering Ember, an item created from the wrathful body of a behemoth. Plus 50% enhanced damage of all fire attribute skills, plus 25% fire element resistance, plus 25% increased all element resistance. The last piece of the incandescent flame set appeared before him, the clone equipping it right away as it went on to wrap around the head of the grotesque transformation he still had. A wide smile was now covered beneath the helmet as the excitement from getting to try the huge boosts given from the incandescent Flammeborn set filled his heart. Even though the enemy this time was of the fire element and they held tremendously powerful defense against attacks from that element, the boosts given by wearing the complete set were simply too monstrous. He glanced at the description of the completed set boost as he reappeared right above the fiery draconic behemoth that always had its guard up for him, its wide jaws shooting up as they attempted to swallow the controller of these horrible summons right away. Yet the only thing that met the wide-open jaws of this dragon was the eruption of a blazing ring of fire. Like the sound of waves crashing into the shore, a molten ring of flames erupted from the clone's body once, and again, and again. This ridiculous ability smashed into the dragon right in the face as it looked incredulously towards this being that was actually using attacks in the law it was proficient in, and these attacks were actually causing it a great deal of pain. What the foo? A blazing ring of fire continued to be released as soon enough, the strong soul of the dragon actually began feeling a burning sensation, an unbelievable reality opening itself up in the underground cave as the behemoth that had been worn down for 5 hours finally had its defenses pierced through the moment the soul immolation effect was applied to it. Even though it was a fire behemoth, even though it was extremely proficient in the law of fire, its worn defenses actually began taking great damage from the flame attacks released from its enemy. It was ludicrous, nonsensical, and did not follow the natural course of actions. But because of the 1000% boost in damage achieved from the soul immolation effect that could only come by from the completed incandescent Flamme-born set and its other monstrous boosts, abilities that relied on the flame element actually damaged a being extremely proficient in the law of fire. Monster. The regality of a dragon remained as the draconic fire behemoth felt its strong soul actually burning, something it never thought to be possible occurring as even more attacks smashed into it from the mystical summoned ancients and abyssal undead. Its authority could not be used any longer, the damage to its soul and body actually increasing as time passed. Swarmed on all sides, its air of a ruler stood strong as it knew that unbelievably, it would be facing its death today. Chapter 389 Loot from an Elite Behemoth. Destructive portals surrounded it on all sides, terrible winged beings nearing its size let out mystical attacks that left a unique energy that caused the decay of the essence protecting its body, and the tireless and fearless abyssal undead that continued to be brought to life the moment another one died. It was an extremely tiring and helpless battle for one to go through, especially so for someone as powerful as a being nearing the full title of an elite behemoth, just needing a few more years to advance before fully stepping into the domain expansion realm. Alas, fate would not have it so as the draconic fire behemoth could feel its origin trembling, knowing it had overused all of its immense mana as its prideful aura of a ruling race shook when looking at the being that apparently beat it in terms of mana capacity. Truly a monster. The dragon shook its head in exhaustion as a brilliant light began to burn from it, the fearsome being actually choosing to burn its own soul and face death by its own accord. Noah observed this change as he sent numerous commands to his summoned forces, his own body that continued to release immense heat waves from the effect of completed incandescent Flamme-born set nearing the burning body of the draconic fire behemoth. The bright heat the beast released seemed like hot blasts of wind towards the clone protected by the shimmering item set, its body fearlessly coming close to the draconic fire behemoth as yet another ability of the 7 deadly sins was cast. This time, it was coming from the sin of gluttony. It was the ability that allowed his to absorb entities and working in conjunction with another skill. It also allowed him to look at the entity's entire life history and abilities, allowing him to choose 2 skills in addition to the ones he normally received as loot. The first skill was Devouring, the latter was Large Stomach. A dark cloud released from the clone as it went on to cover the enormous head of the blazing behemoth, the dark cloud expanding rapidly as it went on to cover the entirety of the humongous body as a large amount of essence began to senselessly leak out from the clone and into the ability. What he was doing now was casting the Devouring ability on a live being, and it was an elite behemoth at that. It wasn't a hunt of dead meat that could swiftly be taken, but a being that had their body blazing in flames as it tried to nobly take its own life. The gluttonous quality of the skills fully wrapped around the body of the drained and heavily injured beast, its unique energies going on to stop the self-destruction as the dark cloud that had wrapped around the large celestial beast began to reduce in size gradually. From the more than 50 meters, it became 30, then 10, 5, until finally, the darkness surrounding the draconic fire behemoth disappeared completely, taking along with it a monstrous beast that was already getting dissected and analyzing in the large stomach. From the position where the huge beast used to be, a brilliant golden light shone as a few skill books, cores, and a shining round item also floated in the skies as the clone waved his hand and quickly placed them in the expansive space. The enormous body of this beast, its materials, everything that it had, all of it was devoured as Noah favored the knowledge of this particular beast more than anything else at this moment. As he breathed heavily at the finished battle that had taken hours and too much mental stress, he deactivated Ancient Blood Scion and Lesser Cthulhu, as well as the wide area buffing skills like Descent of the Blood Lord, as the only thing he left behind was the Blood World that kept everything occurring in this underground space a secret. He turned his eyes towards the three summoned ancients that had been the major cause of this battle going smoothly, finding that their blank white eyes were turned towards him as they seemed to be scanning him up and down, nodding their heads as a scratched non-understandable voice was released in his mind again. The forefront ancient seemed to be speaking as no communication came across, nodding his head towards the clone in affirmation thereafter as these summoned beings actually began to disappear into particles in front of the clone's eyes, somehow having the power to desummon themselves as they wished. Noah looked at this as he mentally shook his mind in frustration, one of the messages he was sending towards the summoned ancients seeming to go through as the mystery surrounding them increased. He put this aside for now as he began looking at the boon from the defeat of a dragon of immense stature. Between Noah's real body and his clone, he was currently giving over half of his mental processes over to the clone as it speedily began going through the memories of the fearsome draconic fire behemoth, as well as the loot that had erupted from it. Of the skill books that came out, 2 were at the soul rank, and 1 was at the Soul Plus rank, with no such luck in easily gaining a skill of the domain rank. The other was an abundant amount of cores that in addition to the few that Noah already had from the massacre in the Magus world as well as the divided origins from the fire behemoths that the righteous fire exploration team continued to defeat, he would have more than enough to propel himself from the void rank and into the soul rank, all the while having more than enough cores for the refinement of items. As a large number of memories of the draconic fire behemoth continued to be sorted, the clone took out the other loot that had erupted out in an aurora of light when the beast was defeated. This particular one was something unique that Noah had not come across from defeating an opponent before, finding himself quizzically looking over the scintillating red gold ovular item that was nearly as tall as he was. His confusion was cleared up soon after as a resplendent set of blue words appeared in front of his eyes, the description of the item becoming clear as he gained something new for the first time ever with the defeat of an opponent. Origin Core Behemoth Zygote, an incubating origin that will eventually give rise to a pet that the user can bind to themselves. Caution is required as the position of pet and master can change if there is a large gap in origin strength. Incubating time varies depending on location and amount of essence available. Chapter 390 The First Treasure from the Celestial Realm. Noah's clone was staring blankly at the set of words that described something out of his wildest dreams. Aside from the numerous cores and skill books, the other thing to come out of the loot from the draconic fire behemoth was an incubating egg that would actually gift him a behemoth. This was something unique that Noah was coming across for the first time, sending a message to the planetary system as a reply was quickly sent back. The celestial beasts have extremely potent origin cores that are fused with their souls, making it capable to extract their origin and reproduce it into this form of being. Shocking words were transferred into Noah's mind as something huge was said so simply, nodding as he looked at the incubation time for this huge egg to pop. The time varied by location and the amount of essence, so he would see if it was possible to achieve some results today. His thoughts transferred from the loot as he now placed his attention towards the memories of the devoured behemoth that were slowly made clear, the hundreds of years' worth of this monstrous being's life playing themselves out rapidly in his mind as he sat down on the back of an abyssal revenant to absorb all the information. The life of this celestial beast was extremely unique, its first memories beginning while it was still in an egg when it first came to be in this same volcanic mountain. It very rarely left this home it found itself in, but it did move around over the last hundreds of years, which granted Noah a large amount of information on some of the nearby geography. But the thing that made the draconic fire behemoth stay in this volcanic mountain and continue to guard it all this time, was the resplendent red crystal that was attached atop the mystical ancient pedestal. The eyes of the clone opened briefly as he looked at this pedestal not too far away from him that he could grab as the victor of the last battle, but he held himself back as he carefully perused through the memories to learn everything he could first. Shockingly, the treasure in front of Noah's eyes was actually some type of inheritance, something that very few beings would manage to come across in the celestial realm, but these inheritances were some of the most valuable treasures. It was this particular inheritance that the draconic fire behemoth found himself with since it was born that allowed it to reach the heights it had in. The Law of Fire. When the memories came to this point in time, Noah finally got the bits of information that explained the unique, Flame Lord's authority, that the dragon had managed to use to cancel out his time stop in the already cast, Emperor of Greed. This ability that was called an authority, actually stemmed from achieving high comprehension in a particular universal law. The inheritance in this volcanic mountain had been an extremely powerful one from the Law of Fire, the staunch behemoth choosing to practice it for hundreds of years as it advanced rapidly and got the strength that it had until today. To obtain this authority, the draconic fire behemoth had to actually advance and comprehend close to half of the Law of Fire. This was something crazy to think about, as from the knowledge that Noah had gathered, very few beings in the light expanse were proficient enough to actually have comprehended even half of any laws. The only ones he could think of were the Celestials themselves, their power being boosted as they obtained a set of techniques in the celestial realm that taught them to be extremely proficient in the law of fate, with Noah still being unsure at the level they had reached after hundreds of years. But he did not doubt that there were many in this powerful organization that held some form of authority. Yet, this inheritance in this volcanic mountain and the stern hard work of the smitten dragon that practiced it for years allowed this behemoth to actually come close to attaining an authority in the law of fire, which brought about the spectacular ability it used against Noah. He could feel his heart beating faster as his gaze locked onto the glistening crystal atop the ancient pedestal, rising up from his position as he slowly pushed the newly flowing memories aside and neared this wondrous piece of treasure himself. The ancient pedestal let off a mystical air of blistering flames as it was still standing calmly at the corner of the cavern, the crystal on top of it becoming larger and larger in Noah's eyes as he neared. His eyes felt a searing pain as he came closer upon it, tears almost falling out as he came within a meter of it, and then an inch of it as he reached out and laid his hands upon it. A brilliant red light shot out as extreme calm returned in the surroundings, Noah opening his eyes as the planetary system worked to decipher the treasure in front of him, a radiant description appearing in front of Noah's eyes soon after. Inheritance of the Disciple of Fire. Includes techniques that allow one to inscribe the essence of fire into their bodies, as well as offensive and defensive techniques only those cultivating the inheritance can use. A set of beautiful words flowed in front of Noah's eyes as his excitement shot off to extreme levels. In his hands, his first treasure from this mystical celestial realm was giving off a powerful light as he placed more of his essence into it, keen to know exactly what awaited him from this inheritance of the Disciple of Fire. Chapter 391 An Inheritance. Inheritance of the Disciple of Fire left behind to those fate intended. This inheritance grants the unique cultivation ability, Disciple of Fire, as well as the absolute skill Herald of Flames that are meant to create the most powerful incarnation of flames. The knowledge swiftly came into Noah's mind as he hungrily looked at the abundant information stored in the crystal, the immense value of this treasure just now becoming clear in his mind. The biggest value that could be gained from this inheritance of the Disciple of Fire was not just its unique cultivation ability and the absolute skill, but the fact that this inheritance was something that could be learned by others. Similar to the treasure that the Celestials came across that they spread out to their disciples, Noah could bring his people into this area for them to gain this inheritance themselves, or see if he could learn how to make inheritance crystals similar to what the Celestials were doing. He had used his abundant essence to try and move this ancient pedestal from its spot as he began reading the information on this inheritance, but found that some sort of inviolable law was keeping it in place, where he could not even make it budge an inch. This would not be a problem though, as he would simply have to teleport his people here to have them experience this amazing boon as well. His gaze went down towards the unique cultivation skill, Disciple of Fire, first. Disciple of Fire, a technique geared towards cultivating the law of fire. Grants the user the ability to form a unique fire origin core. Only 2 sentences for the description of the skill, but he found it eerily similar to the Fate's Disciple ability that cultivated the law of fate by inscribing fate lines on the body of the practitioner, but this Disciple of Fire instead allowed one to form a fire origin core. Noah put everything else aside as this unique skill that was extremely similar to the one dealing with the law of fate that he received from the Celestials took his central focus. Far away from his position, the righteous fire exploration team had already returned after they finished hunting the last fire behemoth that also provided Noah with the last piece of the incandescent Flammeborn set, with his main body going into the regal structures that served as the sleeping quarters of Celestials as he secluded himself. A mini blood world bloomed in the scintillating gold room that Noah was in as it covered him entirely, the knowledge about the unique skill, Disciple of Fire, filling his mind as he wanted to see how different it was to Fate's Disciple. It felt like an explosion was occurring inside his body the moment he activated Disciple of Fire, something new appearing deep inside him. At the position that could be considered the center of Noah's body, there was an incorporeal blue-colored core that held streaks of gold that was standing stably. This could be considered the center of his origin core. Besides this large origin core, a small dot that shone with a fiery red light began to come to life, not even being 1/100th the size of his origin core. This could be referred to as the fire origin core. A storm of converging essence rushed into the room that Noah was staying in as the other Celestials in the exquisitely built structure noticed this wild convergence and looked forward while shaking their heads with smiles. They knew this to be the dwelling of a new Celestial that was also a being with a noble fate. They took this wild convergence of essence as a breakthrough that affected the surroundings of this being, choosing to be respectful and not even send their auras towards the dwelling. Meanwhile, an enormous amount of essence continued to accumulate as Noah absorbed both the surrounding essence, as well as the reserves of the planets he was connected to and drove them all according to Disciple of Fire, into this budding fire origin core. At the very center of his origin, besides the stably rotating blue core inlaid with a few golden stripes, the formation of an extremely small red core was completed as it was quickly wrapped up in a mantle of flames, a unique energy being released from it and into every single cell on Noah's body as it began to rotate slowly, absorbing as much essence as it could with no reservation. The unique energy that the fire origin core released the moment it was fully formed went on to wrap around every cell it came across, having an arduous journey in front of it as there were trillions of cells to cover. The process was slow, but Noah sent his awareness into his own body as he observed this unique energy being released from the fire origin core begin to slowly strengthen the affected cells, each of them gaining a hint of the universal laws, this one being the law of fire. It felt like his body was undergoing euphoria as his cells drank this unique energy being released from the fire origin core with wild enthusiasm, Noah sensing his body gain yet another law, this one going on to boost him in a different way than even the fate lines that he continued to condense with. Fate's disciple. Disciple of Fire, had nothing like fate lines, but it did create another origin core inside him that had begun to slowly rotate as it accepted the input of a large amount of essence and then released a unique energy that was passively going on to strengthen Noah's body, the crazy effects only being able to be discovered with time. The aura of fire began to slowly burn within him, his awareness closely monitoring this process as he asked himself, would this be similar to the cultivation of the law of fate where he could not condense a large number of fate lines continuously, or would this be something different? Essence was continuing to be absorbed by the small fire origin core that began slowly growing larger as seconds passed, showing no signs of stopping as it went on to release even more of its unique energy to bathe Noah's body. So he wondered as this mystical scene played out inside of him, was there actually a limit? Chapter 392 Fire Origin Core. The small flame origin core continued to spin as it absorbed mana and released a unique energy that continued to release an intense energy drenched in the law of fire, this essence continuing to delve throughout Noah's body as he began to feel a constant feeling of increased strength. His clone that was simply an extension of his limbs also had this energy wrap around him, the body of the clone actually having a more intense reaction in the underground cavern of the volcanic mountain as it brought Noah to the confirmation that he would be able to progress even faster in the environment filled with extreme temperatures and flames. He continued to test whether there would be a limit to how much essence he could feed the flame origin core as it continued to strengthen his body using the law of fire, his gaze turning to his stat panel as he noticed the addition of another law. Noah Osmont, Titles, Infernal Lord, 41%. Fate Lines, 23,486. Origin Cores, Fire 1. Laws, Water 11%, Space 8%, Fate Point 23%, Fire 2%. In the Condeist stat panel, Noah observed the addition of a section that listed origin cores, with the only one currently being listed being the Fire origin core that was placed at Stage 1. There was no mention of his much larger origin that shone with a blue luster slowly rotating at his very center, only this new origin core being given a stage as it continued to grow ever so larger and begin to drench Noah's body in the law of fire more and more. Different from the fate lines which he could activate and use the strength they provided to bring forth even larger amounts of physical and soul damage, the energy released from the fire origin core went on to directly enhance the strength of his body as he felt like his attacks would always be even more explosive, taking with them a destructive power that would burn all those that stood against him. Essence continued to pour into this fire origin core as Noah continued to test the limits, because if there wasn't any, then he did not see a problem in raising the stage of this fire origin core from 1 and all the way to 10. Or whatever the maximum stage of such a core was. But would the universal laws allow for such world-shattering possibilities to come to life? His question was answered soon as he felt his body become drenched in the law of fire more and more, wisps of flames appearing on his skin as they danced around him beautifully. Beneath the volcanic mountain, where his clone was surrounded by immense heat, his body was having an even greater reaction as it fully became wrapped in dark red flames, both the body of the clone and even his main one not feeling any pain as these flames felt very comfortable for them. At this point, a metamorphosis seemed to occur with the fire origin core as it instantly doubled in size, its presence even stronger as it changed from stage 1 to stage 2. Noah also saw the law of fire slowly rise from 2% until it reached 10%. In the span of a few minutes, he had ridiculously raised his comprehension of a law from nothing until it reached 10%. He was expectant to continue, but this was when the worries he had were affirmed as similar to when he first gathered fate lines. Something stopped him from completely breaking the rules and just piercing through the stages. The large amount of essence from the atmosphere and from the reserves of the many planets he was connected to simply stopped going into the now Stage 2 fire origin core as began rotating peacefully, not even paying attention to the bountiful energy trying to get into it as it now slowly underwent a cycle of releasing the unique energies it was released before, and then slowly absorbing the essence around it at a rate that would be considered a turtle's pace. Similar to fate lines, he was stopped from rapidly shooting through the ranks of the law of fire, his thoughts now focusing on to what extent the effect of this new restriction was, and whether his thoughts of these restrictions being lesser than the supreme law of fate would be confirmed. Noah sighed with a light smile as he finally hit the wall he was testing for, shaking his head as he observed the changes to his body. He felt a fiery and explosive strength in every single part of him, knowing that if he went hunting for ice behemoths in the future, he had the perfect skills and body to take them down with a much easier time than other behemoths. When he thought about the skills that came with the inheritance, his gaze landed on the shining absolute skill called Herald of Flames, reading its descriptions as he tried to understand exactly what abilities it held. Herald of Flames, a technique coming from the inheritance of the disciple of fire that strives for the aspect of extreme in the law of fire. Abilities include Incarnation of Fire, Rejuvenating Flames, Elemental Soul Reinforcement, and Armageddon. Incarnation of Fire, you continuously release flames from your body, dealing fire damage to all enemies in the proximity as any fire element skills are enhanced. The released flames can be manipulated to form varying shapes depending on the comprehension of the user. The stage of the fire origin core will determine the enhanced damage. Current enhancement plus 200%. Rejuvenating flames, flames of rebirth and healing wrap around your body, granting you increased health and mana regeneration. The stage of the fire origin core will determine the enhanced regeneration. Current regeneration plus 200%. Elemental Soul Reinforcement, a unique shield of flames rich in the elemental law of fire wraps around the soul of the user, granting increased protection from any sources of soul damage. The stage of the fire origin core will determine the enhanced reinforcement. Current reinforcement plus 200%. Armageddon, the area within 5 miles of the user becomes a consecrated flame ground that calls forth meteors from the skies, destroying all enemies standing on this consecrated flame ground. The stage of the fire origin core will determine the damage. Current damage plus 200%. A beautiful set of words appeared in front of eyes, the descriptions of multiple new abilities that fell under a different system than the ones he usually came across opening itself up in front of him. Most terrifying of all was the name of the last ability that fell under Herald of Flames, and that was the ability coining the name, Armageddon. Chapter 393 Mysteries and Questions. Noah continued to read through the percentages granted to the Herald of Flames absolute abilities as he realized that it was all affected by the stage of the fire origin core, watching as the shimmering red core slowly rotated at his very center while his body continued to pulse with power. He thought back to all the recent events as he breathed out, choosing to continue moving forward as he got used to these new skills while also tending to the bountiful treasures he just received. This brought into focus the inheritance of the disciple of fire that he could share with his people, the treasure being an inheritance that had a unique skill which allowed one to condense a fire origin core, and an absolute skill that had crazy abilities contained within. He smiled at the possibilities of the future as he used unique origin to conceal the strong hint of the law of fire on his body while the clone in the underground cavern of the volcanic mountain stretched its body that was now filled with abundant fiery essence and looked over at the ancient pedestal which held the huge inheritance crystal that could not be moved. The ancient blood clone reclaimed the spiritual land from the faraway location and brought it close to the blazing ground that had molten magma not too far away from it, the unique floating landmass standing stable against the extreme heat as he sent a few telepathic messages to his people. Barbados, Kazuhiko, and a few others chose to train their skill trees in the time-space of the spiritual land, their hearts set on seeing if this cheat area where time was much faster than the outside world would allow them to catch up to a single person. Many of the ranks of the Harbingers now neared the void or were stably on it as Noah was coming across cores very easily, their ranks almost reaching his as he had yet to choose to break through into the soul rank yet. His considerations for this were currently because of the restrictions of the infernal realm of the first hell, which only allowed the origins of beings up to the void rank to remain in it. Those who were not of the void realm were pushed out of the first realm of hell, and in the case of infernals, they were transferred into the second realm of hell that was much wider and grander, the location where some genuine infernal lords made their home. Many thoughts crossed Noah's mind as he wondered whether they would be a change on the restrictions of the first hell because of the Infernal Lord title that he held, many of the thoughts leaning towards this possibility as his cast ability that he pushed into the soul rank, Archlich Arazon, could be cast in the first realm of hell and actually remain there. To him, this could simply mean because it was a skill cast by a being at the void rank, it did not violate the laws of the first realm of hell even though its power reached the soul rank. This was similar to the strength that Athena showed, which made it possible for her to take down an infernal aberration that had its power touching the next rank and was about to ascend to the second realm of hell. Many of these possibilities continued to flow in Noah's mind as he chose to wait before rushing into the soul rank for now, the only thing he would be getting being his other attributes hitting that milestone, which was not that big of a deal for him who was now beginning to enjoy the boosts of universal laws. What he wanted to do now was explore the celestial realm even more as he used the memories of the new regions that the draconic fire behemoth had explored in his lifetime when he chose to reluctantly leave the volcanic mountain that had the inheritance of the disciple of fire, as well as observe the other regions that held numerous different behemoths. There were ice and water behemoths he had yet to come across. Earth behemoths he had only heard about from the celestials, and even the powerful fate behemoths that were nearly impossible to kill, these behemoths also being the ones that were disrupting the advancement of celestials the most. To combat these elite behemoths that were proficient in the law of fate, Noah's mind was already on the behemoths that stood opposite them with the law of chaos as his mind continued expanding to multiple places. The biggest question on his mind was similar inheritances like the disciple of fire and fate's disciple that he now had his hands on. If he went into the regions of other elements, would he be able to get his hands on other inheritances of those elements? Would they be similar to the origin core given by the inheritance of the disciple of fire or similar to the fate lines made available by fate's disciple? There were so many questions that made his curious heart tremble in anticipation as he wanted to quickly get the answers to all of them. Among these many questions, the biggest one that still remained unanswered was about the celestial realm itself. What exactly was this esoteric realm that had inheritances like disciple of fire and fate's disciple? What was the true identity of this realm that was filled with enormous beings that were extremely in tune to the universal laws? This was the biggest mystery on Noah's mind, and the one he was not even close to answering as he continued to move forward with his own aims. The ancient blood clone took out the origin core behemoth zygote from the expansive space as he chose to begin with this first, waiting while his people gathered themselves after he sent the telepathic messages pertaining to them partaking in the recent treasure he had found. A curious smile spread out from him as he looked at the shimmering egg in front of him, wondering of the being that would come out of this. Chapter 394, A Land of Fire. The origin core behemoth zygote stated that its incubation period would be affected by the region it was in. Noah looked at the bubbling lava around him as this region was extremely suitable for this purpose, but there was another possibility he could think of that was even more perfect. He teleported into the miniaturized spiritual land as he appeared atop a snowy region in the north of the expansive landmass. He gazed at the beautifully falling snow as he glanced at the description of a particular feature of the spiritual land. Yes, the place he thought would be the most perfect for the incubation of this spectacular egg was something that he could make in his spiritual land, and that was the law space. The clone smoothly landed on the snowy field as he breathed out, using spiritual land management to initiate the feature of law space. His thoughts went forward as he selected the element of fire, a holographic square image of where he wanted this space to be appearing in his eyes as he tweaked with it. He found that he could increase its size and also decrease it, expanding the holographic field as he made it a few tens of miles before he used his mind to overlay it to the vibrant snowy field in front of his eyes. The moment he affirmed with spiritual land management and the blue holographic layout was selected, a tremor passed through the entire spiritual land as its abundant essence began to congregate towards this selected region. The bountiful snow that was spread throughout the nearby fields melted rapidly as the clear earth below it was revealed, a shade of red beginning to spread out from all directions as the calm earth of the surrounding area began to crack and fissure. Some areas were elevated as others were brought down, the phenomenal creation of the law space filled with the law of fire occurring in front of Noah's eyes in real time. The environment of the frozen plateau spiritual land that was always cold and frigid began to change in this particular region as heat spread from all around, the formation of small blazing mountains appearing as the area quickly changed from an austere white and into a blazing red atmosphere with palpating heat. Just as it had begun, the process continued to finish rapidly as the changed geography stopped shaking, the concentration of fire elements in the region now beginning to rise as even Noah felt it becoming increasingly hotter. This was the field being created by a feature of the spiritual land, this was the law space where there was a higher concentration of the law of fire. Waves of heat released outwards continuously as the process finished, the surrounding region that was not even designated as the law space also seeing its frigid air melting as the effects spread out for quite a distance. The melting of the snow continued until an area of spectacular balance was reached, Noah observing as a region of flames and fire came to an intersection point as neither of the two invaded the other. Calmness returned to the surroundings as his attention locked in on the newly built law space. To put it simply, it was a shimmering land of fire that actually had wisps of flames dancing in its atmosphere, the very earth itself blazing hot as spurts of lava could be seen coming from the ground. The ancient blood clone entered this spectacular region as he felt the fire origin core attached to his main body tremble in joy as he came in contact with the unique fire elemental energy in this space, its slow spinning in his main body becoming slightly faster as it moved with even more vigor. The clone walked through the space filled with the law of fire, whipping out the origin core behemoth zygote. As the moment it was released into the hot atmosphere, it shone a red luster as the excited fire elements in the surroundings began to be absorbed into this crimson egg. Noah carried this large egg the same size as him further into the fire space as he neared the center where bubbling lava could be seen, laying this egg down at the location he felt the most congregation of the law of fire as half of the origin core behemoth zygote sank into the rapidly changing earth. The speed of fire elements converging into the egg only increased with this action, the egg actually rising slightly in the air by itself as smoldering flames and lava began to swirl around it, the intensity of fire elements only increasing in this region as the clone pulled back and watched this process occur. He watched for a few minutes as this process continued without a change, affirming in his mind that he expected the possible awakening of the creature inside this egg to happen in a matter of hours as he left it alone to float in the sea of flames and lava, his body disappearing to the underground layer of the spiritual land where multiple portals stably stood. He would give the enormous egg the time it needed as he moved on to another task he had to take care of, this one involving the inheritance of the disciple of fire. Of the portals present in the underground layer of the spiritual land, one shone with a red luster, another was tinged with white, one was swirling in darkness, another was verdant green, and the last one was a beautiful blue. This particular blue portal was connected to his home world, where he had laid down numerous portals in this world and the others that he was connected to, forming something close to what he observed in the world of cultivation below where a circle of portals that led to different worlds stood. From the portal that led to the demon world, the tactician Agars who was overseeing this world was the first to arrive as he sunk to his knees while bowing his head down towards Noah. Master. From the beast world, those in the upper echelons from the remaining 3 mythical beast kingdoms and the frozen kingdom also began to appear from their portal as they all did similar bows of respect towards Noah, Queen Adelaide coming to Noah's side with a shy smile. Steel Mikhail soon came from the portal leading to his home world as he nodded towards Noah with his same strict face, the bulky protector's body gleaming with power as his eyes shone for whatever opportunity laid in store for them today. From the ancient blood world, the exploring vampires also appeared from the red portal as the frost race of the icebound world also made their entrance, the underground layer of the spiritual land becoming livelier as many beings were granted permission to enter into the spiritual land for an opportunity they did not yet fully know of. Barbados and Kazuhiko's auras could also be felt as they came out of the time-space and joined them, a unique event about to take place as Noah was about to share a spectacular inheritance that could only be found in the celestial realm. An inheritance that granted one a unique cultivation ability and an absolute skill was about to be freely shared to multiple beings as the erection of Noah's own powerful force continued, this time their power being boosted at an unimaginable level as they got their hands on something that nobody else could even find. Chapter 395 A Scholar, Chaos and Fate. In the region immediately south of the sanctum, frigid winds ravaged the snowy environment as a large ice behemoth was rolling in the snow peacefully. Not too far from this ice behemoth, a hidden figure covered head to toe with a dark robe was crouching beneath the sparkling snowy vegetation as he wrote a few lines in his notebook. Both the northern and southern regions have a similar level of elemental particles in the atmosphere, but their levels are still much higher than any other realms. The being was carefully menting his findings of the celestial realm as his vibrant power at the peak of Soul Realm hid its aura from the nearby behemoth. This was someone that had managed to enter the celestial realm with the aid of the pureblood vampires from the underworld, a powerful covert operative from the Scholars Guild that boasted great power in the dark expanse. The supposed celestial beasts are even more unique, their bodies holding an abnormal amount of universal laws. The being continued placing more findings, pushing up his glasses as his eyes remained on the ice behemoth rolling in the snow with its enormous body. The structures of the behemoths I have managed to get my hands on shows that their physiology is similar to their species counterparts in other worlds and realms, but their origin seems to have been influenced greatly by the force behind this celestial realm. Numerous possibilities passed through the mind of the scholar, comparing his abundant experience and knowledge with the new land that the Celestials had managed to explore for the past thousands of years. With his tenure in the Scholars Guild that only the most genius wizards and magicians had a chance to take positions in, his experience was wide and vast. The biggest possibility so far is that this celestial realm is one of the highest-tiered realms to be found in our novice galaxy, or the even more unbelievable possibility is that this realm could be what we have all been searching for, the place where universal laws are abundant and the atmospheric essence is immense. This could just be the sea. The men from the Scholars Guild stopped taking his notes as his gaze went towards the mountainous ice behemoth, seeing an exploration team from a prime world nearing the beast and beginning a hunt as the scholar used his power to veil his body even more, sinking into the earth as he continued observing. What was on his mind was the same thing that many beings were recently trying to figure out, and it was the question of what exactly was this mystical realm that the Celestials had been enjoying for so long. Near the center of the sanctum itself, Athena and Noah were meeting with a serious Grandmaster Vredrel as they discussed their recent ventures, the Grandmaster approving of their fast progress as he adopted a careful expression and spoke. You've gotten used to the pace of normal behemoths and learned how to best take them down, and we can move on to the next stage of your training as you tackle even more fierce behemoths, and these ones will actually be of great aid for you to increase the speed at which you obtain fate lines. Grandmaster Vredrel spoke with a powerful voice as Noah and Athena looked forward respectfully, many thoughts passing through Noah's mind as he looked forward to anything that could enhance the speed he could raise the supreme law of fate. Past the fire behemoths in the northern region, the danger increases as you start getting into the dangerous regions where mainly those at the soul-forging realm explore, with the highest-tiered teams like the Righteous Fire Exploration Team and elite teams coming into play as the enemies you might come across are those proficient in supreme laws. A powerful light shot through the eyes of the Grandmaster as he said this, using his power as he waved his hands and created the illusory image of a dark behemoth in front of their eyes. The ones that are the most dangerous to us as well as the most profitable are the terrible chaos behemoths that are proficient in the opposing element that we cultivate. This means that our attacks backed with the law of fate are especially harmful to them, but it also means that their attacks filled with the law of chaos are especially dangerous to us as well. But with danger comes opportunity, where the hunting of chaos behemoths has shown to rapidly cause an increase in the number of fate lines one can condense, rapidly gaining strength through this dangerous path. The Grandmaster finished his words as the two disciples in front of him had shining eyes, Athena being the first one to speak as her body pulsed with a gold light, her expression that of excitement. We are willing to brave the dangers, Master. Noah's eyes also showed an enthusiastic expression as he nodded towards the Grandmaster, their next steps to increase their already rapid rise in power being set in stone as they prepare to delve further into the mysterious celestial realm, and this time it was to search for elite behemoths that were proficient in a supreme law. Preparations went underway as the leader of the Righteous Fire Exploration Team became excited at the news that their team was granted clearance to delve past the fire behemoths and into the more dangerous regions further away from the sanctum, the boisterous Boro bringing Noah and Athena to celebrate the entire night as a feast was carried out. To them, another milestone was coming up as they would get the chance to brave dangers and increase their strength, but Noah's mind was filled with other possibilities as he had entirely different thoughts when he thought about the chaos behemoths and their proficiency in the law of chaos. His mind continued to wonder what items and materials would come out of them, what treasures or inheritances he could find if he delved into this region, and exactly where his power would be as he amassed more fate lines while increasing the stage of the fire origin core slowly growing inside him. As others looked at one or two possibilities in front of their eyes, Noah was seeing a bright future filled with endless opportunities that were all just waiting for him. Chapter 396 Schemes, Sharing Treasures. In specific locations around the sanctum that were now designated as marketplaces, a bustling atmosphere spread out as shouts could be heard from all around. Claw of an earth behemoth for sale, will only trade for soul cores or materials from a fire behemoth. An aurora fruit for sale. The one and only aurora fruit. The map layout of the nearby eastern region is available, looking for ice behemoth materials to trade. Powerful voices spread out as beings from all over congregated and looked for things they could buy if they did not want to risk their lives fighting terrifying behemoths, many of the materials being on sale currently only being half of the ones that the sellers brought back from their adventures, with half of it already being pocketed by the Celestials. In the past few days, the Celestials had begun seeing the effect of their decision as they collected materials at a pace multiple times greater than before, These materials coming from every single being moving in the celestial realm, only acting as another source of rapidly increasing the strength of their disciples, as many prime warships were moving from the celestial realm and heading towards the celestial stars to distribute these wondrous materials to these planets. They were achieving their purpose of continuing to influence the lives of many of the powerful figures in the light expanse, as well as enjoy the benefits of the celestial realm at an even faster rate than before. But as always, decisions had their own positives and negatives. Among the many beings entering the celestial realm, many of those with expert hiding skills from the dark expanse also made their way in. Whether in the initial party of pureblood vampires that came in with Elena, or the arrival of later parties as they began to explore and map out the celestial realm as well. Among these beings, there were those who had skills similar to a certain imposter that allowed them to teleport across realms and planets, their only limitation being the distance they could jump across. More mana was required the longer the distance was, which presented an arduous challenge for those in the dark expanse, as the location of the celestial realm was surrounded in all directions by the eyes of the celestials, any nearby planets being kept under close watch as they took into account the unique spatial abilities that some beings held. On this day though, another unique being from the Scholars Guild of the Dark Expanse had managed to pass through the eyes of the Celestials and smoothly enter into the sanctum, sending a telepathic message to another member of the Scholars Guild that was observing ice behemoths in the southern region. Argus, I have arrived. We can now begin. The contents of the message could only be well understood by the one that heard it, a telepathic message being sent back right away. You finally arrive, Malthus. We have much to do. This realm. Numerous messages began to be sent back and forth on this day as two well-known beings in the Scholars Guild of the Dark Expanse actively began their plans in the celestial realm. One was known as Argus, the walking library, who was proficient in covert skills and held a large amount of information on many things. The other was Malthus, the spatial magician that excelled in the law of space, holding abilities that many beings envied. Yes, slow down, Argus, you've been keeping in contact with Elena. I am ready to establish the spatial connection that will allow us to transfer the boons of this realm with ease in the coming future. Which locations have you scouted? Start heading south, I'll send you my location. One expert talked to another in the field of powerful beings moving around the wide sanctum established by Celestials, moving directly under their nose as the initial stages of the plans of the beings from the Dark Expanse went underway. They knew the strength of their enemies stemmed from this realm, and these same enemies were bold enough to open this realm to others as the conflicts heated up and the way neared. Before all hell broke loose, they would harvest the boons of this realm themselves as they strove for one goal: finding treasures at the same level as the Celestials that have allowed them to move with extreme strength these past thousands of years. As many beings continued to move across the vast celestial realm, a few lucky ones were getting their hands on a powerful inheritance beneath a volcanic mountain. The forces of numerous worlds connected to Noah were freely getting their hands on a powerful set of techniques that would give them a huge edge over cultivating a universal law, something that many of them had not even done before and would be the first time for them to try. But they had no need to ponder or try to comprehend the law in an abstruse manner. All they needed was to have enough energy to use Disciple of Fire and create the Fire Origin Core, continuing to build up this new origin as they also became able to use the absolute skill that came with the inheritance. The spiritual land was stationed very close to the ancient pedestal that held the inheritance crystal that could not be moved, Noah guiding those that were too weak with a protective barrier, and those who could handle the baleful lava floating in their surroundings simply went out themselves to accept the inheritance. But when this initial process was complete, the many individuals found themselves directed towards a certain location in the frozen plateau spiritual land that went against the original nature they knew of, observing a wide area that was filled with extreme heat that only got more intense as one went further in. Those that were more powerful followed Noah's directions as they went further into the field, concentrated with the law of fire, being told to initiate Disciple of Fire for the first time in this mystical area. The power leveling of numerous beings was underway as at the center of this law space, a huge egg was resting rapidly while absorbing the abundant elemental particles of the law of fire in the surroundings, immense heat being given off of it as it looked ready to pop at any moment. Chapter 397: A Pet Behemoth. Some of the harbingers of sin were the first few to enjoy the inheritance of the Disciple of Fire, their bodies already producing a seedling that they needed to nourish before it could become a Fire Origin Core. Unlike Noah, they did not have unlimited reserves of mana to play with, so they actually had an arduous task just to accumulate enough mana to establish the Fire Origin Core in the first place. Noah expected them to take a few days before becoming successful even in this beautiful region that was now filled with the dense elemental particles of the fire element. His gaze transferred towards the pulsating, origin core behemoth zygote, that was showing an even more vibrant reaction after a few hours, his clone teleporting near the very center of the fire law space as he observed the changes with anticipation. His main body was communicating with Elena as she faithfully released the details of the movements of the Dark Expanse and their covert operations in the celestial realm, Noah keeping himself up to date on the occurrences that moved the future forward as he noted the arrival of two powerful unique combatants from the Dark Expanse in the celestial realm. My progenitor, could I be so bold as to request for you to create items for us using the materials of the behemoths we take down? A smile came on Noah's mind as he heard this telepathic message from Elena, sending a reply right after. That is something I already plan to do. Also, I'll need you guys to find a chance to come into the northern region of the celestial realm to personally accept a unique inheritance I've gotten my hands on. His main body continued communicating with his people who did not get the chance to partake in the inheritance of the Disciple of Fire yet, as well as begin the process of preparing to move out with the Righteous Fire exploration team as they went against Chaos Behemoths. His clone remained in the fiery law space as he observed the origin core behemoth zygote to be pulsating, its size having already grown double to his own as it began releasing wondrous waves of scalding fire elements as cracks began to spread all around it, a red light beginning to shine out. A unique regal essence began to permeate outwards as the cracks audibly spread across the egg, this regal essence stating the arrival of a powerful being as the fire elements in the surroundings danced wildly. The clear and crisp roar of a young dragon rang out as magnificently, an eruption of red light blew apart the cage it was held in as the widespread wings of a small draconic fire behemoth became apparent when the light began dying down. The highly abundant fire elements rushed towards this dragon speedily as Noah observed with wonder as the size of this beast expanded until it reached 10 meters, its widespread wings shining brilliantly as its young draconic features came to observe the only being near it. The moment the gaze of the young dragon landed on Noah, its eyes shone with a subservient light as an extremely defined runic circle erupted from it and bound itself to Noah, traveling through the ancient blood clone and his origin feeling a small connection that was considered the attachment of a pet as this dragon formed a bond with him successfully with the aid of the unique means of the planetary system. The eyes of the young dragon remained on Noah as it looked at him with a mixture of care and confusion, its innate mental strength and power soon coming to play as numerous bursts of information were released from the connection it felt with this being in front of it, the young dragon coming to an understanding as it moved across the blazing atmosphere filled with fire elements and neared Noah. Its size now towered at 10 meters, being less than 1/5 the size of a normal behemoth right after its birth. The young draconic fire behemoth brought its regal head near Noah's clone as it cutely nudged and rubbed its head towards him, the clone having a wide smile spread across his face as he patted the subservient dragon in front of him. The voice of a young dragon rang out in Noah's mind as he nodded, looking over the body of this 10-meter beast right after its birth as he calculated its strength. Currently, it actually held vibrant strength at the phantasmal rank, its strength right after being born depicting the regal rank of this being and the huge possibilities it would have for the future. The thought of the uniqueness of this draconic fire behemoth that he just got his hands on did not pass by Noah, and he perfectly understood that he was most likely the first one to ever hold a behemoth from this celestial realm as a pet. This was made possible with his planetary system that took the origin of the monstrous fire behemoth that was half a step into the domain expansion realm and fused it together with the shattered soul, making way for the possibility of this spectacular young dragon in front of his eyes. In the brief period of time that his clone had entered into the celestial realm and began moving by himself, he had managed to find an inheritance, defeat a draconic fire behemoth that was already half a step into the domain expansion realm, and get his hands on a pet of an unknown caliber as a powerful dragon subserviently nudged his body. His expectations for the future were bright as he looked towards the dragon and called out. There was much to do as he took the time to absorb the boons of the recent venture and continue strengthening the people around him, his thoughts especially focusing on the behemoth he had gotten his hands on as he prepared to raise a terrifying beast for his own uses. Just the thought of this now 10-meter-tall dragon that could someday grow to become the mountainous draconic behemoth that he just battled made him look excitedly into the future. Chapter 398 Time is of the essence. Noah's ancient blood clone temporarily returned to the first realm of hell, his figure teleporting to the blazing skies as he stood on top of a curious young draconic behemoth. His gaze stretched across the area around him as it had already filled with droves of infernals. The essence within his body thrummed as he adorned the incandescent Flamme-born set with its ridiculous set boosts, getting ready to carry out high-speed farming of the infernals as he set the goal of fully obtaining the title of Infernal Lord soon. He had only been leaving the Archlich Arazon behind to farm the Infernals and increase the skill points along with the progression of the percentage on the title of Infernal Lord, but he planned to move personally and claim this title even faster as he wanted to enter the soul-forging realm soon. He wasn't confident of breaking the laws of the Infernal realm if he reached the rank that was always pushed out of the first realm of Hell, so this was his next best choice as his main body began moving with the Righteous Fire exploration team to delve deeper into the celestial realm looking for chaos behemoths. Let's go. He sent a command to the young dragon that was ever so slowly growing larger by the minute, the clone providing abundant cores to bring the rank of this behemoth up as he expected it to reach the Void realm in no time. He had with him numerous Saint and Void rank cores, with a decent amount of Soul rank cores put aside to propel his own level forward when the time was right. As the dragon reveled in another fiery environment that was the Infernal realm, Noah's clone began casting numerous skills as the Archlich Arazon appeared once more in the first realm of Hell, its qualification as a skill cast by a being at the Void realm allowing it to bypass the restrictions of this Infernal realm as it began summoning a large amount of undead, the huge runic circles that brought forth abyssal undead also appearing in the skies. The mystical ancients were brought to life once more from the use of the ability in the Kin of the Ancients skill tree, the dark-winged humanoid creatures grandly appearing in the Infernal realm as they glanced towards the clone. Noah's thoughts seemed to have gone through to them as their gazes turned towards the maddened Infernals below them, seeing how weak these beings they were summoned to kill were as they turned their heads to the side and glanced at Noah again, seemingly posing a bewildering question that was asking, really? Summoning us for such weak creatures? Yes. Compared to the power that Noah and his summoned beings held, this campaign that he was about to carry out against these Infernals whose strongest powerhouses were at the Void realm was going to be really one-sided. It was similar to a high-level veteran coming back to a low-level area filled with mobs that dropped loot which still had great uses for them. If just the Archlich moving alone with droves of undead over the past month brought the percentage of the Infernal Lord title over 30%, with how he planned to move personally while using his overpowered abilities in this realm, the only question that remained was how many days it would take him to bring the percentage of the title to 100%. Archdemon Lord Transformation. Lesser Cthulhu. Dawn of the Blood Lord. Incarnation of Fire. The repetitive casting of numerous skills and stacked transformation and buffing skills were being cast as a terrifying aura bent on hunting down Infernals with extreme efficiency appeared in the first realm of Hell. The shining trident of the sea appeared in Noah's enlarging hands as he adopted the terrible combination of the transformations of the Lesser Cthulhu and Archdemon Lord, his other hand carrying the glaive of simmering ember from the incandescent flamme born set as the gorgeous casting of skills erupted from him again, the targeted Infernals almost pissing their pants as they felt an aura that was in no way at the acceptable level of this realm come for their lives. Noah's main body was standing next to a boisterous Boru who was talking about the fearsome power of the chaos behemoths they would soon be facing as they waited for the rest of the team members to join them. I was able to battle a single one while following an elite exploration team of Grandmasters. I can tell you now that these beasts will make the superiority you feel while aided by the law of fate disappear. They will truly show you what beings proficient in supreme laws are like. The power of the chaos behemoths continued to be hyped up as Boru continued. The only reason I am confident of our chances this time is because Grandmaster Vredrel favors his two disciples that have noble fates and will be coming along, haha. Noah smiled at this comment as he knew for this upcoming trip, they would be accompanied by the powerful domain expansion realm Grandmaster as they withstood against the unique strength of chaos behemoths. The Grandmaster favored their lives too much to let them explore such a dangerous location where these beings resided with just the Righteous Fire exploration team, so he would be acting as the leading figure in this upcoming hunt as Noah got a glimpse of the power of this Grandmaster that had a relatively high position on the 7th celestial star. Noah and Boru didn't wait too long before the rest of the team began to gather, Athena appearing last with the Grandmaster as eyebrows were raised at her entrance. A proud smile was apparent on Grandmaster Vredrel's face as Athena walked in with an aura that had just broken through from the Void realm and into the soul-forging realm, the strength of the War Princess pulling ahead as her body seemed to be bubbling with power. Chapter 399 Venturing Further North. Congratulations, Senior Sister. Noah replied with a light smile as he looked towards the shocking strength being released in the small body of the girl in front of him. She had already been at the Void rank when he first met her months ago, her power slowly continuing to build up as she finally exploded upwards and entered the soul-forging realm today. Thank you, Junior Brother Crixus. You must not tarry behind. Her eyes were languid and filled with longing for battle as she joined the team, all the other members sending her their congratulatory words as Noah was instead wondering where the power of this War Princess was actually at now. As he spent more time amassing fate lines, he was growing more and more capable of discerning just how many lines of fate a celestial held, and his intuition told him that Athena was actually nearing on the magical number of 100,000. This was a number that made one qualified to be a celestial grandmaster, something that very few joined the honor of achieving in their lifetimes. The power of this war princess when she was at the void rank was terrifying, where she was capable of standing against a soul-forging realm-devouring black serpent in the Magus world and battle against soul-rank behemoths in the celestial realm. A smile spread across Noah's lips as he wondered the power this woman could now wield as she entered the soul-forging realm herself. Let's go. Grandmaster Vredrel spoke out jovially as they went towards a particular area where numerous primal warships were located, an expansive space that only Celestials were permitted into. As for this exploration trip, they would be using a prime warship to traverse the vast distances of the celestial realm and into the region where chaos behemoths could be found. From the sanctum that could be considered an enormous metropolis filled with an ever-expanding population of new beings, a particular group of Celestials entered a grand prime warship as the energy of a domain realm expert wrapped around it and lifted it to the skies. The nearby forces of numerous prime world now populating the sanctum glanced towards the location where this vessel lifted smoothly and began shooting off to the northern region, this not being the first time they've observed something like this happening as they looked enviously at the means of the Celestials. A particular party that was returning from their hunt, the newly formed Order of Blood, stared at this particular ship as a few of them felt a familiar aura from it. The Emperor Penguin was walking through the mystical streets of the sanctum valiantly as it raised its beak towards the skies, a sharp light passing through its beady eyes as the royal vampire Elena had an even more fervent look in her gaze while she stared at the direction that Noah had gone to. Onward. She decisively sent a message to her people as she communicated with the forces of the dark expanse beginning their own plans in the celestial realm, the current goal of the Order of Blood being heading towards the same direction where numerous fire behemoths could be found, using this as a source of training as they made their way towards a certain inheritance beneath a volcanic mountain. The many pieces on the board continued to move as Noah comfortably stood in the advancing prime warship and looked out to the expansive landscape of the celestial realm below him. The enormous shimmering trees and the fantasy-like atmosphere always took his breath away, linking this feeling to a similar one he felt when he observed his spiritual land but on a much larger scale. He found his thoughts actually wondering as he arrived at this comparison. Would the spiritual land ever be able to reach something as remotely as amazing as this? He shook himself out of his fantasies with this thought as he serenely watched the passing surroundings, not trying to daydream about impossible things at such a time. They came across quite a few fire behemoths that were moving below, their gazes turning up towards them with a sharp light as they only observed the powerful vessel shoot past them. A few times he observed attacks being thrown their way, the vessel either completely evading them, or a thin barrier of light appearing around the prime warship that stopped the incoming attacks. So far, they had not come across any flying behemoths that would have caused them trouble, beings like the draconic fire behemoth being unique and rare. Like this, a few hours passed in the prime warship as the Grandmaster steered it competently through the explored areas of the celestial realm, contemplating Noah watching the passing scenery and committing it all to his memory as his clone was moving with vigor in the infernal realm. He could observe the constant shooting up of the infernal skill points at a speed multiple times what the stationed Lich was bringing in the past, with the percentage next to the title of Infernal Lord also continuing to rise every now and then. After another few hours, the prime warship that they were on started to slow down and lower towards the tall ancient trees in the ground, Noah noticing that the atmospheric essence had been getting even thicker as he looked towards the location they were arriving at. Not too far from them, the slowing vessel was landing next to a large tower-like structure, this exquisite architecture being a place where powerful celestials were stationed far into the celestial realm, the junction where one could draw a line from normal behemoths and elite behemoths based on which direction they took. Noah had arrived at his first celestial watchtower that was surrounded by numerous prime warships, the auras of powerful celestials even wilder than the ones he normally sensed in the sanctum being present as he further pierced into the ranks of celestials, this time following a team being led by a grandmaster as they planned to hunt chaos behemoths. Chapter 400 Line between the weak and the powerful. This is a watchtower where some elite teams are stationed, monitoring the movements of those that are actually threats to our forces' elite behemoths. The Grandmaster was explaining slowly as they got off the prime warship, their gazes only looking towards the celestial watchtower as they actually went past it to the region that its threats were abundant at. The watchtower was built in an extremely unique manner, looking like a huge golden sky CR.P.ER that pierced through the skies as its size passed the huge ancient trees around it. The area in its immediate surroundings looked more like a base as numerous prime warships were stationed, a few celestials being seen moving in and out carefully. Passing this watchtower means we directly put ourselves at risk of coming in contact with an elite behemoth, and any tower that you pass will be considered a line that distinguishes the truly powerful and leaves the weak behind. The expansive prime warship they traversed the long distances in would normally be stationed at these towers, the celestials moving to explore and hunt behemoths themselves, as the powerful vessels weren't built for battling behemoths. One would only achieve watching a prime warship get destroyed if they tried to pilot one to match an elite celestial beast. Stay close to me and pay close attention. I'll walk you through your first hunt and show you exactly what to keep in mind when facing behemoths that are proficient in supreme laws. The members of the Righteous Fire exploration team nodded as even the boisterous Bora filled along with a serious expression, their hearts looking forward to seeing the strength of this wizened Grandmaster as he clashed with an elite behemoth. Noah's senses expanded around his surroundings as they passed through the guarded area of the watchtower, venturing further into the mystical forest of the celestial realm that seemed to have a foreboding silence. One would normally hear the sounds of animals moving around, a cacophony of sounds surrounding them as they walked through such a large forest. But all that met them was silence, as even the small critters knew not to make noises in this region where powerful beings roamed. Noah thought about the words of the Grandmaster, thinking of the invisible line that they were now passing, which would put them into the field of truly powerful creatures of the celestial realm, as he prepared himself. As Noah's main body moved across the deeper regions in the celestial realm, his clone continued to carry out a destructive campaign in the first realm of hell that was reducing the numbers of infernals at a rapid pace. His strength that was able to stand against beings half a step into the domain expansion realm was now bullying the poor droves of infernals that were defeated as if they were bugs. This was especially so because of the armor he adorned, which had a spectacular ability that he enjoyed watching unfold as he moved rapidly across the first realm of hell. The ridiculously powerful passive ability given by the complete incandescent Flamme-born set that released a wide ring of flames around him every second acted like an attack that simply swept across an entire area that he appeared in within seconds. It made for a ridiculous sight where he teleported amidst hundreds of infernals. A terrifying ring of flames rushed out from him that nearly incinerated half, while all those remaining were placed under the soul immolation effect that made them take 1000% more damage from skills of the fire element. Those that survived would only remain that way for another second before they were wiped away completely, either by another ring of flames or the terrible abilities of the lesser Cthulhu, as portals of terror were cast freely. The clone had so many means possible as he went all out, freely using the mana gifted to him as he worked efficiently to rack up skill points and increase the percentage of the Infernal Lord title. Already, in the past day that he had been moving, the Infernal Lord title had advanced over 50%. This goal was getting close to being completed as he also went along to achieve smaller goals, the small body of the draconic fire behemoth he was bringing with him as a pet continuing to be fed cores as its rank already reached transcendent over this last day. It was undergoing power leveling at a rate that nobody around Noah had the chance to, its body continuing to grow larger and larger as it began adopting the fearsome expression of a powerful behemoth Noah had fought before. Draco, let's go. His miniaturized form teleported to the back of the dragon as he called it under the impromptu name he had given it in the past day, this fearsome behemoth going on to be called Draco as it roared resonantly while Noah began to use a variety of skills above it. From the series of abilities in Absolute Sin to the skill tree of the Kin of the Ancients, and the abilities of the Vampire Progenitor, he played around with as many skills as possible as colorful rays of destruction continued to rain down towards the infernals in the first realm of hell. While this was occurring is a similar realm that held entirely different levels of infernals, a being with horns that formed into the shape of a crown was floating with his back towards the blazing ground of another realm of hell, his aura causing the numerous void and soul-forging realm infernals below him to quake in fear. He was lazily floating in the burning skies of the second realm of hell when another being just like him teleported to his side, her face that of cruel excitement as she spoke out. It seems like the upcoming little lord is working even faster in the first realm. It should not be long before he joins us. What do you think, Ricker? The newly arriving infernal lord asked the other lord floating in the blazing skies, the being called Ricker that replied with a lazy smile without even turning to look towards her direction. Azula, you always were a tad bit too excited for these things. Let them take their time. You know that the moment they fully hold the title of the ninth Infernal Lord, it means our future is about to become that much busier. The cruel expression on Azula's face gained an amorous expression as her hands eerily ran through her body, her head raised high with an expression of joy as she replied. Why yes, I wonder who the little baby lord will be, ah. The attention of numerous powerful infernal lords sensed a particular event nearing as they welcomed the future, the being in question not knowing about any of this as he enjoyed the feeling of power while coursing through the first realm of hell. Chapter 401 Chaos Behemoth. In a scene of a fantastical adventure, Noah and the party of celestials he followed went deeper into the foreboding ancient trees that were scintillating with essence, the atmospheric levels in this area being off the charts as Noah shook his head exasperatingly. When you become truly powerful in the future, venturing deeper into the celestial realm and cultivating in areas that are steeped in converging essence will become the norm. But that is only if you can handle the enemies you might come across in these deeper regions. The Grand Master spoke carefully as he led them through the shimmering foliage and trees, his gaze cautiously looking around as they went further in. They had been walking for a few hours already, being far away from the watchtower where the prime warship they traveled here with was stationed. Be ready. I can already sense the aura of chaos begin to permeate the surroundings. Tell me, what can you perceive? This question was directed to Athena and Noah as the Grand Master stared at them with an expression of a teacher asking his students. Noah expanded his senses out slowly as the abundant fate lines in his body thrummed, using their unique power to sense the opposing law they stood against. It felt like his eyes were expanding in multiple directions, a slight thin golden wave releasing from him at the center as it flew forward. Soon enough, it came in contact with something murky and dark, something that felt wild, its composition constantly changing as if it could not decide exactly what it wanted to be. This is chaos. Can you feel it? The element of unpredictability. An element that is dark and constantly changing as if it could never be reined in. The words of the Grand Master entered one ear and left the other as Noah continued to expand his senses outwards, observing more of this energy of chaos as very quickly, he came across an area where an incredible and opposite amount of this aura of chaos was congregated. A fearsome roar shook the air around them as the Grand Master laughed. You spread your aura too far and it has found us as well. Be ready, and watch. The overwhelming feeling of power began to descend down to their position as the celestial beast that had sensed them neared, the oppressive aura it released making Noah feel suffocated. The foliage and ancient trees that were extremely tough were parted aside like nothing as a magnificent creature made its appearance in front of them. Noah's eyes shone with the reflection of this spectacular celestial beast that had the immense aura of chaos all over its body. What stood in front of him was something that was only described in stories, an enormous winged tiger that was steeped in glimmering darkness all over its body, a ferocious face with sparkling white teeth and a monstrous body that neared 60 meters. Dark-winged chaos tiger. The powerful name of this foe floated above its head as the planetary system continued to actively portray the information gathered around Noah visually, the identity of this monstrous celestial beast being made clear. Its gaze was that of extreme cruelty as its dark eyes gazed towards their group and focused on the Grand Master, the chaos behemoth noticing this was the major threat as it did something horrendous right away. Domain of chaos. The clear and crisp voice of a domineering celestial beast rang out around them as from it, a storm of chaotic energies began to bloom. The body of the Grand Master seemed to get larger in Noah's eyes as this wizened old man replied with a move of his own. Domain of fate. Clash. From the bodies of the terrifying domain expansion realm experts, their respective domains were released as a powerful clash of opposite elements smashed into each other and fought for control. The air seemed to be crying out as it withstood this pressure from two colliding domains, Noah's eyes focusing on the body of the Grand Master and the dark-winged chaos tiger as his heart shook. These were genuine domain expansion realm experts. Not a being half a step or barely reaching, but genuine ones who had proper domains established. Now normally, a behemoth at the same rank would always be more powerful than their human counterpart. So this dark-winged chaos tiger should have been immensely more powerful than this single Grandmaster at the peak of domain expansion realm, right? Wrong. The battle between the two domains was actually in favor of the Grandmaster, the clash ever so slowly pushing the chaos domain of the dark-winged chaos tiger back as it roared furiously towards them. Watch carefully, O you with noble fates. Watch what your level of power soon needs to reach in order for you to live to your full potential. The words of the Grandmaster rang in Noah and Athena's minds as a golden light began to permeate from his body. Noah watched closely as he observed the rising of numerous fate lines to the surface of the wizened old man's body, his long white beard swaying with the wind as Noah's eyes opened in shock at the aurora of golden fate lines emitting from him. 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. This shocking reveal reminded Noah of the esteemed title of Grandmaster as the number of fate lines he could count on this old man's body continued to grow ever so larger. Athena looked towards the Grandmaster with a sharp look as a longing expression appeared on her face. This war princess that was nearing 100,000 fate lines herself looking at this powerful teacher in front of her with a passion. As the clash between the two domains continued, Noah came to fully count the revealed fate lines coursing through the body of the Grandmaster. The number was ridiculous as shockingly, this Grandmaster Vredrel held over 600,000 fate lines. 600,000. A shocking number when compared to his own that was currently slightly over 20,000, and even higher than the monstrous Athena that neared 100,000. But this was the strength of a Grandmaster that stood near the top of the food chain, someone acting with a few other Grandmasters to control the seventh celestial star. This was Grandmaster Vredrel. Chapter 402 An Old Man Flexes. Smite of Liberation. A soft whisper could be heard in the wind as the words of a skill Noah was familiar with was cast, yet an entering different feeling spread out through the entire area as the skies split apart, an exquisitely designed golden sword that seemed very corporeal coming out of the shattered sky with a magnificent aura as it targeted the dark-winged chaos tiger that continued to fight with its domain of chaos. The enormous wings of the dark-winged chaos tiger flapped serenely as its body disappeared into particles of darkness, its domain being wiped away as the blade of liberation that was multiple sizes larger and more physical compared to what Noah and Athena could cast smashing into the area and burning up any aura of chaos in the surroundings. Heavy winds released as the opposing laws of fate and chaos came together, the magnificently dark shimmering body of the dark-winged chaos tiger rematerializing in the skies as it glanced down towards them with an expression akin to looking at ants. Arm yourselves with Empyrean armament, and watch what else you can do with these skills as you amass more fate lines. Grandmaster Vredrel spoke coolly as he stretched his neck, seemingly getting ready to go all out as numerous Empyrean guards that had a wild aura were summoned, their presence soon turning to rays of light as they moved to wrap around the body of the wizened old man. A bright golden light pushed out any remaining aura of chaos as an exquisitely designed armor appeared on the body of the Grandmaster, his voice ringing out again as he now wielded in his hands two pulsing golden hammers. Crixus was genius enough that he was able to show variations in the abilities of Fate's Guardian when he just began amassing fate lines, but the possibilities of what you can make these abilities do only increases as the number of fate lines breaks into a certain point. The old man was teaching as he fought, the golden armor and weapons surrounding him being filled with runic inscriptions that were not normally seen when Athena or others cast the abilities of Fate's Guardian. This was something attainable by those with a large number of fate lines, something that Noah had already begun doing because of his usage of skill points. The dark-winged chaos tiger took the threatening atmosphere of fate as a threat, its body expanding as it seemingly became even larger, an attack being thrown from its mouth as vicious winds began to rage around them. Chaotic cyclones. Voom. Voom. Numerous terrifying cyclones of darkness began to rush towards them, Grandmaster Vredrel looking at them coolly as the other members of the righteous fire exploration team were equipped with the armament from Fate's Guardian. When you get to this stage, you will bypass the stage of passively using fate lines to augment your attacks and the body of the old man seemed to tremble with power as the roiling lines of fate became high-strung and tight, Noah observing the stellar essence of fate actually leaving from these fate lines and going towards the hammers in each of the Grandmaster's hands. Become able to actively use the strength of fate as you momentarily take control of the fate lines in your body and release pure fate energy. The golden hammers in his hands waved towards the oncoming chaotic cyclones as a scintillating golden aura of fate shot forth from them, smashing into the cyclones as making them disappear as if they were nothing. The furious roar of the dark-winged chaos tiger could be heard as even more cyclones rained down, the shining lights of fate energy being swung from the Grandmaster only increasing as the battle against the chaos behemoth was in full swing. You puny beings and your incoherent handling of fate, learn what it means to actually comprehend a law. Ignition of chaos disordered rays. The magnificent voice of the dark-winged chaos tiger rang in their ears as the sky above them changed colors and darkened, numerous dark rays of light blotting out the skies as they began rushing towards them dangerously. The domain of fate that wrapped around them from the Grandmaster pulsed strongly, the old man himself breathing out as his body bulged up suddenly, the hammers in his hands enlarging as he spoke out seriously. Defend. The members of the righteous fire exploration team followed these words right away as their own bodies lit up with defensive skills, Noah hoisting up the golden shield on his left hand as he covered a majority of his body and prepared for the dark rays of light shooting down. The earth shook as the horrendous attacks landed, the sneaky dark-winged chaos tiger not giving them a chance to react as his body disappeared in the skies and reappeared to their left side, right next to Boru, who was defending from a dark ray of light. Boru. The members of the team quickly turned their heads as they saw the mountainous claw of the dark-winged chaos tiger smashing down, knowing that even the strong Boru would not be able to withstand this crafty attack as they tried to speedily move towards him. But they had no need to, as at this moment of life and death for Boru, calm words permeated the surrounding as the golden aura of fate bloomed toward the oncoming dark claw. "You're leaving yourself wide open, beastie." The words of Grandmaster Vredrel were accompanied by a rushing golden spear rod of enormous size, its tip passing a few inches in front of Boru's shocked face as it pierced the oncoming claw and stopped it in its tracks, dark blood flowing out as at this moment, tens of similarly enormous spears rained down on the attacking dark-winged chaos tiger as unknowingly, this powerful Grandmaster Vredrel had cast judgment, without anyone's knowledge. Roar. Chapter 403 100%. A fearsome impact of spears shining with the essence of fate smashed into the body of the dark-winged chaos tiger as the sharp eyes of an old monster followed the trajectory of the beast that had been hit with his attacks. The rest of the Righteous Fire exploration team reacted as their bodies lit up with colorful colors, their own versions of blades of liberation and sharp spears from judgment, erupting out as they layered their attacks on top of the Grandmasters. The fearsome roar of the dark-winged chaos tiger erupted out as its body rotated rapidly in the air, a storm of chaos elements erupting out that tainted the incoming attacks layered with the law of fate and rapidly dispersed them. Near its neck and at the center of its claw, huge gashes lay open as dark blood freely poured out, dark energies wriggling around the wounds but the essence of fate still lingering behind and preventing any healing from taking place. The domain of fate that the Grandmaster at the domain expansion realm could use expanded even more rapidly as the aura of chaos around the dark-winged chaos tiger took a hit, the glimmering golden colors filling their environment as the eyes of the celestial beast exploded outwards with even more chaotic elements. As a battle continued in the far region of the celestial realm against a chaos behemoth, a campaign of slaughter was soon coming to an end in the infernal realm as Noah's ancient blood clone moved with even more vigor. In the last few hours, the percentage in front of the title of Infernal Lord had steadily passed 90%, the number of skill points he currently had also passed 1,800. It was a ridiculous set of numbers to imagine as he moved even faster after that, the percentage only increasing at a faster rate as he found newer ways to torment the Infernals. Haha Draco, burn them all. The young dragon he was riding on top of that had now reached the Void Realm after continuing to be fed the cores in Noah's expansive space was over 30 meters, its size becoming ever so terrifying as it skipped levels senselessly. Noah had even given it one of the few soul rank cores he was saving to help it achieve an even faster breakthrough into the Void rank. Draco heard the command as a determined expression covered its fearsome face, its chest bulging out as it breathed in and gathered essence, its elevation in the skies coming lower as it sped forth like a bullet train and then opened its wide jaws, releasing an extremely intense flame. Leaving behind sonic booms, Draco flitted across the skies while raining down blazing flames that smashed into the infernals with both speed and horrendous destruction, the flight path of the dragon leaving behind a straight line of hellish flames devouring everything within it as Noah laughed gleefully at the firepower of this pet. The figure of his clone teleported from Draco's head as he appeared in the middle of panicking infernals a few miles away, his gaze on a skill under the kin of ancients that he had loved using recently. Blood Rage, 5 out of 5. A destructive storm of blood begins to rotate with you at the center, raging with the capabilities of disintegrating all enemies caught within. Affected area 300 meters. Without a second delay and before the surrounding infernals could even react, the words escaped his lips rapidly. Blood Rage. Large amounts of blood erupted from him as they began to rotate and expand around him, the speed of its rotations and expansions only increasing every millisecond as they soon covered an area of 100 meters, and then fully covered 300 meters in a dense atmosphere of a bloody storm that began shredding every single infernal in this 300-meter area. Draco stopped in the skies with its powerful wings outstretched, watching this destructive storm of blood shred muscles and bones into nothingness as he felt the aura of his master disappear from that location and appear elsewhere again while casting the same skill, and an explosion of blood erupting out once more as this repeated. Far across the infernal realm, the summoned Archlich Arazon was still moving with a legion of undead and the powerful abyssal undead, while the mystical summoned ancients were in another location letting out their deadly attacks that popped the heads of the infernals like watermelons. This coordinated attack of the summons and Noah himself had made something that should have happened much later come to fruition sooner, the percentage of the title of Infernal Lord inching ever so closer to completion. Draco felt the aura of his master appear above his head once more as he felt the strong hands palpating with energies of ether land on his scales, hearing the words that made it tremble with a feeling of unfairness. Let's burn them again. Master, my mana is still recovering. Draco turned his head down shamefully as he flew through the skies. Only spurts of flames leaving his mouth as he had been using dragon's breath numerous times the past few hours, his energy reserves nearly depleted. This young dragon was born with innate knowledge, and knew what was common sense and what was not. Seeing his master senselessly use mana like it was nothing these past days had made it realize the first lesson in its short life. My master is too much of a monster that even the enormous reserves of a draconic behemoth cannot compare. The first lesson that Draco learned was that no matter how much it grew, it would most likely never reach the level of having similar mana reserves as his master. Noah's ancient blood clone was about to console the feelings of the dragon that was feeling down when he felt a minute change that completely overhauled and filled his entire senses. His gaze quickly turned towards the stat panel as he looked at the percentage next to the title. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, 100%. Fate lines, 26,613. Origin cores, Fire 2. Laws, Water 11%, Space 8%, Fate point 26%, Fire 12%. Unwittingly, in the last few seconds, the percentage in front of the Infernal Lord title had reached 100%. Chapter 404 Infernal Lord. At certain points in time, a historic event occurs that later goes on to affect many things on a grand scale. Sometimes there is an audience when such an event happens, other times it occurs in an unknown corner where nobody is actually there to tell the tale. But the major thing remained the same, and it was that these historic events would go on to forever change the way things were, where those involved can never bring anything back the way it once was. In the unknown corner of the first infernal realm, columns of dark red lights shot forth in all directions, their targets being a singular being floating in the air. In the blazing skies, one could observe the large body of a draconic fire behemoth being pushed aside by these red columns of lights as they released an inviolable energy that was directed towards a single figure. In the distance, the eerie bodies of three ancients looked at this scene with shining lights, their gazes being one that were shockingly able to understand what was happening. Their intrusion was joined by an archlich that flew in on a bone dragon, a legion of undead following closely behind as they simply stared patiently as their master underwent a transformation. The moment that the percentage next to the Infernal Lord title had reached 100%, these brilliant columns of light shot forth from every corner of the infernal realm as they held Noah's ancient blood clone in place, a unique energy being passed through these columns and into the clone, where this energy then traversed space and began following the invisible connection that allowed Noah to use this clone as an extension of his own limbs. This energy actually followed that connection as it began entering his main body that was an insurmountable distance away in the celestial realm and currently battling a chaos behemoth. Noah's main body felt a shocking jolt as the energy traversed through the millions of miles across space and began wrapping around his core, his thoughts moving rapidly as he focused his attention on the ability of the vampire progenitor, unique origin, as he quickly began to cover up the unique energy threatening to erupt from his body. Grandmaster Vredrel's face that was focused on the dark-winged chaos tiger turned towards Noah momentarily as he blinked confusion away, his senses almost picking up on something dangerous that he had felt a few times before. The counterattack of the celestial beast brought his attention back as he coordinated the movements of the righteous fire exploration team, their attacks flying out as they valiantly changed positions constantly while facing the unpredictable chaos behemoth. During the fight, Athena's voice would occasionally ring out as she herself directed her teammates, her eyes shining a unique color as she read the movements of this powerful beast with ease. Noah kept up the pace of the battle as his mind and body was experiencing a horrific change, the energy threatening to spill out any moment as he continued pouring mana into the unique origin skill to make sure what he showed outside of his body was only the energy and aura of a celestial and nothing else. The energy that traversed space from the clone in the infernal realm and into his body was wrapping around his very origin, the large blue origin core that had streaks of gold beginning to gain numerous red streaks that were quickly taking over as seconds passed. On top of this unique energy changing his core, a portion of it went to his mind as a large inflow of memories unique only to those gaining the title of Infernal Lord were thrust to the deepest recesses of his memories. In the infernal realm, the red beams of light only intensified as while Noah's main body was pushing down any changes from showing through unique origin, the extension of his limbs that was the clone experienced the full changes as all the transformation skills that were cast became cancelled, the clear pale skin showing itself brilliantly and red runic sigils began to course below them. The most prominent change was above his head, where one could see numerous rising protrusions that were slowly forming into the shape of a crown. Such a crown was only apparent on 8 other beings, and it was a crown that stood for a great significance. The inflow of energies and memories only continued as time passed, the clone continuing to undergo visible changes as Noah's main body underwent hidden ones, the continuing inpouring of power also beginning to shoot his rank up as the shackles of the void realm began to be broken away without even the use of absorbing a large number of cores. The more seconds that passed, the more profound memories that entered into Noah's mind as his expression was that of shock at first, then becoming stern, and ultimately becoming cold. This was best portrayed by the ancient blood clone as the more that the memories continued to pour in, the colder its expression became as a shocking secret was revealed to Noah. The novice galaxy. The light expanse, the dark expanse, and the Limitless expanse dwelling within it. The infernals, the celestials, and the terrors that moved within it. Memories that were uniquely set aside for the special beings known as infernal lords continued to pour into Noah's mind as the cold expression of the ancient blood clone continued to grow colder, his mouth letting out a single word that seemed to depict his tumultuous mental state right at this moment with this influx of new information. F.U.C.K. At this moment in time as the process of the coronation of a new infernal lord began, the truly powerful beings across the novice galaxy came to attention as they looked across the vicissitudes of space and towards a certain location. From the light expanse to the dark expanse, and even the much wider Limitless expanse, numerous auras awoke for this brief period in time as they felt the tides of change approaching. Chapter 405 Signs of a New Era. Across the multiple celestial stars, those that were considered at the topmost positions were the ones that received the signal first, their power being the one that amassed the numerous benefits that all those below them brought in. Whenever a directive or a mission was released by the celestials that went on to influence a small portion of the light expanse, the rise in understanding of fate and fate lines would go towards those that were responsible for initiating such an event. For the missions passed down to destroy worlds or to save them, for the recent changes to allow the inhabitants living in the light expanse to enter the celestial realm, all of these events had their own cause and effect, the influence of fate they produced being taken in the most by those that actually initiated all of these things. So the heads of the numerous celestial stars felt the significant and rapid rise of the chaos element first, their abilities under herald of fate extremely proficient in detecting wide-ranging changes, especially those that dealt with laws. But aside from these powerful grandmasters standing atop these celestial stars, there were also a few beings that stood above them, 3 to be precise. They would be considered the ones termed the founders of the celestial organization, the beings that made it possible for the celestials to be where they are today. One was chained in a golden cage beneath a certain star, another was in an unknown location, and the last one was relaxing in a paradisiacal atmosphere deep in the celestial realm. In this paradisiacal atmosphere where the mystical aurora of coagulating essence was abundant, a single man who looked to be in the prime of his life was lying back on the head of a mountainous creature that was a few hundred meters tall. This creature was one of fantasy, commonly heard about as a mythical beast with a shining white horn protruding from its head, and expansive white wings expanding on its back. Being a mixture of a Pegasus and a unicorn, this monstrous celestial behemoth called an alicorn was blankly walking forward as this single being sat atop its head comfortably. The being in question, one of the 3 founders of the Celestials, had a wide smile appear on his calm face as his abilities showed the indication that the coming of a new infernal lord they were all expecting for had actually come to fruition faster than anticipated. The founder crossed his arms in thought as numerous bursts of information appeared on his mind, a few words leaving his mouth that only he would be privy to. Well, at least it is becoming slightly more exciting once more. He used his palm to pat the head of the enormous behemoth he stood on, a unique energy shooting from his hands and entering the thick skin of the alicorn easily as he spoke with an enthusiastic tone, the significance of the event that had just occurred seemingly not bothering him one bit. "Little horse, let's go find another one of your little brothers for lunch. It's been a few days since I've tasted a supreme behemoth." "Oh!" A blank roar released from the alicorn as it followed the given command, its enormous body turning into shades of scintillating golden lights as it moved forward at a speed even faster than light, trenching even deeper in the celestial realm. In the Limitless expanse, a moving mass of a being that was the size of large planets had its red eyes staring in a certain direction. As it moved across the vastness of space, its dreadful power was expressed outwards as a swirling mass of destructive elements and ether pulsed from it. One could distinctly observe the purple-blue color of ether lighting up the large sections of this being's body, star-sized tentacles and feelers only seeming much more terrifying in this light. The bulging red eyes were the ones that would draw someone in the most, holding a unique charm and terror that very few could handle. these red eyes seemingly having a light of conflicting emotions as a thought passed through this being's mind. Was such a thing even necessary for you to do? What exactly do you hope to achieve with all of these events? The thoughts of the always slumbering being were awoken briefly as it sensed the rise of the last infernal lord, knowing that this indicated for a new era on the novice galaxy, where things would begin moving yet again towards a certain direction. Last time, this being, this terror, interfered and actually brought an end to an era. It ended the war of the righteous as it hoped the direction of things could play out differently, but it seems like they were still set to head towards the same direction. Very well. Do what you must. There will be no interference from me this time around, even if all of these ignorant creatures kill themselves. Its thoughts came to a stop as its red eyes looked upwards, where even those that were knowledgeable would never be able to understand exactly what it was looking at. A fearsome authority that spanned tens of thousands of miles spread out as it returned to its task, moving across the Limitless expanse as its red eyes gradually closed yet again. In farther reaches of space elsewhere, a similarly huge planet-sized creature that held a different physiology than the aforementioned one also had similar thoughts, its attention eventually going on to what it was previously doing. This was just another one of the many truly powerful creatures that noticed the coronation of the last infernal lord and felt the beginning of a new era, each of these powerful creatures having their own thoughts as they felt the changes and prepared or returned to what they were doing calmly. In the first infernal realm, the ancient blood clone continued to feel the changes that it and the main body's physiology was going through, a stellar red crown created from his own protrusions on his head lying grandly above him. He held a devilish charm as he felt his main body stably entering the soul-forging realm, the clone's aura changing as well. He began to feel the laws of the infernal realm wrap around him as he experienced something that the advancing aberration had tried to do months ago before its life was ended by Athena. The clone was ascending from the first infernal realm and into the one above it where multiple infernal lords resided. Chapter 406 Shocking Knowledge. As the coronation of the last infernal lord neared its completion, a stern look came upon Grandmaster Vredrel as he also finally perceived this overpowering rise in chaos. Athena's face changed a few seconds later, her face also turning grim as she stared at the Grandmaster for confirmation. The dark-winged Chaos Tiger continued to be hit with multiple attacks as at this moment, Grandmaster Vredrel's power began rising up wildly, raining down even more attacks as he utilized the golden hammers on his hands to release deadly fate essence. We have to wrap this up, something has happened. His energy bubbled as enormous blades of liberation pierced through the skies, their deadly edges aiming towards the chaos behemoth rapidly changing positions as it continued to be swarmed from attacks of the members of the Righteous Fire Exploration Team. Noah's body also began rising in power as in the middle of all of this as his body stepped into the soul-forging realm, he used, unique origin, to portray a breakthrough occurring right at this moment as the essence his body gave off continued to rise and pierce through the wall of the void rank. A surprised expression appeared on the somber Grandmaster as he nodded. Good. Keep going. The fierce battle continued as more attacks rained down, Noah himself officially stepping into the soul-forging realm in the eyes of the Celestials as his clone ascended from one infernal realm to another. The 5 infernal realms were spread out over a wide area in the novice galaxy. The lowest-tiered one, the first infernal realm, had its gate in the light expanse. The second infernal realm was located in the dark expanse, the fourth one being at the border of the dark and light expanse. The remaining 2 infernal realms where the most powerful infernals and infernal lords resided were located in the Limitless expanse that was filled with danger and mystery. Noah's clone ascended into the second infernal realm that was located in the dark expanse, his body opening its eyes and spreading its senses as he found himself in familiar skies that seemed to hold a tinge of difference. The surrounding atmosphere was much more dense than the first realm, and he could observe huge structures in the distance that looked like devilish towering cities. The number of infernals was not as many as in the droves of weak ones in the first hell, but he could sense the aura of many void and soul rank infernals in the nearby surroundings. Before he even got his bearings, he sensed the rapid appearance of an aura of 2 powerful beings rushing towards his position, the power he sensed from them being something he had never actually come across before. It was a level of power not at the soul or domain expansion realm, but the realm above that. These 2 infernal lords that were on the second infernal realm and considered to be 2 of the weaker infernal lords were standing stably at the peak of the world rank. From the void to soul, from soul to domain, and finally from the domain and into the world rank. A rank where the beings at this stage singularly had the power to destroy worlds. These were the first 2 beings at this level that Noah had met, and they were the infernal lords ranked 7th and 8th. Their arrival was announced grandly as their bodies pulsed with a power that Noah now found familiar, this power being the unique essence of infernals that he had only been absorbing, but had now also become a part of him. The bodies of the infernal lords release a unique atmosphere as he could barely perceive an oppressive field of power and chaos that was always surrounding them, making any beings that neared feel a sense of suffocation. My oh my, the new lord is actually not fully an infernal, and is especially weak. The curvaceous woman that held a pronounced crown similar to Noah and the other figure standing by her side spoke, her words sultry as her body curved magnificently while she spoke. Her words seemed sultry, but her power was surreal as Noah knew the identity of the two beings in front of him to be genuine infernal lords. He nodded towards them as he paid respects, the woman smiling while the devilishly handsome figure of the male infernal lord looked gruff while glancing towards him up and down before he spoke. I care not of your power now, just whether you understand your role in the future. Do you know why you are here? A simple question that anyone would come across throughout their lifetimes was asked, Noah's ancient blood clone nodding with an impassive face as he faced these beings of immense power. He held no fear towards them as the many memories he obtained the moment he became an infernal lord told him of many shocking secrets, and he knew that these two beings in front of him would never harm him. The question they asked was regarding the status he obtained the moment the title of infernal lord was fully his, and the unique existence he became because of it. Yes, I know my role extremely well, and I will be moving to rapidly enhance the level of my realm so that I can be ready to carry out what is expected of me. The male infernal lord finally nodded with some goodwill at this, his body disappearing in particles of light as this was all he needed to hear. The sultry infernal lord remained as she stared at Noah with shining eyes, and he returned her gaze as he thought about the true identity of the infernal lords, and exactly what his role would now be. When comparing the identity of infernals and the numerous other beings of numerous races he had come across over the months, they could be considered two opposing life forms. He was a life form that stood opposite to infernals a few minutes ago, but ever since he took the full title of infernal lord, he had become a hybrid of something else. This identity came with many secrets that changed his viewpoints and perceived notions entirely, especially so affecting how he would move from now on as among the many shocking pieces of information he had come across, one of them told him the main purpose for the creation of infernals. That purpose that he now had to carry out, was to destroy. Ah, little lord, let's talk for a bit, tell me how a being like you reached a special existence such as us while being at this level. Come, oh and call me Azula. Big Sister Azula. The powerful infernal lord at the world rank smiled widely as she spread her arms out and pulled Noah's blood clone forward, heading towards one of the many grand castles spread across the ancient-looking cities in this infernal realm. Chapter 407 Purpose. Along the dredges of history, the knowledgeable beings knew that the infernals came to everyone's knowledge in the battle of righteous, standing against celestials as in this battle, one of the weakest infernal lords fell. Since the battle was ended by the monstrous terror, things have been in a constant state of conflict as the infernals stood against the forces of the celestials alongside the beings of the dark expanse. One side apparently stood for order and balance, the other was created for chaos and destruction. But, the many memories that Noah was granted told him a bigger story than just that. The infernals and the celestials, the celestial realm, or really its true name the central realm that is closest to the true center of the novice galaxy, and the many creatures that are being cultivated within it. They were all connected. The beings called the founders simply named themselves celestials, and also named the realm they chanced upon as their own, simply calling it the celestial realm. But the true identity of this realm was something much grander, something that the celestials did not and could not actually lay claim to. But it was because of this realm that they were able to obtain the powerful techniques and treasures that placed them in the position of power that they were in today. The way that they used this power, though, went on to directly go against the universal laws, and thus the infernals came to be. Their rise was a singular effect from the actions of the celestials, the spawning of multiple infernal realms across the novice galaxy coming to be for the single purpose of balancing the flow of fate and chaos. The infernals stood for chaos and destruction, but their true purpose was actually something that the celestials regularly spoke of as one of their main ideals. The true purpose of the infernals was to actually bring back the original order and balance that was gradually being tipped by the celestials. This was just what some of the shocking knowledge that the privilege of the title of Infernal Lord told him, the information overhauling his worldview and numerous possibilities of how he would move in the future were already blooming in his mind. For now, he followed and listened to the words of the seventh Infernal Lord Azula, as he looked for the description of the Infernal Lord title that was not incoherent symbols anymore. Infernal Lord, variant, a special existence born for destruction and chaos, all in order to bring back balance. A holder of this title is granted powerful knowledge about the true nature of the novice galaxy, but restrictions exist which prevent them from acting on this knowledge as they remain strictly in the bounds of their purpose. This variant title makes the user a unique existence that bypasses this restriction. Among the abundant knowledge obtained, the user has obtained the cultivation and martial techniques for the supreme law of chaos. A long description of immense proportions laid out in front of his eyes as much of the things he knew were affirmed, all of the information flowing through his mind also going towards the planetary systems as they themselves had adopted a somber atmosphere. The title of Infernal Lord brought with it knowledge and a special entity into existence, but it also brought Noah the gift of something that only Celestials have had the pleasure of enjoying these past thousands of years. It also gave him something that was unique to the Celestial realm, an inheritance of the disciple of chaos. This inheritance would have been something that he had to search for and brave horrendous dangers from the region where powerful chaos behemoths moved, but the Infernal Lord title granted this inheritance as a byproduct. One must know that this was an inheritance at the level of a supreme law, and was most likely at the same level as the inheritance that the celestial founders had come across in the celestial realm, the same level of techniques that they had used to strengthen themselves for the last thousands of years. Yet now, Noah had obtained a similar level of techniques, and his sword that was aimed towards them had become even sharper as he received a clearer directive as an Infernal Lord. But, he also gained a better understanding of the powers of beings that he was playing with. He knew that the weakest Infernal Lords in the second Infernal realm were at the world rank, the mid-ranked Infernal Lord at the realm above that, and the strongest Infernal Lord that took the first seat was a whooping 2 realms higher than the world rank. This was just the side of the Infernals that he was now on, and the terrifying thought to realize was that even with such a force, in the battle more than 1,000 years ago, an Infernal Lord had still fallen as they faced their enemies the Celestials. This showed the horrendous power that the Celestials carried, especially so for the founders that stood at the peak of this organization. This made Noah realize no matter how fast he thought he was advancing, no matter how quickly he shot through the ranks, he was still utterly and completely outmatched by these powerful beings that had been alive and cultivating for thousands of years. He did not even come close to matching the strength of a single celestial grandmaster that had more than 600,000 fate lines, his own lines of fate just amounting to 26,000. This was not to even mention the creature, the being that stood at the top of the Celestials and the millions of fate lines that they held. This realization made Noah shift his mentality on his rate of progress, throwing out any sort of pride or sense of accomplishment he had for getting so far in the span of a few months. Yes, nobody had risen as fast as he had in power. Nobody had amassed the achievements he obtained, his latest one of obtaining the title of Infernal Lord being even more unique. But, in the grand scale of things as he looked at the many shocking memories this title brought, he was extremely weak. So he continued perusing through the numerous shocking CLU.S.ters of information as he planned for a plan of advancement in the future that would leave the speed he had been advancing so far in the dust. He would occasionally think himself powerful or overpowered as he strolled around and even began threatening entities on the level of planets. He thought this was some great accomplishment, but there existed experts like these 2 Infernal Lords at the world rank that had the capabilities to destroy planets. No. He was not powerful. He was not overpowered. Not yet, not by a long shot. His eyes shone with a dangerous luster as he threw aside his old foolish thoughts and looked at things on a grander scale. Why feel a sense of achievement for being connected to a few worlds? Why feel happy for barely mastering 0.26% of the law of fate and amassing just 26,000 fate lines? What was stopping him from moving actively to connect himself to tens, hundreds of more worlds? What was stopping him from using his unique planetary system and finding new ways to rapidly increase his mastering of laws? What was stopping him from truly becoming overpowered? It felt like a dam had broken loose in his heart as intense ambition and goals sprouted forth, the shocking new knowledge he obtained going on to cause something even he did not fully know the effects of. Chapter 408, Disciple of Chaos. My oh my, you're barely paying any attention to me. The powerful Infernal Lord in front of him spoke out in a pouting manner as Noah was shaken out of his thoughts and looked towards her apologetically. I apologize, Big Sister Azula. What were you saying? I asked you for your story, your journey up till now. I have to also assign you your own Infernal Legion, but that's for later. Come, enlighten me while we enjoy some food. the infernal lord Azula motioned for Noah to follow her into one of the huge castles Noah could see in the ancient-looking cities below him, behaved infernals moving around respectfully as they neared. His head was filled with a variety of thoughts as he moved to entertain this powerful infernal lord first, choosing to move slightly later as he collected his thoughts and finalized his plans. In the celestial realm, the battle between the dark-winged Chaos Tiger was coming to an end as a furious Grandmaster Vredrel threw out consecutive blades of liberation and judgment down on the beast, the timely warnings from Athena about its movements and the other deadly attacks from the now soul-rank Noah and other members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team causing even more damage on this chaos beast. It let out its last defiant roar as the domain of fate that Grandmaster Vredrel released overpowered it, a singular last blade of liberation coming down to take its life. Silence reigned in the region as only the brilliant aura of fate lingered in the air, Noah sensing numerous lines of fate descending onto the bodies of all the Celestials around him as he observed the quickest way that Celestials increased their fate lines. The face of Grandmaster Vredrel was still somber as he floated in the air, his body disappearing into particles of light as he left behind a message. Something urgent has occurred. Dissect and divide up the behemoth before carefully returning to the watchtower, there shouldn't be any other elite behemoths nearby. Boru, explain the intricacies of the materials of a chaos behemoth and fate lines to the junior disciples. He left behind a tired Righteous Fire Exploration team that nodded with tight expressions as he left, Boru taking charge as he began to explain a concept that Noah actually knew about deeply now because of a recent title. This time it dealt with the two supreme laws of fate and chaos. Chaos is diametrically opposed to fate, so whenever one overpowers the other, a rise in the respective beings involved increases. Boru spoke while moving quickly, the other party members helping as they began to use their abilities to divide the monstrous beast into multiple portions. When we defeat chaos beasts, our fate lines increase rapidly. This also applies even more so when we purify the immense essence of chaos entrenched in their bodies thereafter, this being one of the more efficient ways we amass more fate lines. Noah listened closely as he contributed to the project, the mountainous beast soon being cut apart as everyone took their portion, their gazes turning towards the same direction that the Grandmaster disappeared in as they made their way back. They also knew that something serious had happened. Boru continued explaining about the usage of the materials of chaos behemoths as Noah used this information and compared it to what he now knew, a few possibilities forming as he thought about the cultivation technique he had obtained after becoming an infernal lord. The first one was a similar one to Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Fire. Disciple of Chaos, a technique geared towards cultivating the supreme law of chaos. Grants the user the ability to cultivate chaos particles and form a chaos field. Succinct words showed themselves in his eyes as the team of Celestials slowly made their way back, his attention placed on the different aspects of this unique skill that set it apart from the first two. Law-type cultivation techniques he obtained. The Disciple of Fire granted him a fire origin core, Fate's Disciple granted him fate lines, while this Disciple of Chaos granted its user a chaos field. He thought back to the oppressive feeling of strength that the infernal lords released, especially their surroundings that always felt suffocating for anyone that neared as he glanced at the chaos field even more. Chaos field, a field created from the unique particles of chaos, granting its user the reinforcement of the law of chaos passively and actively when any abilities are cast. Attacks reinforced with the chaos element bypass most defenses and reduce the vitality of opponents directly. A thoughtful expression appeared on Noah's face as they continued moving forward in the celestial realm, his clone being the one about to actually test this unique cultivation technique at the same level as the one the Celestials had their hands on. Back in the second infernal realm, the ancient blood clone looked at infernal lord Azula as they enjoyed a variety of unique foods he had never come across before. Besides being assigned a legion and increasing my strength for the foreseeable future, what else will I be doing? Azula's devilishly handsome face turned to the side at this question, smiling broadly as she replied. A letter of summons from the first infernal lord will most likely arrive for you in the near future, detailing out a specific mission for you to carry out. Wait patiently for that as you cultivate, little lord. The powerful infernal lord replied with a sultry voice, Noah nodding as he prepared to move. Then I'll have to be impolite and get myself acquainted with my new power first. Thank you for the great welcome. He bowed towards the curvaceous infernal lord that replied without missing a beat. Why of course. You can dwell in the castle right next to this one for now as I get things prepared. And if you need anything, just ask. His face remained respectful and impassive as these words were released from the infernal lord, bowing as he moved out of one grand castle and went towards another. He simply had too many things on his plate to even think about anything else currently, and he had to start right away. Cultivating the supreme law of chaos, the supreme law of fate, the law of fire, and many other objectives that were only ideas so far and not made into action. He left to start on his long line of goals as he left behind a smiling infernal lord whose eyes shone while glancing at his back. An infernal lord, yet not really, ah. Chapter 409 Fate Lines and Chaos Particles. Noah's ancient blood clone descended onto one of the grand castles that were present in this devilish-looking metropolis at the center of the second infernal realm, the few attending infernals inside it bowing towards him respectfully as his aura seemed inviolable to them. This was the aura of an infernal lord, and it came with many positives, but also a number of negatives as well. The biggest negative currently was that Noah could be classified as an infernal, and a high-ranking one at that, which made it so that he could not obtain the unique energy in the form of skill points that was only available when beings of polar opposite existences defeated each other in the novice galaxy. When the Celestials and other beings in the novice galaxy entered into an infernal realm to hunt down infernals, they would receive this unique energy as their power and comprehension was boosted. When the infernals defeated them, in turn they would also power up rapidly as their rank increased. The obtainment of the infernal rank title had effectively made Noah a special existence that now neither stood on one side or the other, actually being a hybrid existence that took away this unique feature, but granted him so much more. But this also meant that the skill points he currently had were limited to this number, his gaze looking at the overall skill points that were hovering a bit over 2,000. His gaze was impassive as these thoughts came, simply letting him know that he had to use the skill points well and not waste them by permanently using them in maxing proficiencies of skills. But he held no worries as he knew in the far future, there was something which would still provide him with something along the same lines of skill points. He wrapped up his thoughts as he came into a grand hall in the castle, the attending infernals closing the doors as he finally had time for himself. He thought back to the first infernal realm where Draco remained alone, Noah sending the young dragon a telepathic message to continue hunting the constantly spawning infernals to raise its power. He would be able to leave the infernal realm from a portal that was already established by Noah when the Harbingers were hunting infernals themselves a few weeks back. His other summoning skills were cancelled as the only thing left in the first infernal realm was currently a draconic behemoth that was reaping the rewards of skill points. With these things set aside, the ancient blood clone began on the first pressing issue using the technique he received as an infernal lord to cultivate the law of chaos. He sat down at the center of the grand hall as he closed his eyes, spreading out his senses to cover his entire body and the surroundings as he activated Disciple of Chaos. This time, he made sure not even an ounce of chaos would show on his main body that was still moving in the celestial realm as Unique Origin was placed on overdrive. A dark ripple of energy released from his as he cast this ability for the first time, this ripple of energy coming back in a circular fashion around him as it slowly began to vibrate. This continued vibration seemed to be this circle, this chaos field, rapidly expanding and contracting as little by little, small dark particles began to appear within this field. These were the chaos particles that the Disciple of Chaos could form in a chaos field, the manifestation of chaos essence that would go on to reinforce them and their abilities. Little by little, the reserves of essence that the clone was connected to were let loose freely as these small chaos particles began to appear en masse all over the chaos field. The very surroundings trembled as the infernals around the castle began to feel the convergence of the powerful aura of the law of chaos, respectful looks coming onto their faces as they went about their tasks. Around the clone, it seemed like floodgates of dark energy were congregating as Noah felt a new source of strength continue to grow within him, his gaze going observing a new section on his stat panel that showed the constantly rising number of chaos particles. Noah Osmont, Titles, Infernal Lord, Variant. Fate Lines, 26,653. Chaos Particles, 420. Laws, Water 11, Space 8%, Fate 0.26%, Fire 11%, Chaos 0.000042%. The number of chaos particles was constantly shooting up as it changed from a few hundreds quickly and went above 1,000. The convergence of essence around the area the clone was in only getting wilder as the skies above the castle began to darken. The respect the surrounding infernals felt only increased, while the seventh infernal lord Azula appeared in the skies as her gaze locked in on the castle Noah was in, a bright smile spreading from her face as the eighth infernal lord, the infernal who was known as Ricker, also appeared next to her to watch this spectacle. He's at least got the talent to rapidly advance, don't you think? Azula said with a bright tone as she continued to observe the convergence of essence and chaos around the castle. Ricker replied with an impassive expression as he nodded. He had to at least have some ability for him to be able to stand on the seat of the ninth Infernal Lord. Besides, anyone cultivating the law of chaos using the disciple of chaos, for the first time initiates a change like this. It will fade away soon enough as he falls along the same grueling cultivation journey that we all take. He'll hopefully gain some power in these next few years before the war breaks out. Ricker said this with an unimpressed expression as the two Infernal Lord continued to observe the phenomenon in the air, waiting to see how long this convergence of chaos essence would continue to measure the genius of this new Infernal Lord. Their eyes watched as their impressions gradually changed, noticing that the clouds of chaos particles were not actually reducing as time passed, but actually becoming even denser before they shot down towards the singular being cultivating within the castle. Well, I guess it's impressive now. It's been a few minutes, and with such a large amount of chaos particles converging, he can be considered a genius that has obtained a few thousand during his first session. Azula only smiled brightly as Ricker said this, her gaze looking forward expectantly as more time passed, the surrounding cloud of chaos particles actually not reducing one bit, and were actually becoming even denser. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. A tremor ran through the minds of many of the infernals in the second infernal realm, many of them already noticing the stupendous phenomenon of intense convergence of chaos particles that only continued to get denser and denser. Ricker's face had turned ashen as even Azula looked forward in shock, the implication of holding the convergence of this main chaos particles that continued to descend into the castle having a huge significance. Similar to fate lines, those that were truly proficient in the law of fate would condense a few hundred or a few thousand fate lines on their first initiation of fate's disciple, whereas they would be limited to condensing a few tens of fate lines or at most 100 every day thereafter. This created a very long and arduous journey for those cultivating supreme laws, where they had to find other means like influencing the lives of millions or reaping the lives of beings proficient in the opposing law of chaos to increase their cultivation rapidly. This concept stood the same for the chaos particles of the law of fate, which was why the two infernal lords were shocked, as they could presume the number of chaos particles being condensed should have long ago passed 10,000, and it did not seem like it was stopping. Ricker couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he watching this confounding phenomenon. What the hell is this? Chapter 410 Dual Cultivation. Going back an entire hour as Noah first initiated, Disciple of Chaos, the process had been going similarly as he expected from his experiences in condensing fate lines. He saw the constant stream of chaos particles fill his expanding chaos field, their rate constantly pouring in as the number soon passed 10,000 and continued forward, showing that his supposed talent for this law of chaos even surpassed the law of fate. But it was only by this much, as he observed himself getting a few hundred more chaos particles before the atmospheric converging chaos began to stall and reduce. He was about to accept this result when he thought of Boru's words on how they increased their fate lines rapidly through defeating chaos behemoths and using their materials. Through using their body parts and purifying the enormous amounts of chaos entrenched in their bodies, one would be able to gain fate lines much faster. This thought crossed Noah's mind as he chose to become bold briefly, testing the waters, and this theory as while Disciple of Chaos was initiated, he also activated Fate's Disciple. A tremor passed through his body as the moment the skill was initiated, a few golden lines of fate began coming towards him. But the intrusion of these fate lines was as if gasoline was poured into the fire, causing the surrounding chaos particles they were passing through in the chaos field to tremble violently as they attacked the coming fate lines and wiped them away entirely. Noah observed this change with a shocked expression as the moment that these golden fate lines were disintegrated, the surrounding chaos particles became excited as even more of them converged towards him, the number that had stagnated at 10,836 pushing upwards as it broke past 11,000 very quickly. He continued to pour mana into the Fate's Disciple skill as numerous lines of fate descend down and tried to attach to his body, but the moment they came in contact with the chaos field, they were utterly destroyed even before reaching Noah's body, the reaction that Boru talked about of increasing one's fate lines by purifying chaos actually being used the other way around, where any condensing fate lines were quickly wiped away by the chaos particles surrounding Noah as he was then rewarded with even more particles. He felt like he was touching upon the precipice of something tremendous as he kept it going, the only thing he was burning being his mana as the number of fate lines remained at a constant 26,653, but his chaos particles were gradually increasing as he had Fate's Disciple activated. He observed for 10 more minutes as he counted more than 100 fate lines appear and try to enter his body, but they were ultimately destroyed the moment they reached the chaos field, never coming in contact with him as the normal rule where he could condense 100 fate lines was violated, even more of them coming down as they never actually became bound to him and continued to be destroyed. It was a terrific cycle where Noah was only using an immense amount of mana to keep the two techniques, Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos, active while he simply watched the many present chaos particles eat up the lines of fate, their numbers continuing to shoot up as if a chemical reaction was taking place, causing the cloud of converging chaos particles to only become denser as time passed. This brought us to the current time where it was an hour later, and Noah already had the number of chaos particles up to 13,000, amassing 2,000 more chaos particles that he would have had to spend 20 days slowly condensing in just a single hour. This situation caused his eyes to shine a beautiful splendor as a shocking thought crossed his mind. If this number remained the same, if he could really condense 2,000 chaos particles in around an hour, didn't this mean he could possibly have over 1,000,000 in just the span of a month? This idea left him speechless as it seemed too shocking to be true. If this same technique could be applied to fate lines, it meant he could possibly catch up and even pass a being like Grandmaster Vredril in the span of a month. It seems to be possible. His thoughts were affirmed as the planetary system of his home world chirped in, the confirmation making Noah expectant as he had come upon a way which made the heavy weight he felt from knowing too many truths about their current situation lift somewhat. The time span of a month is also if you were cultivating a single supreme law. If you put the law of fate into the equation as well, you would only make half the progress, but in both supreme laws. Noah nodded as many thoughts continued coursing through his mind. We've also tested amassing fate lines in the time-space of the spiritual land, where the unique ratio of time actually did not affect the condensation of fate lines, the number remaining at 100 in terms of the real time of the universe. Yes. When Noah created his ancient blood clone, one of the first things he tested in the time-space of the spiritual land was whether he could use the passage of time in the time-space to bypass the restriction of only being able to amass around 100 fate lines each day. But he had disappointedly found out that even with the enhanced ratio where days passed in the time-space, the moment 100 fate lines were condensed, an entire day had to pass in the outside world before more of them descended down. This was why even though his clone was actively in the time-space increasing the proficiency of skills and training, the number of fate lines had still grown at the same rate the past few weeks. This limitation did not get Noah down though, as he now had his hands on this unique situation that would easily allow him to amass numerous chaos particles and by extension, many fate lines for as long as he wished. Although, I can already see another limitation occurring in the future when you enter the stage of 1,000,000 or more. I've observed the usage of mana to exponentially increase when you reach the 10,000 mark for both fate lines and chaos particles, which means it will increase even more as you continue in the future. This is especially so with this new method you are currently using, where the essence you burn to constantly keep both Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos is of no issue or consequence now, but it might cause a strain as you get closer near the 10 million number of fate lines or chaos particles and get close to mastering these supreme laws through this dual cultivation method. Hearing these words from the planetary system about possible limitations in terms of something he considered to have an infinite amount of, his eyes shone with an oppressive aura as dangerous thoughts rushed out from him. If a strain in energy might occur in the future as I near mastering these supreme laws, I'll simply nip that problem in the bud right now. The planetary system had simply mentioned that there would be a strain if he were to constantly burn mana as he kept the two skills active when the number of fate lines or chaos particles reached the millions, meaning that it still would not be that much of a problem, and would simply be a strain. But even this he did not want to hear. Because in his heart, the mana he could use was always infinite. The thought of there being a strain should never even come when it dealt with him. His eyes shone with luster as he affirmed his next steps while he continued to amass even more chaos particles. If the connections of a few planets will not be enough, I'll simply attach myself to 100 more. If 100 more will not be enough, I'll simply upgrade them to become realms. Mana will never be a problem for me. Arrogant and domineering thoughts swirled in his mind as he perused through the abundant knowledge he now held about the novice galaxy, the ideas of worlds and how they became realms being extremely clear in his eyes as he looked forward to a grand future. Outside the castle where he was dual cultivating both Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos, two infernal lords were looking at this scene with ashen faces as they thought the genius of this new infernal lord was simply too monstrous. Chapter 4:11 Movements. As a new infernal lord just chanced upon a terrifyingly rapid way to increase his strength, the powerful figures on opposing sides were moving with their own discussions and plans. The righteous fire exploration team had returned to the watchtower where they stationed the prime warship, the tense air being sensed around the tower as over the next few hours, they were briefed on future changes as the Celestials reacted to the knowledge that a new infernal lord had risen. This event meant that in the near future, whether it be months or years, a new war would be breaking out. The coming of the ninth infernal lord was just another one of the signs for this, with many more to follow. For the Celestials, their allowance of the inhabitants of the novice galaxy into the celestial realm continued to provide them with multiplied benefits as those in high-ranking positions were able to increase their progress in the law of fate, while also being able to bring in even more materials from the behemoths that continue to be hunted by tens of thousands of teams currently. With this project going smoothly, the next item on the list for the Celestials was the even more rapid rise in strength of their own forces, a few grandmasters like Vredrel putting forward the ideology that they needed to focus their treasures on a few specific individuals that would hold a tremendous amount of battle power, and not spread out all the resources to create average strength Celestials. This brought forward the command for the seeds of Celestials like those with noble fates and those showing unique strengths to be put at the forefront of receiving materials and treasures, their rise in strength being favored more as they showed a different level of strength. This made it so that a majority of the materials combining into the hands of the Celestials were directed to powerful grandmasters and beings that held unique titles like those with noble fates, meaning Celestials like the War Princess Athena and Crixus the Destroyer would be freely receiving huge boosts very soon. When the day ended, numerous new directives had been laid out as Celestials began to move with even more discipline and haste. They were not the only ones though, as the alliance of the Dark Expanse that was made up of organizations like the Scholars Guild and ancient clans of vampires and other powerful beings also continued to move forward with even more vigor. Their spies that had made it into the celestial realm began moving even faster as a unique spatial connection was hiddenly established in this central realm at the center of the novice galaxy as they began reaping the rewards of the celestial realm in full swing. The unique atmosphere gradually growing in the sanctum, the central location that many beings converged to sell and trade their treasures in the celestial realm, became even more active beginning this day as it was not just the powerful beings standing near the top that felt the gradual change in atmosphere, even the forces of numerous prime worlds knowing they were entering another stage. Noah gradually absorbed all of these changes as his clone continued his stupendous dual cultivation of both chaos and fate simultaneously in the second infernal realm, the watching seventh and eighth infernal lord glancing at this show of talent with ashen faces as it had been continuing for the past day. His clone was currently increasing chaos particles, where golden fate lines continued to try descending down on his body and were gradually destroyed, the destruction of the fate lines granting Noah a never-ending cycle of even more chaos particles. He breathed out slowly as he glanced around the enormous chaos field surrounding his body, especially the thousands of chaos particles randomly moving around within it. His surroundings were dark and cloudy as any nearby infernals felt their bodies grow stronger as they were exposed to the unique environment for a few hours. His body was the one with the most changes as he glanced at his stat panel, the number making his ambitious thoughts grow ever stronger as they foretold countless possibilities. Chaos particles, 45,635. Vitality, soul. Strength, soul. Laws, water 11, space 8%, fate 0.26%, fire 11%, chaos 0.45%. The number of chaos particles had risen from nothing until they broke through 45,000 in the single day that he began cultivating the disciple of chaos. The percentage under the law of chaos also rose to 0.45%. This was more than the entire progress he made over the past month as he amassed fate lines as Celestials normally would. It was a shocking rate of progression, but it made him slightly less apprehensive as he thought about the strength of the beings he had to move with. The truly powerful celestial grandmasters in the light expanse, the ancient forces moving in the dark and Litalis expanse, as well as the most fearsome creatures of them all, the terrors. With this new method of cultivating laws that was only made possible by the enormous reserves of mana, he felt a level of confidence when looking at this big picture. He waved his hands as he stopped burning his mana towards Fate's disciple, and disciple of chaos, the dark clouds that had been gathering for the past day beginning to slowly clear up as the aura of chaos reduced. Around his body, the chaos field rumbled as more than 45,000 chaos particles chaotically moved within it. He moved his thoughts as these particles slowly settled, the chaos field around his body gradually becoming transparent as it disappeared, never to be seen by anyone else unless he wished it. He breathed out as he rose, feeling the auras of the two infernal lords floating atop the skies of the second infernal realm. He turned into red particles of light as he disappeared, reappearing in the skies in front of them as he knew he must have shocked them beyond comprehension. Infernal Lord Azula looked towards him with shining eyes and a fervent expression, looking at his impassive face that seemed to say what he did wasn't much. The eighth Infernal Lord, Ricker, glanced towards Noah with sharp eyes as he could not help but comment. What the hell are you, really? Chapter 4:12 Utilization. Noah glanced at the two Infernal Lord in front of him as he replied impassively. It seems I am more in tune with the law of chaos than I thought. His answer only caused the two powerful beings in the world rank to shake their heads helplessly at the simplification of the unbelievable cultivation session where this being most likely amassed more chaos particles in a day that would normally require one to cultivate for a month. If your power rises like this, your realm progression past the soul-forging realm will only become smother, the profound comprehension of a supreme law only aiding you in faster breakthroughs while also enhancing your strength. Noah nodded at this as he spoke once more. I'll have to be impolite and leave our realm soon. I know you all sense that I am not fully an infernal, my unique position allowing me to move freely. I am planning on further increasing my comprehension in the law of chaos by actively moving in the outside worlds and realms. His words brought a period of silence as Azula smiled sweetly while Ricker looked towards him carefully, the curvaceous Azula speaking with an amorous tone. Just be sure your identity as an Infernal Lord is hidden so that you don't inadvertently start the war early. We wouldn't want the ninth Infernal Lord to die again as soon as he just took his seat. Noah nodded as he glanced at the eighth Infernal Lord Ricker, who also nodded, his clone casting, unique origin, as the regal crown protruding from his head began disappearing, the dark hair filled with silver streaks returning as he took back his actual form that was Noah Osmont. A form of a human that is so seamless, your talents are going to become very important in the future. Go on and be careful. I will send you a message whenever a letter of summons from the first Infernal Lord comes down for you. The seventh Infernal Lord Azula said this as she waved her hand, a runic medallion pulsing with a unique power coming towards Noah as he swiped his hands and placed it in his expansive space. Then I'll have to trouble you, seniors. Please let me know if I can be of help in anything. Noah made a slight bow to these powerful world-rank individuals as he began disappearing in particles of light, disappearing in front of the two Infernal Lords and leaving behind a shocking atmosphere where they were still reeling from his wild cultivation session. This new Infernal Lord might be something shocking that has yet to show us all. Exactly what he'll be capable of. A thoughtful expression appeared on Ricker as the eyes of Azula twinkled, their bodies shooting off in separate directions thereafter as they moved to do their own tasks. The ancient blood clone reappeared beneath a certain volcanic mountain where an inheritance of the disciple of fire was contained, the miniaturized spiritual land still stably floating near the ancient pedestal peacefully. The clone sensed the overpowering coagulation of essence in the celestial realm once more as he compared it to the levels of essence in the second and first infernal realm, affirming that these two realms were not even close to the level of essence in this central realm that was nearest to the center of the novice galaxy. He moved into the spiritual land as he saw the state of the training harbingers and other individuals from the multiple stars he was connected to, many of them having learned the inheritance of the disciple of fire as their bodies vibrated with the fire element while trying to build a fire origin core. He sent a message to the Emperor Penguin as he wanted to gauge their distance from the volcanic mountain, they being the only ones that had not learned the inheritance yet as they used the journey to this mountain as one of training. The Emperor Penguin let him know that they were actually fighting a fire behemoth at this moment, with the ancient blood clone using the spiritual land to check exactly what location the Emperor Penguin was in. Matching the rough coordinates with the map he had drawn for himself as he traversed towards this volcanic mountain when he was following the treasure hunter of the spiritual land and only marked the locations of the behemoths he came across, he found their location as he disappeared once more. He appeared in the gorgeous field of greenery and ancient trees of the celestial realm that he was used to, hearing the roar of a behemoth not too far away as he sensed the auras of Elena and the Emperor Penguin, along with many other vampires and the calamities of the sea. Be ready. Elena was shouting valiantly as she tanked the horrendous fiery attacks of the behemoth, the others dealing damage all around this beast as they weaved in and out. The Kraken was sending down red rays of light as an oversized goldfish, another calamity of the sea, released blue-gold water spear that rushed towards the behemoth. Spatial blades were being released from the flippers of the Emperor Penguin as the battle was in full swing, everybody contributing to bringing down this celestial beast at the level of soul-forging realm. The Emperor Penguin cried out expectantly as it sensed the aura of its master, a fervent look appearing on Elena as she sensed the aura of the progenitor. Noah read this state of battle as he teleported once more, appearing atop the fire behemoth that looked like a large iguana, his feet stably landing atop the beast that soon felt the intrusion of a being stepped on it and roared loudly, fiery essence bubbling on its body as it prepared to burn whoever was so foolish to stand upon it. Noah disregarded the bubbling power of the beast as he called out calmly, wanting to test the efficacy of the rare supreme law of chaos as he came to pick up his subordinates for the future plans he had. Chaos Field, Essence Disruptor. A dark field containing tens of thousands of chaos particles spread out with him at the center, the deadly chaotic field going on to wrap around the body of the fire behemoth as the wild movements it was doing came to a halt, Noah's clone actually going on to use one of the new abilities he obtained. It let out a fearsome roar as it tried to move, the numerous chaos particles going on to disrupt its essence as it felt its muscles spasming and the essence of the law of fire suppressed. The pure-blood vampires and subordinates around him looked in shock at the incapacitated fire behemoth, Noah himself continuing his test as he looked over the other set of abilities that came with the inheritance of the Disciple of Chaos when he obtained the Infernal Lord title. He glanced at the absolute skills called Herald of Chaos and Agent of Chaos, as his mana began moving wildly. Chapter 4:13 Agent of Chaos. The description of the Herald of Chaos skill was similar to the opposing skills that he obtained some time back from the Celestials, only having a few differences from Herald of Fate. Herald of Chaos, an inheritance from the Disciple of Chaos that holds tremendous power. The mysteries of the supreme law of chaos can be slowly understood while this technique is in use, understanding what true chaos is as the user moves to not just create more chaos, but to control it. Abilities include Chaos Discernment, Chaos Traverser, Chaos Concealment, and Chaos Harvester. Chaos Discernment, the clouded and abstruse movements of chaos of different entities or beings became easier to see. The Agent of Chaos can then decide how to use this information. Strict conditions must be met for any usable information to be discerned. Chaos Traverser, as one that is proficient in the workings of the law of chaos, you have more of a leeway over the chaos around you and those you are connected to. This ability allows you to traverse towards the optimum chaos that will grant you the most power. Chaos Concealment, the user's chaos can be made hard to decipher, where others will not be able to find exactly where chaos will lead you. Chaos Harvester, an ability given to the Herald of Chaos that allows them to grant chaos to others while reducing chaos from themselves or others. One must use it sparingly as the distribution of chaos is harder to control than expected. The description of the abilities were very similar to the ones from the Herald of Fate, where one could even argue they seemed like a simple copy and paste. But the two laws were counterparts of one another, and having equivalent abilities would only allow Noah to see both sides of the equation, being able to discern both fate and chaos. But his gaze was on the offensive and defensive skills similar to Fate's Guardian, these ones called Agent of Chaos. This was where he had obtained the skill he just used to incapacitate the movements of the huge fire behemoth, the skill called Essence Disruptor. Soul, Agent of Chaos, 0/60, the title of an agent of anything is a rare one. This skill tree gives its user the ability to confidently call themselves an Agent of Chaos. Abilities include Essence Disruptor, 0/5, Chaotic Mandate, 0/5, Chaos Orbs, 0/5, and Void of Impending Doom, 0/5. Essence Disruptor, 0/5, the chaos particles under your control heed your call as they go on to bind and disrupt the essence and movements of the enemies that fall upon your chaos field. Chaotic Mandate, 0/5, the user is covered with a mandate of chaos, the chaos field surrounding them transfusing with their skin to adorn them in a chaos armament. This mandate allows the Agent of Chaos to stand as a true being capable of raining down unmatched retribution. Plus 100% chaos damage, plus 100% chaos resistance, plus 50% elemental damage, plus 50% defense, plus 50% attack, cast, and movement speed, plus 50% of all damage converted to chaos damage. Chaos Orbs, 0/5, destructive orbs of chaos are called upon, being released upon your enemies as an area of attack ability. Each of the orbs carry with them the explosive force of a disordered star. Affected area 50 meters. Void of Impending Doom, 0/5, a void of chaos is focused on one particular enemy, this void installing the fear and oppressed effect onto the enemy and disordering their mental state before deadly doom spikes rain down. A set of beautifully described skills were laid out in front of his eyes, and he started by testing out Essence Disruptor, first, the more than 45,000 chaos particles under his control permeating through the body of the fire behemoth as it tried to will its essence and muscles to move, but it was rendered unable to. The Emperor. Penguin watched this scene where his master incapacitated a monstrous soul-forging behemoth the moment he entered, being taken out of his stupor when he heard the calm command ring out in his ears. Attack. The harbingers of sin and the pureblood vampires became pumped at the show of power, moving with even more vigor as their attack smashed into the fire behemoth who could not even use its essence to defend itself, Noah's clone remaining on top of the huge iguana-looking beast as he continued to pour mana into the essence disruptor skills to allow the chaos particles in his chaos field that wrapped around the entirety of this huge beast to continue disrupting its essence. With his power, this was the extent of what he could do currently, which was a terrifying thought to imagine as he coolly stopped the movements of a powerful normal behemoth. He did not cast the other terrifying-sounding skills like Chaos Orbs or Void of Impending Doom, which would most likely wipe away everything on sight, choosing to let his subordinates finish off this behemoth and not steal their kill. A weakened roar of unwillingness was let out from the fire behemoth as it faced a situation where it could not even move, horrible attacks raining down that soon took its life. Its body slumped to the ground as the Order of Blood cheered, the many team members glancing towards Noah with shining eyes as they donned a behemoth so easily with his intrusion of a few seconds. The eyes of the Emperor Penguin were shining as he and the fervent-looking Elena were the first to step forward, Noah nodding towards them as he waved his hands to the right of the behemoth, essence converging as a portal slowly began to form. The sleek penguin came to the side of the fire behemoth as it used its spatial abilities to put away the cores and skill books that dropped from it as loot to be divided for later, waving its flippers towards the mountainous body of the beast itself thereafter as it also disappeared into the Emperor's penguin's own spatial inventory skill. The portal finished forming as silently in the explored northern region of the celestial realm. Noah came to collect the rest of his subordinates for them to begin learning the inheritance of the Disciple of Fire, the closest plans he currently had dealing with the beasts of the spiritual land the most as he prepared for something that he considered a practice run for his future plans. The thing he considered a practice run was fulfilling the requirements of upgrading the spiritual land to the 9th tier, where he needed to get his hands on the core of a small world. Chapter 4:14 Herbs and pills are good for breakthroughs. As Noah erased the portal which led to the spiritual realm in the location where a fire behemoth just fell, he was the last to disappear as he joined everyone else beneath the volcanic mountain where the spiritual land stood next to the ancient pedestal that held the inheritance crystal for the Disciple of Fire. The extremely hot environment was one where only those at higher realms could withstand, with all the newcomers that were just battling the fire behemoths being those who could easily learn the inheritance on their own. He looked towards Elena as he gave out multiple directions to her and the others. Gather all those that haven't learned the inheritance and oversee the whole process. You. He pointed towards the Emperor Penguin as he continued speaking. Gather your brothers and sisters. We have another power leveling session to go through. He released multiple commands towards many beings, those familiar with Noah noticing the slightly colder tone as they nodded with serious faces and each went about their tasks. The normal smile that Noah carried months ago was fading away slowly, his disposition becoming more serious when he obtained the vampire progenitor bloodline, and now becoming even colder as he was hit with some of the truth about the true reality they were all in, and just how outclassed they were. Those paying attention would recall his disposition becoming more cheerful or feeling a sense of excitement only when he explored new areas, obtained new skills, or got his hands on powerful new treasures. His emotions were gradually settling down on the more impassive and calmer side, the cheerful and excited side of himself slowly being tucked away in a corner. Many beings went about their tasks as most were simply learning a powerful inheritance and then cultivating in the fire law space to form their fire origin cores, with the spiritual land beasts having a different task as they were brought down to the time space of the spiritual land for more intense training. Noah's ancient blood clone looked at the many resplendent fields of medicinal herbs and fruits spread out across the time space, this region that should have been one where people trained their hardest and surpassed those in the outside world slowly turning to become a region filled with farmland. He planted as much of the spiritual land plants that had long growing and maturing times but gave out amazing herbs of medicinal fruits that held overflowing essence in the time space, using the increased ratio to grow these plants in a short period of time. When the spiritual land was last upgraded to the 8th tier, he had planted the newly available plants that were called Athromire and King's Collard among others, where the products of these magical plants were being observed in front of him right now as he looked at farmlands overflowing with shimmering plants that dangled rainbow-colored fruits, while some were growing as scintillating herbs. A profound aroma was released from these many fantastical fields as Noah waved his hands, collecting many of the fruits and herbs as he prepared to make pills once more while using the Forge of the Silver Flame that he received from a being that was shrouded in mysteries, but Noah already had a slight indication of a few possibilities. This being that called himself the karmic sect master had also left him something he had not been using all that much since he received it, the item called lawful nourishment, that helped one with cultivating laws. This was something that he planned to take out and use during this time, as he was finally getting into the time when he was focusing on the comprehension of laws. He put these thoughts aside as a cauldron materialized in front of his, a shining silver flame beginning to burn as the shimmering medicinal fruits and herbs that were filled with essence began to be refined and turned into pills. He was utilizing these spiritual land plants that were heavily conducive to the rise in strength of the spiritual land beasts in order to achieve the goal he currently held of pushing the ranks of more than 10 beasts into the soul-forging realm. He had a set of soul rank cores from the many soul-ranked beings he defeated these past few weeks, but they would not be enough to push the ranks of 10 beasts from the void and into the soul rank, with these medicinal herbs and fruits acting like a buffer to continue propelling the levels of these beasts forward. The Emperor Penguin, Arctic Wolf, Flying Spider, and 7 other of the most powerful beasts in the spiritual land stood respectfully near Noah as they saw the appearance of shining pills that flew towards them, their jaws spreading wide open as they swallowed and began digesting the treasures they were receiving. On top of the pills filled with abundant essence, Noah waved his hands to bring out the soul rank cores in his expansive space, as they were also thrown towards the beasts, the process of raising the ranks of 10 beings from void to soul beginning in the time-space of the spiritual land. It was a busy time in this fantastical floating landmass as many beings were moving rapidly within it, many of them cultivating the inheritance of the disciple of fire, with others excitedly being fed herbs and pills on top of cores to push their ranks from one stage to another. During this whole process, Noah was thinking about the other condition he had to fulfill if he wanted to bring the spiritual land from the 8th and into the 9th tier. Upgrade conditions: 10+ spiritual land beasts at the soul rank, a small world core. He looked under spiritual land management, as the words, a small word core, shone with a blue luster, his thoughts moving rapidly as he thought of exactly what his actions would mean for him to obtain a world core. This momentary thought was quickly thrown out of his mind as his heart became firm, knowing he would face this problem head-on as the time neared, and he would accomplish without fail no matter what he had to do. His mind was already perusing through many memories of the beings he had devoured before as he searched for possible small worlds, whether it was those occupied and filled with life, those that did not have any civilizations, or even those that were simply uninhabitable planets filled with unlivable environments. He had many possibilities, and did not necessarily have to destroy an entire world and its beings in order to achieve his goals. He watched the progress of the spiritual land beasts as their power continued to grow, biding his time as his mind-enhancing skills worked rapidly, his main body undergoing an entirely different ordeal as he had begun receiving even more treasures from the Celestials. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.